Transcended, a world of fantasy, and all while being a seemingly useless veterinarian, Liu Yangshuo found himself quite flustered. Yet fortunately, he possessed the Beast King system. Thus, the realm of fantasy welcomed an omnipotent veterinarian. A certain emperor exclaimed, "Divine Dr. Liu, my azure-eyed Huanyin beast has recently lost its appetite." "Ah, it's simply lovesick. Just find a female for breeding." The master of a sacred domain inquired, "Divine Dr. Liu, could you assess why my guardian mountain beast is listless?" "Congratulations. From this day forth, your sacred domain will have no guardian mountain beast." Chapter 1. My role as a veterinarian in a fantasy world. Within the boundaries of Yi City, a young man clad in a simple white garment lounged in a grand armchair, basking in the sun while stifling a series of yawns. "Dr. Liu, my pet Wonkai hasn't eaten or drunk for 2 days." A noblewoman exclaimed as she hurriedly approached, cradling a tiny dog in her arms. Squinting slightly, the young man casually replied, "It has swallowed your earring. Give it some croton seeds, and it will be fine by tonight." "Dr. Liu, my parrot has stopped talking. It believes that conversing with you diminishes its intellect." "Dr. Liu, my turtle hasn't moved for a month." "Congratulations, it has reached the end of its lifespan." "Dr. Liu, my sow is in heat. What should I do?" "I advise you to leave promptly before I resort to my blade." Indeed, this young man was Liu Yangshuo, a renowned pet enthusiast, a savior of cats and dogs, and a rising star in the veterinary field. Despite dealing with the trivialities of pet ailments daily, he had been bestowed with the extraordinary Beast King system upon his arrival in this world. While the name suggested immense power, Liu Yangshuo had yet to discover abilities beyond conversing with pets and livestock, which had left him rather disheartened for a time. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed from above, followed by the descent of a colossal beast adorned with shimmering azure scales, resembling neither lion nor tiger, nearly toppling. Liu Yangshuo's modest veterinary clinic isn't that the azure water Kirin beast of the spirit beast sect. Indeed, I've only heard tales of it before. I can't believe I'm witnessing it today. It's magnificent. The startled townsfolk, having scattered several meters away, murmured in awed tones as they beheld the imposing azure water Kirin beast. "Are you the veterinarian here?" A melodious feminine voice called from atop the beast's back. Liu Yangshuo rubbed the grit from his eyes and discerned 2 figures standing on the creature's broad back, a kindly elderly man with white hair and a young girl in a flowing azure dress, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. Indeed. "May I inquire your name?" Esteemed guest, taking a deep breath to steady his trembling legs, Liu Yangshuo inquired. "Master, can he truly be of help?" "Xiaolan is a divine beast. He is merely a lecherous veterinarian for pigs," the girl complained to the elderly man, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. This remark irked Liu Yangshuo. While he could tolerate being called a veterinarian, being labeled lecherous was unacceptable. After all, he took pride in his handsome appearance. "Ahem, my dear lady, let us focus on the matter at hand rather than resorting to personal attacks. My clinic, though humble, can address any ailment," Liu Yangshuo declared, adopting an air of ethereal composure, casting a disdainful glance at the azure water Kirin beast as if it were merely a slightly larger dog. "Tonger, you must not be disrespectful. Apologize to Dr. Liu at once," the elderly man admonished sternly. Upon witnessing the elder's displeasure, the girl lowered her head in trepidation and muttered an almost inaudible, "I'm sorry," to Liu Yangshuo. "No worries. After all, she is but a child. Now, tell me, has something unusual befallen this azure water Kirin beast?" Waving his hand dismissively, Liu Yangshuo exuded an air of magnanimity. The elderly man's eyes brightened as he gracefully leaped down from the beast's back, accompanied by the girl, and clasped his hands in greeting. "Indeed, esteemed doctor, your reputation is well-deserved. You have discerned our purpose with remarkable insight. The azure water Kirin beast has recently exhibited strange behavior, refusing to remain in the cold pond for cultivation and instead desiring to burrow into the earth's core. Our spirit beast sect is baffled by its affliction." Liu Yangshuo mused inwardly. The old man certainly knows how to engage. However, I typically only treat mundane pets. Encountering a divine beast for the first time is daunting. If I fail to provide a remedy, I might lose my life. Ah well, if death is to come, So be it. Before the divine beast, Liu Yangshuo could no longer afford to be nonchalant. He dismissed his earlier lethargy and approached the azure water Kirin beast, locking eyes with it. The girl watched in astonishment and whispered to the elderly man, "Master, could he be some extraordinary figure?" There are scarcely 10 individuals within the sect who dare to meet Xiaolan's gaze, yet he exhibits no sign of spiritual energy. Do not speak. Let us observe quietly. Even I cannot ascertain this esteemed doctor's cultivation level. To maintain such composure while meeting Xiaolan's gaze, his prowess must be at least the transcendence realm, the elderly man remarked, his gaze toward Liu Yangshuo growing. Increasingly reverent. In truth, Liu Yangshuo possessed no cultivation whatsoever. He had not even reached the most basic spiritual dispersion realm. Moreover, he was hindered by the 5 intermediate realms: spiritual communication, spiritual transformation, spiritual division, spiritual comprehension, and profound spirituality. His ability to meet the azure water Kirin beast's gaze stemmed solely from the Beast King system. "Brother, may I inquire your surname?" Liu Yangshuo cautiously addressed the azure water Kirin beast through the Beast King system. "You didn't hear them? I am called Xiaolan. But who are you?" "Since my birth, only the founding patriarch of the Spirit Beast sect has been able to communicate with me in such a manner," Xiaolan responded with keen interest, though in reality, it merely extended its large tongue to lick its lips. "Oh, this is a long story. But first, tell me what ails you. How may I assist you?" Liu Yangshuo pressed eagerly, pleased that Xiaolan was willing to converse with him. "I am not unwell. It is merely that every 10,000 years, our Kirin lineage undergoes a transformation. I must obtain the Earth's core fire to evolve into the Inferno Kirin. However, Tonger mistakenly believes I am ill, that if I leave, she refuses to eat or drink, which has delayed everything," Xiaolan expressed, casting a worried glance at the girl. "Tonger, I understand," Liu Yangshuo replied. "Esteemed doctor, do you discern the issue afflicting the azure water Kirin beast?" The elderly man inquired respectfully as Liu Yangshuo turned his attention back to him. "Ah, congratulations to your sect. Xiaolan is not afflicted. Rather, it is preparing to transform into the Inferno Kirin," Liu Yangshuo remarked, adopting a demeanor of enlightened superiority. Upon hearing this, Tong and the elderly man were instantly elated. This was indeed momentous news for the Spirit Beast sect. However, both held a firm belief. The refined youth before them was undoubtedly a hidden master of extraordinary caliber. Chapter 2. The Beast King system officially activated indeed. This is a momentous occasion for our Spirit Beast sect. I, an old man, must express my profound gratitude for your guidance, esteemed senior. Should you not find it bothersome, I humbly invite you to stay at our Spirit Beast sect for a few days as a token of my appreciation. What say you, honored elder? The white-haired elder bowed respectfully. Seeing his master show such deference to Liu Yangshuo, Tonger, though still somewhat skeptical, also inclined her head in acknowledgement. Liu Yangshuo regarded the 2 figures before him, both bent at a 90-degree angle, and could not help but let out a cold snort internally. This old fellow possesses a deep cunning. While he speaks sweetly of gratitude, he is, in truth, concerned that something might go awry during Xiaolan's transformation, allowing him to intervene at any moment. "Ahem, that might not be very convenient," Liu Yangshuo said lightly, clearing his throat. "I fully understand your meaning, esteemed senior. Without adequate offerings, how could one possibly worship the great Bodhisattva? This is a unique technique of our Spirit Beast sect, not meant for public dissemination. While it may not meet your esteemed standards, it should sufficiently demonstrate our sincerity," the white-haired elder declared as he produced a blue-covered tome from his waist. Tonge's pupilles constricted in surprise. She never anticipated that her master would offer such a valuable technique to attract a young man who appeared to be only 5 years her senior. "How can I accept this? It is your sect's secret technique, and, as an outsider, I fear it would be inappropriate for me to take it," Liu Yangshuo said, though his actions belied his words, swiftly claiming the tome before the elder could respond. The white-haired elder showed no sign of anger. To him, Liu Yangshuo's acceptance of the technique indicated that he was indeed interested in his earlier proposal. "You flatter me, esteemed senior. To befriend someone of your caliber was a mere technique in comparison. Please, allow me the honor of accompanying you upon the back of the azure water Kirin beast." and we shall return to the spirit beast sect, the elder replied, stepping aside. No ruse. In my opinion, the azure water-chilling beast is still on the verge of transformation. Upon your return, let it absorb the core fire of the earth for a while. 6 months hence, when the azure water-chilling beast emerges, I shall come to pay my respects, Liu Yangshuo remarked, unperturbed by the elder's suggestion. He leisurely observed Xiaolan and gently patted the reverse scale on its chest. Though Xiaolan was displeased by this action, it merely snorted in response. The white-haired elder gazed at Liu Yangshuo with increasing admiration. Then it is settled. 6 months from now, the spirit beast sect will warmly welcome your esteemed presence. With that, the elder gently pulled Tonger up onto Xiaolan's broad back. Xiaolan let out a mighty roar and took to the skies. As Xiaolan's figure vanished into the horizon, Liu Yangshuo finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his legs growing weak as he slumped into the armchair behind him. Little did he know when Xiaolan would actually undergo its transformation. At that moment when their eyes met, Xiaolan confided in him that he had decided to withdraw for half a year to allow himself some time, at least to ensure he possessed a degree of self-protection when visiting the spirit beast sect. I mentioned how remarkable Dr. Liu must be, able to even diagnose the ailments of divine beasts. Truly, he deserves the title of a divine physician. Dr. Liu is indeed a figure of exceptional talent. My second aunt's daughter is still unmarried. Perhaps they might be brought together. But let us not digress. It's evident that Dr. Liu is an enigmatic hermit, far too distinguished to be interested in a mere pig. It was only then that Liu Yangshuo realized he had been surrounded by a throng of townsfolk. In a hasty motion, he slipped into his modest clinic and firmly shut the door. After approximately half an hour, the clamorous voices outside gradually faded away. It appeared that his stay in this town would be brief. He retrieved the ancient tome gifted by the white-haired elder, emblazoned with the 3 prominent characters, 10,000 Beast Decision. Ding! The Divine Beast Codex has been unlocked. Azure Water-Chilling Beast Reward, 1,000 Royal Blood Points. The voice of the system echoed in his mind once more, a long-lost sound. What is the Divine Beast Codex? And what are Royal Blood Points? Liu Yangshuo found himself perplexed by the system's intricacies. Yet, as he focused his thoughts, a lengthy scroll materialized in his mind. At the lower portion of the scroll, the azure water-chilling beast, resembling Xiaolan, appeared, accompanied by a detailed account. The azure water-chilling beast, one of the 9 offspring of the dragon, thrives in water and prefers the cold. A member of the dragon family, classified as a Qilin, it undergoes metamorphosis every 10,000 years, evolving into the Inferno Qilin beast. An adult azure water-chilling beast can reach the enlightenment stage. It seems this divine beast tome contains records of all spirit beasts, providing detailed information on those Liu Yangshuo has encountered. Naturally, their ranking diminishes based on the rarity of their bloodline. To his surprise, Xiaolan, a beast of such precious lineage, ranked only in the middle. What purpose do royal blood points serve? Liu Yangshuo inquired of the system in his mind. Royal blood points can be exchanged for items. Would you like to proceed with an exchange? Certainly. Let me see what I can obtain. Liu Yangshuo rubbed his hands together, and in an instant, the scene in his mind shifted, revealing an array of artifacts, techniques, and elixirs before his eyes. Above him, a number gradually materialized, 14,372. This must be his royal blood points, he mused. How could I possess so many royal blood points? Liu Yangshuo exclaimed with excitement. Each time a being is healed, the system allocates royal blood points based on the being's level, the system clarified. Being a veterinarian has certainly paid off. Just as Liu Yangshuo delightedly prepared to select an item, he discovered the exorbitant prices. Even a mere rusty sword cost 300,000 royal blood points. This is outrageous. Are you not extortionists? Given your current royal blood points, we recommend purchasing a mystery box, which requires 10,000 royal blood points for exchange. A vision of a penguin suddenly surfaced in Liu Yangshuo's mind. Then I shall exchange for it. For my first lottery, surely I should receive a starter gift pack. Liu Yangshuo gritted his teeth and made the decision to exchange. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a yellow-grade superior elixir, Tong Xiao Dan from the blind box. This notification nearly caused Liu Yangshuo to lose his composure. Yellow grade? It sounded like the lowest quality. After being a veterinarian for so long, was this the best he could obtain? However, upon reading the effects of Tong Xiao Dan, he immediately changed his demeanor, for it was precisely what he needed at this moment. Tong Xiao Dan, after consumption, the speed of absorbing the world's spiritual energy increases by 50%, and comprehension ability increases by 200%. With Tong Xiao Dan in his left hand and the 10,000 Beast technique in his right, Liu Yangshuo's journey into cultivation commenced. Chapter 3. Brother, I sell art, not my body in the dead of night. The city of Yi was enveloped in silence, with only a dim light flickering from a small house in the southern part of the city. At this moment, Liu Yangshuo sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, exuding waves of heat from above his head, his expression one of agony. Suddenly, Liu Yangshuo opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Damn it! The 10,000 Beast technique is far too difficult to practice. If the first part of body forging is this tough, how am I to survive the latter part of spirit honing? Looking at the mere 2 pages he had turned in the 10,000 Beast technique, he couldn't help but grumble. The first half of the 10,000 Beast technique focuses on body forging, akin to all cultivation methods, where the initial stage involves drawing spiritual power into the body to establish a solid foundation. However, this technique diverges slightly. It employs spiritual power as a forging hammer, relentlessly striking one's flesh to render it as resilient as a mythical beast. As for the latter half of spirit honing, Liu Yangshuo had a long way to go. The heat radiating from his head was a result of Liu Yangshuo diligently following the spiritual power operation method recorded in the 10,000 Beast technique, continuously tempering his meridians. He did not anticipate that mastering the 10,000 Beast technique would be this arduous. At this pace, in 6 months, he would be lucky to reach the spirit transformation realm, let alone attain the late stages of the spirit dispersion realm. Liu Yangshuo had clearly underestimated the 10,000 Beast technique. After all, it was a secret manual kept under lock and key by a sect. How could it be so easily mastered? Ding! Your request has been received. We are now searching for the nearest cultivation location. The system's voice appeared in Liu Yangshuo's mind at just the right moment. If you had mentioned this feature earlier, hurry up and find it. Liu Yangshuo was overjoyed. With a better cultivation location, at this rate, he would surely soar. We have located the area within 100 miles with the most abundant spiritual energy. Navigation is now underway. After the system's voice faded, a milky flame appeared before Liu Yangshuo, seemingly guiding him forward. Without delay, he quickly packed his belongings, taking with him all his savings of 300 blue spirit coins. Utilizing the connections he had forged over the years as a veterinarian, he knocked on the door of a horse breeder in the dead of night and, for 100 blue spirit coins, purchased a tall and robust steed. Though it pained Liu Yangshuo to spend half of his savings in an instant, one could not deny that the horse galloped with remarkable swiftness, carrying him 80 li overnight to the next city, Shucheng. By the time Liu Yangshuo arrived in Shucheng, it was already noon the following day. The scale of Shucheng was nearly double that of Yecheng, and naturally, it was even more prosperous. The streets were bustling with a throng of people. After gauging the distance, he realized he had approximately 20 li left to reach the location indicated by the system prompt. Having hurriedly set off without ample provisions, Liu Yangshuo knew he must procure supplies in Shucheng, lest he face the prospect of hunger ahead. Suddenly, an irresistible aroma of meat wafted towards him from a certain direction. Following the enticing scent, he arrived at a small stall. "Good sir, would you care for some buns?" An honest-looking man beamed at Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo nodded eagerly. "Boss, I would like 20 buns. What kind of meat do you use? They smell divine." "Ah, indeed, you have a discerning palate. The filling of my buns is made from the iron-armored boar found in the Yilan mine, guaranteeing firm, tender, and juicy meat," the proprietor replied as he swiftly prepared the buns while gesturing northward. When Liu Yangshuo noticed the direction the man indicated was precisely where he intended to go, he thought to himself, could it be mere coincidence? "Good sir, you appear weary from your travels. Are you from afar? Well, might you be headed?" The man seemed eager to engage Liu Yangshuo in conversation. "Isn't it a stroke of luck? I might just be headed to that Yilan mine you mentioned," Liu Yangshuo said, scratching his head awkwardly. The stall owner's movements came to an abrupt halt. Sir, you intend to enter the Elan mine alone? Yes. Is there a problem? Liu Yangshuo replied, puzzled by the apparent trepidation in the man's demeanor regarding the so-called Elan mine. The Elan mine is not a place for the faint of heart. I advise you against seeking your own demise. The proprietor's expression darkened. Come now, boss. Didn't you just say your buns are made from the beast found there? Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly. I'm not jesting. The only reason I can use the meat of the iron-armored boar is that every fortnight, the exploration team from Shuqing ventures into the Elan mine. While they often return with substantial supplies, the cost is staggering, as nearly half their number does not make it back. Even those who do return bear injuries, the owner explained as he carefully sealed Liu Yangshuo's buns, as if the ill-fated exploration team were passing by before them. Listening to this, Liu Yangshuo swallowed hard, suddenly realizing he might have been misled by the system into such a perilous venture. After all, he had not even attained the first level of the spirit realm. If you truly wish to enter, I recommend you visit the recruitment point for the exploration team. In a couple of days, they will be heading into the mountains again, and they might still be seeking recruits. The boss handed a bun to Liu Yangshuo, saying, indeed, venturing out alone is perilous, but joining the larger group poses uncertainties. If all else fails, one can always flee with the crowd. Liu Yangshuo felt a quiet relief within. Thank you, boss. How much is it? 10 blue spirit coins. What? What kind of unscrupulous merchant are you? Just a few buns, and you charge 10 blue spirit coins. Liu Yangshuo nearly buckled at the knees, cursing in indignation. Good ingredients naturally come at a price. My profits are meager, and I offer no credit. Half an hour later, Liu Yangshuo savagely bit into the bun, as if he were devouring the boss himself. Suddenly, a large courtyard by the street caught his attention. On a flag beside the gate, 3 simple words read, Recruitment Center. Excuse me, is this the recruitment center for the search team? Liu Yangshuo approached a burly man standing by the gate, leading his horse. Indeed, you must be here to apply. Come in quickly. The robust man, upon seeing Liu Yangshuo, was as excited as if he had found a long-lost acquaintance. Without giving Liu Yangshuo a chance to react, he pulled both him and his horse into the courtyard and promptly shut the gate behind them. Calm down. I am here to apply for the search team, not to sell myself. Liu Yangshuo placed his hands protectively over his chest, cautiously eyeing the approaching giant. What are you saying, brother? We haven't had a newcomer in ages. Hurry, let's get you in for an interview. The burly man shot Liu Yangshuo an exasperated glance, beckoning a servant to take Liu Yangshuo's horse away, dragging the still doubtful Liu Yangshuo into the inner residence. Hey, we have a newcomer. The burly man exclaimed excitedly to a one-eyed, middle-aged man in the hall. This man bore 3 neat scars that ran across his face from forehead to chin, and his right eye was obscured by a black patch. Wonderful. Finally, we have someone. However, I cannot discern this young brother's cultivation level. There is merely a faint ripple of spiritual energy. He seems to be at the first level of the spirit dispersing realm. Gongzi, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? The middle-aged man scrutinized Liu Yangshuo before turning to the man called Gongzi. This left Gongzi in a bit of an awkward position in his excitement. He had forgotten to assess Liu Yangshuo's cultivation, as the search team did not accept the weak. Cough, cough. Can cultivation truly represent everything? What truly matters is the skills one possesses. Am I not correct, Captain? Liu Yangshuo had his own understanding of putting on a facade if he failed to pass. It would be his misfortune, but he would remain unembarrassed while others would be. The middle-aged man paused, reminded by his many years of struggle in the mines that the fundamental rule of the cultivation world is that cultivation level does not determine victory or defeat. There are many instances of the weak overcoming the strong. I have learned today, esteemed brother, may I ask how you wish to be addressed? A middle-aged man bowed deeply to Liu Yangshuo and respectfully inquired, I am unworthy of such honor. My name is Liu Yangshuo, merely a humble man from the mountains. I wonder what trials one must endure to join Captain Wang's search team. Liu Yangshuo smiled gently, swiftly diverting the conversation. As I am your senior, please call me Brother Wang. Captain feels overly formal. To join a search team, one merely needs to pass a test, though I assure you, it will be quite manageable for you. Captain Wang stepped forward, patting Liu Yangshuo on the shoulder, guiding him toward the arena at the back of the hall. Upon entering the arena, Liu Yangshuo's legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. Before him stood a massive gorilla, towering over 8 feet, relentlessly pounding its robust chest, exuding an aura of ferocity. Captain Wang, what is this? Liu Yangshuo managed to suppress the tremor in his voice to ask. This Kaimusi gorilla was captured with great effort from the mines. Despite its mere spiritual transformation level, it is inherently violent. In a confrontation, even spirit-level beasts would retreat in fear. You only need to withstand its assault for the length of a burning incense stick to join the search team. With that, Captain Wang produced an incense stick from his pocket. Liu Yangshuo exhaled in relief. As long as he was dealing with a beast, he felt unafraid, for he possessed the ability to communicate with them. Before Captain Wang could ignite the incense, Liu Yangshuo boldly approached the roaring Kaimusi gorilla. Be cautious, Brother Liu. This creature is ferocious, cautioned Captain Wang and Gongzi from behind, their voices tinged with concern. However, Liu Yangshuo remained unfazed, locking eyes with the gorilla as he stood at its feet. The Kaimusi gorilla swung its fist, the size of a watermelon, aiming to strike Liu Yangshuo, but suddenly halted. Moments later, the gorilla surprisingly calmed down, squatting before Liu Yangshuo like an obedient child. What on earth is happening? Gongzi and Captain Wang exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Liu Yangshuo's actions. As time ticked away, at the moment the incense burned out, Liu Yangshuo leisurely turned back. Captain Wang, does this mean I have passed the test? He inquired with a light chuckle. Indeed, you have. Please accompany Gongzi to arrange for your accommodations. As of today, you are a member of the search team, Captain Wang replied. Though astonished, his mind remained clear enough to respond promptly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Yangshuo followed the nearly jaw-dropped Gongzi outside, while the Kaimusi gorilla reluctantly waved goodbye to Liu Yangshuo's retreating figure. This is truly extraordinary. Both Gongzi and Captain Wang simultaneously thought, astonished. In truth, Liu Yangshuo had simply conveyed a straightforward question to the Kaimusi gorilla through the Beast King system. Do you wish to return home? Thus, Liu Yangshuo effortlessly secured his place in the Elon Mine search team. On the other side, within the resplendent palace of the Spirit Beast sect, a refined gentleman reclined gracefully upon the throne, attentively listening to the report from an elderly man and a young boy before him. Coiled around his left wrist was a silver dragon, roughly the thickness of a thumb. The elderly man and the boy were none other than Tong and the white-haired elder from yesterday's events in Yi City. This gentleman was none other than Xiao Hongba, the current leader of the Spirit Beast sect. According to Elder Huanyin, this young boy's cultivation level is at least in the transformation realm. Xiao Hongba inquired with interest while toying with the silver dragon. Reporting to the sect leader, I cannot be certain, but that young lad undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talent. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the pressure of the azure water-chilling beast. Elder Huanyin respectfully replied. Indeed, you have done well. In 6 months, when he arrives at the Spirit Beast sect, I shall discern his potential. Elder Huanyin must be weary. You may retire and rest. Xiao Hongba gently waved his hand, prompting Elder Huanyin to withdraw immediately. What troubles you, my little princess? Are you still upset with Daddy? Once Elder Huanyin had departed, Xiao Hongba cast aside his lofty demeanor and approached Tong with a beaming smile. Indeed, Tong was Xiao Hongba's biological daughter, the cherished little princess of the Spirit Beast sect, Xiao Xintong. Not at all. How could a disciple dare to be angry with the sect leader? Xiao Xintong stood up, turning her head away with a huff. Your father only wishes for your well-being by having you learn from Elder Huanyin. Otherwise, when you marry in the future and your father is no longer around, who will take care of you? At that moment, Xiao Hongba was the very embodiment of a doting father. Daddy, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing the mention of death, Xiao Xintong turned back around, her eyes visibly reddening. All right, I shall say no more. It just so happens that the leader of the Blood Demon sect has reached out to me recently. We even discussed your betrothal to their young master. Xiao Hongba quickly embraced his daughter, attempting to soothe her. Yuck! I would rather marry that poor boy from yesterday than that sickly wretch. Upon hearing the mention of the Blood Demon sect's young master, Xiao Xintong's expression turned to one of disdain. Chapter 5. Side quest activated daddy. If you say another word, I will be truly upset. Thousands of miles away in Shucheng, Liu Yangshuo had just finished tidying up his dormitory when he let out a loud, heavy sneeze. This dust is quite excessive. I truly apologize. This room has not been cleaned in ages, hence the accumulation. Li Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. He had originally been responsible for this task, but he had not anticipated someone would suddenly move in. Brotherly, there's no need for pleasantries. It's merely a matter of cleaning. By the way, when can we visit the Yilan mine? During Liu Yangshuo's cleaning, he learned that Li Gang's full name was indeed Li Gang. The next expedition into the mountains is set for 3 days hence. While I do not wish to dampen your enthusiasm, it must be noted that the Yilan mine is no trifling matter. The Kim's gorilla you encounter today is merely a mid-tier contender in that realm. Suddenly, Li Gang's expression became grave, as if he were reminded of something truly terrifying. No matter, I was merely inquiring. So what are our plans for the next few days? Liu Yangshuo waved his hand dismissively. If he was unperturbed by a divine beast like Shaolon, he believed that the Yilan mine would pose little trouble. We have no specific arrangements. For now, let us focus on resting well. I shall bring you your team uniform shortly, and the captain will notify us when it's time to depart. With that, Li Gang exited, carrying a large bundle of bedding. After closing the door, Liu Yangshuo settled cross-legged on his bed, valiantly suppressing the urge to consume the spirit-opening pill, forcing himself into a meditative state to continue refining his meridians. The 3 days flew by in an instant. During this time, Li Gang visited only once, delivering a sleek black team uniform and a verdant ring. According to Li Gang, this was a spatial ring that could be activated with a mere wisp of spiritual energy containing a volume of 50 cubic meters. Liu brother, it's time to set off. Are you prepared? Li Gang's voice resonated from outside the door. Liu Yangshuo opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth, indicating that his recent cultivation was bringing him closer to the first level of the spirit dissolution realm. Gently, he opened the door to find Li Gang waiting. Let's depart. Moments later, the two arrived at the previous arena, now home to a squad of approximately 20 individuals, standing in orderly seriousness at the center. Li Gang led Liu Yangshuo to the rear of the formation. The other members, seemingly indifferent to the newcomer, cast a cursory glance at Liu Yangshuo before returning their gaze forward. Everyone is present. We shall commence our journey. Our objective remains unchanged, and I hope all will return intact, Captain Wang succinctly stated, clearly conveying the perilous nature of their undertaking. With no further words exchanged, the group began their march toward the Yilan mine. Before long, it was noon. The search team had set out in the morning and had already covered 20 miles. Had Liu Yangshuo not diligently practiced the 10,000 beast technique for body refinement over the past few days, he might have struggled to keep pace with the main group. Let us take a brief respite here. We are about to enter the mountains, so remain vigilant, Captain Wang announced, taking the lead as he settled beneath a large tree to munch on some rations. The others followed suit, resting in place. Li Gang began to enlighten Liu Yangshuo about the environment of the Yilan mine. The location of the Yilan mine is extraordinarily peculiar. Two towering cliffs resemble colossal hands grasping a chain of mountains in between. The search team's destination is the midsection of the Yilan mountain range. According to Li Gang, during their previous expedition to the midsection, they noticed a significant decrease in the presence of monstrous beasts surrounding them. Just as their supplies ran dangerously low, they retreated to Shucheng, planning to continue their exploration on their next journey into the mountains. Brother Li Gang, what lies deep within this mountain range? Does anyone know? Liu Yangshuo inquired curiously, as his gaze was drawn to a milky white flame pointing towards the end of the mountains. Some say it is a rich vein of spirit stones, untouched by human hands, while others claim it is home to a beast of unfathomable power. However, no one has truly reached the depths over the years, rendering these possibilities equally valid and invalid. Li Gang bit into a large pancake, chewing as he spoke. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Liu Yangshuo's mind, "Ding, you have arrived near your destination. Side quest activated. The redemption of the ancient thunder dragon." The ancient thunder dragon. The activation of a side quest at this moment led Liu Yangshuo to wonder if the end of the mountain range held such significance. He quickly quelled this thought, fearing that further contemplation would deter him from proceeding. Gently sliding his finger across the spatial ring on his index finger, Liu Yangshuo retrieved a piece of dry rations and began to munch. Half an hour later, "Is everyone rested?" Captain Wang addressed the team. "The route to the midsection has already been cleared. This time, we must reach it as swiftly as possible. While speed is essential, we must remain vigilant for any lurking beasts along the way." With that, Captain Wang drew a broad-bladed heavy sword and a tower shield from his spatial ring, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. The others followed suit, brandishing their weapons. Due to financial constraints, Liu Yangshuo had not purchased a weapon. Instead, he had taken a standard long sword from the supplies of the search team, now firmly grasped in his hand. "Let us move." With Captain Wang's command, the search team surged forward with remarkable speed, akin to a pack of wolves on the hunt, their dark uniforms aiding their concealment within the foliage. 200 meters to the left front, a corpse venom snake. Captain Wang, leading the charge, scanned the area for dangers. As soon as he spoke, a glinting flying knife shot from an unseen corner of the team, striking the corpse venom snake precisely at its vital point, pinning it to a tree. 400 meters to the right front, a toxic fire lizard. Another blue ice arrow was unleashed from the team, striking the lizard squarely between the eyes before it could unleash its venom. Such coordination could not be achieved without years of practice. As Liu Yangshuo ran, he silently praised the team. Almost simultaneously with Captain Wang's orders, the long-range attackers within the group were already poised to strike, as if Captain Wang were their guiding eye. After an entire day and night of rapid advancement, the search team finally reached their destination. Chapter 6: The Gravitational Realm. Upon sighting the small flag that symbolized their goal, Captain Wang slowly came to a halt, his chest heaving as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. At this moment, Liu Yangshuo felt as though his throat were ablaze. Just days prior, he had been a veterinarian. Running for an entire day was unimaginable, and even sprinting from one end of the street to the other had nearly cost him his life. After resting for half an hour, they began to disperse for the search. Captain Wang plopped down on the ground and began to gulp water from a bottle. Liu Yangshuo intended to sit and rest, but a sudden scent in the air made him tense up. "What's wrong?" Li Gang, who was nearby, was the first to notice Liu Yangshuo's sudden unease and asked in confusion. "This place feels rather unsettling," Liu Yangshuo replied, scanning the surroundings. Aside from a few scattered trees, countless stones surrounded them, with no other signs of life apart from the search team. Yet, it was precisely this eerie environment that filled him with apprehension, akin to the calm before a storm. Crossing this threshold meant facing the true tempest ahead. Was it not peaceful? "This is the area with the faintest presence of demonic beasts we've encountered thus far," Li Gang waved dismissively, urging Liu Yangshuo to sit down and regain his strength. "Captain Wang, I sense something amiss here." Liu Yangshuo did not sit, but quickly approached Captain Wang, speaking in a hushed tone. What seems to be the issue?" "The absence of demonic beast presence is not a good thing." Captain Wang removed the water bottle from his lips and smiled. "Consider this. Why are there so many demonic beasts ahead, yet none here? Their presence has diminished significantly," Liu Yangshuo replied, meeting Captain Wang's single eye with his gaze. "I can't say for certain. Perhaps there's a lack of water or food sources," Captain Wang pondered, glancing at the barren stones surrounding them. "No, I've always been close to demonic beasts. Besides your reasoning, there is another possibility. There exists a presence here that even the other demonic beasts dare not offend. And we currently stand at the boundary of this creature's territory," Liu Yangshuo concluded, casting his eyes toward the flag. Captain Wang was taken aback, then abruptly stood up, retrieving his weapon. Everyone remained vigilant. Although the search team members were bewildered by the sudden shift, they instinctively obeyed Captain Wang's command, heightening their awareness as they surveyed their surroundings. A deafening roar erupted from beneath their feet, and suddenly, a massive black claw, over 30 meters in length, burst forth from the ground, crashing towards them. Captain Wang reacted swiftly, yanking Liu Yangshuo behind him, but he himself was struck by the claw, sent flying backward. "Captain! Damn it! D." Upon witnessing Captain Wang being struck down, The members of the search team were filled with fury, particularly Li Gang, who wielded a massive iron hammer nearly matching his own height. With a resounding thud, he brought the hammer down upon the surface of the black pincers. A flicker of joy ignited within Li Gang as the blow landed. However, his elation was short-lived. The tremendous force of his strike left not a single scratch on the black pincers, instead inciting the creature's owner to emerge from the depths below. At that moment, the team beheld the creature in its entirety. A colossal black scorpion spanning 200 to 300 meters, its numerous eyes glinting with a hue reminiscent of blood. Ding! Beast system unlocked. Reward, 700 royal blood points. Earth scorpion, length, 284 meters, cultivation level, late stage of spirit division, special skill, gravity field. Goodness, late stage of spirit division. Is this a joke? Liu Yangshuo mused wryly to himself as he cautiously maneuvered toward a relatively safer area at the back of the team. It seemed that just as they had begun their journey, they were confronted by such a formidable foe, one that did not appear to be amenable to negotiations. Nevertheless, he resolved to tentatively establish communication with the Earth Scorpion. Brother, please remain calm. We mean no harm. The humans must perish. As expected, Liu Yangshuo received only this grim reply. Be careful, Liu. Captain Wang, noticing Liu Yangshuo standing dazed while the Earth Scorpion's pincers loomed overhead, swiftly dashed in front of him, raising his tower shield to absorb the tremendous blow. However, with only a cultivation level of 6-stage spirit transformation, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the face of the late-stage Earth Scorpion. Though he managed to withstand the strike, he still coughed up a significant amount of blood. Damn it, you think you can show off just because you have a bit of strength? Captain Wang, rally the brothers to target its abdomen. That is its weak point. Seeing Captain Wang injured, Liu Yangshuo abandoned any further attempts at communication and, gritting his teeth, relayed the information he had gleaned about the Earth Scorpion from the Beast Compendium to Captain Wang. Momentarily taken aback, Captain Wang chose to trust Liu Yangshuo. His mind raced, and in an instant, he devised a strategy, swiftly gathering the scattered team members. Archers, provide ranged harassment. Shield warriors, help me restrain its pincers and tail. Assassins and swordsmen, target the abdomen. Upon hearing Captain Wang's commands, the team sprang into action, especially Li Gang, who had just suffered a silent defeat due to his ignorance of the Earth Scorpion's strength. Now, he dashed beneath the creature's abdomen, swinging his hammer vigorously to strike the scorpion's armored underbelly. The Earth Scorpion let out a roar of pain, its pincers and tail thrashing with increased ferocity, causing the shield warriors tasked with restraining it to feel the mounting pressure. After several hundred exchanges, the Earth Scorpion's strength began to wane, prompting it to adopt a defensive posture. Its pillar-like legs curled inward, and its black pincers shielded its form, leaving only its tail to continue its menacing swaying, ready to strike at any approaching foe. Captain, it appears this beast has become timid. Breathless, Li Gang hurried to Captain Wang's side and urged we should retreat. Although I have no desire to engage anymore, we are powerless against him. Thanks to Brother Liu's reminder, we nearly fell victim to that beast. Captain Wang wiped the blood from his forehead and expressed his gratitude to Liu Yangshuo. We are all brothers. No need for further words. Let's hasten our departure. If this fiend has companions, our escape will be utterly thwarted. Liu Yangshuo waved his hand and stepped forward to support the trembling, exhausted Captain Wang, ready to leave. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure bore down upon the retreating group, pinning them to the ground. This is bad, Liu Yangshuo thought, realizing he had forgotten the Earth Scorpion's unique ability, the gravity field. At that moment, everyone felt as though an immense mountain pressed down upon them, rendering even their fingers immobile. Chapter 7, Captured. Especially for Liu Yangshuo, whose limited cultivation made him particularly vulnerable to the Earth Scorpion's special skill. He could not even muster the strength to struggle. His vision turned crimson as he felt his blood vessels threatening to burst. Damn it! Brother Liu, hold on. Captain Wang, the most powerful among them, strained with all his might to lift his body, but was unable to budge an inch. Just as everyone was immobilized, the Earth Scorpion moved. In an instant, it was before Liu Yangshuo, seizing him from the ground and swiftly turning to flee deeper into the Yilin Mountains. Captain Wang and Li Gang watched helplessly as the earth scorpion abducted Liu Yangshuo, powerless to intervene. Only after the creature vanished from sight did the oppressive gravity field dissipate. "Quick, we must retrieve him." Captain Wang, disregarding his injuries, shouted as he sprang to his feet, only to be met with dizziness, causing him to stumble backward. Li Gong, quick on his feet, rushed to support Captain Wang. Having just emerged from the gravity field, their blood had pooled in their hearts, and rising too quickly would cause it to rush to their heads. "Captain, it's futile. We barely inflicted any real damage on that beast. Pursuing it now would be tantamount to seeking death. If there are more formidable monsters ahead, the remaining brothers will be in even greater peril," Li Gang advised. Glancing at the panting search team behind them, Captain Wang furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction of Liu Yangshuo and the earth scorpion, before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Retreat. Indeed, one cannot gamble the lives of so many for the sake of one." With a heavy heart, Captain Wang issued the command to retreat, and the search team temporarily withdrew from the Yilin Mountains. After a considerable time, Liu Yangshuo awoke from his unconsciousness, his face stinging from the fierce winds buffeting him as he realized he was firmly clamped within the pincers of the earth scorpion, racing through the canyon amidst the mountains. "Where are you taking me?" Liu Yangshuo was taken aback and hurriedly began to communicate with the earth scorpion. "You understand, say my master?" The earth scorpion possessed formidable strength, yet its intellect left much to be desired. Even with Liu Yangshuo's proactive approach, he only received fragmented information. "Master? You wish for me to rescue you, master?" Liu Yangshuo was somewhat astonished. The earth scorpion had actually acknowledged him as its master. After a long pause, the earth scorpion simply responded. Before Liu Yangshuo could inquire further, the earth scorpion abruptly accelerated, plunging them into a cavern within a cliff that soared 100 meters high. After approximately 10 minutes, Liu Yangshuo finally discerned a glimmer of light amidst the suffocating darkness. The light grew increasingly bright, and with a flash of white brilliance, Liu Yangshuo found himself brought into a spacious cavern, the source of the light being a figure radiating a silvery glow at its center. "Ding! You have arrived at the redemption location of the ancient Thunder Dragon, unlocking the divine beast illustration of the ancient Thunder Dragon. Reward: 50,000 royal blood points." The system's voice resonated in Liu Yangshuo's mind, and the divine beast illustration reappeared. This time, the illuminated avatar was located in the second-to-last row. "What on earth? Is it truly a dragon?" Liu Yangshuo could scarcely believe his eyes. The silvery figure was indeed a genuine giant dragon, albeit with 7 identical long spears embedded in its back. As if sensing the earth scorpion's arrival, the ancient thunder dragon slowly opened its eyes and lifted its head. "Why have you brought an unrefined human here?" it inquired, addressing the earth scorpion. "Goodness, the beast speaks." Liu Yangshuo's mind was consumed by this single thought. While he could communicate with beasts, it was confined to their thoughts. This colossal dragon was genuinely articulating words. The earth scorpion leaned down and conversed with the ancient thunder dragon in the language of beasts. "Ah, I see. Human, since you have witnessed my true form, grant me a reason not to slay you," the ancient thunder dragon remarked to Liu Yangshuo, its gaze indicating that extinguishing his life would be simpler than squashing an ant. "Ahem, it is evident that you are gravely injured, dear dragon. The earth scorpion brought me here, hoping I might assist you. It seems these 7 long spears are the source of your torment." Liu Yangshuo gently brushed off the dust from his attire, observing the earth scorpion's respectful demeanor towards the ancient thunder dragon, which suggested that its master was undoubtedly the silver dragon. "Indeed, it is these 7 silver spears that have tormented me to the brink of death. Do you imply that you can extract them?" The ancient thunder dragon frowned, its gaze filled with resentment as it focused on the 7 silver spears. "I can certainly give it a try." Liu Yangshuo examined the 7 spears closely. They appeared unremarkable, leading him to believe that the task would not be overly difficult. "If you assist me in removing these wretched weapons, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, your fate is sealed." The ancient thunder dragon pondered for a moment, adopting a mindset of accepting whatever meager opportunity was presented ultimately deciding to grant Liu Yangshuo a chance. However, I must raise the stakes. It would be too disadvantageous otherwise. Liu Yangshuo steeled himself, realizing that death awaited him regardless. Yet what if this endeavor succeeded? He was not merely a laborer. Human, are you attempting to negotiate with me? The ancient thunder dragon sensed his authority being challenged by a mere human. And in a fit of rage, he surged upright, arcs of electricity crackling around him, his silvery sheen intensifying. Yet, astonishingly, the 7 spears absorbed all the electric arcs, causing the ancient thunder dragon to collapse once more. Understand the current predicament. You are the one pleading for my assistance. You are well aware of your circumstances. Should I perish, no one shall come to your aid. To have an ancient thunder dragon accompany you on the path to the underworld would make me, Liu Yangshuo, the foremost individual throughout history, wouldn't it? Ha ha! Liu Yangshuo laughed heartily, nonchalantly leaning back, adopting an attitude of being at the mercy of fate. The ancient thunder dragon felt an urge to rage, yet Liu Yangshuo's words rang true. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply. Very well, what benefits do you seek? Power or wealth? I desire 2 things, both of which should be easily attainable for you, Liu Yangshuo replied with a cunning smile. Oh, what are they? First, I want those 7 spears. A treasure that can confound even the ancient thunder dragon cannot be an ordinary item that is easily arranged. I'm nearly fed up with these accursed things. Now, what is your second request? Chapter 8. The Ancient Thunder Dragon. The Ancient Thunder Dragon was eager to rid himself of the 7 spears and readily acquiesced to Liu Yangshuo's first demand. As for the second, I desire you. You wish to claim me? Ha ha ha. You, young one, are terribly overestimating your capabilities. Not even the most powerful among your kind would warrant my attention in my prime. The one who could subdue me has likely yet to be born. The ancient thunder dragon roared with laughter, his words dripping with a sense of superiority. That is not the case. I am quite self-aware. I do not seek to subdue you, but rather request that you serve as my bodyguard for 3 years. When threats to my life arise, simply intervene on my behalf. Liu Yangshuo shook his head, understanding that he did not possess the appetite to challenge the ancient thunder dragon at this moment. Very well, 3 years it is. As long as you can assist me in extracting the silver spear, I shall ensure your life remains untroubled for 3 years. The ancient thunder dragon contemplated for a moment. 3 years was but a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of their long lives. Then it is settled. You shall rest while I examine this silver spear. Upon hearing Liu Yangshuo's words, the ancient thunder dragon snorted and gradually lowered himself, allowing Liu Yangshuo to climb onto his back as he began to scrutinize the spear with great care. The 7 long spears appeared unremarkable at first glance, differing from ordinary ones solely in that they were adorned with ancient, intricate patterns resembling totems. Upon closer inspection, these totems seemed to greedily siphon the thunderous power from the flesh of the primordial thunder dragon. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yangshuo grasped the spear before him. With a resounding crash, he vanished from his original position, propelled by an inexplicable force from the spear, embedding himself deep into the rock wall. Damn it, that hurts! Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, bewildered by the spear's mysterious nature. Had he not fortified his physical form, he would surely have sustained grievous injuries. Ding! Would you like to expend 2,000 king blood points to receive a questant? Why didn't you mention the hint sooner? Hurry up and exchange it, Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, seizing the opportunity with fervor. System prompt. The blood of humanity can temporarily suppress the clan's totem. After delivering the message, the system fell silent. Liu Yangshuo crawled out from the wall, glancing at the abrasions on his right hand, and began to ascend the back of the primordial thunder dragon once more. Human, abandon your futile endeavor. It is my misjudgment. Without any cultivation, how can you hope to shake me? Before the primordial thunder dragon could finish its warning, Liu Yangshuo managed to grasp the spear he had previously held. Blood flowed from his wounds onto the spear, causing the totem that absorbed the thunderous power to shift and draw in Liu Yangshuo's blood instead, as if his blood were even more enticing than the thunderous energy. Yield to me. Liu Yangshuo felt his lifeblood draining at an unimaginable rate, realizing that if this continued, he would be reduced to a mere husk in under 5 minutes. Summoning all his strength, he shouted and yanked upwards with all his might. With a final splutter, just as 1/5 of his blood remained, he withdrew the first spear. Yet, having lost so much blood, he collapsed, his face pale and unconscious before he could utter a word. The earth scorpion cautiously approached, seeking to discern whether Liu Yangshuo lived or died. "Leave this to me. You may exit now. Guard the cave entrance well, and when I recover, your rewards shall be ample." The primordial thunder dragon instructed the earth scorpion, who nodded and hurried out without a backward glance. Once alone, the primordial thunder dragon observed the unconscious Liu Yangshuo, dipping its tail into a drop of its own dragon blood and letting it trickle into the corner of Liu Yangshuo's mouth. "A drop of my blood possesses potent vitality. While it cannot replenish your blood, it shall awaken your own life force. Whether you live or die rests solely upon your will." Having completed this task, the primordial thunder dragon coiled up and closed its eyes, beginning to rest, for it needed to concentrate on healing its own wounds. 7 days later, Liu Yangshuo's finger twitched slightly, and the ancient thunder dragon slowly opened its eyes. The previously punctured wound from the long spear had completely healed. "Why did I faint?" Liu Yangshuo rasped. "You have successfully extracted one of the long spears embedded in my body. After losing excessive blood, you have slept for 7 days. Now come, continue. You must be well rested." The ancient thunder dragon unfurled its form, revealing the remaining 6 long spears. Liu Yangshuo managed a bitter smile and climbed onto the back of the ancient thunder dragon once more. However, he failed to notice that apart from a slight dryness in his throat, he felt no discomfort at all. It should be noted that he had lost 4/5 of his blood in one go, which would have been sufficient to claim his life several times over. This was all thanks to a drop of blood from the ancient thunder dragon. As he ascended the ancient thunder dragon's back again, Liu Yangshuo sighed lightly, slicing open his right hand on the dragon's sharp scales to grasp the 6th long spear. This time, it seemed considerably easier. He exerted almost no effort in extracting the spear, which he then tossed to the ground behind him. "Strange, this feels completely different from the last time," Liu Yangshuo pondered, glancing at the wound on his right hand, perplexed. He had approached this task with the expectation of being drained once more. How was it that he felt nothing at all? Were it not for the drop of dragon blood I bestowed upon you, your current state would be quite uncertain. Consider it a gift from me. Since you are unharmed, proceed to the next one," the ancient thunder dragon remarked with a hint of arrogance. In truth, it still required Liu Yangshuo to extract the long spears. The ancient thunder dragon could not bear to see him perish just yet. Without further ado, Liu Yangshuo grasped another long spear. Another day passed, and Liu Yangshuo took only brief rest to recover his strength before continuing to extract the spears. Finally, on the 2nd day, he managed to pull them all out. A wave of weakness washed over him, and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. It was then that he realized his clothing had long been drenched in sweat. 1,000 years. I'm finally free, the ancient thunder dragon exclaimed. "Gongshan the old rogue, you must not die. Await my return to peak strength, and I shall find you, no matter the distance." The spiritual energy that had been suppressed within the ancient thunder dragon for a millennium surged forth, causing the entire cavern to tremble with its immense force. Liu Yangshuo, fighting against his physical weakness, settled into a meditative position. He retrieved a chi-opening pill from his storage ring, swallowed it whole, and began to circulate the myriad beast technique. Within the cavern, it felt as though one was enveloped in a sauna filled with spiritual energy, saturated with the incredibly pure essence released by the ancient thunder dragon. After consuming the chi-opening pill, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy skyrocketed. Even a single deep breath filled his meridians, causing them to swell and throb painfully. Yet, at this moment, halting was not an option. Missing this opportunity could mean losing the next one forever. Gritting his teeth, the spiritual energy within him began to relentlessly surge through his veins. Coupled with the ancient dragon blood of the thunder dragon, his vitality was significantly enhanced, effectively transforming Liu Yangshuo's physique. His cultivation speed now escalated at a geometric rate. Suddenly, Liu Yangshuo felt as though he had shattered a layer of constraints within himself. With each passing hour, His cultivation ascended from the first to the second, and then to the third level of the spirit dispersion realm. Such a rapid progression would be deemed monstrous by external observers. What an intriguing cultivation method you possess, little one. It bears a resemblance to the growth of my beastkin. Allow me to lend you a hand, remarked the ancient thunder dragon, finally noticing Liu Yangshuo, who was drawing energy like a pump. Another drop of dragon blood splashed onto Liu Yangshuo. Boom! Liu Yangshuo felt an immense surge of life energy flooding into him, causing his absorption of spiritual power to double once more. Outside the cave, the earth scorpion trembled in fear at the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within. Daring not to enter, and instead moved a few steps further away. Time passed, and eventually, tranquility returned to the cavern. The ancient thunder dragon had fully recovered, and Liu Yangshuo opened his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath. He should have reached the 9th level of the spirit dispersion realm. Yet he was just one step away from the spirit communication realm. Were this to be heard by the cultivators outside, they would surely be infuriated. Countless cultivators had perished at the threshold of their innate talent, forever trapped in the early stages of the spirit dispersion realm, while he had ascended to its pinnacle in merely a day. Your cultivation speed is already quite remarkable. Blindly pursuing swiftness will only lead to an unstable foundation. Akin to a seedling without roots, the ancient thunder dragon remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Yangshuo. Ding! Side quest. Redemption of the ancient thunder dragon completed. Task reward. 5,000 royal blood points. Skill book. Mimetic pressure. Before Liu Yangshuo could respond, the system's voice resonated once more. Although he was uncertain how to utilize the mimetic pressure, the allure of the 5,000 royal blood points was undeniable. Coupled with the 50,000 points for unlocking the Thunder Dragon's illustration, it was evident that prosperity was within reach. Thank you. As for these 7 long spears, I will accept them as per our agreement, Liu Yangshuo declared, rising to collect the discarded spears. Strangely, upon grasping one, it no longer siphoned his blood like before, but rather felt akin to an ordinary spear, significantly lighter. With your current cultivation, you cannot even utilize a fraction of its potential, the ancient Thunder Dragon scoffed. What should I do then? Liu Yangshuo inquired. Why should I assist you? The dragon's blood I previously bestowed upon you is a priceless treasure. What compels me to offer further aid? The primordial thunder dragon cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yangshuo, expressing disdain. But you still need to serve as my bodyguard for 3 years. Once you impart your wisdom to me, it will indeed save you considerable trouble in the future. Otherwise, you would be required to intervene repeatedly, which would be quite bothersome, Liu Yangshuo replied, donning a sycophantic grin as he inched closer to the primordial thunder dragon. That is a valid point. Very well. I shall withhold the origins of this artifact for now. Revealing it to you at your current level would only bring you harm. However, I can certainly share its method of use, the primordial thunder dragon mused, surprisingly swayed by Liu Yangshuo's words. According to the dragon, the 7 spears function as a cohesive unit, capable of merging into one or launching separate assaults. The owner of these spears possesses a tome specifically designed for them, though the primordial thunder dragon could only recall fragments of it. If these spears were to be exposed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Thus, the primordial thunder dragon agreed to assist Liu Yangshuo in disguising the spears. Opening its vast maw, the dragon unleashed a torrent of breath imbued with boundless lightning upon the spears. In an instant, the silver spears were engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. Suddenly, the primordial thunder dragon seemed to detect something amiss with the spears. Ha ha ha, old rascal Gong-san. I never imagined you would go so far as to expend your lifeblood to transform this ordinary treasure into a life-bound artifact for the sake of capturing me. Allow me to claim a portion of the interest first, it declared, its eyes sparkling with electricity as its breath intensified. Shortly thereafter, a drop of bright red blood materialized on one of the spears, rapidly evaporating within the dragon's breath. In a distant part of the continent, a gaunt old man, resembling a skeletal figure, suddenly coughed up blood. Who has erased my life imprint? Find them. I shall flay them alive, he muttered, his eyes filled with malice as he glared into the distance. Under the relentless forging of the dragon's breath, the 7 spears were soon transformed into 7 silver needles. "Quick, bite your tongue and sprinkle your blood upon them," the primordial thunder dragon exclaimed. Liu Yangshuo, not daring to delay, promptly bit his tongue, letting a stream of blood spray onto the silver needles, which rapidly absorbed it. "In the name of the primordial thunder dragon, I seal the life imprint of the dragon clan. Seal 1, Seal 2, Seal 3, Seal 7. 7 consecutive seals struck the silver needles, obscuring their radiant glow before they gradually descended into Liu Yangshuo's hands. After completing this ritual, the primordial thunder dragon appeared to have expended a considerable amount of energy, its chest heaving with exertion. "I have temporarily sealed this artifact with the Dragon Clan seal. As your strength increases, each seal will automatically unravel until your cultivation surpasses mine, at which point all seals will be lifted, revealing its true power." Liu Yangshuo gazed at the silver needle in his hand, an indescribable exhilaration swelling within him. This divine artifact, if exchanged in the system, would cost no less than several million royal blood points. Thus, he had saved a considerable amount. After casting the seal, this esteemed one would require a period of rest lasting 49 days. During this time, you shall remain here to practice your spear techniques. Should you wander too far, I shall be unable to protect you. A radiant beam shot from the eyes of the ancient thunder dragon, piercing Liu Yangshuo's gaze. Instantly, several spear techniques materialized within his mind. Chapter 10. An unexpected turn in Shuqing. Strangely enough, the spear techniques appeared deceptively simple, consisting merely of thrusts, jabs, and stabs. However, as Liu Yangshuo executed each move, he quickly realized that his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. After only a few maneuvers, he found that 90% of his spiritual energy had evaporated, leaving him overwhelmed by a sudden wave of weakness. What kind of spear technique is this? It is truly peculiar. Liu Yangshuo glanced at the spear in his hand, which remained as light as a feather, yet his arm felt unbearably sore and swollen. This technique is called layered waves, wherein each form possesses greater power than the preceding one, naturally leading to exponentially increased consumption of spiritual energy. The original wielder of this spear, upon executing the final form of layered waves, possessed the strength to move mountains and fill seas. The ancient thunder dragon, with eyes closed, spoke softly, having experienced this technique firsthand. Yet Liu Yangshuo had not even grasped the shape of layered waves. No wonder. Liu Yangshuo gripped the spear tightly, resolutely continuing his practice. When it comes to mastery of techniques, no innate talent can surpass the relentless dedication of daily training. From that day forth, silence reigned within the Elon mine, within the boundaries of Shuqing. Captain Wang's search team had entered the depths of the Elon mine over 10 times in the span of a month, returning merely to rest before embarking once more. The citizens of Shuqing buzzed with speculation. Could it be that the search team had uncovered some treasure within the mine, requiring multiple trips to transport back? Yet only the search team members were privy to the truth. Their captain remained steadfast in his belief that Liu Yangshuo was still alive. With one reason alone, he had yet to see Liu Yangshuo's corpse. However, over the past month, the search team had found no trace of Liu Yangshuo, nor had the Earth Scorpion reappeared. On this particular day, Captain Wang, fully equipped before dawn, arrived at the beast fighting arena. "Captain, perhaps it is time to reconsider. Everyone is on the brink of exhaustion. You know well that he was taken by the Earth Scorpion. He is in a perilous situation." Li Gang approached and whispered in the captain's ear. Captain Wang surveyed his team. Although they had all prepared for departure, the fatigue in their eyes was unmistakable. Continuous, high-intensity searches for over a month would strain anyone to their limits. "Brothers, I know you are weary. Today, let it be as if I am pleading for Brother Liu on behalf of us all. Let us undertake one final attempt." Before Captain Wang could finish, a clattering sound of iron armor echoed from behind. Upon glancing back, a contingent of soldiers clad in heavy silver armor came into view. "Shuqing search team, stand by." The soldiers halted in unison, and a figure adorned with a red plume atop his helmet stepped forward. Captain Wang and Li Gang exchanged a knowing glance before stepping forward and kneeling on one knee. The gleaming silver armor worn by these soldiers was emblematic of the Shuqing royal guard, and their presence typically signified a summons from the lord of the city. I am the captain of the search team. By the order of the lord, there have been unusual disturbances caused by the demonic beasts in the Yilan mine, and you have entered the mine on multiple occasions. You are hereby summoned to the lord's residence for an inquiry. The soldier's proclamation carried an undeniable authority. Captain Wang furrowed his brow. Although he was aware that the disturbances were unrelated to them, their recent activities indeed placed them under suspicion. With a subtle nod to Li Gang, Captain Wang rose first. As the captain of the search team, I believe my presence alone should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, the soldier nodded, stepped aside, and gestured for Captain Wang to follow. That evening, Captain Wang returned to the search team, albeit gravely injured and barely conscious. Having been unceremoniously abandoned at the doorstep, Li Gang and the others summoned the finest physician, who managed to pull him back from the brink of death. Yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. No one knew what trials Captain Wang had endured that day or what the Lord had imparted to him. After a night of contemplation, Li Gang resolved to act pragmatically. He would venture alone into the Yilan mine in search of the enigmatic Liu Yangshuo, ensuring that the members of the search team would remain unscathed. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Yilan mine, Liu Yangshuo was drenched in sweat, tirelessly wielding his spear. With each swing, faint echoes of shadows began to emerge. His cultivation had advanced slightly, and it seemed he was on the verge of breaking through the final barrier of the spirit dispersion realm. "Let's take a pause," he remarked. The ancient thunder dragon had nearly fully recovered and would occasionally offer guidance during Liu Yangshuo's training, though these instances were infrequent. "Is there a problem?" Liu Yangshuo halted his movements, exhaling deeply while wiping the perspiration from his brow. "After this prolonged training, it is time to find you a sparring partner." The ancient thunder dragon snorted, and a rustling noise emanated from the adjacent passageway. Soon, the loyal earth scorpion entered the cavern. "You cannot be suggesting that I fight with it?" Liu Yangshuo pointed at the eager earth scorpion. The ancient thunder dragon nodded in affirmation. "Fear not, it is still far from your match. For now, it will only defend itself. If you manage to inflict any harm, it will signify your entry into the next realm." The earth scorpion immediately shielded itself with its two massive pincers, curling its entire body into a tight ball, resembling a fortress. Liu Yangshuo swallowed hard, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. With a flourish, he brandished his silver spear, creating a dazzling display of spear flowers. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he leaped into the air, adopting the stance of a mighty strike, as the spear in his hand transformed into a colossal axe, aimed downwards at the carapace of the earth scorpion. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed from the point of contact between the spear and the scorpion's shell. Liu Yangshuo was sent reeling backwards, skidding several meters before coming to a halt, his hands trembling uncontrollably, blood trickling from the gashes in his palms. This was excessively tough. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yangshuo realized that despite delivering his full strength, he had neither harmed the earth scorpion nor even scratched its tough hide. Instead, he had sustained injuries himself. Remember the essence of the wave stacking technique. It is not merely about brute force. Reflect on the techniques I demonstrated, on the precise utilization of each muscle. This was the first time the ancient thunder dragon had earnestly guided Liu Yangshuo, perhaps truly aiming to spare himself future troubles. Liu Yangshuo closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly opened them wide, resolutely adopting the same mighty strike stance. Wave stacking. Chapter 11. The manifestation of simulated pressure. Liu Yangshuo's spear struck the hardest part of the earth scorpion's pincers, lingering for a fraction longer this time. After the strike, he utilized the recoil to return to his previous position, striving to regulate his breath. The earth scorpion lifted its right pincer, which had just been struck, inspecting it. Despite the identical nature of both blows, its intelligence struggled to discern any difference. Suddenly, a barely perceptible fine crack appeared on its smooth shell at the point of impact. "Success!" Liu Yangshuo exclaimed with exhilaration. After extensive practice and the continual repetition of the ancient thunder dragon's teachings echoing in his mind, he had finally grasped a semblance of understanding. The so-called wave stacking technique involved channeling hidden energy into an opponent's body, then igniting it. This method of exertion was incredibly challenging to master, yet just moments ago, Liu Yangshuo had achieved it. In less than 2 months, to have grasped even a fraction of wave stacking, one could consider him exceptionally gifted. Rest well over the next couple of days, and we shall depart. The ancient thunder dragon had scarcely finished speaking when both it and the earth scorpion simultaneously turned their gaze toward the entrance of the cave. What is happening? Liu Yangshuo inquired, perplexed by the unusual behavior of the two formidable beasts. Someone has entered this place and is now entangled with the smaller creatures outside. The ancient thunder dragon remarked casually. However, the smaller creatures it referred to were not the previously encountered Kaimu's gorillas, but rather the formidable beasts within the Yilan mine, each possessing unfathomable strength. This individual is undoubtedly in peril. Take me there at once. Liu Yangshuo gazed at the ancient thunder dragon, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy, transforming his spear into a slender silver needle, which he stowed within his storage ring. Well, it seems I shall recover my powers in merely a day or two. I doubt any complications will arise. The ancient thunder dragon pondered for a moment before shifting its form into a diminutive silver dragon, coiling around Liu Yangshuo's right wrist. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the beast's sex leader. With a gentle leap, Liu Yangshuo ascended onto the back of the earth scorpion, which swiftly carried him toward the cave's exit. Outside the cave stood none other than Li Gang, who had ventured alone into the Yilan mine. His predicament was beyond perilous. The meagerly skilled Li Gang, possessing only the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, found himself surrounded by 5 spirit beasts. In a desperate bid for survival, he swung his mighty hammer incessantly, yet the beasts appeared in no rush to end his life, merely obstructing his escape, waiting for him to exhaust his strength before devouring him as a sumptuous feast. Was this to be my end? Regrettably, I have not located Brother Liu, nor can I rescue the captain. Li Gang, acutely aware of his waning spiritual energy, felt despair creeping into his heart, and his hammer's swings began to falter. Just as one of the bear-like beasts seized the opportunity to pounce upon him, a sudden black claw struck it away with force. "Beast, get away from me!" Liu Yangshuo bellowed, an overwhelming aura of power erupting from within him, sending all the beasts encircling Li Gang flying in an instant. The spiritually depleted Li Gang succumbed to unconsciousness. What immense pressure! It rivals my own. The ancient thunder dragon upon Liu Yangshuo's wrist was taken aback by the formidable beastly pressure he had just unleashed, marveling at the display. The beasts, now displaced, regarded Liu Yangshuo with eyes filled with terror, a fear that resonated within their very souls. In the realm of the beast clans, Liu Yangshuo's earlier aura was sufficient to deter them from advancing any further. It then occurred to Liu Yangshuo that the pressure mimicry skill he had acquired from the system was intended for such use. Although it was merely a facade, it might yield remarkable effects against lesser beasts or enemies. As the beasts dispersed, Liu Yangshuo lifted Li Gang onto the back of the earth scorpion. "Little one, that skill you just employed may prove invaluable to you at present. However, once your cultivation rises, refrain from utilizing it again," advised the ancient thunder dragon. "Why is that?" Liu Yangshuo inquired, perplexed. The pressure mimicry could instill sufficient intimidation in foes unaware of his true self. Why should it not be used? Because in the realm of the powerful, every beast is considered a treasure, especially those of higher cultivation. Should you employ such tactics, then, you may attract the attention of countless reclusive old-timers. At this moment, the ancient thunder dragon's tone had lost its previous disdain. Even the illustrious dragon race's ancient thunder dragon was being pursued, let alone Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment and nodded. The earth scorpion's speed was quite commendable, and as dusk approached, it managed to escort Liu Yangshuo and the unconscious Li Gang to the entrance of the Yilan mine, which was the farthest it could take them. Carrying Li Gang, Liu Yangshuo leaped down from the back of the earth scorpion just as he was about to depart. The earth scorpion emitted a series of whines behind him. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." The ancient thunder dragon slowly flew in front of the earth scorpion, observing the diminutive dragon, while the earth scorpion respectfully prostrated itself on the ground. It opened its mouth and exhaled a breath of dragon energy towards the earth scorpion, which was filled with excitement eagerly inhaling every bit of it. Go back and digest it well. I appreciate your care during this time. Upon finishing, the ancient thunder dragon coiled back around Liu Yangshuo's wrist. The earth scorpion nodded obediently and turned back toward the Elan mine. Due to the dragon breath from the ancient thunder dragon, a remarkably powerful beast would soon emerge from the Elan mine, but that is a tale for another time. Hey, kid, I've heard that your human world boasts a plethora of delicacies. Is that true? With a considerable distance remaining between the mine entrance and Shuqing, the ancient thunder dragon, feeling bored, struck up a conversation with Liu Yangshuo. Don't your beastkin have any delicacies? As an ancient thunder dragon, you must have dined on something. Liu Yangshuo, burdened by the weight of several hundred pounds of ligang, found it quite strenuous despite having some cultivation. Our dragon race has never consumed anything else since birth. We only consume spirit stones to extract the spirit energy within, which is sufficient to sustain our lives while allowing us to grow rapidly, the ancient thunder dragon stated proudly. Indeed, it had the right to be proud. Only the dragon race could afford the vast quantity of spirit stones consumed by such massive dragons throughout their lives. How many spirit stones would that require? TSK. Truly the wealthy landlord's household. Can you spare me some? Listening to the ancient thunder dragon's description, Liu Yangshuo felt the world was indeed unfair. A common lad like him had to trek hundreds of miles to find a suitable place for cultivation, while others were born at their destination. What do you need that for? A single breath of dragon energy I casually exhale is more abundant than the spirit energy contained in that small mine. Rest assured, during these 3 years beside me, you shall not be deprived. Observing Liu Yangshuo's naive demeanor, the ancient thunder dragon spoke with disdain. Well then, in that case, if you could provide me with a breath of dragon energy every day, perhaps I would undergo a complete transformation in 3 years, Liu Yangshuo said, already envisioning himself soaring through the skies, with countless admirers cheering for him below. What do you take me for? The desire for dragon energy comes with conditions. The little scorpion has guarded me for several hundred years, and only then did I grant it a breath of dragon energy. If you wish to acquire dragon energy, you must offer something of equivalent value in exchange. The ancient thunder dragon cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yangshuo. The avarice inherent in the dragon clan laid bare. Perhaps it would be better to forego this. I cannot live for that long. Are you giving up already? I was merely jesting. Here's an idea. For every novel delicacy you present to me, I shall grant you a breath of dragon energy. What do you say? No one will be at a loss, and there shall be no deceit. I shall ponder this further. You are truly an ungrateful wretch. Amidst the banter between man and dragon, Liu Yangshuo escortedly ganged back to Shuqing, to the residence of the search team. Once he had settled the unconscious gang, the members of the search team, though astonished that Liu Yangshuo had emerged from the depths of the Elan mine, promptly took him to see Captain Wang. Who did this? Liu Yangshuo's fury surged as he gazed at the comatose Captain Wang, struggling to contain his rage as he inquired. It was the people from the Lord's manor. The captain visited there that day and returned in this state. One of the search team members whispered, "Leave. No one is allowed to enter without my permission." Although Liu Yangshuo's cultivation appeared modest, his command was imbued with such authority that the search team members, despite their superior abilities, lacked the courage to resist, and all vacated Captain Wang's room. What a ruthless method. His meridians have been shattered inch by inch, and his rib has been broken. Even if he survives, he will be rendered useless. The ancient thunder dragon instantly discerned Captain Wang's condition, lamenting the cruelty of his assailant. Is there truly no way to help him? Liu Yangshuo asked. There is no remedy. Human bodies are inherently fragile. All we can do now is attempt to preserve his life, the ancient thunder dragon replied, shaking its head with a sigh. However, Liu Yangshuo could not bear the thought of Captain Wang awakening to find himself a cripple. Such a fate would be more cruel than death itself. System, are you there? Ding. How may I assist you? This was the first time Liu Yangshuo had actively contacted the system. Is there any elixir that could heal this man before me? I have located one matching elixir in the system database, the Heavenly Fragrance Bone Restoring Ointment, which requires 50,000 royal blood points for exchange. Would you like to proceed? Exchange. Liu Yangshuo did not hesitate for a moment. Previously, in the Elan mine, it It was Captain Wang who had shielded him from several deadly attacks by the earth scorpions. Without Captain Wang, he might have perished multiple times. Thus, exchanging a mere 50,000 royal blood points for his cultivation was surely worthwhile. Ding! Exchange successful. As the system announced, a white porcelain vial appeared in Liu Yangshuo's hand. What is this? The ancient thunder dragon sniffed, having lived for millennia. It was the first time it encountered such a scent. This is a potion I concocted during my time as a veterinarian. I hope it proves beneficial. Liu Yangshuo's mind whirled as he concocted an excuse. The system was his solitary secret, one that even the closest individuals must never divulge. Fortunately, the ancient thunder dragon did not press for further inquiries. After the heavenly fragrance bone cream was applied to Captain Wang, it began to emit a gentle aroma, enveloping the room in a hazy ambience, while Captain Wang's complexion gradually softened. Remarkably effective. You truly possess talent. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, seek me out to serve as my royal physician. Witnessing Captain Wang's miraculous recovery, the ancient thunder dragon began to commend Liu Yangshuo. However, Liu Yangshuo was not in the mood for jest. I must visit the city lord's mansion to uncover who has dealt such a vicious blow to Captain Wang. With that, he prepared to push the door open and depart. Wait, if all goes as expected, there are still numerous potent presences within the city, particularly in that direction. One has already reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and in his presence, you would be no different from a mere child, the ancient thunder dragon cautioned. Noticing Liu Yangshuo's rashness, regardless of the danger, I must go. Captain Wang's cultivation is formidable. He is likely the culprit. Sighing, the ancient thunder dragon conceded. Since you are so determined, allow me to assist you. With a gentle exhale, he enveloped Liu Yangshuo in his aura, ensuring that even the late-stage spirit transformation practitioner would be oblivious to his presence. Thank you. After this is accomplished, you may have whatever you desire. Liu Yangshuo expressed his gratitude before quietly pushing the door open and leaping onto the roof, akin to a black cat lurking in the night. Guided by the ancient thunder dragon, Liu Yangshuo soon arrived at the location of the spirit transformation practitioner, which, as anticipated, was the city lord's mansion. However, it was not the main residence of the lord, but rather a small room within the side courtyard, where the lights still flickered. Lightly landing atop the room, Liu Yangshuo lifted a roof tile to peer inside. There, an elderly Taoist dressed in a red robe was fiddling with a small wooden puppet, murmuring incantations that were unintelligible. Goodness, in this day and age, someone still practices such rudimentary puppetry. The ancient thunder dragon clearly understood the elder's actions. What is puppetry? Liu Yangshuo inquired, curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar term. The wooden figure he holds serves as a medium between him and the puppet. Through the wooden figure, he can control the puppet. It is quite primitive. I have witnessed a true master of puppetry who can manipulate one directly through a connection of spiritual consciousness. That is true puppetry. The ancient thunder dragon explained. But whom is this fellow controlling? Just as Liu Yangshuo pondered this, the old beams of the room creaked under the strain, emitting a loud groan. Who is there? Do not sneak around. Come forth. Chapter 13. The living corpse. Liu Yangshuo felt a surge of alarm within as he swiftly retrieved a piece of black cloth from his storage ring, concealing his face. The old Taoist in the red robe immediately noticed a missing tile on the roof, raising his hand to unleash a gust of energy that shattered a large hole in the ceiling. In the dead of night, what could a mere puppet master, skilled only in the most rudimentary techniques, possibly be doing? Liu Yangshuo took the opportunity to leap through the gaping hole into the room, casting a sly glance at the figure behind the old Taoist. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, lest you provoke my ruthless side. The old Taoist hastily concealed the puppet within his sleeve, scrutinizing the masked figure before him. Upon realizing that Liu Yangshuo was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit dispersal realm, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Rather, I have certain inquiries I wish to pose to you. Liu Yangshuo, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the room while questioning, why should I divulge anything to you? You, a mere junior of the spirit dispersal realm, dare to speak so boldly? It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The old Taoist, enraged yet amused, summoned his spirit transformation realm power, causing a fierce wind to whip through the room, making even the pillars shudder. Liu Yangshuo felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Was this the true prowess of a transcendent being? Indeed, it was far beyond his current capabilities. Little brat, taste my strike. The old Taoist extended his fingers like claws, aiming to grasp Liu Yangshuo's face. Boom! A tremendous pressure erupted from within Liu Yangshuo, unmistakably the manifestation of his oppressive aura. However, this time, to conceal his true intention. The ancient thunder dragon enveloped the entire room, allowing only the old Taoist to perceive this terrifying force. In an instant, the old Taoist felt as though he stood face to face with a primordial beast, while Liu Yangshuo's calm gaze suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. Gulp! The old Taoist swallowed hard, retreating until he reached the door, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. May I ask my questions now? Liu Yangshuo strode to the old Taoist, placing a foot upon the door panel beside his right ear. Yes, yes. What would you like to inquire about, esteemed senior? The old Taoist nodded frantically, fearing that any delay in his response might displease Liu Yangshuo. What is your role in this lord's estate? And what transpired with the captain of the search team that left him gravely injured? Liu Yangshuo asked, his tone indifferent. I am merely the lord's priest and do not involve myself in political matters. As for the captain's injuries, I am equally in the dark. It was the lord's doing, and it has nothing to do with me, esteemed senior. The old Taoist became increasingly aggrieved, nearly collapsing at Liu Yangshuo's feet in tears. Do you believe he is lying? Liu Yangshuo communicated telepathically with the ancient thunder dragon. He seemed sincere. However, one must remain vigilant. It would be wise to place a mark on him, to prevent any treachery in the future. The ancient thunder dragon pondered for a moment, as a seemingly inconspicuous lock of mane drifted from its neck and penetrated the nape of the old Taoist. Trust me this time. You should be aware that deceiving me leads to a dead end. Liu Yangshuo once again unleashed a sliver of mimetic pressure. I dare not. The old Taoist's head shook like a rattle, and by the time he regained his senses, Liu Yangshuo had already vanished from the room. Upon noticing Liu Yangshuo's disappearance, the old Taoist exhaled deeply, an involuntary pool of liquid forming beneath him, a testament to his fright. His face alternated between shades of green and red, before he seemed to resolve himself, pushing aside a nearby bookshelf and slipping into a concealed passage behind it. After vacating the old Taoist chamber, Liu Yangshuo headed straight for the city lord's quarters, successfully infiltrating the room under the cover of the ancient thunder dragon. Gently lifting the covers, he found the city lord still in a deep slumber, seemingly undisturbed. How could one sleep so soundly? Does he not fear assassins? Liu Yangshuo mused. Something feels amiss. Check if he still has a pulse and breath, the ancient thunder dragon suggested, sensing an anomaly. Liu Yangshuo nodded, placing his hand beneath the city lord's nose and then gently pressing it against his chest. Oddly enough, there was breath but no heartbeat. What could this mean? Liu Yangshuo was taken aback. The city lord resembled a living corpse with the ability to breathe. This is bad. We may have been deceived. I underestimated the puppet master's prowess. A practitioner of the spirit realm would surely possess more than rudimentary puppet techniques, the ancient thunder dragon lamented, regretting that this ancient being had been outwitted by a spirit realm practitioner. What does this imply? Could that fellow? Liu Yangshuo too was astonished. Just moments ago, that old Taoist had been terrified, and yet he managed to ensnare them. Indeed, the city lord must have been transformed into a living puppet, outwardly indistinguishable from a normal person, yet he has long since perished. The one manipulating this puppet is the very puppet master we encountered earlier. Damn it! He dares to toy with me. We must return and confront him. Liu Yangshuo seethed, ready to seek out the old Taoist. I advise against meddling in this matter. The power behind that puppet master is not something I wish to provoke, the ancient thunder dragon cautioned for the second time, indicating that the forces backing the puppet master were formidable. Why? I cannot forsake my brother Wang's vengeance. Liu Yangshuo's brow furrowed as he demanded an explanation. Alas, the influence of that individual's faction is one that nearly all sects on the continent fear and avoid. I too narrowly escaped their clutches in the past. However, since I promised to ensure your safety for 3 years, I shall accompany you into the jaws of danger. But you must vow to flee without hesitation should you encounter any experts from their sect. Although the ancient Thunder Dragon felt helpless, the Dragon clan held oaths in high regard, and its pride forbade it from abandoning Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo nodded and pushed open the door, hurrying towards the old Taoist chamber. Boom! The roof of the old Taoist room was once again shattered by a powerful impact. Liu Yangshuo, wielding a long spear, charged into the room, but there was not a single living presence, neither the Taoist followers nor any signs of life. In the secret passage, he pursued relentlessly. The ancient Thunder Dragon's keen sense of smell quickly traced the old Taoist scent. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yangshuo plunged into the secret passage with his spear in hand. "Old Taoist, don't run," Liu Yangshuo shouted, his voice echoing through the passage and swiftly reaching the ears of the fleeing old Taoist. How did this kid return so quickly? The old Taoist cursed inwardly and quickened his pace once more. Chapter 14. Twin puppets. The two pursued each other in the secret passage, with Liu Yangshuo racing ahead, guided by the ancient Thunder Dragon, closing the distance between them. Damn it, does this kid have a dog-ass nose? This one do. The old Taoist panted heavily, but Liu Yangshuo's footsteps grew louder behind him. He could only reach into his robe and pull out two puppets, tossing them into the air while continuously forming hand seals. The two puppets in the air began to expand, their features becoming increasingly distinct as they donned armor and wielded broadswords, eventually transforming into two towering figures clad in iron, each over 2 meters tall. "Block him," the old Taoist commanded the puppets, continuing his flight. Furious, Liu Yangshuo advanced swiftly through the passage, spear in hand. "Be careful." Suddenly, the ancient Thunder Dragon shouted, leaving Liu Yangshuo no time to think. He instinctively raised his spear horizontally above his head. Clang! Clang! The two broadswords struck perilously against the spear, the immense force driving Liu Yangshuo to his knees. These puppets possessed strength equivalent to the 5th realm of the spiritual connection stage. Resolve them yourself. The ancient Thunder Dragon's voice echoed in his ears, suggesting that if he could not handle these two puppets, there was little hope for vengeance. Perhaps it was better to return home and rest. Liu Yangshuo offered no reply, as his entire focus was consumed by the two massive swords before him. The puppets were immensely powerful, and with the element of surprise and darkness. The blades were perilously close to his head. "Get away from me." Liu Yangshuo bit his tongue fiercely. The sharp pain jolted his nerves. In an instant, he summoned an extraordinary surge of strength, pushing the two puppets away. Although the puppets were potent, their speed left much to be desired, perhaps due to their weight. Even their retreat was painfully slow. In contrast, Liu Yangshuo was far quicker, using the momentum to charge forward, aiming his spear directly at the forehead of Puppet 1. Clang! Although the strike was deflected by Puppet Number 1's helmet, it was anticipated by Liu Yangshuo. This blow was merely a test to gauge the extent of damage his attack could inflict upon the two puppets. The real confrontation was yet to commence. After the initial attempt proved fruitless, as Liu Yangshuo was retreating, Puppet Number 2's broadsword swung menacingly from behind, aimed at severing Liu Yangshuo's head. With a swift contraction of his pupils, Liu Yangshuo lowered his head just in time to evade the strike. In a flash, he rose, transforming his spear into a whip-like weapon, delivering a strike upon Puppet Number 2's sword. The technique, known as layered waves, was unleashed for the first time in battle. The hidden force of this move accelerated Puppet Number 2's sword by an astounding 100%, rendering it impossible for the puppet to maintain control. Consequently, the sword veered off course, striking Puppet Number 1 instead and decapitating it, causing its towering body to collapse with a thunderous crash. Excellent marksmanship. The ancient Thunder Dragon on Liu Yangshuo's wrist couldn't help but commend his quick reflexes. "Only you remain. Come forth." Despite the significant toll on his stamina from executing layered waves, Liu Yangshuo's spirit burned brightly with martial fervor. Puppet Number 2, being merely a puppet, exhibited no emotion in response to the recent events, swinging its broadsword once more towards Liu Yangshuo. "Do you think I would fall for that trick a second time?" Liu Yangshuo scoffed lightly, sidestepping effortlessly as the blade grazed past his nose. Although he had only attained the pinnacle of the spirit dispersion realm, the essence of the 10,000 beasts technique demanded relentless honing of the physical form. Thus, Liu Yangshuo's physical prowess was comparable to that of some practitioners in the spirit connection realm, making him akin to a humanoid beast. Puppet now. Tu unleashed a series of strikes, yet not a single hair on Liu Yangshuo was touched. Too slow. With such meager strength, do you dare obstruct my path? Liu Yangshuo sneered, evading another blow, and with a swift twist of his spear, he struck puppet number 2 directly on the head. The force of layered waves erupted, leaving no mark on the helmet, yet the head within burst open violently. The elderly Taoist running ahead turned pale, spitting a mouthful of blood. The twin puppets were infused with his essence, and their destruction would inevitably inflict harm upon him as well. How could they be destroyed so swiftly? Is there no other option left? The old man, while sprinting, clutched at the pocket over his chest, his expression betraying profound anguish. Indeed, your mastery of layered waves is increasingly refined, praised the ancient Thunder Dragon. It is true that only through battle does one truly progress. Merely a trifle. These puppets are far too weak. I hope to encounter formidable opponents in the future, Liu Yangshuo replied, his tail almost lifting in glee from the accolades. While the ancient Thunder Dragon remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the distance between the two in the secret passage steadily diminished. The old Taoist's stamina was waning, for as a puppeteer, his physical strength had never been his forte, and even in his injured state, he was outmatched by Liu Yangshuo. Old Taoist, do not flee. As the old Taoist approached the exit of the passage, Liu Yangshuo's voice echoed ominously from behind. You shall not escape my grasp. Master, save me. The old Taoist appeared to make a momentous decision, retrieving from his bosom a cherished item, a small segment of deep brown bone. With a decisive snap, he broke the bone, releasing a plume of black smoke. Hold on, fellow Taoist. Spare my young apprentice, and I shall reward you handsomely. The dark mist gradually coalesced into a shadowy tunnel, its destination uncertain, from which an ominous voice emerged. The old Taoist spirits lifted at the sight of the tunnel, and he surged forward, believing that entry would transport him directly to his revered master. Dream on, you shall perish. Liu Yangshuo scoffed, raising his spear high above his head, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into its tip before hurling it forth. With a sickening thud, the old Taoist smile abruptly froze as he glanced down to find a silvery spearhead piercing through his heart. Such cruel methods, though I cannot discern your visage. As a senior, to strike down a junior is to mock my blood demon sect. This grudge shall be remembered. As the passage closed, a withered hand withdrew the old Taoist's lifeless body, leaving only Liu Yangshuo's spear behind. Chapter 15. The Blood Order of the Blood Demon Sect, due to the lingering aura of the ancient Thunder Dragon enveloping Liu Yangshuo. Those on the other side of the passage could not discern his features, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Phew, I almost let him slip away. Liu Yangshuo exhaled in relief as he bent to retrieve his spear. You seem unfazed by that individual. To be candid, you are in grave trouble. Just take a look at your chest, the ancient Thunder Dragon remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Yangshuo. Startled, Liu Yangshuo hastily pulled aside his garments, only to discover a blood-red character inscribed where his heart lay. What on earth is this? He exclaimed, astonished at the sight. This is the blood order of the Blood Demon Sect. Anyone who bears this mark within 100 meters of you can locate you without fail. It serves as their assassination decree. Judging by the hue of the character, the one who marked you must be an elder. The ancient Thunder Dragon chuckled with mischief. What? What am I to do? Am I condemned to bear this assassination order for life? The realization struck Liu Yangshuo with dread. Having just slain a disciple of a sect elder, his future path would likely be fraught with peril. Do not despair too greatly. At worst, you can simply avoid any encounters with the Blood Demon Sect, the ancient Thunder Dragon reassured him. How can I ascertain the identity of those belonging to the Blood Demon Sect? Furthermore, are you not my protector? Why then, can you not safeguard me? Is it possible that even a primordial Thunder Dragon harbors fear of the Blood Demon Sect? Liu Yangshuo regarded the lofty demeanor of the primordial thunder dragon with a hint of annoyance. I do not fear them. Rather, I dread the formidable force that lurks behind them. Have you ever experienced the terror of being pursued by puppets of the transformation realm? The expression of the primordial thunder dragon grew notably grave. I refuse to believe that you would still fear puppets of the transformation realm. Although Liu Yangshuo could not yet ascertain the true strength of the primordial thunder dragon, nor did the divine beast compendium provide explicit descriptions, it was undoubtedly superior to the transformation realm. Otherwise, it would not occupy the final position in the compendium. One puppet of the transformation realm does not frighten me. But what 100,000? The primordial thunder dragon recoiled at the memory of being pursued by 100,000 puppets of the transformation realm, feeling a shiver run down its spine. If those 100,000 puppets were to self-destruct en masse, even it would be reduced to mere fragments. 100,000? How exaggerated! Liu Yangshuo's jaw nearly dislocated at the thought. What does 100,000 even signify? The entirety of Shucheng comprises fewer than 100,000 souls. Should you stroll along the streets of Shucheng, any random individual you encounter would be a master of the transformation realm. Enough! The blood demon sect is but a trifling concern. I assure you, within 3 years, I will ensure your safety. Now, return and uncover the truth of the matter. The primordial thunder dragon, unwilling to dwell on past torment, hastily urged Liu Yangshuo to focus on the task at hand. With the assurance of the primordial thunder dragon, Liu Yangshuo felt considerably more at ease. He nodded and discreetly returned to the Lord's manor through the secret passage, rejoining the search team without alarming a single soul. Upon his return, he discovered that Captain Wang had already regained consciousness, the effects of the heavenly fragrance bone-grafting ointment beginning to take hold. From Captain Wang, Liu Yangshuo learned that on the day in question, the Lord had summoned him not to discuss the recent tumult among the beast tribes, but rather to implore him to relinquish the search team as Kaimu's guerrilla. He had even demanded that the search team bring back a beast of the spirit transformation realm every 2 days henceforth, an unequivocal order leading the search team toward perilous demise. Captain Wang could not acquiesce to such demands. However, unexpectedly, the Lord's high priest had intervened, delivering a single blow that grievously injured him. Following a day of severe interrogation, only when Captain Wang was on the brink of death did they release him. Clearly, this individual intends to forge his own army of living demons. Yet, he possesses remarkable audacity to set his sights on the Yilan mine, where the creatures in the inner circle are beyond his grasp. The primordial thunder dragon scoffed, evidently underestimating its own power. Liu Yangshuo chose silence, aware that chaos was imminent in Shucheng and that his stay there would soon become untenable. As anticipated, the following morning, the Lord's manor descended into disarray. The Lord was dead, the high priest was missing, and it was only under the joint control of Captain Wang and the royal guard that the public's panic was quelled. Liu Yangshuo then expressed his desire to depart. Captain Wang contemplated for a moment and chose not to retain Liu Yangshuo, for he understood that Liu's destiny could never be tethered to this place. Thus, Liu Yangshuo hastily packed his belongings and, leading his horse, departed from the search team. "Youngster, where do you plan to go next?" the ancient thunder dragon inquired, stifling a yawn. "Well, there's still over 4 months until we reach the beast sect. During this time, I am uncertain where to go. Perhaps I shall seek a place to cultivate at random," Liu Yangshuo replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. He had initially intended to train at the Yilan mine, but unexpectedly encountered the ancient thunder dragon. With the dragon by his side, he no longer needed to search for any spiritual mines. "You ungrateful brat. I've been bustling about helping you these past few days, and you don't even intend to treat me to something nice? Do you dare to challenge my wrath?" With that, the ancient thunder dragon unleashed a spark of electricity, causing Liu Yangshuo's hair to stand on end. "Stop zapping me. I'll take you right away." Liu Yangshuo quickly mounted his horse and, with the ancient thunder dragon in tow, made his way to the nearest restaurant. "Owner, a menu, please. Stir-fry everything." Even before he arrived, his voice reached the establishment, and upon dismounting, he was greeted by a beaming attendant at the entrance. "Very well. We shall serve our esteemed guest." The feast stretched from noon until nightfall, and under the cover of darkness, the trio, one man, one dragon, and one horse, finally exited the city. The ancient thunder dragon, having overeaten, could no longer coil around Liu Yangshuo's wrist, and instead lay flat upon the horse's back. Liu Yangshuo, gazing at his now empty wallet, was unable to suppress his heartache. This meal had depleted his last reserves, leaving his purse emptier than his own visage. "What are you crying about, you sappy fool?" The ancient thunder dragon burped, inquiring. "Well, it's not your money that was spent. I am now utterly bankrupt, and I won't have anything to eat in the future," Liu Yangshuo retorted, casting a side eye at the dragon due to its insatiable appetite, which had left them without even dry rations. "Such a miser. I'm not taking your food for free, I assure you. The dragon energy, I promise, will be fully delivered, so fret not. 500 miles east of here lies a secluded valley where no one resides. You should cultivate there for the next few months." The ancient thunder dragon gestured toward the east before promptly falling into a deep slumber. Upon hearing about the dragon energy, Liu Yangshuo managed to persuade himself to regain a semblance of equilibrium. Chapter 16. A new mission. I must ask, where's your dragon clan dwell? Why is it that so few have ever encountered your kind? With a moment to spare, Liu Yangshuo began to engage the ancient thunder dragon in casual conversation. "We are, after all, the dragon clan. How could we coexist with your kind? You reside in a realm known as the Osque continent, while we dragons have ascended to the higher realm of the Fatah's continent, akin to the heavens," the ancient thunder dragon replied with a haughty snort, gazing toward the clear sky. "Ascend? When shall I be able to achieve such a feat?" This term represented the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators, and Liu Yangshuo was no exception. "Shedding the burdens of the mundane, elevate your spirit, and you shall naturally ascend to the realm of transcendence. Yet, you are still far from that goal, so diligently cultivate yourself step by step." Ding! A new main quest has emerged in the system. Would you like to accept it? Why is another quest appearing at this moment? However, it's fortuitous, as I have nearly exhausted my royal blood points after exchanging for the heavenly fragrance bone paste. It is time to undertake more quests to earn royal blood points. Accept the new main quest. Become the premier veterinarian of Hagen Bay and win the competition. Completion of this task will reward you with 100,000 royal blood points. Upon finishing this statement, the system fell silent once more. But Liu Yangshuo's heart leapt with excitement. 100,000 royal blood points. He had never encountered such a sum in his life. Noticing Liu Yangshuo's sudden daze, the ancient thunder dragon expressed curiosity. "Are you still dreaming?" No. Have you ever heard of Hagen Bay?" Liu Yangshuo inquired of the ancient thunder dragon, as it should be familiar with this place. "I have heard of it. It is indeed the favorite locale of all magical beasts." The ancient thunder dragon smiled gently, seemingly fond of that place as well. "Why do you say that? Is it teeming with magical beasts?" "Certainly. Not only are there numerous magical beasts, but there are also many people. Hagen Bay may well be the last remaining place in this world where humans and magical beasts coexist harmoniously." The ancient thunder dragon returned to rest upon Liu Yangshuo's wrist, continuing, "As you suggest, the higher the cultivation, the more adversarial the relationship between humans and magical beasts becomes. Why then do they coexist harmoniously?" Liu Yangshuo was puzzled. "Because that place is the gathering ground for all doctors. Thus Hagen Bay is also known as the Bay of Immortality." Upon hearing the ancient thunder dragon's explanation, Liu Yangshuo was enlightened. No wonder the system assigned him another task to win some competition. "What? Do you wish to go to Hagen Bay? You seem to be a veterinarian too. It would indeed broaden your horizons." With the ancient thunder dragon by his side, Liu Yangshuo felt utterly secure. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. I happen to have an old friend there. Consider a visit. Let us depart." Without further thought, the ancient thunder dragon indicated the direction to Liu Yangshuo and then resumed its slumber. According to the ancient thunder dragon, Hagen Bay is located at the far eastern edge of the Oz continent, backed by an endless ocean, and is a coastal city. The journey there would take at least a week. Meanwhile, miles away within the Blood Demon sect, one of 9 tightly shut doors suddenly swung open, and a figure burst forth. This person had disheveled hair, a hawkish nose, and beady eyes, His skin was tightly drawn over his skull. Were it not for the bloodlight emanating from his eyes, one might mistake him for a mere skeleton. "What is the matter, old nine? Why such fury?" A hoarse voice emerged from behind another closed door, reminiscent of nails scraping a blackboard, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. "My disciple has been slain, right before my eyes. I shall seek vengeance upon the one responsible." The one referred to as Old Nine was indeed the elder who had rushed out of the room. "Your disciple, possessing only mediocre talent, lacks distinction in every regard, leaving me perplexed as to what merits your attention. Now that he has met his demise, it is clear he was outmatched." Though the voices within the door refer to the elder as Old Nine with familiarity, their words bear no semblance of respect. Every phrase starkly revealing, that individual has already been marked by the blood command. No matter the distance, I shall find him. Upon uttering these words, shadows of the departed enveloped Old Nine, his spiritual energy surging dramatically. Do not act impulsively. The grand plan of the sect is set to commence in mere months. And this is precisely when we are in need of manpower. Any personal grievances can be addressed later. The tone from within the room abruptly shifted to one of grave seriousness. Upon hearing the title of sect master, Old Nine's demeanor noticeably diminished, and with a disdainful snort, he retreated to his chamber, slamming the door with force. 7 fleeting days passed, and on the final morning, Liu Yangshuo beheld a vast harbor in the distance. Disembarking from his steed, he entered the city on foot, and indeed, as the ancient thunder dragon had foretold, within Hagen Bay. Both humans and beastly creatures traversed the streets openly, flanked by numerous apothecary shops. What a lively scene! Liu Yangshuo's eyes darted about, his head swaying like a rattle as he absorbed the bustling atmosphere, almost forgetting to mention, the beast folk here occasionally keep male companions. Those delicately featured human males with commendable medical skills. Do exercise caution. Should you attract unwanted attention, I cannot assist you. The ancient thunder dragon spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Liu Yangshuo's expression froze. Had he known of such risks beforehand, he would have pondered his journey with greater care. For his future path was not one of dependency. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Liu?" Suddenly came a delicate voice from behind him. Upon hearing it, Liu Yangshuo felt a shiver run through him and quickly turned around. "Yes, that is I." Before him stood a stunning young woman clad in a striking qipao, her hair adorned with playful twin buns, her radiant smile rendering Liu Yangshuo momentarily entranced. "Greetings, Mr. Liu. We noticed your arrival in the city, and understanding the fatigue of your journey, we kindly invite you to the fragrant pavilion for a brief respite. Our mistress wishes to speak with you." The girl bowed respectfully. Who could refuse the request of such a beauty? Liu Yangshuo, without a hint of hesitation, followed her. As they walked, various members of the beast and human races glanced at the girl's alluring figure. Yet upon noticing the jade pendant engraved with the character for fragrance at her waist, they quickly averted their gazes. Before long, the girl led Liu Yangshuo to an antiquated, charming pavilion. Without further ado, she took the reins from Liu Yangshuo's hands, leading the steed away. "Divine Dr. Liu, please come inside. I have been awaiting your arrival." Suddenly, an exceptionally gentle voice resonated within Liu Yangshuo's mind. Liu Yangshuo was momentarily taken aback. The voice he heard must belong to the young lady referred to as the pavilion master. Chapter 17. The master of the fragrant pavilion. As the grand door creaked open, a delightful fragrance wafted forth, and from within emerged a woman with a serpentine lower body, clad only in scant garments that offered minimal coverage. "Ah, what a clean young man you are, and your scent is quite pleasant. How about becoming your sister's male companion?" The woman's words dripped with seduction as she reached out toward Liu Yangshuo. Having never encountered such a scene, the young man's face flushed crimson, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Just as her hand was about to touch him, the voice that had previously echoed in his mind surfaced once more. "Madame Medusa, this one is a distinguished guest of the fragrant pavilion. While others are inconsequential, you must not lay a finger on him. Otherwise, you are well aware of the capabilities of the fragrant pavilion." The tone remained calm and refined, yet the firmness of the message left no room for Medusa's dissent. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand. "Fine, I want to touch him. But why must you be so harsh? With a pout, Medusa turned and exited the fragrant pavilion. Watching her retreating figure, an idea suddenly blossomed in Liu Yangshuo's mind. Sometimes, a life of luxury can indeed be quite delightful. Dr. Liu, do you perhaps look down upon the fragrant pavilion? Why do you linger outside? The woman's urging voice brought Liu Yangshuo back to the present, prompting him to hastily step inside. The interior of the fragrant pavilion appeared much like an ordinary tea house. Yet the burning incense served to soothe the spirit and calm the mind. As if to welcome Liu Yangshuo's arrival, the establishment was devoid of patrons. Save for two maidens playing the guqin on either side, and a graceful figure reclined languidly on a bed behind a pink gauze curtain. Are you the master of the fragrant pavilion? Liu Yangshuo inquired cautiously. Indeed, I am Su Qingxiu, the master of the fragrant pavilion. Dr. Liu, you are as remarkable as described. Truly a young prodigy, she replied, extending a delicate hand from behind the curtain to part the gauze. Only then did Liu Yangshuo behold the full visage of the pavilion master. Though not as striking as Medusa, her beauty exuded a unique sense of comfort, and her modest attire accentuated her graceful figure. May I ask how you came to know me, and why you brought me here? Liu Yangshuo inquired, clasping his hands respectfully. While Su Qingxiu did not emanate a sense of danger, one must always remain vigilant. The seemingly innocuous may often conceal peril. This is a lengthy tale. Do you recall the Beastmaster sect? Su Qingxiu smiled gently as she poured 2 cups of tea onto the table before them. Of course. But what does it have to do with the Beastmaster sect? Liu Yangshuo asked, taking a seat across from Su Qingxiu, curiosity piqued. Haha. The relationship between our Luxiang Pavilion and the Beast sect is indeed quite intimate. The reason for bringing Dr. Liu here is that I have 2 matters I wish to entrust to him. Su Qingxiu extended her delicate fingers and gently pushed another cup of tea towards Liu Yangshuo. You are too modest, Pavilion Master. Please feel free to express any needs you may have, Liu Yangshuo replied, lifting the teacup and downing its contents. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After finishing the tea, he felt a slight surge in his spiritual energy. Firstly, I would like to ask Dr. Liu to represent our Luxiang Pavilion in the upcoming Hagen Grand Tournament 10 days hence. Originally, it was unnecessary to trouble Dr. Liu, but due to unforeseen circumstances with the originally selected participant, I had no choice but to approach him. Su Chenki Sai Sopti, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor as she spoke to Liu Yangshuo. I will certainly assist with this task. Please rest assured, Pavilion Master. However, what happened to the previously appointed contestant? Liu Yangshuo readily agreed, motivated not by obligation, but by the fact that the Beast sect had elevated him to an equal standing with them after this encounter. He felt compelled to repay this favor. Alas, I was the one meant to participate, but a recent underhanded scheme left my right hand incapacitated. Su Qingxiu slowly pulled back a corner of her garment, revealing 3 bloody marks on her shoulder, with the surrounding skin already turning a shade of dark purple. This injury is no ordinary matter. One must wonder which enemies this young lady has offended, as such a method could only be employed by someone formidable. The ancient thunder dragon concealed in her sleeve cast a glance at Su Qingxiu's shoulder and, astonished, communicated telepathically with Liu Yangshuo. Cough, cough, Pavilion Master Su. Have you recently offended anyone? Liu Yangshuo inquired, clearing his throat. Who else could it be? The perpetrator must be one of the contestants in this tournament. I never anticipated that they would resort to such despicable tactics just to bring down our Luxiang Pavilion from the first place, Su Qingxiu replied, her brows furrowing with a hint of anger. I see. Pavilion Master Su, do not worry. Since I have agreed to assist you, I will give my utmost effort in the competition, Liu Yangshuo declared, unable to tolerate such underhanded tactics, his sense of justice surging within him. The young lady expressed her gratitude to Dr. Liu, assuring him that he would not make the journey in vain. The entire prize for the championship will belong to you. Dr. Liu, our Luxiang Pavilion will take not a single coin. Seeing Liu Yangshuo's generosity, Su Qingxiu felt compelled to reciprocate. Let's first focus on securing the victory. However, the immediate priority is to treat your arm, as it could pose a threat to your life. The ancient thunder dragon had already conveyed the method of treatment to Liu Yangshuo. As a healer, I find myself at a loss regarding this injury. If Dr. Liu has a solution, that would be splendid. If not, it would merely mean the loss of an arm. At this moment, Su Qingxiu displayed a remarkable composure, akin to a warrior willing to sever her own wrist. It is a minor matter. Although this injury is rare, it is treatable. Pavilion Master, please bear with the pain for a moment. Liu Yangshuo retrieved 7 silver needles, fashioned like long spears, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, they flew towards Su Qingxiu's injured shoulder. Acupuncture? I have already tried it, but it proved futile, Su Qingxiu remarked with a wry smile, observing the silver needles on his shoulder. Focus and quiet your mind, Liu Yangshuo admonished softly, his spiritual energy establishing a connection with the 7 needles. Unbeknownst to Su Qingxiu, Liu Yangshuo's inner flow of spiritual power had been commandeered by the ancient thunder dragon, channeling a strand of primordial thunderous energy into the needles and subsequently into Su Qingxiu's wound. Following a tingling sensation, Su Qingxiu was astonished to discover black blood oozing from his injury, evidently indicating that the venom within had been eradicated by Liu Yangshuo through an unknown method. Chapter 18. The spy's counterintelligence indeed. Dr. Liu possesses miraculous healing abilities, Su Qingxiu exclaimed as feeling gradually returned to his previously numb shoulder. Haha, you flatter me. Sect Leader Su. It's merely a trifling matter, Liu Yangshuo responded, assuming a demeanor of an esteemed figure. You mentioned 2 matters. What is the second? He inquired. The second can wait. Dr. Liu should focus on resting and preparing for the grand tournament in 10 days, Su Qingxiu replied, adjusting his garments and clapping his hands. 2 young maidens promptly approached from behind to escort Liu Yangshuo to the 2nd floor. After Liu Yangshuo departed, Su Qingxiu clapped his hands again, summoning a masked figure clad in black, who appeared from seemingly nowhere and knelt behind her. Report to the sect leader. I cannot discern his true strength, yet I sense a hidden, well-concealed danger emanating from him. He must be befriended and never treated as an enemy, Su Qingxiu instructed. The figure nodded and vanished once more. Upon entering his chamber, Liu Yangshuo collapsed onto the bed. Having been out for so long, he had not enjoyed a peaceful slumber, and now, lying on the bed, it felt as though he were resting upon clouds. Do not sleep too soundly. After all, you are on another's territory. I shall meet an old friend and return by nightfall, the ancient thunder dragon warned as it departed from Liu Yangshuo's wrist. However, Liu Yangshuo, utterly oblivious, had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Not long after the thunder dragon's departure, a figure appeared outside the door. It was the maiden who had brought Liu Yangshuo to the fragrant pavilion. A 7-colored serpent coiled around her wrist, flicking its dark purple tongue inquisitively. Strange, why didn't this colorful python emerge earlier? The maiden murmured, unaware that a serpent beast of noble lineage rested upon Liu Yangshuo's wrist, its innate bloodline pressure rendering the small snake too timid to show itself. Go, bite him to death, she commanded softly, gently opening the door, just a crack to send the colorful python inside. As the snake twisted and turned, climbing onto Liu Yangshuo's bed, the maiden turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Liu Yangshuo's voice suddenly emerged from behind the young girl, nearly causing her to leap in fright. How could you be here? Aren't you supposed to have been bitten by the multicolored python and perished in your dreams? Liu Yangshuo wore a broad smile, extending his palm to reveal the multicolored python nudging its head against his hand. Things are not as you perceive. Allow me to explain. Seeing her predicament laid bare, the girl sought an excuse to extricate herself. There's nothing left to explain. I placed my trust in you, and you still chose to betray me. Su Qingxiu had also ascended from the 1st floor, having long suspected that the one capable of harming her could not possibly be an outsider. There must be a traitor within the fragrant pavilion. Just moments ago, Su Qingxiu intended to ask Liu Yangshuo for assistance in identifying this internal foe. Liu Yangshuo had feigned deep slumber. The moment the multicolored python entered his room, he had successfully turned it to his side. The lingering aura of the ancient thunder dragon emanating from Liu Yangshuo was irresistibly alluring to the python. Mistress, I was wrong. Upon seeing Su Qingxiu, the girl entirely relinquished her attempts at denial, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. It is too late. As a member of the fragrant pavilion, You should be aware of our rules. Guards! Su Qingqiu's expression turned solemn, and with a command, two burly men emerged from behind, seizing the pallid girl and escorting her away. What will you do with her, Mistress Su? Liu Yangshuo inquired, toying with a multicolored python in his hands. This is an internal matter of the fragrant pavilion. No need for you to concern yourself, Divine Healer Liu. Here is the schedule for the upcoming competition. You may review it over the next few days and let me know if there are any herbs or alchemical furnaces you require. Anything available in Hagen Bay can be procured by the Fragrant Pavilion. With that, Su Qingqiu handed a booklet to Liu Yangshuo. Very well. Though the multicolored python possesses low cultivation, it is highly venomous, so I shall gift it to Mistress Su for her protection. Liu Yangshuo accepted the booklet while tossing the multicolored python to Su Qingqiu. Do you not want it, Divine Healer? This multicolored python is indeed a rare magical beast. Su Qingqiu caught the python in surprise, not expecting Liu Yangshuo to be so generous as to bestow it upon her. Haha, Mistress Su may keep it. I have ample means to ensure my safety. Indeed, with a serpent of such lineage by his side, who could harm Liu Yangshuo? Given Liu Yangshuo's resolute stance, Su Qingqiu no longer declined, smiling as she tucked the multicolored python into her sleeve, bowing respectfully to Liu Yangshuo before departing. Disturbed by the recent events, Liu Yangshuo found himself unable to return to sleep. With the ancient thunder dragon off seeking companionship, it was prudent to remain alert. He thus began to peruse the competition schedule in his hands. That night, the ancient thunder dragon flew in through the window, and upon spotting Liu Yangshuo still engrossed in his studies, it settled in with curiosity. Are you truly intent on securing a position with such meager skills? In this Hagen Bay, there are countless veterinarians far superior to you. Of course I shall aim for it. I aspire to claim the top spot. Do you believe it? Liu Yangshuo raised his head, his bloodshot eyes radiating confidence, as he fixed his gaze upon the ancient thunder dragon. Spare me your delusions. I hardly believe you. If you manage to achieve first place, I shall grant you any request. The ancient thunder dragon cast Liu Yangshuo a disdainful glance. Then let us make a pact. Should I attain first place, you will reveal your human form to me. I have long heard that divine beasts can transform into human shape, yet I have yet to witness it. Liu Yangshuo regarded the ancient thunder dragon with mischievous intent. Dream on. Do you think my human form is something you can simply behold? The last individual who laid eyes upon it has since perished. The ancient thunder dragon erupted in fury, electricity crackling around its body, and its dragon mane flared dramatically. Wait, I apologize. I shall not press the matter. I understand that divine beasts have peculiar temperaments. Liu Yangshuo, taken aback by the ancient thunder dragon's vehement aversion to the idea, hastily began to apologize. Oomph. The ancient thunder dragon snorted disdainfully and settled onto the bed, curling up to sleep. Liu Yangshuo, wary of provoking the creature further, redirected his focus to studying the competition schedule. Despite his low cultivation level, he believed that with the aid of the Beast King system and his mimetic pressure, a thorough examination of the schedule might lead to a genuine chance at victory. The first event of the competition, aptly named Calm the Spirit, required veterinarians to stabilize the emotions of the beasts before treatment, a task Liu Yangshuo was confident he could excel in, claiming first place without question. Chapter 19. 3 Figures in Black. The grand competition consisted of 5 events, spanning a full 3 days, indicating that not everyone could participate in these tasks. Liu Yangshuo spent the entire night poring over the schedule. At dawn the following day, the first crow of the rooster stirred the ancient thunder dragon from slumber. You didn't stay awake all night, did you? The ancient thunder dragon yawned, inquiring. Just watch. I'm certain I will seize first place this time. Gulme, let us stroll through the market. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, Liu Yangshuo's spirit was remarkably high as he rose and adjusted his attire in preparation for departure. The ancient thunder dragon, with no choice but to comply, followed suit. Upon reaching the bustling street, the morning market was already teeming with people. Why go through all this effort when the guild leader mentioned yesterday that you can request anything you need from her? The ancient thunder dragon queried from within Liu Yangshuo's sleeve. Some things must be earned through one's own efforts. Moreover, This is a unique secret formula of the Liu family. If it were to be pilfered, I would suffer a great loss, Liu Yangshuo replied leisurely as he strolled with his hands clasped behind his back. Such theatrics. A secret formula like yours would hardly be desired, even if given away for free. The ancient thunder dragon is shot, Liu Yangshuo, a sidelong glance before returning to its slumber. Unperturbed, Liu Yangshuo continued to wander the streets, taking in the sights. Strangely, he did not wander into herbal shops or alchemy stores like an ordinary physician would. Instead, he resembled an early market-goer, purchasing an assortment of items such as rice wine, brown sugar, and goose eggs, leading one to wonder if he intended to cook. It was only after nightfall that Liu Yangshuo returned to the Liuxiang pavilion, promptly secluding himself within his chamber. What places did he visit today? What did he procure? In Su Qingqiu's room, a young woman clad in a qipao was reporting on Liu Yangshuo's activities throughout the day. Brown sugar and goose eggs? Are you certain there's been no mistake? Su Qingqiu furrowed her brow. With the competition approaching, even if Liu Yangshuo did not need to review medical texts, he ought to prepare some medicinal herbs. Yet, what on earth was this standard confinement meal? My subordinate did not misinterpret. Liu the divine physician nearly came to blows with the vendor over the price of the goose eggs. The young woman offered a wry smile, though it sounded implausible. These events had indeed transpired earlier that day. Very well, you may leave. Report any developments to me promptly. Su Qingqiu waved her hand, and the girl exited respectfully. Was he merely putting on a facade, or was there more to him than met the eye? At this moment, even Su Qingqiu found herself perplexed by Liu Yangshuo's intentions. After returning to his room, Liu Yangshuo busied himself for a while, but exhaustion soon overcame him, and he collapsed onto the bed, extinguishing the oil lamp. The girl, eavesdropping outside, gleaned nothing and was about to crack the door open when a bolt of thunder appeared before her. She was struck squarely by the lightning, falling back onto the ground. Go back and inform your pavilion master Su. We are all allies here. There is no need for such theatrics. I shall be at your service at any time tomorrow. Liu Yangshuo's voice resonated from within, followed by a gust of wind that closed the door once more. The girl scrambled to her feet and hurriedly fled. On the following morning, just as Liu Yangshuo finished dressing, a knock sounded at his door. Divine Physician Liu. Is it a convenient time? Su Qingqiu's voice floated in from outside. Liu Yangshuo chuckled softly as he approached and opened the door. Pavilion Master Su, please come to speak. Su Qingqiu nodded, entering without ceremony. Did you rest well last night? Fairly well, aside from a few pesky mosquitoes, Liu Yangshuo replied. His gaze fixed on Su Qingqiu, his smile laden with meaning. Su Qingqiu's cheeks flushed. In this weather, where could any mosquitoes possibly arise? It was clearly a veiled reference to the girl who had come to eavesdrop the previous night. Ahem, Divine Physician Liu, please do not take offense. The Hagen competition holds immense significance for our Liuxiang pavilion. Although you have been personally recommended by the esteemed leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, I have yet to witness your true capabilities, and thus, I find it difficult to feel at ease, Su Qingqiu said, bowing slightly. Master Su, you worry too much. I hold no grudges. After all, I am but a humble villager, and it's quite natural to be looked down upon. However, I can assure you that the championship of the Hagen competition is well within my grasp, Liu Yangshuo declared with unwavering confidence. Since you, Master Liu, have said so, I shall refrain from further comments, lest I appear ungrateful. I wish you victory in your endeavors and a triumphant return, Su Qingqiu remarked before gracefully exiting the room. Indeed, she was a woman of decisive action, a quality befitting a leader of her stature, Liu Yangshuo mused inwardly. Be cautious. Your boasting may lead to unforeseen consequences. The ancient thunder dragon, emerging from Liu Yangshuo's sleeve, taunted. Why can't you wish me well? Just watch and see how effortlessly I will secure victory in the competition. Liu Yangshuo retorted, still radiating confidence. By the way, an old friend I recently visited has tasked me with a matter that will require approximately 3 days to resolve. Take care of yourself in my absence, the ancient thunder dragon cautioned. Very well, go ahead, just don't let it interfere with my competition. Liu Yangshuo waved dismissively, not overly concerned. The ancient thunder dragon, feeling uneasy, shed a strand of its mane, which floated into Liu Yangshuo's hair before it flew out of the window. Although Liu Yangshuo outwardly seemed unfazed by the dragon's departure, his inner vigilance heightened. Without the ancient thunder dragon, his vulnerability in the perilous environment of Hagen Bay would undoubtedly increase. As anticipated, on the second night following the dragon's departure, 3 masked figures clad in dark attire appeared atop the Liuxiang Pavilion. I heard that Liuxiang Pavilion has not submitted a withdrawal request. Mu Yunlong, how have you managed this? One of the cloaked figures inquired coldly. I do not require your guidance on my affairs. Blame your Ouyang family's feeble poison for failing to eliminate Su Qingxiu. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing such troubles now. The figure known as Mu Yunlong retorted with a disdainful scoff. Enough bickering. The reason Liuxiang Pavilion has not withdrawn is that they have found another participant for the competition. This is why I summoned you 2 imbeciles here tonight. The third figure, evidently a woman, stated as she peered down from the eaves, her gaze fixed on the room occupied by Liu Yangshuo. Qingmei, rest assured I will not err this time. With this boy, a mere concoction of poison will suffice to turn him into a puddle of blood in no time, the Ouyang man said obsequiously, trailing behind the female figure. Let us hope so. Otherwise, you know my temperament. Yanqing, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. She warned. Unfortunately for him, Yanqing was not swayed by his flattery. It seemed that those who grovel often end up with nothing in the end. Ouyang Gan, how does it feel to have your warm face pressed against a cold backside? Mu Yunong cruelly mocked Ouyang Gan. However, Ouyang Tsang appeared to be oblivious to the taunt, as his gaze was entirely consumed by Yanqing. Let us dispense with the frivolities and take action swiftly, lest the night stretches on with lingering dreams. Yanqing paid no heed to the banter between the two. Her sole desire was to deal with Liu Yangshuo and depart expeditiously. Ouyang Tsang nodded repeatedly and retrieved a white jade vial from a storage ring. This heart-eating bee ranks among the most formidable poisons in the Ouyang family. A mere sting from it will turn this fellow's heart to pus in no time. Even a celestial being would struggle to save him then. With that, Ouyang Tsang uncorked the vial, and a jet-black wasp slowly emerged. Pointing towards Liu Yangshuo in the room, the heart-eating bee immediately took flight towards him. Liu Yangshuo, not deeply asleep, heard the unusual noise nearby. Without hesitation, he seized an oil lamp beside him and smashed it against the window screen. Instantly, dense smoke filled the room, and before the wasp could sting Liu Yangshuo, it succumbed to the smoke. Ouyang Tsang stood frozen in shock. The Ouyang family's poison had been extinguished by smoke. If this news got out, his father Ouyang Zhuo would surely punish him severely. Useless. Get out of my way. Yanqing shot a fierce glare at Ouyang Tsang and scolded him. Ouyang Tsang dared not retort and obediently stepped aside. Liu Yangshuo glanced at the corpse of the heart-eating bee on the floor, and with a flash of silver, the silver needle transformed into a spear, which he brandished as he leapt through the window. He has emerged. Pursue him. Seeing Liu Yangshuo exit the room, Yanqing hastily led Ouyang Tsang and Mu Yunlong in pursuit. The 4 of them ran until they reached the desolate land outside Hagen Bay, where Liu Yangshuo finally halted. You have quite the nerve, knowing we are here to kill you, yet you dare to venture out alone. Yanqing approached him. I once believed that physicians were benevolent, that all doctors were honorable, yet here you stand, a petty thief in disguise. It seems the prestige of the Hagen competition is not as high as I had imagined. Liu Yangshuo sneered, resting the spear on his shoulder in mockery. You think mere words can save you? Survive the night, and we shall see. Mu Yunlong, behind Yanqing, was already itching for action. This open space was perfect for him. Ha ha ha. A few trifling spirits dare to speak boldly to me? Allow me to witness how you intend to ensure I do not survive tonight. Liu Yangshuo laughed heartily, twirling the spear and creating a flurry of blossoms with its tip aimed directly at Mu Yunlong. Mu Yunlong and the others were momentarily taken aback. This fellow was clearly at the pinnacle of the spirit dispersion realm, yet his words bore the weight of a true master. Could it be that he had sustained an injury, causing his strength to only manifest as that of a spirit dispersion expert? Upon reflecting on the situation, Mu Yunlong could not help but heighten his vigilance, preparing to exert his utmost effort. He slowly extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand, a robust and extraordinary spiritual energy enveloping them. Without further ado, he declared, "Taste my finger," transforming his fingers into a sword-like form. Mu Yunlong launched himself towards Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo, undeterred, flashed a glint of determination in his eyes. He was ready for the challenge. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. Although Mu Yunlong wielded no weapon, the dense and unusual spiritual energy emanating from his fingers was hardly inferior to most spiritual arms, sparking numerous clashes with Liu Yangshuo's spear. Gradually, both combatants began to sense something amiss. The first to notice was Mu Yunlong. Liu Yangshuo's spear exhibited an overwhelming force that seemed impossible for someone at the peak of the scattered spirit realm to muster. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Liu Yangshuo showed no signs of faltering and instead grew increasingly formidable. Mu Yunlong silently congratulated himself for not underestimating Liu Yangshuo. Had he done so, he would undoubtedly have suffered early setbacks. Liu Yangshuo soon discerned the peculiarity as well. Each of Mu Yunlong's moves, while seemingly martial techniques, targeted various vulnerabilities and pressure points on Liu Yangshuo's body, resembling more of an acupoint strike than mere combat skills. After several hundred exchanges, both were rapidly depleting their stamina. Aware that his energy was waning and recognizing that Mu Yunlong possessed greater strength, Liu Yangshuo decided to unleash a powerful downward strike with his spear. Layered waves. With a resounding crash, both fighters were thrust backward several meters, gasping for breath as they exchanged glances. Noticing Liu Yangshuo's evident exhaustion, Mu Yunlong was about to mock him when he suddenly felt a sharp crack in his index and middle fingers. They had broken upon receiving the impact of layered waves. Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly, realizing that the attack bore an unexpected hidden force. At that moment, Liu Yangshuo noticed that of the three opponents he had faced, only two remained. The woman was mysteriously absent. "Prepare to meet your end." The sound of a blade slicing through the air reached him. As Yanqing's figure closed in on his back, panic surged within Liu Yangshuo, who wished to turn and defend himself, only to find his arms utterly drained of strength. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged from above, striking Yanqing and sending her sprawling to the ground, smoke billowing from her body. This turn of events astonished not only Yanqing, but also Liu Yangshuo himself. Ouyang Tsang and Mu Yunlong hurriedly approached to assist the incapacitated Yanqing, their gazes fixed warily on Liu Yangshuo, wary of the numerous hidden tricks he possessed. I shall spare you today. Before the Hagen tournament begins, I do not wish for another encounter," Liu Yangshuo remarked coldly, planting his spear into the ground and crossing his arms over his chest like a war deity. Ouyang Tsang and Mu Yunlong exchanged glances before swiftly fleeing with the unconscious Yanqing. As the figures of the three gradually faded from view, Liu Yangshuo finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as a sense of emptiness engulfed him. Half an hour later, he wearily made his way back to the Liuxiang Pavilion, where Su Chengxiu and his subordinates had already extinguished the blazing fire in Liu Yangshuo's room. Chapter 21. The competition commences. "At last, you have returned, divine Dr. Liu. What transpired just now?" Su Chengxiu inquired with genuine concern upon Liu Yangshuo's arrival. "It was nothing. A wasp entered my room, and I was a bit frightened, so I went outside to avoid it," Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle, feigning nonchalance. "Very well. Summon someone to arrange a new room for divine Dr. Liu," Su Chengxiu commanded, though he harbored doubts about Liu Yangshuo's far-fetched excuse. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing him and promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a new accommodation. Once Liu Yangshuo had settled into his new quarters, Su Chengxiu turned to his attendants and said, "Tomorrow morning, send someone to inform those troublemakers. This is a one-time warning. Should they cross us again, they shall find themselves in conflict not merely with the Liuxiang Pavilion, but with the 10,000 Beasts sect." Upon returning to his room, Liu Yangshuo collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber, utterly indifferent to the events that would follow. The next morning, as Liu Yangshuo opened his eyes, he was greeted by the visage of the ancient Thunder Dragon. "Why have you returned so early? Weren't you supposed to be gone for 3 days?" Liu Yangshuo groggily inquired, rubbing his eyes. The thunderbolt bound to you was triggered. How could I not return? The ancient thunder dragon retorted with a scornful glance. Ah, it was you. Had it not been for your lightning, I might have spent the night drinking with the king of hell. Liu Yangshuo replied with an awkward smile. The ancient thunder dragon had indeed demonstrated foresight, anticipating that the individuals who previously conspired against Su Qingqiu would strike at Liu Yangshuo if they discovered the Liuxiang pavilion had not withdrawn from the competition. Now you understand. Alas, if not for our dragon clan's reverence for oaths, I would truly prefer to disregard your affairs. Is that why you call me your elder brother? Gulme, allow me to treat you to some roast chicken. Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, lifting the ancient thunder dragon onto his wrist. I want 20. These past 2 days have utterly exhausted me. The ancient thunder dragon, unfazed, seemed accustomed to Liu Yangshuo's tenacious demeanor. By the way, what matter did your friend summon you for? Even you require 3 days. Do not pry into what should remain private. How stingy. Surely you can reveal what kind of beast your friend is? Do not pry into what should remain private. In the ensuing days, whether due to Liu Yangshuo's performance that night or the warning from Su Qingqiu, they remarkably reached the day of the competition without incident. On that fateful morning, Liu Yangshuo donned the exquisite attire prepared for him by Su Qingqiu, adorned with elegant embroidery that read Lingxiang in cursive script across his chest. Surrounded by a bevy of exceptionally beautiful young women, he arrived at the entrance of a venue in Hagen Bay. Liu Yangshuo believed he had arrived early. Yet to his surprise, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Almost every renowned family and sect from Hagen Bay was present. Greetings, I am Liu Yangshuo, the representative of Lingxiang Pavilion, he announced as he approached a youthful attendant stationed at the entrance. The boy raised his gaze, surveying Liu Yangshuo with a peculiar expression before ultimately handing him a badge. Representative of Lingxiang Pavilion, present. As Liu Yangshuo turned, the boy's voice rang out, immediately capturing the attention of the entire assembly, all eyes converging upon him. Lingxiang Pavilion has sent a man to compete. I heard their leader was injured recently. This lad is quite fortunate to reside with so many beauties daily. Don't be foolish. What if he prefers men? We must not discriminate against him. Having overheard the murmurs around him, Liu Yangshuo finally comprehended the boy's earlier scrutiny. Lingxiang Pavilion was indeed comprised entirely of women. Just as he contemplated inquiring further, he caught Su Qingqiu's encouraging gaze, prompting a resigned sigh as he returned to the ranks of Lingxiang Pavilion. After a brief moment, a benevolent-looking middle-aged man emerged from within the venue, and the raucous atmosphere fell into hushed silence. Greetings, everyone. It is once again the day of our illustrious Hagen competition. I wonder how much your medical skills have advanced during this time, if they haven't exceeded last year's standards. I shall be quite reluctant to part with this year's grand prize. The man chuckled amiably. Mayor, please spare us the suspense and reveal the champion's reward. Called out a seemingly impatient family head from the crowd. Haha, since you are all so eager, I shall not keep you waiting. This year's champion shall receive a young sea dragon's spirit pearl. At this proclamation, the venue erupted in astonished murmurs. A spirit pearl from the dragon clan. A treasure of such caliber that even consuming it whole would be tantamount to thousands of spirit elixirs. Though no fool would dare attempt such a reckless act, for it would surely lead to their demise. Upon hearing the term sea dragon, Liu Yangshuo instinctively glanced at the ancient thunder dragon bracelet adorning his wrist, yet it remained unresponsive. This year's topic has also changed. I trust you all have received the new schedule. If there are no further inquiries, I shall declare the competition officially underway. As the crowd continued to buzz with excitement over the sea dragon spirit pearl, the mayor spoke once more. With eyes alight with fervor, the attendees could hardly contain themselves, eager to complete all 5 events in a single day, leaving no room for questions. Very well, I hereby announce the commencement of the competition. Representatives of each family and sect stepped forward. As soon as the words fell, a young individual emerged from each team, and Liu Yangshuo, representing the Liuxiang Pavilion, stepped forward without hesitation. However, with keen eyes, Liu Yangshuo quickly noticed a dark-skinned boy with a crew cut among the young participants, his right hand wrapped in thick bandages. The first challenge was announced. Calmness. Representatives, please enter the arena. The city lord stepped aside, granting access to the grand hall. The youths confidently made their way inside, exchanging a glance with the crew-cut boy, yet neither spoke a word. Once everyone had entered the venue, enormous cages draped in black cloth were brought forth, each corresponding to a participant, accompanied by the incessant roars of beasts. With a wave of his hand, the city lord commanded the black cloth to be lifted, revealing an array of enraged beasts within the cages. Your task is to quell the fury of the beast before you within the span of a single incense stick, with the shortest time securing victory. Upon concluding his instructions, the city lord ignited a stick of incense. The young participants began to showcase their diverse techniques. Some resorted to potions. Others played soothing melodies, while a few, in bewilderment, attempted to reason with the beasts. Liu Yangshuo observed with great interest, as their methods distinctly reflected the characteristics of their respective families and sects, particularly three individuals who captured his attention. The first young man approached the iron cage, calmly gazing at the rampaging beast within. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, a tiny insect emerged, darting towards the furious creature. Unperturbed, the beast continued its roar. Yet moments later, it suddenly froze and collapsed like a puddle of mud. The second young man was the dark-skinned boy with the bandaged hand, whose gaze remained fixed on Liu Yangshuo. Only when their eyes met did he withdraw his stare, channeling a sphere of spiritual energy in his uninjured left hand. "Go," he commanded softly, unleashing a series of concentrated energy blasts, causing the beast before him to similarly stagger and fall. It was evident who these two were, the very same individuals who had ambushed Liu Yangshuo that fateful night. Surely, the third individual was present as well. Liu Yangshuo scanned the crowd, finally spotting her at the edge of the group. However, Yinxing was shrouded in bandages, her visage obscured after being struck by a remnant of the primordial thunder dragon's lightning. Her technique was particularly intriguing. She approached the cage with an air of calm, her eyes radiating a captivating allure, which gradually soothed the beast within, its gaze fixated on her. It seemed that this year's champion would emerge from the Yin, Ouyang, or Mu families. I remain unconvinced. Although Master Su did not participate this time, the decision to allow a man to compete on behalf of the fragrant pavilion indicates that he must be extraordinary. Yet, this young man appears to possess no remarkable abilities. He has done nothing but stand there, seemingly under the impression that he is merely an observer here to learn. The crowd outside buzzes with incessant chatter, suggesting that these three youths are indeed quite renowned in Hagen Bay, representing three formidable factions. Cough, why have you not yet commenced? If it proves too difficult, you may withdraw from the competition. Observing Liu Yangshuo's prolonged inaction, the city lord could no longer bear it and approached him, whispering. Liu Yangshuo did not respond, instead redirecting his gaze towards the menacing purple-scaled lizard before him, which was incessantly screeching in his direction. To call it merely a lizard would be an understatement. Even referring to it as a dinosaur would not be far off. According to the system, this creature is a purple lightning lizard at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, its saliva laced with potent venom. Let's converse calmly. Liu Yangshuo began to communicate with the purple lightning lizard through the Beastmaster system. Kill. I shall exterminate all of you humans. Although the purple lightning lizard was astonished to hear a voice from the human race penetrate its mind, this revelation did little to quell its fury. Instead, it raged further, battering its head and claws against the iron cage. I can assist you with anything. I'm a veterinarian. Yelling will not aid your escape. Liu Yangshuo furrowed his brow, realizing that calming the purple lightning lizard would not be an easy task. My wife and children were slain by your kind. What is there to discuss? Can you resurrect them? The lizard's eyes blazed with fury as it spat a mouthful of venomous saliva at Liu Yangshuo. He narrowly dodged, his pupils contracting. Seeing the creature initiate an attack on Liu Yangshuo, the city lord hastily led a squad of soldiers to terminate the test. However, Liu Yangshuo had other intentions. If he could not subdue this purple lightning lizard, there would be no point in participating in the subsequent matches. With a horizontal gesture of his right hand, Liu Yangshuo signaled for the city lord and his men to refrain from intervening. The city lord understood his intent, but did not dismiss the soldiers. Should the lizard erupt in violence again, he would be prepared to act swiftly. Ha ha, Master Su. Your fragrant pavilion has truly sent forth a talent. The competition's theme is tranquility, yet he has incited the beast's wrath further. A short, stout old man laughed heartily at Su Qingxiu. Indeed, we expected the man sent by the fragrant pavilion to be a master. But it appears that Master Su would have been better off sending one of the maidens behind her. They might have achieved a more favorable outcome. Another gaunt, malnourished elder joined in the mockery. Su Qingxiu remained unfazed by their taunts. Such provocations were mere tricks. If she could be so easily unsettled, then she would not be worthy of her position as the pavilion master. Hee, Ouyang clan leader and Mu sect master, perhaps you should focus on your own descendants. It matters not who I send from the Liuxiang pavilion. It is of no concern to those present. From this moment forth, should I hear any further disrespect towards our esteemed guests from the Liuxiang pavilion, I shall respond without hesitation. Su Qingxiu let out a cold laugh, directing her words not only at the Ouyang clan and the Mu family, but also at all those who had previously criticized Liu Yangshuo. How pretentious. My Yin family fears nothing. We shall undoubtedly claim first place in this upcoming Hagen competition. A beautiful young woman from the Yin family echoed Su Qingxiu's disdain, clearly brimming with confidence. Let us wait and see who emerges victorious, shall we? With that, Su Qingxiu turned her attention away from the Yin family leader and focused intently on Liu Yangshuo's performance. The Yin family leader, wishing to retort, found himself swallowing the words that had risen to his lips, given the circumstances. Liu Yangshuo had no time to concern himself with external matters. The situation with the thunder lizard was far from optimistic. Unlike other beasts that were provoked into fury by the guard's deliberate injuries, his thunder lizard was driven to madness after the guards ruthlessly slaughtered its mate and offspring in an attempt to capture it alive. I have a way to revive them. Calm yourself. If you continue on this path, even your own life will be in jeopardy. Liu Yangshuo cast a glance at the poised guards behind him. I do not believe you. All humans are wicked. Even in death, I shall take a few of you down with me. Upon uttering these words, a void-like flame ignited within the thunder lizard's eyes. This is bad. It has ignited its own soul, and it is preparing to fight fiercely. The ancient thunder dragon hastily transmitted a warning. But it was too late. The thunder lizard, empowered by its ignited soul, shattered the sturdy iron cage with a single blow and lunged towards Liu Yangshuo. This is for your own good. I must offend you. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Liu Yangshuo's body. Chapter 23. Unexpected gains. This terrifying pressure lasted but a moment, yet all fell silent. Particularly the thunder lizard facing Liu Yangshuo, whose eyes widened as it succumbed to the force and fainted. Is this the pressure emitted by that boy? Exclaimed the stout Ouyang clan leader in utter astonishment. Such power is not something a mere human can possess. The Mu sect master and the Ouyang clan leader were equally speechless, completely taken aback. Not even Su Qingxiu had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Liu Yangshuo harbored such formidable energy. Lord City Master, do I qualify now? Liu Yangshuo turned to the City Master, who was visibly shocked, gazing at the unconscious thunder lizard beneath Liu Yangshuo's feet and the other beasts trembling in the corners of their cages. He nodded slightly. This does not count as passing. What, then, constitutes passing? All the contestants gazed at Liu Yangshuo with a mixture of awe and trepidation, particularly the trio whose backs were now slick with cold sweat. What manner of ambush had they intended that fateful night? Liu Yangshuo, unperturbed by their scrutinizing stares, lightly brushed the dust from his attire and confidently strode out of the hall, beckoning the dazed members of Liuxiang Pavilion to follow suit. Lord of the city, what shall we do? One of the young contestants, still reeling from the shock, timidly inquired of the city lord. Why, we shall continue the competition, the city lord replied, regaining his composure. But the youth hesitated, pointing at the monster before him, now so frightened it had lost control of its bowels. How can we compete under these circumstances? Even if we were to open the cage, they likely wouldn't emerge. Bring in a new batch of beasts. Report to the city lord. All the beasts have succumbed to fear, just like this one. A guard rushed in to whisper urgently in the city lord's ear. Then let those who have not completed the test be eliminated. the city lord concluded after a moment's deliberation, realizing there was no better alternative. What? That is unjust. Why should we be disqualified when the time has not yet elapsed? A chorus of protests erupted from the incomplete contestants. Silence. The city lord snapped, his demeanor shifting from genteel to irate. If you cannot even manage the first challenge in this time, how do you expect to surpass those who have? His words struck hard at the young challenger's pride, forcing them to confront the truth. They were indeed outmatched, particularly by Liu Yangshuo. Thus, the first round of the competition, originally slated to last half a day, concluded hastily in under 30 minutes, with Liu Yangshuo, the rising star of Liuxiang Pavilion, igniting fervor across Hagen Bay. Upon returning to Liuxiang Pavilion, Liu Yangshuo staggered as he crossed the threshold, his complexion paling as he nearly collapsed. Had it not been for Su Chengqiu's quick reflexes to catch him, he might have fallen to the ground. "Are you all right? You look unwell," Su Chengqiu asked anxiously. Yet Liu Yangshuo merely chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. And I want to delay the evening's competition." "Very well, but do not overexert yourself. Someone, assist Luciani back to his room for a rest," Su Chengqiu instructed, refraining from further admonition, understanding that this man defied conventional reasoning. Once the two young women had escorted Liu Yangshuo back to his chamber, he bid them farewell. "Though I do not comprehend the means by which you exerted such formidable pressure, the force you unleashed to extinguish that little lizard's soul flame exceeded your body's limits. It would be prudent to exercise caution henceforth." The ancient thunder dragon flew from Liu Yangshuo's wrist to hover before him, exhaling a breath of dragon energy upon him. Suddenly, a warm current surged through Liu Yangshuo's body, nourishing his flesh, while the long quiet sea of his spirit began to stir. A thunderous sound resonated within him as Liu Yangshuo finally broke through the first threshold of the cultivation realm, transitioning from the spirit dispersing stage to the spirit communicating stage. In an instant, he felt the spiritual energy of the universe flowing naturally through his pores into his body. As long as he drew breath, his cultivation would gradually ascend. The essence of the ancient thunder dragon undoubtedly had more than just this singular effect, causing Liu Yangshuo's spiritual power to continue to swell until it reached the third level of the spirit communicating stage before it ceased. Indeed, he understood the importance of grounding himself. Observing Liu Yangshuo willingly suppressing his cultivation at the third level, the ancient thunder dragon regarded him with a hint of admiration. This breath of dragon essence was sufficient for him to ascend to the fifth or even sixth level of the spirit communicating stage. However, such rapid advancement would lead to an unstable foundation. It was wiser to solidify his base so that he could better exhibit his strength when confronted with formidable foes. Liu Yangshuo remained silent, sitting cross-legged on the bed, channeling his surplus spiritual power to activate the 10,000 beast technique, from which wisps of white smoke began to rise. Witnessing this, the ancient thunder dragon enveloped the entire room with his spiritual energy. Liu Yangshuo enjoyed a level of protection that few could ever hope to attain. Outside, Su Chengqiu, having confirmed that Liu Yangshuo was unharmed, was not idle either. With a cold snort, she led her subordinates out the door, her destination being the city lord's mansion. Bang! The door to the lord's chamber was kicked open, startling the seated lord, who nearly leapt from his chair. "Who might this be?" "Oh, it's Master Su. What brings you here with such fanfare?" the lord inquired hastily, clearly wary of offending the fragrant pavilion. "Master City Lord, your memory seems rather poor. Do I need to remind you of your own actions?" Su Chengqiu's face bore a frosty demeanor, her gaze sharp enough to kill. "You have caught me off guard, Master Su. Might I ask for your clarification?" The lord replied with a forced smile. "Very well. Allow me to inquire. Why are all the beasts injured, yet those from my fragrant pavilion remain unscathed, albeit exhibiting a far greater ferocity, even to the point of igniting their soul flames at the last moment? What is your explanation for this?" Su Chengqiu had sensed the anomaly simultaneously with Liu Yangshuo, but refrained from exposing it directly due to the presence of others. She had nearly rushed in when the purple lightning lizard ignited its soul flame. "I too did not anticipate that they would release that creature. It was entirely unforeseen. Trust me, I assure you that such an incident will not occur again in the upcoming matches, the Lord said, pausing yet still wearing a smile. It better be so, otherwise, you may soon find your tenure as City Lord coming to an end, Su Qingxiu retorted coldly, sweeping her sleeves as she departed from the Lord's chamber with her entourage. The City Lord exhaled deeply as Su Qingxiu departed, then hurriedly began to inscribe something. As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, half an hour before the evening competition commenced, Liu Yangshuo finally emerged from his seclusion. I thought you were ready to forego tonight's contest, Su Qingxiu remarked, having stood outside Liu Yangshuo's door, relieved as the weight of anxiety lifted with his appearance. Having pledged to Su Gu to reclaim the championship, how could Liu dare to renege? With a slight smile, Liu Yangshuo adjusted his attire and led the way downstairs. Su Qingxiu followed closely behind, casting curious glances at him, her expression turning peculiar. Why did he appear unscathed? And his strength seemingly enhanced? Half an hour later, Liu Yangshuo, representing the Liuxiang Pavilion, arrived at the assembly hall alongside his companions. By this time, representatives from other sects and families had gathered. Aside from Liuxiang Pavilion, the Ouyang family, the Mu family of Xingyue Pavilion, and the Yin family. Two smaller clans had also narrowly succeeded in the first round of selections. Liu Yangshuo had not anticipated that the morning's competition would conclude in such a manner, and a flicker of guilt washed over him for those who had been eliminated. With everyone present, the second round could commence. Due to the unforeseen circumstances of the morning, the originally planned second round lacked sufficient groups of demonic beasts. Thus, the 6 participants would compete in turn. The City Lord stepped forward and announced, "Now that everyone has arrived, let's begin." No sooner had he spoken than 2 guards pushed a cage forward containing a male and a female Guanji Mabua. "City Lord, how will this work? If the first participant succeeds, what becomes of the others?" Mu Yunlong questioned, stepping forward. "Then let us rank them according to their morning performances. Liuxiang Pavilion shall be the first to attempt. Does anyone object?" The City Lord glanced at Su Qingxiu as if to convey, "See, this is a special consideration for your Liuxiang Pavilion. This is unfair. I propose a drawing of lots." Ouyang Tsang also stepped up, as their confidence in Liu Yangshuo's strength waned. If he succeeded first, the remaining participants would be rendered obsolete. "There is no need for such trouble. I shall go last. You may draw lots amongst yourselves." Liu Yangshuo yawned, casually finding a chair to lounge upon. How brazen! The remaining 5 thought in unison, feeling the urge to confront him. Seeing Liu Yangshuo's nonchalance, Su Qingxiu nodded to the City Lord, indicating that Liuxiang Pavilion accepted the last position. The City Lord, feeling helpless, instructed the guards to bring forth a lottery box. The final drawing yielded the following results: Yin Qing first, Ouyang Tsang second, Mu Yunlong third, with the last 2 individuals assigned 4th and 5th, while Liu Yangshuo willingly placed himself 6th. Well, the drawing is complete. I hereby declare the second contest. The rare species breeding competition officially begins. The second match was one that Liu Yangshuo had long prepared for. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident as to be the last to take the stage. Yin Qing was the first to step up, carefully examining the pair of radiant beasts before her. The radiant beast is an exceedingly rare creature, not due to its lack of strength, but rather because of the immense difficulty in breeding them. It may take a decade for a pair to begin reproducing, and another 10 years for the offspring to be born, 20 years in total. Qinger, do not be anxious, just perform as you normally would. The head of the Yin family gently urged from the sidelines. Yin Qing nodded, taking a deep breath as she activated her charm technique, focusing on the male radiant beast. Streams of alluring energy flowed into the male radiant beast, yet it was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, eliciting no response whatsoever. Liu Yangshuo could not help but chuckle quietly, thinking to himself, after being frightened this morning, how could they even think about such matters? Just give it your all in the competition. As Liu Yangshuo had anticipated, the male radiant beast was entirely unaffected by Yin Qing's charms. Despite her exertion and the sweat streaming down her face, it remained indifferent. "Step down. You have failed," the City Lord said to the panting Yin Qing. Next up was Ouyang Tsang, who upon taking the stage, began to throw flirtatious glances at Yen Qing below. Sister Qing, this task is not suited for girls like you. Allow me to take this round for you. After a hearty laugh, Ouyang produced a small black wooden box. He opened it, and a pink scorpion crawled out, charging towards the male radiant beast. The male radiant beast did not evade. With a single swipe, it crushed the scorpion into a pink pulp. Ouyang was momentarily dumbfounded. Having nurtured the scorpion with aphrodisiacs for months after receiving the competition schedule, he had not anticipated it would be dispatched so swiftly. Ha ha, Ouyang, you truly are a waste. Step down quickly. Do not bring shame to your family. Mu Yunlong laughed heartily as he leaped onto the stage. Ouyang hurriedly retreated, returning to his team under the piercing gaze of the Ouyang family head. On stage, Mu Yunlong concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips. The Xingyue Pavilion was renowned for its acupoint techniques, and in their eyes, all beast-related issues could be resolved through acupressure. This championship will be mine, he declared, launching a finger strike. However, the male radiant beast was no pushover. With a powerful swing of its tail, it dispersed Mu Yunlong's energy. As previously mentioned, the radiant beast was not weak. After several attempts, Mu Yunlong found himself unable to even graze its fur, let alone strike its acupoints. Minutes later, he too descended the stage, panting heavily. Ouyang, still within the ranks, stifled his laughter with great effort. Unsurprisingly, the remaining two contestants also met with failure. Now it was time for our esteemed veterinary expert from Yeqing, the breeding prodigy Liu Yangshuo, to make his entrance. Liu Yangshuo ascended the stage with an air of tranquility, casting a glance at the highly vigilant male light extreme taper before shifting his attention to the female light extreme taper on the other side. A collective question mark arose in the minds of the 5 individuals below. What was he intending to do? With a gentle glide of his thumb across his storage ring, a bowl of viscous substance materialized in Liu Yangshuo's hand, which he delicately placed before the female light extreme taper. The creature approached, sniffed the offering, and promptly dispelled its wariness, devouring the contents voraciously until the bowl was entirely empty. Chapter 25. Sovereign of the Sea. Once the female light extreme taper had finished its meal, Liu Yangshuo cultivated a surge of spiritual energy in his hand and lightly rested it upon the creature's back. Shortly thereafter, the male light extreme taper in the corner seemed to have caught a whiff of something, instantly piquing its interest, and without hesitation, commenced an indescribable display. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished that Liu Yangshuo had managed to conquer a challenge that had left them utterly helpless in mere minutes. Ahem. The victor of this round is still the fragrant pavilion. Does anyone have any objections? The city lord stepped forward to announce the outcome nonchalantly. What could they possibly say? As they watched Liu Yangshuo descend the stage with a proud demeanor, Yen Qing and the others felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. After all, Liu Yangshuo had once been a genuine veterinarian, and this prescription was specifically designed to address infertility in breeding pigs, a secret remedy from the Liu family. Since there are no objections, the fragrant pavilion graciously accepts this round. I hope tomorrow's contest will not be so effortlessly won, Liu Yangshuo declared with a beaming smile, bowing to the heads of the various families before laughing heartily as he exited the hall. The expressions of the family heads seemed to smolder with indignation. This young man was undeniably arrogant, and they could not allow him to continue flourishing. Otherwise, if a second fragrant pavilion were to emerge in Hagen Bay, their survival would be jeopardized. You truly are something, using the method of breeding sows to mate with demon beasts. How clever of you. The ancient thunder dragon transmitted to Liu Yangshuo. We are the same system. How could I know it wouldn't work without trying? The first 2 rounds were mere games. The subsequent 3 rounds will genuinely test our medical skills. After saying this, Liu Yangshuo retracted his previously carefree demeanor, adopting a serious tone. Though I hesitate to interrupt you at this moment, my friend requires your assistance. You must accompany me tonight. The ancient thunder dragon paused, as if receiving some form of news. Ding! System notification. A new side quest has emerged. Eliminate the Sovereign of the Sea. Quest reward: 500,000 royal blood points. Would you like to accept the quest? Before Liu Yangshuo could respond to the ancient thunder dragon, the system chimed in his mind with a new task. The prospect of 500,000 royal blood points struck Liu Yangshuo like a heavy hammer on his brain, and instinctively, he felt compelled to accept the task without hesitation. Yet, reason soon tugged him back. Were 500,000 royal blood points truly so easily obtained? The objective of this undertaking is to vanquish the sovereign of the sea. Although the identity of this formidable beast remains unknown, it is certain that one worthy of such a title cannot be weak. You have yet to disclose the identity of your companion, which leaves me at a loss on how to assist you. Given that the ancient Thunder Dragon's words preceded the system's announcement of this task, it stands to reason that the Sea Sovereign is undoubtedly linked to the friend the Thunder Dragon mentioned. It would be prudent to clarify this matter. This creature is also a dragon, a deep-sea flood dragon of the same lineage as myself. That might pose a challenge. It seems that fate has conspired to unite old adversaries, for the champion's reward in this Hagen tournament is none other than the spiritual pearl of a juvenile sea dragon. Fear not. Among the denizens of this city, none possess the strength to claim the Dragon Clan's spiritual pearl. Since I have vowed to safeguard your life for 3 years, I shall honor my word. The ancient Thunder Dragon perceived Liu Yangshuo's thoughts with a single glance and dispelled his concerns with a few words. Very well. You must ensure my protection. Liu Yangshuo replied with a wry smile, acquiescing to the request. The Yin family, the Ouyang family, and the Xingyue Pavilion represent the 3 most formidable powers in Hagen Bay, second only to the Fragrant Pavilion. They had long formed an alliance to contend with the Fragrant Pavilion, but Liu Yangshuo's emergence is disrupting this delicate balance. Following the conclusion of the second competition, the heads of the 3 families did not return home, but rather convened in a secret chamber within the Yin family. That boy must be eliminated. Where did that woman, Su Qingxiu, find such a terrifying ally? The Ouyang patriarch's face darkened, his teacup crushed to powder in his grip. How do we proceed? You were present this morning. Would you dare confront such overwhelming pressure? The leader of Xingyue Pavilion sneered, recalling the profound impression Liu Yangshuo's mimetic pressure had left on all present. It is clear that we cannot act directly. The Fragrant Pavilion has been locked in a covert rivalry with us for years, and Su Qingxiu is well aware of our methods. To eliminate that boy, we must employ a formidable weapon. The head of the Yin family, the strikingly beautiful matron, seemed to possess complete control over the situation, gently fanning herself with a feathered fan. Does the Yin family head already possess certainty? The Ouyang patriarch inquired. I cannot claim absolute certainty, but I have at least 50% confidence. Come forth. Upon her words, a figure clad in crimson attire and masked appeared seemingly out of thin air behind the Yin family head. The moment the masked figure manifested, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped the chamber, as if he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Both the Ouyang patriarch and the leader of Xingyue Pavilion swallowed hard. No wonder the Yin family head spoke of a 50% assurance. It appears they have summoned a formidable ally. Before the Ouyang patriarch could finish his thought, the leader of Xingyue Pavilion swiftly covered his mouth. Do you wish to court death? It dawned on the Ouyang patriarch that the origins of the figure in crimson must remain a closely guarded secret. Lifting his gaze, he found a masked figure regarding him with an intensity reserved for the deceased. To persuade them, I have expended considerable manpower and resources. I wonder what contributions the Ouyang family head and Mu sect leader intend to make in order to suppress the Liuxiang Pavilion. The head of the Yin family cast a disdainful glance at the two. If the head of the Yin family could lead the charge to annihilate the Liuxiang Pavilion, my Ouyang family is willing to cede 20% of our territory to the Yin family. After pondering for a moment, the Ouyang family head declared, the same applies to my Xingyue Pavilion. The leader of Xingyue Pavilion hastily concurred. Not enough. I demand 40%. Each person shall receive 40%. The Yin family head's gaze suddenly sharpened. Are you, Yin, attempting to take advantage of the situation? Do you not fear that we may turn against you, an ally, with the Liuxiang Pavilion? Upon hearing the Yin family head's exorbitant demands, the Ouyang family head slammed the table, channeling his spiritual energy. Do the two of you possess any capital to negotiate with me? If you wish to betray, You may leave now, but I cannot guarantee that you want to pay a visit to someone before heading to the Liu Pavilion. The Yin family head finished speaking, and the blood-clad figure behind him stepped forward, causing the temperature in the secret chamber to plummet, as if it could freeze. Chapter 26. Half-step savage beast. At that moment, both the Ouyang family head and the leader of Xinyue Pavilion lamented their insufficient strength, rendered powerless and unable to resist. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Once the matter is accomplished, I shall come to collect the land, the Yin family head said, folding his fan and departing with the blood-clad figure. The Ouyang family head and the leader of Xinyue Pavilion exchanged glances, sighed, and also exited the chamber. Upon returning to the Liu Pavilion, Liu Yangshuo excused himself to his room, locked the door tightly, and then leaped from the window, following the guidance of the ancient thunder dragon all the way to the seaside. "Where's your friend?" Liu Yangshuo inquired. "Wait a moment. There's a little tail following us. Allow me to deal with him first," the ancient thunder dragon responded, having sensed the presence of someone shadowing them in the city. This individual seemed adept at concealing their aura, yet they made a crucial error by crossing paths with the ancient thunder dragon. Those petty tricks were no more sophisticated than a child's in comparison. Let him follow for now. It may save us some trouble in the future. Liu Yangshuo's eyes sparkled with a new plan. The ancient thunder dragon, understanding Liu Yangshuo's intent, gracefully departed from his wrist. In a matter of breaths, it transformed back into a colossal dragon, shimmering with blue arcs of electricity. Liu Yangshuo sprang onto the space between the dragon's two horns. "Hold on tight," the ancient thunder dragon exclaimed before plunging into the sea. Moments later, the surface of the water returned to its calm state. Behind a nearby rock, the previously cold-blooded blood-clad figure stared wide-eyed. The emergence of the ancient thunder dragon striking a profound blow to his young psyche. After a while, the figure in blood-stained garments managed to adjust his mindset. Having accepted the payment from the head of the Yin family, he had no choice but to push forward, even if it meant facing the unknown. Following the pace of the ancient thunder dragon, he plunged into the ocean, simultaneously tossing a water-repelling pill into his mouth. This item was common among all cultivators in Hagen City, facilitating their searches for medicinal materials or spiritual treasures beneath the waves. With the ancient thunder dragon deliberately slowing its speed, they descended into the depths of the sea for about 15 minutes, finally approaching their destination. Noticing the blood-clad figure's proximity, the ancient thunder dragon, along with Liu Yangshuo, dove headlong into an underwater crevice. "At last, you have arrived," emerged a blue silhouette, comparable in size to the ancient thunder dragon. "Indeed, as long as you are not late," the ancient thunder dragon replied, gesturing toward the inquisitive Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo gazed intently at the deep-sea dragon as the system unlocked the beast's entry in the bestiary, adding a note that the deep-sea dragon was currently in a severely injured state. It was now almost certain that the ocean's sovereign was not the deep-sea dragon. But who could it be? "Human, since you were introduced by the ancient thunder dragon, I shall consider you one of my own. I have heard of your remarkable medical skills. Can you restore my strength within 3 days?" The deep-sea dragon inquired, its gaze steady upon Liu Yangshuo. "That is impossible," Liu Yangshuo replied succinctly. Restoring a deep-sea dragon to a power level equivalent to the ancient thunder dragons within 3 days was utterly unrealistic. "Indeed, it seems I am destined to face this calamity. You may leave. I will handle it myself," the deep-sea dragon stated, revealing no sign of emotional disturbance, as if Liu Yangshuo's answer had been anticipated. "Wait, let him finish," the ancient thunder dragon interjected, blocking the deep-sea dragon from departing and turning to Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo immediately understood. "System, please search for the quickest way to restore the deep-sea dragon strength." "Searching. I have identified a top-tier mystical pill, the 9 turns yang enhancement pill. It requires 70,000 blood points for exchange." "Let's do it. Completing this mission will yield 500,000. 70,000 is but a trifling sum," Liu Yangshuo asserted. "What more is there to discuss? Is the current situation still unclear?" The deep-sea dragon sighed with a wry smile. "While I cannot directly restore you to your peak, I can enable you to surpass your former strength within a day. The cost, however, will be a temporary reduction of one major level in power after the effects wear off. Liu Yangshuo explained after thoroughly understanding the effects of the 9 turns yang enhancement pill. Really, a day is sufficient. With the ancient Thunder Dragon's assistance, one day is ample time to slay that creature, the deep-sea dragon exclaimed, its confidence soaring upon realizing Liu Yangshuo indeed possessed a solution. Now, may I inquire what beast you intend to slay? Liu Yangshuo asked, seeking clarity on the target of the side quest. Well, at this point, there is no need to conceal the truth from you. Are you aware of the various levels of demonic beasts? The deep-sea dragon contemplated for a moment before deciding to be forthright with Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo shook his head. Demonic beasts are classified into several categories: spiritual beasts, holy beasts, divine beasts, and primal beasts. Both I and the ancient Thunder Dragon belong to the divine beast category, while the creature I must slay is a sea divine beast known as the ghost-faced dragon whale, which has already reached the threshold of a primal beast. Upon mentioning the ghost-faced dragon whale, the deep-sea dragon's tone turned icy. These two divine beasts are sworn enemies in the ocean. The last time they clashed, the deep-sea dragon, at the cost of sustaining severe injuries, forcibly sealed the ghost-faced dragon whale for 7 days. And now, 4 days have already elapsed. What level of cultivation does a half-step primal beast possess? An ominous premonition began to rise within Liu Yangshuo's heart as he inquired. According to your human classification of spiritual power, after the transformation realm, there are the King's Spirit Realm, Emperor's Spirit Realm, and Saint's Spirit Realm. A half-step primal beast can be compared to a fully realized Emperor's Spirit Realm expert, the ancient Thunder Dragon elucidated. Indeed, acquiring 500,000 royal blood points is no simple feat. It is akin to asking Liu Yangshuo, still a student, to wield his pen against the deity. Do not be overly anxious. I will prioritize your safety. That will be most reassuring. Here, take this elixir. Remember, its effects last only for a day, after which your strength will diminish immediately. Liu Yangshuo breathed a sigh of relief and tossed the vial to the deep-sea dragon. I shall forego the pleasantries of gratitude. Once the ghost-faced dragon whale is slain, you may select any part of its flesh that pleases you. The deep-sea dragon graciously accepted the vial. Subsequently, the ancient Thunder Dragon and the deep-sea dragon exchanged a few final words before departing from the ocean with Liu Yangshuo. All of this was witnessed in clear detail by the blood-clad man from a distance. Given the circumstances, he could not intervene and was compelled to return to the Yin family, reporting everything to the family head truthfully. Nonsense. How could a mere boy possibly know a dragon? Chapter 27. Studied diligently. Observe carefully. The blood-clad man had endeavored to describe the scene he witnessed in the most neutral terms possible. Yet it still sounded like an implausible fabrication. I never imagined that such a large assassin organization would resort to childish tactics. If you cannot kill him, just admit it and refund my money. The Yin family head scoffed derisively. The blood-clad man emanated a chilling aura, gripping the Yin family head's throat with one hand. Every word I speak is the truth. However, you concealed the target's strength, nearly leading me to recklessly charge in and meet my demise. This offense is grave enough to merit the death of you and your entire family 10 times over. With his throat firmly gripped, the Yin family head could hardly utter a word, and soon red veins spread across his eyes. Just as the Yin family head was on the verge of losing consciousness, the blood-clad man released his grip and vanished once again. The Yin family suffered a double loss. Not only did they fail to eliminate the troublesome Liu Yangshuo, but they also incurred the wrath of that mysterious organization. Early the next morning, Liu Yangshuo led the members of the Liuxiang Pavilion to the assembly hall. Several other families had also arrived, and the head of the Yin family deliberately donned a high-neck garment to conceal the bruises on his neck. It is indeed a pleasure to see everyone here so early. Now that we are all gathered, let us commence today as competition. I trust you are all aware of the event we shall undertake today. I kindly ask the participants to approach the alchemical furnaces before us. As Liu Yangshuo had previously articulated, the latter 3 rounds would showcase true medical prowess, with a 3rd round dedicated to alchemy. Liu Yangshuo approached his alchemical furnace. meticulously inspecting it to ensure everything was flawless. In contrast, Yin Qing and the others discarded their standard furnaces in favor of the bespoke ones provided by their families. How absurd! Is this a competition or a display of one-upmanship? Liu Yangshuo silently chastised himself, pondering that had he not been financially constrained, he would have certainly procured a more respectable furnace. The city lord, observing this spectacle, chose not to intervene, seemingly tacitly approving of the situation. Liu, if you do not mind, you may use my secret silver furnace, Su Chengqiu offered, noticing Liu Yangshuo's discomfort and retrieving a small, silvery furnace from his storage ring. There is no need for your concern, esteemed lord. It is merely the act of alchemy. Does one require a fine furnace to concoct medicine? Liu Yangshuo's latter remark was deliberately raised in volume, clearly aimed at the others present. Apart from Yin Qing, the remaining competitors flushed with embarrassment, mentally cursing Liu Yangshuo countless times. The fragrant pavilion, this is your final opportunity. Do you wish to change your furnace? No need. Liu Yangshuo answered resolutely before Su Chengqiu could respond. Excellent. Now that all is prepared, let us begin. The topic is unrestricted. Let your creativity flow. Within 2 hours, the one who produces the superior elixir shall be deemed the victor. After the city lord announced the commencement of the competition, he stepped down from the stage, and all participants began their alchemical endeavors. Liu Yangshuo, lacking a specific formula, decided to acquire one from the system. Although redeeming these elixirs would cost a substantial amount of royal blood points, obtaining mere ingredients remained quite affordable. After deliberation, he ultimately determined the elixir he would concoct, and with a grand gesture, he spread a variety of herbs across the table. Upon witnessing Liu Yangshuo's abundant array of materials, the other competitors felt a pang of anxiety. The greater the quantity of ingredients required for alchemy, the more potent and superior the resulting elixir. With his materials prepared, Liu Yangshuo was ready to commence. Alchemy is divided into 3 principal stages: condensation, formation, and refinement of essence. The first step, condensation, involves utilizing flames to eliminate impurities from all materials, leaving only the essence, which must then be coalesced. This flame is not an ordinary one. It is the fire of spiritual energy. From this point onward, Liu Yangshuo diverged from his competitors, who meticulously processed each herb separately, fearful of disrupting their properties. Liu Yangshuo seized a handful of medicinal herbs and indiscriminately stuffed them into the alchemical furnace, an action that drew the attention of Yin Qing and his companions. A mere novice. Ouyang Tsang scoffed while continuously channeling his spiritual fire into the black tripod in his hands. Liu Yangshuo paid them no mind. The alchemical furnace was enveloped in spiritual fire. It seemed that the excessive quantity of herbs hindered the dissolution process, while others were nearing completion. Brother, lend me a hand, Liu Yangshuo implored, retracting his spiritual fire. I truly have no words for you. At times, I question whether you are indeed a healer. The ancient thunder dragon lamented. Seeing Liu Yangshuo's fire extinguished, Ouyang Tsang openly laughed. A novice is indeed a novice. After a stroke of luck in winning 2 rounds, you've finally shown your true colors. At this, other competitors and spectators erupted in laughter. How could someone who could not even condense a liquid be worthy of the title of healer? Who says I faltered? Observe and learn. The example is right before you. Liu Yangshuo retorted with a smile, his eyes widening as an unfamiliar surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm, crackling with thunder. Yin Qing's pupils constricted. Once again, it was the thunder. As the thunder roared, the entire venue illuminated, and the herbs within Liu Yangshuo's furnace began to dissolve at an astonishing pace. Rather than merely dissolving, they were violently shredded apart by the thunder. Just as the crowd was reeling from Liu Yangshuo's technique, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The standardized alchemical furnace could not withstand the brutal onslaught of Liu Yangshuo's thunder. Within mere moments, cracks began to rapidly spread across its surface. The furnace is about to explode, the city lord hastily warned. Yet Liu Yangshuo, with arrows already on the string, had no choice but to proceed. With a resounding boom, thick smoke billowed forth from Liu Yangshuo. Relying on flashy tricks. Let us see how you fare now that your furnace has exploded, Ouyang Tsang thought. secretly relieved that Liu Yangshuo had failed, for otherwise he would surely be defeated. Who says an explosion means the end? Allow me to broaden your horizons today. As the smoke cleared, despite his face being blackened from the blast, Liu Yangshuo's palm cradled a vibrant sphere of spiritual fire, diligently purifying a colorful medicinal liquid. Refining without a furnace. He can actually refine without a furnace. A shriek erupted from somewhere in the crowd. The audience gasped in astonishment. The ability to refine without a furnace meant that the user was undoubtedly a cultivator of at least the transformation realm. However, unbeknownst to them, Liu Yangshuo's capacity to employ such a technique was entirely due to the formidable primordial energy he borrowed from the ancient Thunder Dragon. With the ancient Thunder Dragon's presence, he lacked for nothing in terms of energy. Today, I shall enlighten you on the art of alchemy. Liu Yangshuo smirked wickedly as he placed his other hand atop the first, infusing it with a rich essence of spiritual energy. Within the palms, two diminutive ancient thunder dragons seemed to materialize, swirling incessantly around the potion nestled between them. Yanqing and the other two, each a paragon of their respective sex, refused to yield before the formation of their pills, bowing their heads to resume their alchemical endeavors. After the passage of roughly a stick of incense, Liu Yangshuo was the first to manifest a nascent form of the elixir. Perhaps due to the absence of a proper alchemical furnace, this embryonic pill appeared uneven and flawed. Following closely were Yanqing, Ouyang Tsang, and Mu Yunlong, while the remaining two contestants had yet to complete the condensation process. Having eliminated all impurities, for differently colored nascent pills stood ready to undergo spiritual refinement, the degree of which would directly dictate their quality. The four simultaneously executed their techniques, manifesting four spirals of spiritual energy within the assembly hall, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. Alas, the timing of their pill formations was too closely aligned. The spiritual energy available was insufficient to sustain their collective needs. It would thus become a contest of who could absorb the energy with greater alacrity. The audience began to murmur among themselves, while Liu Yangshuo's demeanor remained remarkably untroubled, seemingly indifferent to the amount of spiritual energy his pill could absorb, instead fixating on the progress of the other three. In their quest to secure victory, Yanqing and her companions exerted every ounce of their strength, their spirals of energy growing increasingly vast. As the spiritual essence flowed into their pills, an intoxicating aroma began to pervade the entire hall. Presently, it was Liu Yangshuo's spiral that appeared the most diminutive. Su Qingqiu observed below, his brow furrowed. Setting aside the subpar shape of Liu Yangshuo's pill, the size of his energy spiral put him at a disadvantage, and if the situation continued, he was likely to face defeat. Time slipped away, and the spiritual essence in the air grew exceedingly thin. Yanqing and her comrades were on the verge of completing their spiritual refinement. The moment was nigh. Liu Yangshuo finally commenced his exertions, yet intriguingly, his focus was directed towards the other three spirals. Suddenly, a thunder dragon erupted from Liu Yangshuo's energy spiral, darting toward the nearest Ouyang Tsang, seizing a staggering portion of the spiritual energy from his spiral. In a swift motion, it also snatched a portion of energy from both Mu Yunlong and Yanqing. The city lord, how audacious for a participant from the fragrant pavilion to brazenly commandeer energy. This surely cannot be permissible. Upon witnessing Liu Yangshuo's audacity, the head of the Yin clan was incensed, clamoring to confront the city lord. The rules of the competition did not prohibit energy theft. If your contestants wished to do the same, they were certainly welcome to try. The city lord, reveling in the chaos, stoked the flames further. Indeed, if one were to discuss fairness, Liu Yangshuo had scarcely utilized an alchemical furnace from the outset. What was the issue with his current actions? After appropriating the spiritual energy, the Thunder Dragon returned to Liu Yangshuo's energy spiral. Yanqing and her companions were on the brink of despair, their lungs filled with frustration as they witnessed the elixir they were about to complete being stripped of a substantial portion of its spiritual essence. The quality would undoubtedly suffer, leaving them to salvage whatever they could. Spiritual essence, gather, Liu Yang commanded with a sweeping motion of his enormous hand. drawing all the swirling energy into the elixir before him. A dazzling golden light erupted from Liu Yang's creation, a display of formidable spiritual energy that could only signify an advanced elixir of the profound grade. Su Qingqiu's heart leaped with joy. Victory seemed assured. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a pitch-black elixir emerged in Liu Yang's hand, adorned with faint golden lightning patterns. Upon witnessing Liu Yang's success, a surge of anger ignited within Yanqing, fueled by an indomitable spirit that compelled her to resume the refining process, which should have concluded. The head of the Yin family, your young lady possesses remarkable courage, daring to attempt a second refinement. Alas, there is no surplus spiritual essence left, remarked the head of the Ouyang family, observing Yanqing's bold move with a mix of admiration and concern for the audacity of youth, one unskilled in alchemy and another undertaking a second refinement. The head of the Yin family perceived the unfolding drama, but found herself at a loss regarding Yanqing's true intentions. Yanqing had already relinquished any hope of victory. Her sole desire was to avoid a humiliating defeat. With determination, she struck her chest, expelling a mouthful of vital essence into the alchemical furnace. What a bold move! To use her own spiritual power to refine the elixir. Was she not concerned about being drained dry by the concoction? Liu Yang was equally taken aback by Yanqing's audacity. Before long, Yanqing's countenance turned pale, and she was compelled to sever the flow of energy, reluctantly declaring her elixir complete. At that moment, the city lord rang the bell that signified the conclusion of the competition. Those who have successfully completed their elixirs, present them. As for the two of you, having failed to even form a rudimentary shape, you are disqualified, the city lord remarked, casting a glance at the contestants from the two smaller families. The two participants offered no retort, fully aware of their inadequacy, and shamefacedly returned to their team. Ouyang Song and Mu Yunlong fared poorly as well, having lost a significant amount of spiritual essence to Liu Yang, resulting in a drastic decline in the quality of their elixirs. Nevertheless, with the activation of the three furnaces, beams of various colors of brilliance emanated from within. Mine is the detoxification protective pill, aptly named as it can negate most deadly toxins. Is of the low profound grade, Ouyang Song scoffed, recognizing that this grade was far beneath his true capabilities. I have crafted the Qingli Qihua pill of the intermediate profound grade. Mu Yunlong, initially feeling disheartened, found his spirits inexplicably lifted upon seeing that Ouyang Song's elixir was merely of the low grade. The Dragon and Phoenix revival pill, when consumed by a dying person, can extend their life by 7 days of the advanced profound grade. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, Yanqing spoke of her elixir with an unmistakable pride, her gaze provocatively fixed on Liu Yang. This one is called the Heavenly Tribulation Pill. Upon ingestion, it grants the ability to withstand a single heavenly tribulation. Liu Yangshuo casually remarked. Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly astonished. To withstand a heavenly tribulation, one must understand that the heavenly tribulation embodies the will of the heavens and earth. As for the rank, it should be a low-level earth grade, I concede. Such terror is unfathomable. The consensus among all was encapsulated in 4 words. A pill capable of withstanding heavenly tribulation without any cauldron. Yanqing fainted outright. The outcome was already glaringly evident. The victory belonged to the Liuxiang Pavilion. Chapter 29. The weakness of the ghost-faced flood whale. The triumph in the 3rd round effectively declared the Liuxiang Pavilion as the champion. Just then, a soldier suddenly stumbled in from outside, breathless and alarmed. Not good. There's a monster in the ocean. His panicked demeanor was disconcerting. Speak clearly, the city lord retorted, visibly displeased. You should see for yourself, the soldier said, his face a mask of terror as he pointed towards the sea. Without further ado, the city lord swept his sleeves and dashed outside. In the distance, a colossal, terrifying skull suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea, reaching towards the heavens. This is dire. The ghost-faced flood whale has forcibly broken the seal. The ancient thunder dragon instantly recognized the origin of the skull and swiftly conveyed this to Liu Yangshuo. What? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days from now? Liu Yangshuo was equally astonished. Without hesitation, a flash of silver light revealed a long spear in his hand, and he sprinted towards the ocean. Su Qingxiu, noticing Liu Yangshuo's reckless dash, found it too late to intervene and hurriedly followed suit. Other families also pondered for a moment before pursuing. Moments later, Liu Yangshuo reached the shoreline, where the deep-sea flood dragon hovered in the air, warily observing the skull. A flicker of lightning illuminated the scene as the ancient thunder dragon materialized, lifting Liu Yangshuo into the sky. This spectacle was witnessed by all behind them. Particularly, the head of the Yin family could hardly believe that the blood-clad figure had indeed spoken the truth. What is happening? Why has the seal been suddenly broken? The ancient thunder dragon inquired. I am uncertain. Logically, it should have been trapped for another 2 days. However, since it is on the verge of breaking free, I shall slay it today, the deep-sea flood dragon asserted, its gaze sharpening as it tightly gripped the 9 transformation yang pill given by Liu Yangshuo. The ancient thunder dragon nodded and then tossed a scale from its chest towards Liu Yangshuo. As the scale made contact with Liu Yangshuo's body, it instantly melted, conforming closely to him and forming a suit of dragon scale armor. It was evident that the ancient thunder dragon was protecting Liu Yangshuo. Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently, and an immense vortex appeared beneath the ancient thunder dragon and the others. A deep, resonant roar emanated from the depths of the whirlpool. It is about to emerge. The ocean is its domain. We must lure it into the air. The ancient thunder dragon glimmered with arcs of lightning, fully prepared for battle. The deep-sea dragon nodded and plunged directly into the swirling vortex. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a towering column of water erupted violently from the vortex, narrowly missing the ancient thunder dragon due to its quick evasion. This place is perilous. Master Su hastily urged everyone to retreat. Upon seeing Su Qingxiu and the others still observing from shore, Liu Yangshuo shouted a warning. It was only then that Su Qingxiu came to his senses, realizing that this scene was beyond the involvement of mere ants like them, and he quickly led the members of Liuxiang Pavilion back towards the city. At last, the ghost-faced whale emerged, exclaiming, "Little dragon, your seal cannot bind me." As the water column dispersed, a colossal orca, at least 5 times the size of the ancient thunder dragon, faced off against the panting deep-sea dragon in midair. The orca bore a terrifying skull-like pattern on its head, exuding an aura of dread. Liu Yangshuo felt a pressure in his ears from the orca's voice. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Today, I shall slay you once more. The deep-sea dragon roared in fury. So you've summoned reinforcements. No wonder you speak with such confidence. Do you truly believe that 2 immature little dragons like yourselves can defeat me? Your minds must indeed be addled. The ghost-faced whale, having underestimated the deep-sea dragon, found itself sealed but was now free, its disdain for the dragon kin reaching its zenith. Whether you can slay me remains to be seen. It is rather premature to boast. Liu Yangshuo, standing atop the ancient thunder dragon, retorted, "What insignificant ants dare to challenge me? Get lost." With that, the ghost-faced whale unleashed a jet of water aimed directly at Liu Yangshuo. The ancient thunder dragon let out a furious roar, countering the water column with a bolt of lightning, dissipating it mid-air. "If you dare to harm him, I shall ensure your remains are scattered to the winds." The ancient thunder dragon's spiritual energy surged to its peak, poised to strike. What arrogance! What of your rare dragon lineage? Today, both of you shall be my meal. The ghost-faced whale scoffed, exuding the terrifying pressure of a semi-wild beast that forced both the deep-sea dragon and the ancient thunder dragon to retreat several meters. Attack! The deep-sea dragon decisively consumed the 9-turn increasing yang pill, its power surging instantaneously, surpassing that of the ancient thunder dragon in mere moments. The 2 dragons charged at the ghost-faced whale, and the 3 divine beasts clashed in a tumultuous melee, the sky illuminated by water and thunder, the sound of their spiritual energies colliding echoing like thunderclaps. The crowd below watched in rapt attention, their eyes wide. Liu Yangshuo's identity became an enigma to them. It was likely that only a handful of humans could partake in such a battle. For the first time, The three great families led by the Yin clan felt their opposition to the Liuxiang pavilion was utterly foolish. Su Qingxiu was equally astonished, realizing that he had been monitoring such an extraordinary master all these days. The battle between divine beasts is not one that can be resolved in a short span of time, especially considering that the ghost-faced Jiao whale has ascended to the realm of a half-step wild beast, intensifying the conflict. Gradually, the spiritual energy supply of the ancient thunder dragon and the deep-sea Jiao dragon began to falter. However, the ghost-faced Jiao whale's vast reservoir of spiritual power appeared utterly unaffected, unleashing terrifying attacks like a rain of beans upon the twin dragons. Damn it! Does this creature possess boundless spiritual energy? Liu Yangshuo cursed from behind the horn of the ancient thunder dragon. Indeed, a half-step wild beast can merge its essence with the heavens and the earth. Its spiritual energy derives from the very fabric of the universe. The ancient thunder dragon retorted while counterattacking. This cannot continue. System, does the ghost-faced Jiao whale have any weaknesses? Liu Yangshuo inquired within his mind. Ghost-faced Jiao whale. Half-step wild beast strength. The ghost face on its forehead is its sole vulnerability. After a brief pause, the system finally discerned the weakness of the ghost-faced Jiao whale. Attack the ghost face atop its head. Liu Yangshuo swiftly relayed this information to the deep-sea Jiao dragon and the ancient thunder dragon. The deep-sea Jiao dragon shot Liu Yangshuo a bewildered glance. How could he possibly know that the creature's weakness lay in the ghost face on its head? Given that this was their first encounter, despite its skepticism, it tentatively unleashed a breath attack toward the ghost-faced Jiao whale's crown. The ghost-faced Jiao whale quickly summoned a curtain of water, deflecting the deep-sea Jiao dragon's breath attack. Chapter 30. Life and Death Uncertain. Both the ancient thunder dragon and the deep-sea Jiao dragon recognized this movement from the ghost-faced Jiao whale, confirming Liu Yangshuo's assertion that its vulnerability indeed resided in the ghost face atop its head. Otherwise, it would not be so nervously defensive. In an instant, the two dragons commenced a frenzied assault on the creature's head, forcing the ghost-faced Jiao whale into a reactive stance. Even if you attack, what of it? Let's see whether your spiritual energy depletes first or my defenses crumble, the ghost-faced Jiao whale declared, enveloping itself in a sphere of water and initiating a war of attrition. Spiritual energy, you say? Fear not, I shall handle this. Liu Yangshuo scoffed, confident in his identity as a beast healer. He had ample supplies of medicinal pills. System, do you have any pills for restoring spiritual energy? Identified. Low-grade yellow tier recovery pill. Exchanging one vial requires a point of royal blood. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange as many as possible. To the astonishment of the deep-sea Jiao dragon and the ancient thunder dragon, vials of recovery pills poured forth from Liu Yangshuo's storage ring like rice, continuously filling their mouths. Although the effects of the recovery pills were modest, their sheer quantity outweighed this limitation. Tens of thousands of vials provided enough sustenance for both dragons for an extended duration. With Liu Yangshuo's formidable logistical support, the twin dragons' subsequent onslaughts resembled an unrestrained barrage, relentlessly bombarding the ghost-faced Jiao whale as protective sphere. The ghost-faced Leviathan had not anticipated that its primary concern should not be the ancient thunder dragon, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous human perched atop the dragon's head. Soon, the Leviathan's water sphere could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered with a thunderous crash, unleashing a torrent of attacks from the twin dragons upon it, some of which targeted its own head. Stung by the pain, the Leviathan finally succumbed to rage. Ominous clouds gathered rapidly in the sky, transforming the daylight into a scene reminiscent of the dead of night. You two little dragons shall remain here today. Hellish blood rain. The ghost-faced Leviathan unleashed its ultimate ability, and dark crimson rain began to fall from the ominous clouds. As the rain descended upon the sea and the town, any living being that came into contact with it experienced a swift depletion of both vitality and spiritual power. Block it. Do not let this rain touch the people in the city. Liu Yangshuo, clad in dragon scale armor, felt no effect from the rain. But the inhabitants of Hagen Bay were not so fortunate. They could not withstand the Leviathan's innate skill, a manifestation of a beast of the wild. The ancient thunder dragon nodded and also invoked its ultimate skill, Thunder Domain. A vast net enveloped the skies above Hagen Bay, and as the dark red rain made contact with the lightning, it was instantly torn apart. Indeed, why waste time concerning yourself with those humans when you ought to focus on your own well-being? The ghost-faced Leviathan seized the moment and charged at the ancient Thunder Dragon-S avatar. The dragon had no time to react and was struck solidly by the Leviathan's assault. Liu Yangshuo was similarly dislodged from the top of the ancient Thunder Dragon, fortuitously landing atop the head of the ghost-faced Leviathan. However, the Leviathan failed to notice Liu Yangshuo. His power was so minuscule in comparison that it went entirely undetected. Do you remember the seals that adorned me when we first met? The ancient Thunder Dragon conveyed telepathically as it was sent flying. Liu Yangshuo was taken aback. Indeed, he possessed an artifact capable of sealing the ancient Thunder Dragon, a spear whose true power he had yet to unleash. With a flash of silver light, 7 long spears materialized in his grasp. The outcome rests upon your abilities. Upon uttering this, Liu Yangshuo began to channel spiritual energy into the spear, causing its tip to become searing hot. He drew forth one spear and plunged it fiercely into the head of the ghost-faced Leviathan beneath him. The Leviathan, having gained the upper hand against the deep-sea dragon, suddenly felt a piercing pain from above, granting the deep-sea dragon an opportunity to catch its breath and retaliate. At this moment, the ghost-faced Leviathan finally recognized Liu Yangshuo, shaking its head vigorously, while Liu Yangshuo clung fiercely to the spear, refusing to be dislodged. What are you looking at? I am your true adversary. The deep-sea dragon, having spotted Liu Yangshuo, quickly exhaled a breath of dragon energy towards the ghost-faced Leviathan to shield Liu Yangshuo. Under the ceaseless protection of the twin dragons, Liu Yangshuo successfully embedded 6 silver spears into the ghostly visage atop the head of the phantom-faced Jiao whale. Only one spear remained. The whale, sensing the excruciating pain emanating from its crown, felt its eyes gradually redden, and its internal spiritual energy grew increasingly tumultuous. How dare a mere human harm me? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the divine. As if animated, the ghostly face atop the whale let forth a series of piercing wails that left Liu Yangshuo momentarily dazed. At this juncture, the ancient Thunder Dragon and the deep-sea Jiao Dragon could no longer hold back. They charged fiercely at the phantom-faced Jiao whale. The whale, again in pain, afforded Liu Yangshuo a brief respite. Battling through his dizziness, he plunged the final spear into the whale's head. The intricate patterns upon the 7 spears began to shift incessantly, and the spear shafts burrowed into the whale's flesh autonomously. No, I cannot be defeated. The phantom-faced Jiao whale felt fear, sensing its strength rapidly depleting. Funneled through the 7 spears embedded in its forehead and into Liu Yangshuo's body. This is dire. A swift resolution is imperative, or I shall be overwhelmed by this spiritual energy. Observing this, the ancient Thunder Dragon hastily gathered its full spiritual power, preparing to unleash its most formidable strike. The deep-sea Jiao Dragon nodded in agreement, also beginning to concentrate its energy. Celestial Pure Thunder. Void Jiao Dragon Seal. The combined assault of the 2 titanic dragons struck the phantom-faced Jiao whale directly, creating a vast gash in its body, rendering it mortally wounded. The ancient Thunder Dragon swiftly ascended to catch Liu Yangshuo, who was plummeting alongside the whale. With a thunderous crash, the carcass of the whale and the 2 mighty dragons plunged into the ocean. The dark clouds and lightning in the sky gradually dissipated, restoring clear weather. Yet, amidst this change, Liu Yangshuo was nowhere to be found. Su Qingxiu dispatched teams to scour the sea for several days without any success. In desperation, she sought assistance from the city lord and assembled a larger rescue team. However, they were unlikely to find Liu Yangshuo, for at that moment, he lay in the lair of the deep-sea Jiao Dragon, his life hanging by a thread. The overwhelming influx of primordial energy had exceeded his limits. Were it not for the enhancements from the 10,000 Beasts art, Liu Yangshuo might have already been shattered by the spiritual force. Chapter 31. The Identity of the Ancient Thunder Dragon, Where Am I? Liu Yangshuo mumbled in a daze. You are in my lair, and you are now safe," came the gentle reply from the deep-sea Jiao dragon. Faced with a human who could participate in battles among divine beasts despite merely possessing the strength of the spirit connection realm, even this dragon, proud of its lineage, did not dare to underestimate Liu Yangshuo. Struggling to sit up, Liu Yangshuo found himself utterly immobile. His body felt grotesquely swollen, akin to an overproof dough. "Do not move yet. You have absorbed too much of the phantom-faced Jiao whale's spiritual energy. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise." The ancient thunder dragon immediately advised against it. Liu Yangshuo let out a wry smile, uncertain whether salvaging his life was a blessing or a curse. A chime sounded, signaling the completion of the side quest to slay the ocean overlord. The reward of 500,000 royal blood points had been credited, and the achievement killer of the Jiao whale was unlocked, along with the spirit pearl system, which would share benefits with his cultivation. Hearing the notification of the substantial reward, the pain within his body seemed to ease somewhat. However, what on earth was this spirit pearl system? Wasn't the spirit pearl typically found within the bodies of magical beasts? Contemplating this, Liu Yangshuo closed his eyes to introspect, and indeed, he discovered a pearl the size of a fist in his dantian. The alleviation of pain was genuine, as the surplus spiritual energy within him began to flow into the spirit pearl. Curiously, how did this little fellow possess a spirit pearl? Why had it not been discovered earlier? The transformation of Liu Yangshuo's body did not escape the notice of the two divine beasts, though it was the first time they had witnessed a human evolving a spirit pearl. Could it be a result of absorbing an excess of beastly spiritual energy, causing this anomaly? The ancient thunder dragon was equally perplexed by the situation, attributing the phenomenon to this possibility. Nevertheless, it meant that Liu Yangshuo could now exert double his former strength, which was a silver lining, albeit with the difficulty of cultivation now increased twofold, a juxtaposition of fortune and misfortune. The deep-sea Jiao dragon and Liu Yangshuo shared similar thoughts. Liu Yangshuo could now essentially be considered a humanoid magical beast. It must be noted that the spirit pearl absorbed spiritual energy far more efficiently than Liu Yangshuo could independently, as within merely a day, the energy that had nearly overwhelmed his meridians had completely entered the spirit pearl. Liu Yangshuo's body had also substantially recovered, though he still experienced occasional soreness. The deep-sea Jiao dragon and the ancient thunder dragon remained by his side, and upon seeing Liu Yangshuo able to stand and move, they sighed in relief. Suddenly, the deep-sea Jiao dragon transformed into a striking man, 8 feet tall, with flowing azure hair. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, benefactor, for your unwavering support. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me," the deep-sea Jiao dragon said, bowing slightly to Liu Yangshuo. Without Liu Yangshuo's provision of medicinal pills and the final sealing, neither he nor the ancient thunder dragon would have stood a chance against the ghost-faced Jiao whale. "There's no need for such formalities. Since you are a friend of it, you are also my friend. When a friend is in need, I shall naturally lend my hand," Liu Yangshuo replied, glancing at the ancient thunder dragon, silently reflecting. The deep-sea Jiao dragon is freely revealing his true form to others, so why should you be upset? The ancient thunder dragon turned its head away, choosing to ignore Liu Yangshuo. "Our dragon clan has always believed in repaying kindness. Please accept this scale. Whenever you are in need, simply infuse it with spiritual energy, and I shall hastily come to your aid, no matter the distance," the deep-sea Jiao dragon said with a gentle smile, presenting Liu Yangshuo with an oval-shaped blue scale. "How could I possibly accept this?" Though spoken otherwise, Liu Yangshuo's actions were swift. Before the deep-sea dragon could react, the scales had already been secured within his storage ring. The deep-sea dragon turned and clapped its hands, illuminating the dim cavern with the glow of hundreds of lanternfish, revealing the colossal corpse of a ghost-faced whale. Liu Yangshuo gasped in astonishment, for it was the first time he had observed it closely, realizing the immense size of the creature and the treasures it might possess. He stood there, overwhelmed, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, unsure of where to begin his exploration. The deep-sea dragon stepped forward, its right hand slicing through the whale's abdomen with a delicate motion, causing a basketball-sized spirit pearl to emerge alongside a mass of entrails. Esteemed benefactor, though this spirit pearl from the ghost-faced whale bears no value to you at present, in the future, when your cultivation reaches greater heights, it will become a rare treasure. Please accept it. The deep-sea dragon, undeterred by the mess, approached and unhesitatingly offered the spirit pearl to Liu Yangshuo. The weight of this gift was considerable, and Liu Yangshuo understood the adage that a man without guilt may suffer for possessing a precious item. Holding such a thing would render it a hot potato. This is too valuable to accept, he insisted. Moreover, the ghost-faced whale's power is already at the threshold of an ancient beast. Absorbing its spirit pearl might grant you access to that very threshold. Liu Yangshuo waved his hands repeatedly, declining the deep-sea dragon's significant gift. Seeing Liu Yangshuo's firm refusal, the deep-sea dragon relented and subsequently assisted him in retrieving several other noteworthy items from the ghost-faced whale's remains before concluding their venture. After dividing the whale's flesh, Liu Yangshuo prepared to depart, aware that his prolonged absence would surely worry Shang Qingxiu above. Thus, he conferred with the ancient thunder dragon about their exit. The deep-sea dragon, intent on absorbing the spirit pearl, did not retain the two any longer and guided them out of the cavern. Do visit the dragon clan when time permits. They have been quite concerned about you, the deep-sea dragon remarked as they parted. Concerned for me? They care only for themselves, the ancient thunder dragon replied, not looking back, leaving the deep-sea dragon shaking its head in resignation as it returned to the cavern. Who is he? Liu Yangshuo could not help but inquire. My father, the Dragon Emperor, the ancient thunder dragon replied, nonchalantly, as if the Dragon Emperor were of no consequence to it. However, Liu Yangshuo did not share this sentiment, surprised to find his protector was, in fact, the prince of the Dragon Clan. I suspect you would prefer not to discuss him. Shall we converse about something else? Liu Yangshuo noted the ancient thunder dragon's demeanor indicated a strained relationship between them, deciding against further inquiries. The next time you save my life, I shall reveal my true form to you. How did you know what I wanted to ask? It was written all over your face. The tranquil surface of the sea suddenly roiled as a massive dragon head emerged from the depths, startling the nearby rescue team. However, upon recognizing the figure atop the dragon's head, their fears were assuaged. Chapter 32. The pursuers of the Dragon Clan, since he was already visible to the townspeople. Liu Yangshuo chose not to conceal himself any longer, directly riding the ancient thunder dragon back to the fragrant pavilion. Upon entering, a fragrant silhouette leaped towards him, eagerly inspecting him from head to toe. Liu Yangshuo, taken aback, steadied himself before realizing it was Su Qingxiu. I thought you were dead, Su Qingxiu exclaimed, relieved to see Liu Yangshuo safe and sound. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain to the spirit beast sect. Ha! Fate is on my side. I survived. Liu Yangshuo chuckled, patting his chest. Enough of the pleasantries. What is the situation with those three divine beasts? Why were you engaged in battle with them? Given that the clash of the three divine beasts had nearly razed Hagen Bay to the ground, Su Qingxiu, a resident of Hagen Bay, was keen to grasp the entirety of the situation. Liu Yangshuo briefly recounted the origins of the three divine beasts, allowing Su Qingxiu to piece together the unfolding events. I see. But are you truly friends with those two dragons? Su Qingxiu still found it hard to believe. What is there to deceive? Look here, Liu Yangshuo replied, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the ancient thunder dragon coiled around his wrist. Gazing at the diminutive creature, Su Qingxiu struggled to reconcile this small dragon with the formidable thunder dragon that had once saved the entire city. It was only when the ancient thunder dragon lifted its head and emitted an arc of electricity that its resemblance became somewhat apparent. Well, while you were away these past 2 days, the Hagen tournament has concluded. Su Qingxiu restrained her intense desire to touch the ancient thunder dragon and informed Liu Yangshuo. What? Does it mean we lost? Liu Yangshuo responded, somewhat disheartened. No, you won. You triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, and with your contributions to the city's defense, the city lord officially declared your victory. As she spoke, Su Qingxiu flipped her wrist, revealing a blue spirit orb in her palm, the sea dragon spirit orb, symbolizing the champion's prize. However, only Liu Yangshuo knew it was a mere imitation. That is good to hear. Since the tournament has ended, I shall take my leave." Liu Yangshuo sighed in relief. His task was complete, and he felt no further need to remain in Hagen Bay. "Where do you plan to go?" Su Qingqiu inquired closely. How far is it to the spirit beast sect from here?" Liu Yangshuo pondered, realizing that nearly half a year had passed, and he could not afford to miss his appointment with the spirit beast sect. "By horseback, it might take about a month." "All right, then I truly appreciate your hospitality during this time, Pavilion Master Su. Until we meet again, fate permitting." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yangshuo clasped his fists in farewell to Su Qingqiu. Departing from Hagen Bay, Liu Yangshuo reclined on horseback, beginning to admire the scenic beauty along the way. This journey to Hagen Bay proved to be immensely rewarding. Not only did he acquire 500,000 royal blood points, but he also collected a plethora of rare treasures from the ghost-faced serpentine whales, a thought that filled him with exhilaration. Initially, he believed he would have ample time to proceed to the spirit beast sect, but to his surprise, after only a day of leisure, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. "Ding! A mandatory mission has emerged. Assist the ancient Thunder Dragon in repelling the Dragon Clan's pursuers." Before Liu Yangshuo could fully comprehend the details of this task, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbling amid the ominous clouds. The ancient Thunder Dragon burst forth from Liu Yangshuo's sleeve, swiftly returning to its original size, fixating its gaze on the strange phenomenon above. "In the name of the Dragon Emperor, I shall escort you back to the Dragon Clan." Before its arrival, its voice echoed across the heavens, and Liu Yangshuo discerned the meaning embedded within the dragon's roar through the Beast King system. As the sound faded, a pitch-black spatial rift was forcibly torn open, and 3 colossal dragons, adorned with shimmering golden scales, slowly emerged from within. The ancient Thunder Dragon did not falter, releasing a thunderous roar, its body crackling with electricity as a bolt, as thick as a gatepost, surged toward the leading golden dragon. Yet, the golden dragon appeared unfazed, allowing the thunder to strike without flinching. "I advise you to cease your resistance. Although the Dragon Emperor has instructed us to bring you back unharmed, he did not specify that we could not make you suffer a little." The golden dragon's expression betrayed no emotion, cold and merciless like a relentless assassin. "In your dreams, do you think I can be taken back so easily? Tell that old fossil that I would rather perish outside than set foot in the dragon realm again." The ancient Thunder Dragon's mane bristled as it began to gather a pitch-black bolt of thunder in its mouth. Upon witnessing this dark lightning, the golden dragon's demeanor finally shifted, and the 3 golden dragons converged from different directions to attack the ancient Thunder Dragon. Despite its formidable strength, it could not possibly defeat all 3 simultaneously. "Wait!" Just as both sides were about to clash, Liu Yangshuo shouted from below. Who are you to command me?" The golden dragon glanced at Liu Yangshuo, recognizing him as merely an ordinary human cultivator. "If you wish to take it away, you must first pass through me." With that, Liu Yangshuo brandished his spear, propelled himself off the horse, and leaped onto the head of the ancient Thunder Dragon. Preposterous! Since when can a mere human interfere in dragon affairs? Killing you would be easier than squashing an ant. The golden dragon had begun to seethe with anger. Liu Yangshuo's audacious act had encroached upon the dignity of the dragon race. "Then by all means, come try. A mere little golden dragon dares to act so brazenly before me." Liu Yangshuo echoed the very words back to the golden dragon, the roles reversed. "Human, you are indeed playing with fire." The golden dragon, enraged, flapped its wings, sending several sharp scales hurtling towards Liu Yangshuo. Yet instead of evading, Liu Yangshuo boldly thrust out his chest, determined to withstand the assault. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds echoed from his chest as the razor-sharp scales merely grazed his clothing, revealing a layer of gleaming silver armor beneath, a dragon-scale armor gifted to him by the ancient Thunder Dragon for protection. Ultimately, it is our dragon lineage's power that sustains you. Without it, you are nothing. The golden dragon scoffed disdainfully, mocking him. "No matter what you say, if you wish to take it today, you must step over my corpse." Liu Yangshuo's eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve, his grip on the spear tightening. Allowing a mere human to intimidate us today would bring shame upon my 3 brothers and me in the dragon domain. Chapter 33. The sacred domain volcano, the golden dragon, bared its chilling fangs, drifting towards the ancient thunder dragon. System, identify the weaknesses of these 3 dragons swiftly. Although Liu Yangshuo appeared composed on the surface, his heart was a tempest of anxiety. The deep-sea serpent scales within his storage ring were at the ready. Should the need arise, he would summon the deep-sea serpent without hesitation. Ding! System diagnosis complete. The sacred armor golden dragon has no weaknesses. Upon receiving the system's verdict, Liu Yangshuo felt a chill of despair wash over him. Before him stood 3 formidable golden dragons, akin to moving fortresses, and it was indeed challenging to discern any vulnerabilities. However, nothing in existence is devoid of flaws. There must be a weakness to uncover. Wait, Liu Yangshuo shouted, once again halting the advance of the sacred armor golden dragon. Human, I grant you one last opportunity. Step aside now, and I shall spare your life. The voice of the sacred armor golden dragon grew increasingly frigid, its patience evidently wearing thin. You shall not take it today, for it has bound itself to me through a contract. Liu Yangshuo chuckled slyly. The sacred armor golden dragon froze in place. As a beast of its kind, it understood the implications of a contract. When a person enters into a contract with a beast, their lives become irrevocably intertwined. Yet among dragons, it has been rare throughout history for any to willingly forge such a bond with a human. This revelation also perplexed the ancient thunder dragon, leaving it to ponder if Liu Yangshuo had lost his senses. You dare to trample upon the dignity of the dragon race. You shall surely perish today. The sacred armor golden dragon roared, an aura of murderous intent enveloping its form. Oof. Then come try. With that, a pressure identical to that of the ancient thunder dragon erupted from Liu Yangshuo. The sacred armor golden dragon stood dumbfounded. For the most apparent effect of a contract between a human and a beast is that the human can absorb the essence of the beast. The imposing aura exuded by Liu Yangshuo now mirrored that of the ancient thunder dragon, signifying that the covenant between the two was, at the very least, one of equals. That being said, I shall grant you a reprieve today. The holy armored golden dragon found itself in a predicament. Should it resort to violence, this human would undoubtedly suffer. And should he inadvertently harm the ancient thunder dragon, it could invoke the wrath of the dragon sovereign. With that, the 3-headed holy armored golden dragon once again tore open a rift in space and swiftly retreated into it. The sky promptly returned to its serene clarity. Liu Yangshuo exhaled deeply, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Emulating the ancient thunder dragon's formidable presence was exceedingly taxing. Fortunately, the holy armored golden dragon, despite its muscular physique, possessed little intelligence, which made it easier to deceive. Now, you have landed yourself in a predicament. The ancient thunder dragon sighed softly. Was it not sufficient that they had driven them away? What more could there be? Liu Yangshuo inquired, puzzled. The only offspring of the revered dragon sovereign has entered into a pact with a feeble human. If you were in his position, how would you feel? It is likely that you would seek to eliminate this human. Liu Yangshuo, unsure whether he was more frightened or fatigued, turned pale. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. It is highly probable that you will soon find yourself pursued by the entire dragon clan, relentlessly until the ends of the earth. The ancient thunder dragon spoke nonchalantly, as if this matter bore no significance to it. But wait, was it not agreed that you would protect me for 3 years? Why abandon me now? Liu Yangshuo lamented, his expression one of despair. How could this enforced task lead him to such a deep pit? The only path to salvation lies in proving your worth to the dragon sovereign before the dragon clan arrives. Otherwise, he will never permit his child to forge a pact with a worthless human. The ancient thunder dragon pondered for a moment, outlining a seemingly impossible route for Liu Yangshuo. Is that true? Liu Yangshuo appeared to grasp a lifeline, his eyes igniting with renewed hope. It all depends on your performance. In any case, the dragon clan will not take long to arrive, so remain vigilant. The ancient thunder dragon transformed once more into a diminutive serpent, coiling around Liu Yangshuo's wrist. In the ensuing days, Liu Yangshuo's heart remained lodged in his throat, ever alert while his mind raced, anticipating that the next visitor would not be as foolish as the holy armored golden dragon. Ding! A new main storyline task has emerged. Save the Lord of the Sacred Domain volcano. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liu Yangshuo felt a sudden chill. Yet he sighed in relief upon realizing that this task did not involve yet another battle with some creature or beast. The Sacred Domain volcano lies just ahead, harboring an aura I find particularly unpleasant. The ancient thunder dragon gradually emerged from Liu Yangshuo's sleeve, frowning at the towering volcano that pierced the clouds. However, to circumvent this place would likely entail a much longer detour. Liu Yangshuo gazed upon the imposing volcano before him and remarked, "Who said we must take a detour? I merely detest this aura. I'm not afraid of it." The primordial thunder dragon snorted disdainfully and soared ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yangshuo unbridled his faithful steed, recognizing that the environment ahead was no longer suitable for the creature to continue. He released the horse, then jogged forward in pursuit of the primordial thunder dragon. As he approached the volcano, the air grew increasingly sweltering. With each breath, Liu Yangshuo felt as though his lungs might ignite. This place is unbearably hot. What kind of beast could possibly dwell here? He lamented, exchanging a few ice crystal pills from the system and swallowing one. A wave of coolness surged through him instantly. Indeed, we should have encountered several by now. Why is there not a single one? The primordial thunder dragon echoed his confusion. Perhaps they were all frightened away by you. The beasts here certainly do not respond to my tactics. Just as the dragon uttered these words, it seemed to detect something. Its gaze fixated on a massive cave at the foot of the volcano. From within, it sensed a multitude of beastly auras, including the one it loathed the most. Let's proceed. There may be unexpected rewards awaiting us. Liu Yangshuo, having noticed the cave as well, received a mental prompt from the system indicating that the task location was within, although the primordial thunder dragon was somewhat reluctant. It nodded in agreement upon witnessing Liu Yangshuo's enthusiasm, and the duo hastened towards the cave. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance, where the searing heat billowed forth, warping the very air around them. Chapter 34. The Eight-Legged Golden Crow. As Liu Yangshuo felt the oppressive heat, he sensed that the ice crystal pill he had just consumed was losing its efficacy. What manner of place is this? It is far too hot. He wiped the sweat from his brow and removed his outer garment, tying it around his waist. Were it not for your insistence on entering, I would never have set foot in such a place. Clearly, the primordial thunder dragon was equally disinclined to venture inside. Typically, such places conceal treasures. I must hasten to procure something for my survival before the dragon clan arrives, lest I meet my demise. Liu Yangshuo hastily consumed another handful of ice crystal pills, alleviating some of the heat within him. The primordial thunder dragon remained silent, advancing slowly ahead of Liu Yangshuo. How dare a mere human and a small dragon intrude upon my lair? Depart within 3 breaths, or else face dire consequences. A furious female voice echoed from within the cave, startling Liu Yangshuo. What audacity! Do you presume I am afraid of you? The primordial thunder dragon, clearly loathing the source of the voice, felt its aura surge dramatically, causing rocks from the cave to tremble and fall. Ah, so it is the offspring of that fellow. No wonder he possesses such audacity. Come now, it has been many years. Let me see how much the little dragon has grown. The owner of the voice, upon recognizing the identity of the ancient thunder dragon, adopted a noticeably gentler tone. I never anticipated you would hold such esteem. Liu Yangshuo approached the ancient thunder dragon with a light chuckle. Do not mention it. Thanks to you, I find myself unable to depart. The ancient thunder dragon scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo could only chuckle awkwardly and continue onward. The two walked forward until they reached a magnificent lava waterfall. This waterfall was truly spectacular, its heights obscured from view. I have arrived. Will you not make your presence known? The ancient thunder dragon, lacking the inclination to admire the scenery, kept his gaze fixed on the space behind the waterfall. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pair of resplendent golden wings emerged from the molten cascade, splitting the waterfall in two. You are still as impatient as ever. You have not changed in all these years. An eight-legged golden crow slowly emerged from behind the waterfall, hovering before the ancient thunder dragon. The eight-legged golden crow. Liu Yangshuo's mind buzzed. This was a legendary divine beast, existing since the dawn of creation. Its current cultivation could rival that of any ferocious beast, without exaggeration. Yet, curiously, this eight-legged golden crow did not appear to be injured. There is no need for pleasantries. Why have you summoned me? Speak quickly, the ancient thunder dragon remarked, his impatience evident. Oh, you little rascal. Have you not missed me even a fraction in these tens of thousands of years? The eight-legged golden crow transformed into a noble woman clad in golden garments, approaching the ancient thunder dragon with a feigned expression of irritation. If such trivial matters are all you have, then I shall take my leave. Save your sentimental reminiscing for the old codger. With that, the ancient thunder dragon turned to depart. It was never our intention to send you away from the dragon clan. It was for your own good. The eight-legged golden crow sighed softly, her voice laced with unspoken burdens. However, the ancient thunder dragon showed no inclination to halt, continuing onward. Wait, I wish to inquire, is there a beast here that is ill? Liu Yangshuo, seeing the ancient thunder dragon grow increasingly distant, hastily posed the question. How do you know? The eight-legged golden crow was taken aback, astonished that a mere human could perceive the plight of the beasts here. The ancient thunder dragon also paused, turning to regard Liu Yangshuo. Ah, it is merely a personal ability of mine. Do tell me, is there or is there not? Liu Yangshuo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, forcibly redirecting the conversation. Indeed, there is, but it is no longer a matter you can resolve. The gaze of the eight-legged golden crow suddenly filled with sorrow. How can you know without attempting? Allow me to see. Perhaps I may find a way. Liu Yangshuo's conjecture proved to be correct. The eight-legged golden crow was not the lord of the sacred volcano as required by the mission, but rather another individual entirely. The eight-legged golden crow appeared somewhat hesitant, harboring no trust towards the human before her. Let him take a closer look. He is unlike ordinary humans, if you doubt it. Scrutinize him closely, said the ancient thunder dragon as it positioned itself beside Liu Yangshuo. Only then did the eight-legged golden crow observe Liu Yangshuo intently. And after a brief moment, she revealed a look of astonishment. This reaction was understandable, for Liu Yangshuo possessed a beast tribe's spiritual pearl within him, making him, while human, also akin to a member of the beast tribe. Very well, follow me, the eight-legged golden crow commanded, gesturing toward the magma waterfall behind her. The waterfall parted, revealing a stone bridge that gradually rose from below, connecting both ends. Liu Yangshuo nodded and followed the eight-legged golden crow alongside the ancient thunder dragon. The world beyond the waterfall was nothing short of enchanting. Everything was predominantly fiery red. Even the grass beneath their feet was a vivid crimson, rendering this place a realm of flames. Not far away, upon a bed of red crystal, lay a large crimson bird. It is this one, my child. The fiery sun vermilion bird, the eight-legged golden crow, said gently as she approached and caressed the bird's head. Liu Yangshuo stepped closer, carefully examining the condition of the fiery sun vermilion bird. It appeared to be in dire straits, its breath fluctuating, and its expression one of profound agony. Were it not for the continuous infusion of spiritual energy from the crystal bed beneath it, its plight could have been even worse. What could have caused it to end up like this? Liu Yangshuo inquired, understanding that to cure an ailment, one must first grasp its cause. Alas, this occurred several months ago. On that day, I was not present. A formidable human arrived here, and my child fought with that person, sustaining severe injuries. Had I not returned in time, it could have ended disastrously. The eight-legged golden crow lamented, her brow furrowed. The person you speak of, did they wear a black robe and emanate an aura of death? The ancient thunder dragon interjected, recognizing the rarity of such powerful humans and instinctively linking the individual mentioned by the eight-legged golden crow to the one who had previously attacked it. Indeed, could it be that you encountered him as well? The eight-legged golden crow nodded vigorously. I faced him a millennium ago. His strength was formidable, and his techniques were exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 35. refining celestial-grade elixirs, recalling the confrontation with that enigmatic figure. The ancient thunder dragon still vividly remembered the encounter, its teeth clenched in frustration, while Liu Yangshuo shared a keen curiosity about the identity of this mysterious individual. The pressing concern was to ensure the survival of the fiery sun vermilion bird. After circling the blazing sun phoenix several times, Liu Yangshuo finally discovered the source of its injury, a black handprint located on its chest, continuously emanating a sinister dark energy that appeared to be corroding the very flesh of the sun phoenix. He had exhausted every conceivable method to eradicate this mark, which felt more like a curse than anything else. The eight-legged golden crow also gazed at the handprint on the sun phoenix's chest and shook its head in lamentation. After a moment of deep contemplation, Liu Yangshuo concluded that, given his current strength and medical expertise, he was utterly incapable of remedying this ailment. It seemed that it was time to invest more resources. System, is there any elixir that can heal the sun phoenix's wound? He inquired. The system confirmed the availability of a low-tier heavenly-grade elixir, the celestial spirit refining pill, which required 5 million royal blood points for exchange. However, his balance was insufficient. Liu Yangshuo was nearly driven to exclaim in frustration, having nearly forfeited his life to acquire the 50,000 royal blood points he currently possessed. Now it seemed utterly worthless. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Standing before him were two ancient beings who had existed for tens of thousands of years. Surely they must have some reserves. If he could acquire the recipe, attempting to forge the heavenly grade elixir was not out of the question. With this thought in mind, Liu Yangshuo hastily noted down the recipe for the celestial spirit refining pill. The system, in its benevolence, provided the recipe free of charge, even if he could not afford the elixir itself. Moments later, having firmly committed the recipe to memory, he turned to the eight-legged golden crow. I possess a recipe for a pill that can save it. However, I am utterly helpless when it comes to gathering the necessary ingredients. Fear not. My long existence has allowed me to accumulate a collection of rare celestial treasures. If I lack any, I can venture out to seek them, the golden crow responded. Upon hearing that the sun phoenix was indeed salvageable, the eight-legged golden crow was filled with elation. Very well, I require 200 branches of the red dragonwood, 300 stalks of the phantom true grass, and 200 roots of the illusory dragon ginseng. Liu Yangshuo listed a series of names he had never before encountered, each with quantities no less than 100. This was not out of genuine necessity, but rather due to his uncertainty about successfully refining the heavenly grade elixir in one attempt. Most of these I can procure, but I currently lack the illusory dragon ginseng. However, I can seek it out immediately, the golden crow declared, preparing to leave. There is no need to search far. The illusory dragon ginseng requires the presence of dragon energy to thrive. It only grows in places inhabited by dragonkind. In this world, aside from the old fellow's domain, only I possess it, the ancient thunder dragon interjected. With a wave of his hand, a mound of illusory dragon ginseng appeared before Liu Yangshuo. Excellent. Now that we have everything, I will need your assistance in the alchemical process. My cultivation is insufficient to forge a heavenly grade elixir alone. I require your help to refine the ingredients, Liu Yangshuo stated, his heart racing with excitement. After all, how many individuals could claim the ability to concoct a heavenly grade elixir? The eight-legged golden crow nodded, transforming back into its true form, and the ancient thunder dragon followed suit, returning to a more typical size. Suddenly, a golden flame and a thunderous fire enveloped all the medicinal herbs, swiftly melting them down. During the previous competition, although Liu Yangshuo had harnessed the power of the ancient thunder dragon, he had merely scratched the surface of its potential. Now, with the ancient thunder dragon wielding its own strength, the results were markedly different. The herbs within the flames expelled impurities at a visible rate, transforming into pools of spiritual liquid. The eight-legged golden crow's ability to control fire was evidently superior, as it managed several types of herbs within distinct fire clusters, each melting at varying speeds. Within just a few hours, the requisite spiritual liquid for 100 portions of the celestial gang refining god pill was fully prepared. Under Liu Yangshuo's meticulous guidance, the eight-legged golden crow and the ancient thunder dragon cautiously began to merge the different spiritual liquids. However, it must be noted that the difficulty of refining a heavenly-grade pill was indeed extraordinary. Merely achieving the liquid condensation phase bore a high risk of failure. If even a slight excess of one herb's proportion occurred, the entire process would necessitate starting anew. The process of concocting the celestial gang, refining God pill, also served as a profound test of Liu Yangshuo's willpower. After nearly a day, on their 86th attempt, they finally succeeded. A swirl of rainbow-hued spiritual liquid was enveloped in the flames of the eight-legged golden crow, continuously being scorched. Liu Yangshuo exhaled a sigh of relief. All that remained was to wait for the pill to take shape and then infuse it with spiritual energy to achieve completion. The eight-legged golden crow instinctively understood the next steps, instantly intensifying the flame's temperature, causing the spiritual liquid to emit white steam, which soon coalesced into the shape of a pill. Next came the infusion of spiritual energy. The demand for spiritual essence in heavenly-grade pills was immense. And it was best if both of you operated simultaneously, Liu Yangshuo advised. You both should rest for now. I can manage this alone. The eight-legged golden crow smiled slightly, and it seemed that all the spiritual energy within the volcanic interior responded to her mere thought, surging relentlessly into the celestial gang, refining God pill. Liu Yangshuo could not help but marvel at the true terrifying power of the ancient beasts, realizing that the essence of heaven and earth could be manipulated at will with a mere thought. The ancient thunder dragon merely cast a glance before retreating to the side. Soon, the celestial gang refining God pill within the flames began to stir restlessly, bouncing about within the fire. It has developed a semblance of consciousness. However, unfortunately for it, escape is not an option. With a mere glance from the eight-legged golden crow, the pill immediately calmed down, obediently absorbing the final traces of spiritual energy before successfully transforming into a genuine heavenly-grade pill. Liu Yangshuo caught the slowly descending celestial gang, refining God pill, still radiating warmth, and stepped forward to present it to the blazing sun phoenix. To his surprise, as soon as the phoenix swallowed it, it began to writhe in agony. Stay back. The effects of the medicine have already begun to take hold, and it must endure this on its own. With a thunderous shout, Liu Yangshuo halted the advancing eight-legged golden crow. Although the creature was restless, it managed to restrain itself, standing still and observing quietly. As Liu Yangshuo had predicted, the effects of the Tiangang Lian Shun Dan began to manifest, emanating waves of dark energy from every corner of the blazing sun phoenix, particularly from the handprint on its chest, which gradually dissipated like melting snow. Chapter 36. Tomb of the Medicinal Emperor. Once the black smoke had cleared completely, the sun phoenix finally opened its eyes, gazing bewilderingly at the three figures around it. A notification echoed in Liu Yangshuo's mind. Main quest to save the Lord of the Sacred Domain volcano completed. Awakening of the Heavenly Spirit Eye. Suddenly, the world before Liu Yangshuo became extraordinarily luminous, as if he could perceive the essence of everything. In an instant, the recently awakened sun phoenix recalled something and unleashed a fiery tongue directed at Liu Yangshuo. Startled, Liu Yangshuo realized that the speed of the flame was too swift for him to evade. He could only raise his hands defensively, clad as he was in the dragon-scale armor gifted by the ancient thunder dragon. However, after a moment, he felt no heat at all. It turned out that the eight-legged golden crow had used its wings to shield him from the attack. Mother, why do you stop me? Let me destroy this wretched human. The sun phoenix rose, glaring at Liu Yangshuo. Calm down, my child. This is not the one who harmed you, but rather your savior. The eight-legged golden crow replied gently, retracting its wings. Realizing its mistake, the sun phoenix observed that this human exuded no trace of malevolence and possessed significantly lesser power. I apologize, I mistook you for another, it said, somewhat embarrassed. It is of no consequence. Your life is preserved. However, from your words, it seems the one who attacked you is the same person. Can we deduce their identity? Liu Yangshuo inquired. The three divine beasts pondered for a considerable time, but found themselves at a loss. Despite the historically tense relations between humans and beasts, it was rare for a human to audaciously strike against a divine beast. I suspect this may not be the work of a solitary individual. Whoever orchestrated the attack likely has a formidable organization backing them. Otherwise, they would not possess the audacity to provoke the wrath of the entire dragon clan, the ancient thunder dragon articulated. The eight-legged golden crow nodded in agreement, affirming the ancient thunder dragon's perspective. I feel compelled to visit the dragon clan. I have a premonition that a significant upheaval is brewing in this world, and the beastkin can no longer afford to remain divided. Turning to the ancient thunder dragon, it continued, I shall not return. The dragon domain is no longer my home. A sense of indifference clouded the ancient thunder dragon's eyes, as if the fate of the dragon clan bore no relevance to him. Seeing the resoluteness of the ancient thunder dragon, the eight-legged golden crow refrained from pressing further, knowing that the complexities of the situation could not yet be shared with him. Let us depart. There is nothing left for us here, it concluded. The ancient thunder dragon turned to leave. Wait a moment. The blazing phoenix suddenly called out to Liu Yangshuo and the ancient thunder dragon, who were about to depart. Is there something else? Liu Yangshuo inquired. You saved my life, and I have yet to repay you. This sacred domain volcano is, in fact, the tomb of a powerful being from your human race. I can guide you inside. Perhaps there are treasures to be found. The blazing phoenix gestured toward a stone door behind it. Liu Yangshuo, filled with anticipation, was eager to explore the tomb of a powerful being. Surely, it must contain some divine artifacts or techniques, for it would be a disservice to the legacy of such a strong individual otherwise. He looked at the ancient thunder dragon, his eyes brimming with excitement. Alas, very well, I shall accompany you inside. However, we must agree that once we emerge from the tomb, we shall leave immediately. The ancient thunder dragon sighed in resignation. Agreed. I will follow your lead, Liu Yangshuo replied. After speaking, the ancient thunder dragon transformed into a small serpent. Coiling around his arm, the blazing phoenix turned to face the stone door and let out a long cry, its divine beast pressure radiating outward. The stone door, seemingly ordinary, remained unaffected by the phoenix's overwhelming aura. Prepare yourselves. I can only keep the door open for a brief moment, the blazing phoenix announced, its body igniting with ethereal flames, intensifying the already sweltering environment. Liu Yangshuo was ready. The blazing phoenix transformed into a brilliant fireball and collided with the stone door. With a resounding crash, the stone door was forced open just enough for Liu Yangshuo to slip through. Hurry inside, came the voice of the blazing phoenix from within the fireball. Liu Yangshuo pushed off the ground and dashed through, the stone door closing behind him. However, he was unprepared for the endless darkness that enveloped him upon entering. Goodness, it is pitch black. The inside of the tomb was devoid of any light, as if he had stepped into another realm entirely. Stop shouting. Do you expect someone to turn on a light for you in a tomb? The ancient thunder dragon emerged from Liu Yangshuo's sleeve, its crackling lightning gradually illuminating the surroundings. Finally, someone has arrived. This is wonderful. An incredibly aged voice echoed from all directions. Who goes there? Do not hide in shadows. Reveal yourself, Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, startled to learn he was not alone in the ancient tomb. Huh, have I not been here all along? The ancient voice chuckled, its laughter reminiscent of nails scraping against the chalkboard, sending chills down Liu Yangshuo's spine. Utilizing the faint electric glow, he scanned the area and soon noticed a skeleton seated cross-legged not far ahead. Is it you? He asked. Indeed, who else could it be? The skeleton remained motionless, yet its voice continued to resonate. Who are you? What brings you here? Liu Yangshuo felt goosebumps rising on his back. You, young child, are remarkably impolite. It is you who intruded upon my tomb, yet you dare to inquire about my identity? Do you truly wish to inherit my legacy? The voice seemed to bristle with indignation at Liu Yangshuo's words. You, old man, are the true oddity. Speak or not, it matters not. I shall take my leave. Liu Yangshuo's temper flared as he faced the mere skeleton. Who do you think you are to frighten me? Wait. It has been ages since I encountered a living soul. I find myself rather excited. Please, do not depart just yet. Let us converse. The voice, sensing Liu Yangshuo's intent to leave, quickly softened its tone and attempted to retain him. Pray tell, who are you? Ahem, I'm the legendary Medicine Emperor. What say you? Young man, would you care to inherit my mantle and become my esteemed disciple? The voice suddenly adopted an air of utmost seriousness. Yet the proposal bore an uncanny resemblance to a pyramid scheme. Who is the Medicine Emperor? I have never heard of such a figure, Liu Yangshuo replied, entirely unfamiliar with this persona, thus rendering him impervious to the allure of the offer. Silence. This is the esteemed Medicine Emperor, the most revered among the 5 emperors of the ancient human race. It is said that he possesses the ability to retrieve souls from the gates of the underworld. The ancient thunder dragon hastily covered Liu Yangshuo's mouth, interjecting with reverence. Chapter 37. A Gift of a Volcano. The Medicine Emperor is but an empty title. Life and death are cyclical. If one could truly claim the title of Emperor, then why have I been reduced to this pile of bones? As he spoke, a plump, youthful-looking old man emerged slowly from behind the skeleton. Though I do not dare to disrespect the illustrious name of the Medicine Emperor, I must inquire why you find yourself entombed here, Liu Yangshuo expressed cautiously. As I have just posited, life and death are inevitable. No matter the location of one's demise, in the end, we all become mere remnants of bones. The Medicine Emperor chuckled, casting a glance at the skeleton behind him. Listening to the dialogue between the two, Liu Yangshuo felt utterly perplexed. Terms like ancient 5 emperors were entirely foreign to him. Enough of such trifles. Young man, I see remarkable potential in your bones. Would you consider becoming my disciple? The Medicine Emperor's interest remained firmly fixed on Liu Yangshuo, interrupting his idle chatter with the ancient thunder dragon as he approached Liu Yangshuo. The ancient thunder dragon nodded vigorously. This was the opportunity to become the Medicine Emperor's disciple. A fortune that many could only dream of, now fallen from the heavens. Being your disciple, what benefits would I gain? Liu Yangshuo regarded the seemingly unthreatening Medicine Emperor with skepticism concerning the authenticity of his identity. The ancient thunder dragon nearly gasped in disbelief. Truly, there existed such a naive individual, and this fool was right beside him. Oh, the young lad possesses quite the character. Are you aware that numerous scions of prestigious families have beseeched me to take them as my disciples? Yet, you're the first to make such a request in all these years. The Medicine Emperor regarded Liu Yangshuo with a curious gaze. Why should I not make a request? An ineffectual master is of no use. No matter how many I bow to, it pales in comparison to one who can truly teach me. If you cannot impart knowledge, I would prefer not to kneel. Liu Yangshuo scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by the Medicine Emperor's stature. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Prepare to be astonished. The Medicine Emperor's competitive spirit was ignited by Liu Yangshuo's challenge. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he approached a corner where he retrieved a long-deceased mouse, its body already in the throes of decay. Liu Yangshuo observed intently, eager to discern the true extent of this old man's abilities. In the name of the Emperor, I summon forth the souls of the departed. Revive, as withered wood greets spring. The Medicine Emperor's spiritual energy surged like an ocean, instantly filling the ancient tomb with its dense aura. Liu Yangshuo felt his own breath becoming labored amidst the overwhelming spiritual presence. Moments later, a vibrant green light emanated from the Medicine Emperor's right hand, rapidly mending the mouse's decayed form. Before long, the once lifeless creature was restored to vitality, not merely animated, but truly alive, its body entirely healed, now curiously sniffing about in the Medicine Emperor's palm. With a subtle smile, the Medicine Emperor exhaled a breath of stale air and released the mouse to the ground. To wield this spirit, I could barely summon a fraction of my true power. Reviving a mere mouse required such effort. What do you think? My profound technique of withered wood greeting spring possesses its merit, does it not? The Medicine Emperor inquired proudly of Liu Yangshuo. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yangshuo was utterly astounded. He had pondered the extent of the Medicine Emperor's medical prowess, but had never anticipated such a miraculous revival. This surpassed the boundaries of his knowledge. The legend of the Medicine Emperor's withered wood greeting spring reputed for its ability to resurrect, was known to the younger generation. Yet he never imagined he would witness it firsthand. The ancient thunder dragon observed nearby, eyes gleaming with admiration for the medicine emperor. If I were to become your disciple, would you teach me this technique? Before the medicine emperor could respond, Liu Yangshuo rushed forward, eyes fixed intently upon him. That is a certainty. As my disciple, you must master withered would greeting spring. To do otherwise would bring me disgrace. Master, I bow before you. Without hesitation, Liu Yangshuo knelt on the ground, offering 3 respectful bows to the medicine emperor. My obedient disciple, rise quickly. From this day forth, you shall diligently learn under my guidance. I believe that when you graduate, you will become the new medicine emperor. The medicine emperor beamed, extending his hand to assist Liu Yangshuo to his feet. Master, let us commence at once. By the way, how long will it take to learn withered would greeting spring? Is 3 months sufficient? Liu Yangshuo eagerly inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. 3 months? When I comprehended this technique, it took me 5 millennia to master it, and an additional 5 millennia to achieve proficiency. In merely 3 months, you will scarcely grasp a fraction of its essence. The alchemist chuckled lightly. 5,000 years added to 5 years amounts to a full millennium, does it not? By then, I shall be nothing but bones. Liu Yangshuo felt a deep displeasure in his heart, sensing as though he had been deceived. Young man, do not be impatient. The path of learning medicine is an endless journey. A mere 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment, like a galloping horse passing swiftly. With this, the alchemist turned his back, adopting the demeanor of a venerable master. Indeed, 10,000 years is but a trifle. It will pass in the blink of an eye. Have you forgotten that a dragon clan pursues you? Should you not hasten to learn? The ancient thunder dragon quickly whispered from Liu Yangshuo's shoulder. Liu Yangshuo found himself at a loss for words. He had no desire to learn, yet he had already pledged himself as a disciple. Very well, I shall learn. But master, I must attend to pressing matters in 3 months. I may have to depart for a while. Resolutely, he resolved to face the old man before him for a lifetime and acquiesced. There is no need for such formality, since you are my sole disciple. I shall present you with a gift. Upon hearing of a gift, Liu Yangshuo's spirits lifted slightly. Of course, master, a gift from you must be extraordinary indeed. You understand me well, my apprentice. The gift I bestow upon you is truly one of a kind in all the world. With that, the alchemist raised his hand and pointed upwards. Liu Yangshuo gazed for a long while, but aside from the faint outline of rocks, he discerned nothing. Master, you cannot be gifting me your grave, can you? While it may be unique, it would serve me no purpose. After a prolonged silence, Liu Yangshuo inquired with a wry smile. Why I'm giving you is this entire volcano. The alchemist delivered a resounding knock on Liu Yangshuo's head. Chapter 38. The Fiery Cauldron of Clarity. What? A volcano? Master, are you out of your mind? Such a massive volcano. I cannot possibly take it with me. Liu Yangshuo protested, cradling his head. He recalled how, from a distance, the sacred domain volcano rose into the clouds, its summit unseen. Do you believe this volcano is merely a volcano? Let me divulge the truth. This volcano is, in fact, the manifestation of my life as cauldron. The fiery cauldron of clarity, designed to keep tomb raiders at bay and await the truly fated individual. The alchemist scoffed, his eyes narrowing with profound significance. Is it true? This volcano is actually a cauldron? Liu Yangshuo could hardly believe his ears. As a physician, he had long desired a cauldron of his own, yet those within the system were prohibitively expensive, while those available outside failed to meet his standards. Why would I deceive you? The fiery cauldron of clarity has accompanied me since the inception of my cultivation and has transcended the realm of artifacts, transforming into a volcano with ease. The medicine emperor turned towards his own skeletal remains and retrieved a palm-sized, pitch-black cauldron from their embrace, tossing it into Liu Yangshuo's arms. Here, let your blood fall upon it. It has been a masterless object since my demise, and you need only acknowledge your ownership. Despite the seeming generosity of the medicine emperor in bestowing the fury flame clear cauldron upon Liu Yangshuo, a hint of reluctance flickered across his countenance. Liu Yangshuo perceived that the cauldron, though modest in size, bore an immense weight of significance. After a moment of contemplation, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the cauldron's surface. Instantly, a brilliant light flashed from the cauldron, and the obsidian exterior began to crumble, revealing the fiery crimson interior. Before long, a small cauldron of bluish-red hue floated delicately in the palm of Liu Yangshuo's hand, awakening a profound sense of unity within him. Now, let us see how adeptly you can wield the Fury Flame Clear Cauldron. The Medicine Emperor chuckled softly, tossing a medicinal herb to Liu Yangshuo. With astonishment, Liu Yangshuo realized it was the famed Red Star Crystal, notorious for its difficulty in refinement. The Medicine Emperor presented the Red Star Crystal not only for Liu Yangshuo to test the cauldron, but also to gauge the extent of his talent. For others, this challenge may have proven insurmountable. However, Liu Yangshuo possessed a system of his own. As he grasped the Red Star Crystal, the system promptly conveyed the refinement conditions to him. With a surge of spiritual energy, Liu Yangshuo gently flicked open the cauldron's lid and seamlessly tossed the Red Star Crystal inside. True to its reputation as a transcendent artifact, the cauldron ignited a verdant flame upon sensing the herb. Liu Yangshuo placed his left hand upon his right wrist, his spiritual energy coursing rapidly through his meridians. As the flames within the cauldron surged violently, raising the surrounding temperature. Not enough, keep burning. Liu Yangshuo's gaze fixated on the Red Star Crystal, his inner energy reaching its limits. Yet, he held another card up his sleeve. His spirit pearl contained a reservoir of spiritual energy. The dormant pearl began to spin swiftly, channeling pure energy extracted from the ghost-faced serpent whale back into Liu Yangshuo's meridians. After approximately half an hour, the tough exterior of the Red Star Crystal finally began to dissolve. Seizing the moment, Liu Yangshuo abruptly retracted his spiritual energy, which had become incredibly intense after circulating within the cauldron. As this searing energy surged into his meridians, Liu Yangshuo was nearly overwhelmed by the heat, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the formidable willpower enabled him to persevere. The essence of refining the Crimson Star Crystal lies in the necessity of melting its resilient exterior with an absolute high temperature, followed by an immediate transition to a flame of the lowest temperature to nurture its fragile core. This intricate temperature transformation is precisely what earns it the title of the most challenging medicinal material to refine. Witnessing Liu Yangshuo's unwavering determination and precise control over the flames, the Apothecary Emperor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was well aware of the excruciating nature of such temperature transitions. Yet, Liu Yangshuo merely furrowed his brow, not even uttering a sound, revealing much about his character. The nurturing of the Crimson Star Crystal's core required a bit more time. After approximately 2 hours, Liu Yangshuo retracted the last trace of spiritual energy, gently flicked his wrist, and the lid of the Fury Flame Celestial Cauldron sprang open, revealing the core of the Crimson Star Crystal. Impressive indeed. To achieve such proficiency on his first use of the Fury Flame Celestial Cauldron. My judgment has not been in vain. The Apothecary Emperor nodded, his tone brimming with admiration. Exhausted, Liu Yangshuo collapsed onto the ground, breathless, with his meridians ablaze in pain. Get up. As a healer, such discomfort is something you must learn to endure. The Apothecary Emperor clapped his hands, illuminating the entire burial chamber. And it was then that Liu Yangshuo and the ancient Thunder Dragon realized that the Apothecary Emperor's tomb was, in fact, a medicinal refinement chamber. Truly, as expected of the Apothecary Emperor, even in death, he remained in his element. Steeling himself against the discomfort within, Liu Yangshuo rose to follow the Apothecary Emperor. While walking ahead, incessantly introduced him to every medicinal material within the chamber. Initially, the materials presented were utterly commonplace, and Liu Yangshuo paid little heed. However, as they progressed, he discovered an array of nearly unparalleled medicinal herbs, including several stalks of the elusive illusory dragon ginseng, previously used in concocting elixirs for the blazing sun vermilion bird. It was a mystery how the Apothecary Emperor had preserved such rare specimens to this day. After what felt like an eternity of introductions, Liu Yangshuo was left dizzy and mentally fatigued. Enough for now. No amount of talk can match the expediency of hands-on practice. That little dragon, come here, disciple. You shall practice your skills with it, the apothecary emperor instructed, gesturing towards the ancient thunder dragon trailing behind. Both Liu Yangshuo and the ancient thunder dragon were momentarily taken aback. What are we to practice? The apothecary emperor scrutinized the young dragon, noting, I see that your internal injuries have accumulated significantly. Is it what the demon emperor teaches you? To recklessly rely on your robust physique? You ought to cherish yourself more. His gaze revealed a deep sense of pity for the ancient thunder dragon, who felt as though every inch of him had been laid bare before the apothecary emperor. Even the few strands of dragon mane were scrutinized, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 39. The little test subject now. From all the medicinal materials I have just described to you, concoct a remedy, and within 3 days, I expect to see your internal injuries reduced by half. Having spoken, the apothecary emperor turned and departed, leaving Liu Yangshuo and the ancient thunder dragon exchanging glances. Do you trust me? Liu Yangshuo inquired. If I did not, what alternatives could I possibly have? Here, apart from you and me, the only other living creature is that mouse, the ancient thunder dragon replied, casting a resigned glance at Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo chuckled awkwardly before plunging into the apothecary emperor's storeroom, fervently searching. To Liu Yangshuo's pleasant surprise, the celestial eye he had acquired from completing a main quest began to activate automatically. All the medicinal herbs became vividly clear before his eyes, and with a mere thought, the herbs that met his criteria would manifest prominently. Before long, Liu Yangshuo emerged, cradling an assortment of various herbs, and casually tossed them into a large barrel. Hurry, come and try this recipe of mine. Liu Yangshuo exclaimed with excitement to the ancient thunder dragon. If you intend to induce gradual poisoning, then by all means, let it soak, the ancient thunder dragon said skeptically as he prepared to enter the wooden barrel, when suddenly, the apothecary emperor's calm voice echoed from behind. It turned out the apothecary emperor had been observing Liu Yangshuo's every move, ready to intervene should Liu Yangshuo err. How could that be? These herbs are all beneficial for invigorating and unblocking energy. How could they poison anyone? Liu Yangshuo queried, scrutinizing the herbs in the barrel, yet failing to discern any issues after a lengthy examination. When concocting potions, one must not merely consider the effects of individual herbs. The crucial aspect lies in their combinations. Sometimes 2 poisons can transform into a life-saving remedy, while 2 remedies can turn into an invisible poison, the apothecary emperor advised Liu Yangshuo before vanishing once more. You nearly brought about your own demise, young one. Exercise caution. If you cause any mishap, you shall not escape unscathed, the ancient thunder dragon remarked, a flicker of trepidation arising within him as he gazed at Liu Yangshuo. However, Liu Yangshuo was wholly absorbed in the herbs, disregarding the ancient thunder dragon's words. With the apothecary emperor's guidance, he began to analyze the effects of different herbal combinations, a task that consumed 2 entire days. At this moment, Liu Yangshuo's body had grown rigid, his features haggard, and his eyes were deeply sunken, save for a glimmer of brilliance illuminating them. I finally comprehend, Liu Yangshuo exclaimed. This time, there shall be no mistakes. With the assistance of the celestial eye, he tirelessly calculated various herbal combinations, ultimately discovering the most suitable one. After turning back and adding a few more herbs into the barrel, Liu Yangshuo looked at the ancient thunder dragon with newfound confidence. The ancient thunder dragon gulped, wishing to refuse, yet the intensity in Liu Yangshuo's gaze rendered him speechless, compelling him to grit his teeth and plunge inside. Liu Yangshuo hurriedly dashed to fetch several buckets of water, pouring them into the wooden tub. With his hands pressed against the barrel, he channeled his spiritual energy, causing steam to rise from the water in no time. The ancient thunder dragon cautiously examined its own condition, only to discover that several concealed internal injuries were indeed healing gradually. The previously obstructed meridians began to clear under the infusion of the medicinal solution. The medicine emperor nodded in approval, astonished by Liu Yangshuo's exceptional talent. He had merely offered a couple of suggestions. Yet, Liu Yangshuo managed to create a unique prescription within 2 days. It is worth noting that all elixirs are the result of countless experiments. achieving such results on the first attempt attests to Liu Yangshuo's undeniable proficiency in medicine. After soaking in the tub for a full day, the ancient thunder dragon could no longer contain itself and let out a long howl, bursting forth from the barrel. The exhilarating sensation coursed through its body, a feeling it had not experienced in ages. Indeed, 3 days had passed, neither too much nor too little. The next trial would be considerably more challenging. Were you prepared? The medicine emperor approached, patting Liu Yangshuo on the shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. Liu Yangshuo, already fatigued, yearned for a moment's respite before continuing. However, the force behind the emperor's 2 pats seemed to dispel his weariness entirely, leaving him feeling remarkably alert. "I'm ready," Liu Yangshuo declared. "Well, you have healed half of the internal injuries. The remaining half is far more complex and stubborn. Just as I mentioned earlier, for the next 5 days, you may only use poisons to completely eradicate the remaining injuries." Upon hearing this, it was not Liu Yangshuo who first spoke up, but the ancient thunder dragon. "Isn't this a tad too dangerous, senior?" As soon as poison was mentioned, the thunder dragon grew restless. "What are you afraid of? Do you doubt my disciple? Or perhaps me? Rest assured, even if you were left with only a breath, I could restore you." With that, the medicine emperor vanished once more. "This is not my fault, but do not worry, I will ensure the highest possible success rate." Liu Yangshuo swiftly made his exit, fearing the ancient thunder dragon's wrath. The ancient thunder dragon felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. As a proud thunder dragon, it had been reduced to a mere test subject. The following day, it found itself half-forced into a pitch-black medicinal vat. Liu Yangshuo claimed he would guarantee success, yet the selected poisons were none other than the most potent. Within the barrel, the ancient thunder dragon furrowed its brow, experiencing alternating chills and heat, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain radiating from within. "I say, can you manage this? I can hardly endure any longer." The thunder dragon gritted its teeth, struggling against the relentless discomfort. "Just hold on a little longer, according to my calculations. There should be no issues," Liu Yangshuo replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his right hand firmly pressed against the thunder dragon's chest, keenly observing its condition. "The toxicity is insufficient. Prolonging his treatment time in such a manner is futile. The first principle of using poison to cure ailments is to minimize the duration of treatment. Remember that." The voice of the medicine emperor seemed to emanate from nowhere. Just as the ancient thunder dragon was about to speak, Liu Yangshuo tossed a blood-red ginseng, grotesquely resembling a human face, into the mix. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce explosion erupted from the wooden tub. When Liu Yangshuo opened his eyes, he found his right hand resting upon the chest of a naked silver-haired beauty. "How much longer do you intend to linger?" Chapter 40. The true form of the ancient thunder dragon, sensing the sensations coursing through his palm and juxtaposed with that solitary, breathtaking visage, Liu Yangshuo, almost involuntarily, squeezed once more. The expression of the ancient thunder dragon darkened immediately, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Slap! A resounding slap struck Liu Yangshuo's left cheek, so forceful that it sent him spinning through the air before crashing against the wall behind him. "It's all a misunderstanding." Liu Yangshuo's face rapidly swelled, resembling that of a pig, as he mumbled for mercy. "Those who have witnessed my true form do not meet with favorable fates. Had it not been for my promise to ensure your safety for 3 years, that strike would have claimed your life." The ancient thunder dragon slowly rose from the tub, a gown of white starlight manifesting around her, accentuating her exquisite figure. "Ahem, grant me some leniency. After all, he is my only disciple. If you were to kill him, where would I find another?" The medicine emperor emerged from behind, clearing his throat awkwardly. Upon seeing the medicine emperor arrive, Liu Yangshuo felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. He had been unable to stand moments before, but now dashed 2 steps behind the medicine emperor, using him as a shield. "Well then, since you have spoken, how could I not comply?" Enraged, the ancient thunder dragon momentarily forgot about the presence of the medicine emperor. With his protection, she could not take any action against Liu Yangshuo. That is acceptable, but this lad has seen things he ought not to have. Enduring a bit of suffering is warranted. And you, young man, what relation does the transformation herb have to healing? Why did you place it there? The medicine emperor turned to Liu Yangshuo, assuming a reprimanding demeanor. Master, I did not. Liu Yangshuo could not recall having placed any transformation herb. With his divine insight, he could not possibly misidentify the medicinal materials. There is no I did not. I shall penalize you to transcribe the properties of all medicinal herbs 200 times. With that, the medicine emperor waved his sleeve dramatically and departed. Liu Yangshuo was left bewildered, pondering from whence the transformation herb had come. Only the medicine emperor, lurking in the distance and chuckling, could perhaps know the answer. Given Liu Yangshuo's prodigious talent, inheriting the title of medicine emperor was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the ancient thunder dragon, as the daughter of the dragon emperor, stood as the foremost contender for the title of demon emperor. The prospect of the future medicine emperor and demon emperor as a couple is indeed intriguing to contemplate. That evening, Liu Yangshuo was diligently writing by the flickering light of an oil lamp, occasionally casting glances at the ancient thunder dragon meditating nearby. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. Although the ancient thunder dragon did not open his eyes and spoke in a neutral tone, Liu Yangshuo was utterly convinced that he was capable of such a deed, prompting him to hastily lower his head once more. The revelation was profoundly shocking to Liu Yangshuo. He had never anticipated that the ancient thunder dragon, who had been by his side day and night, was actually female. This thought stirred a flicker of excitement within him, and he unconsciously quickened his pace in transcribing the texts. In stark contrast to the awkward atmosphere on Liu Yangshuo's side, another ancient being had awakened within the cave of the elder who had previously threatened to hunt Liu Yangshuo down. Who has broken my curse? What manner of divine being dares to disturb me? A hoarse voice emanated from the fifth door, laced with a barely perceptible fury. It seems I am not the only one in misfortune. Who would have thought you, fifth brother, would also fall victim? Ha ha ha. The elder from the ninth door openly mocked. Do you think this is a blessing? If we all encounter mishaps, how will we execute our grand plan? Are you not afraid of the master tracing this back to you, endangering your life? The fifth elder did not react with anger to the ninth elder's taunts. Instead, his voice trembled at the mention of the master. Enough of this bickering, fifth elder. Can you trace who has broken your seal? A feminine voice unexpectedly emerged from the second door. I cannot ascertain. It appears the curse was lifted through the use of some elixir, and I have sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy. After pondering for a moment, the fifth elder replied, This matter is of grave importance. All of you, remain vigilant. Aside from third elder, each of you should reassess your own situations. We shall wait for our elder brother to emerge before making any decisions. With that, the second elder fell silent, retreating into deep contemplation. The ninth and fifth elders, who had been bickering moments ago, obediently closed their mouths, seemingly intimidated by the second elder. 3 days later, Liu Yangshuo finally stood up, stretching his stiff back as a series of cracking sounds echoed from every corner of his body. At last, I've finished transcribing. He turned to glance at the pile of prescriptions towering behind him like a small mountain, hoping to ease the tension with the ancient thunder dragon. He was instead met with a piercing gaze that suggested lethal intent, prompting him to offer a sheepish smile. You transcribed quite swiftly. However, there is little I can teach you regarding these prescriptions. The only secret lies in 4 words. Practice makes perfect. Observe and practice diligently. Today, I shall teach you a set of acupuncture techniques. With that, the medicine emperor revealed 2 sets of silver needles in his palm. Master, am I not allowed to learn the art of rejuvenation as well? Liu Yangshuo, upon realizing he was to learn acupuncture, lamented with a hint of disappointment. You wish to run before you can walk? Young man, do not be so impatient. Upon finishing his words, the medicine emperor tossed a set of silver needles to Liu Yangshuo. Reluctantly, Liu Yangshuo accepted them, only to discover they were exceptionally mundane silver needles. Master, I already possess silver needles. I would prefer to use my own, he said, extending his right hand, where 7 gleaming silver needles materialized in his palm. The medicine emperor, initially indifferent, cast a glance at Liu Yangshuo's needles, his eyes widening in astonishment as he rushed forward to seize them for a closer examination. Master, is there something wrong with these needles? Liu Yangshuo inquired, startled. Where did these needles come from? The medicine emperor demanded sharply. They were used to seal her when she was attacked, transforming into a long spear. After I rescued her, they came into my possession, Liu Yangshuo explained, somewhat bewildered. Although the ancient thunder dragon had mentioned that the spear was no ordinary object, he had not anticipated such a profound reaction from the medicine emperor. After a long moment, the medicine emperor trembled slightly as he scrutinized the 7 silver needles, as if he were observing something that filled him with trepidation. Master, is there an issue with these needles? Liu Yangshuo pressed again. The problem does not lie with the needles themselves, but rather with these patterns, the medicine emperor replied, his tone becoming gravely serious as his fingertip traced the ancient designs etched onto the surface of the needles. Chapter 41. Ancient Secrets. Liu Yangshuo exchanged glances with the ancient thunder dragon. The patterns indeed appeared peculiar. It was precisely these designs that had been siphoning the ancient thunder dragon's spiritual energy, rendering it immensely weakened. Elder, what is the origin of these patterns? I only know that the spear was not particularly powerful in the hands of its wielder, yet the sealing force is remarkably formidable, the ancient thunder dragon inquired. Huh. This merely indicates that your assailant has yet to grasp the true power of these patterns. I have experienced it firsthand. The master of these designs can effortlessly eradicate all vitality within a vast expanse with a mere flick of their hand, leaving not a blade of grass to grow. The medicine emperor scoffed, seemingly recalling a fierce battle from his past. At this revelation, both the ancient thunder dragon and Liu Yangshuo gasped in disbelief. Thus far, their most formidable adversary had been the half-stepped desolate beast, the ghost-faced flood dragon. Yet they acknowledged that the ghost-faced flood dragon lacked the ability to annihilate all living beings directly. We once believed we had sealed that entity for eternity. Yet it appears we have encountered it again in this unforeseen manner. It seems the world is on the brink of another great calamity, the medicine emperor sighed, returning the silver needles to Liu Yangshuo. However, Liu Yangshuo clutched the needles as if they were a searing hot potato. Elder, please elucidate the origin of these patterns. The ancient thunder dragon pressed further. The tale begins tens of thousands of years ago, when 5 spiritual emperors emerged across the continent. Known in modern times as the ancient 5 emperors, our interdependence ushered in an extended period of peace for the realm. The medicine emperor sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy into a swirling mist. Below him, 5 diminutive figures arranged in a pentagram hovered over a dust-laden map, each adorned with a petite crown. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered when a dimensional rift materialized, unleashing a torrent of void creatures that rampaged mercilessly against the sacred spirits. Leading the charge, the medicine emperor, accompanied by 81 formidable savage beasts, commenced a counter-offensive against these void monstrosities. At this juncture, the medicine emperor cast a respectful glance towards the ancient thunder dragon, his words imbued with admiration for the demon emperor. Who summoned this dimensional rift? The ancient thunder dragon inquired. Unknown, and no one possesses that knowledge. This matter remains a mystery to this day, replied the medicine emperor. Following the demon emperor's lead, the remaining 4 emperors rallied their respective forces to launch a counterattack, with reports of victories pouring in from various battlefronts until they reached the rift's entrance. At this point, the medicine emperor's expression grew increasingly grave. Did you destroy the rift? Liu Yangshuo asked. Alas, no. The medicine emperor shook his head, gazing at the 5 diminutive figures before him. Is it possible that even the combined strength of the 5 spirit emperors could not obliterate that rift? Liu Yangshuo expressed his astonishment, for he believed their collective might could easily decimate the continent, yet they were unable to destroy a mere rift. It is not due to a lack of strength, but rather because the master of those void creatures has emerged. He calls himself the Demon Emperor, and we 5 together are no match for him. Ultimately, the Demon Emperor, the Human Emperor, and the Tao Emperor had no choice but to sacrifice their souls in a self-detonation, barely managing to seal him back into the dimensional rift. The Medicine Emperor gently waved his hand, causing the misty figures to dissipate gradually. Upon hearing this tale, both Liu Yangshuo and the ancient Thunder Dragon found their worldviews irrevocably altered, astonished that such a horrific event had transpired on the continent millennia ago. Is it possible that this pattern is Liu Yangshuo gazed at the silver needle in his hand, already forming a conjecture. Indeed, the pattern originates from the demon lord, and this spear was crafted by his hand, the medicine emperor affirmed with a nod. Though he was deeply reluctant to witness such a scene unfold, the re-emergence of the demon lord's presence on the continent was undeniable. What shall we do? Is there anyone left who can contend with the demon lord? Liu Yangshuo asked, panic creeping into his voice. Do not despair. If the demon lord has indeed resurfaced, it stands to reason that he would not be able to wreak havoc without restraint. This indicates that he has not fully escaped his seal, granting your generation time to grow. The medicine emperor placed a reassuring hand on Liu Yangshuo's shoulder, his eyes brimming with hope. The failure of the ancient five emperors was partly due to their unfamiliarity with the demon lord. Should he break free now, his power would undoubtedly be diminished. And perhaps he could be vanquished after all. Predecessor, may I inquire about the whereabouts of our clan's demon emperor? The ancient thunder dragon asked with a tinge of sorrow. I'm uncertain about that. The three great emperors have sacrificed their souls and can no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even with my ability to rejuvenate the withered, I can only extend their lives by a mere decade. As for where their descendants will lay them to rest after those 10 years, that is known only to them. The medicine emperor shook his head in resignation. The fall of the great emperors left him powerless, even in his esteemed position. Very well, thank you, esteemed elder, the ancient thunder dragon said, already formulating his own thoughts. As for you, my young disciple, I initially intended for you to thoroughly master all my teachings at a steady pace. However, it has become evident that time is of the essence, and you must grow at an accelerated rate. After a moment of contemplation, the medicine emperor resolved to initiate rigorous training for Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and ceased to disdain the tediousness of cultivation, fervently nodding in agreement. In the days that followed, the two within the medicine emperor's tomb embarked upon an intense training regimen. During their waking hours, Liu Yangshuo diligently practiced various acupuncture techniques, medical skills, and researched medicinal formulas. Even in slumber, he was immersed in a vat of potent elixirs. As the medicine emperor stated, a doctor must possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Only by mastering one's own life can true safety be attained. Liu Yangshuo need not worry about the adverse effects of forcibly enhancing his abilities through potions, for his master was the most formidable physician in history. 3 months swiftly passed. When Liu Yangshuo finally awoke from the elixir vat for the last time, the medicine emperor stood before him. The 3-month period has concluded. You mentioned having matters to attend to. I shall not interfere. However, do not forget the weight of the mission you bear. The medicine emperor handed Liu Yangshuo a finely crafted wooden token, advising him further. Upon receiving the token, Liu Yangshuo noticed that although it was wooden, its weight rivaled that of pure iron, adorned with an antiquated character symbolizing medicine. This token represented the identity of his master, and bearing it meant he was the sole disciple of the medicine emperor. Chapter 42. Little Blue is evolving holding the medicine emperor's token. Liu Yangshuo felt its substantial weight. It was more than just a token, but a symbol of immense respect. Thank you, master, Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, leaping from the vat and kneeling before the medicine emperor with reverence. However, do not reveal this token lightly in front of outsiders. Should the minions of the demon lord discover you, they will undoubtedly prioritize capturing you. After all, had it not been for me, the demon lord could have triumphed with ease in those days. The medicine emperor gently cautioned as he assisted Liu Yangshuo to his feet. Liu Yangshuo nodded, calming the restless energy within him. Over the past 3 months, the medicine emperor had forcibly elevated Liu Yangshuo's cultivation to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm through various heavenly treasures, a speed that was nothing short of terrifying. It is getting late. We must depart, for our journey will take considerable time. For the past 3 months, the ancient thunder dragon has been serving as a test subject for Liu Yangshuo. However, there have been benefits. Her internal injuries have completely healed, and her cultivation has advanced further. Liu Yangshuo nodded, bid farewell to the medicine emperor, and with a thought, the heavy stone door of the medicine emperor's tomb effortlessly swung open. You have finally emerged. I was beginning to worry that you had encountered some unforeseen mishap inside. The blazing sun phoenix, transformed into human form, remarked as it had been waiting at the tomb's entrance. "We are fine, but I must take this volcano with me," Liu Yangshuo said somewhat apologetically, realizing that it was indeed inappropriate to claim what was originally the Sun Phoenix's territory. "Feel free to take it. We will not remain here any longer. We are heading to the Dragon Realm to discuss matters with the Dragon Emperor." The eight-legged golden crow interjected before the Sun Phoenix could respond. Liu Yangshuo nodded in agreement, relieved that the eight-legged golden crow had consented. After attuning to the fiery spirit cauldron, he could clearly discern that the sacred domain volcano was merely an illusion, a manifestation created by the fiery spirit cauldron itself. With a flick of his wrist, the azure-red fiery spirit cauldron materialized in Liu Yangshuo's palm, and the surrounding heat and magma were drawn into it. In mere moments, everything around began to transform rapidly. The once barren trees morphed into lush greenery, and the towering volcano vanished, leaving the four within a cave. Truly remarkable. The artifact of the Medicine Emperor can conjure such vivid illusions, the eight-legged golden crow remarked, seemingly unfazed, as it gazed at the exquisite cauldron in Liu Yangshuo's hand with admiration. "Senior, could it be that you are?" Liu Yangshuo suddenly realized that the Medicine Emperor had mentioned the 81 savage beasts led by the Demon Emperor to combat the Demon Lord, among whom was the eight-legged golden crow. The eight-legged golden crow simply smiled and nodded gently. "Indeed, I'm one of the warriors under the Demon Emperor. My journey to the Dragon Clan is to seek answers from the Demon Emperor. The tomb of the Demon Emperor resides within the Dragon Realm." The ancient Thunder Dragon exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, the Dragon Emperor is the mightiest among all the warriors of the Demon Emperor. Naturally, the tomb of the Demon Emperor must be safeguarded by him," the eight-legged golden crow affirmed, then transformed back into its original form and soared into the sky with the Sun Phoenix, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "It seems we must make a trip to the Dragon Clan," Liu Yangshuo said with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that the place he had once dreaded now became a necessity to visit. The ancient Thunder Dragon nodded, transforming into a serpent-like form that coiled around Liu Yangshuo's wrist. The cool sensation against his skin reminded Liu Yangshuo of that beautiful, unexpected encounter from earlier. "What are you pondering?" The voice of the ancient Thunder Dragon resonated from Liu Yangshuo's wrist, drawing his thoughts back to reality. "Is there anything wrong? I am merely curious as to why someone is striking as you refuses to reveal your true form," Liu Yangshuo inquired, scratching his head. What is there to admire? It is merely a frail body," the ancient Thunder Dragon scoffed, for as a dragon, it naturally held little regard for the physical forms of humans. Liu Yangshuo dared not press further, lest he incur another round of punishment, and hastily set off, not daring to linger even a moment longer. Without a horse, the pace of his journey slowed considerably, and the remaining time became increasingly pressing. At that moment, within the Spirit Beast sect, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded. This was due to the slumber of the azure-eyed beast, Shaolon, who had entered a deep sleep a month prior. It had absorbed sufficient geothermal fire energy and was undergoing its final evolution. The Spirit Beast sect had crafted a secluded chamber for Shaolon, constructed entirely from the most fire-rich geothermal rock, with guards rotating every hour to prevent any mishaps. "Master, a message has arrived from the Blood Demon sect. Their leader and young master are en route," an elder reported, approaching Xiao Hongbo from behind. "Understood. Make the necessary arrangements, as representatives from the various sects will be arriving shortly. We must not let them perceive the Spirit Beast sect as lacking in hospitality," Xiao Hongbo replied, taking a delicate sip from his tea. "Yes," the elder responded with a respectful bow before exiting. In the ensuing days, the chamber where Shaolon resided grew increasingly illuminated with flames. Even through the thick rock walls, one could sense the searing heat emanating from within. The sect's saintess, Xiao Xintong, stood vigil at the chamber's entrance without pause. "Rest assured, Shaolon will be fine. In just 2 days, he will emerge from seclusion. You should prepare yourself. Many talented youths from various sects will be present. Do not allow them to perceive our little princess as a disheveled girl," Xiao Hongbo gently remarked, approaching his daughter from behind. "Has he arrived yet?" A figure emerged in Xiao Xintong's mind, prompting her to ask. "Not yet, but there is still time. He should arrive soon," Xiao Hongba replied tenderly, stroking his daughter's waist-length hair. At that moment, outside the gates of the spirit beast sect, a weary young man trudged amidst a throng of travelers. Finally, we have arrived. Is the spirit beast sect truly this far away? Liu Yangshuo muttered, lifting the tattered cloth covering his head to read the large characters spelling out spirit beast sect above him. Who let this filthy beggar in? Get out of the way, or I'll have your legs chopped off for obstructing the young master's path. A voice shouted rudely from behind Liu Yangshuo, causing him to frown in annoyance. Chapter 43. First encounter with the blood demon sect. Liu Yangshuo turned to find a lewd-looking man dressed in black robes standing behind him, regarding him with disdain. Liu Yangshuo's current attire indeed resembled that of a beggar. In an effort to save time, he chose to traverse through the forest and across the meadows rather than taking the main road. Who are you? And what authority do you have to demand that I yield my space? Liu Yangshuo's temper flared as he confronted the audacity of this obscure sect. My young master is the vice master of the blood demon sect. Surely, you are aware that we have come to propose a union with the spirit beast sect? The lecherous man sneered, exuding an air of arrogance bolstered by his association. Blood demon sect? I have not heard of it. Did your mother not teach you the courtesy of saying please when requesting someone to step aside? With that, Liu Yangshuo turned on his heel and continued on his way. The lecherous man, irked by Liu Yangshuo's indifference, hastily seized the fabric of his clothing. You kid, today, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. With a disdainful snort, Liu Yangshuo unleashed his spiritual energy, creating a shockwave that cast the man aside. The lecherous fellow barely had time to react before he was brutally thrust away by an unyielding force. The onlookers, witnessing this common spectacle of youthful rivalry, instinctively stepped aside, eager to display their prowess in such a setting. Suddenly, a large hand caught the lecherous man mid-flight, and he coughed up blood as he turned to see his assailant. You incompetent fool! How could you fail at such a trivial task? What use do I have for you now? A stern-faced youth, of similar age to Liu Yangshuo, glared coldly at the lecherous man. Before he could beg for mercy, the youth unceremoniously tossed him to the back, leaving his fate uncertain. You're the vice master of the blood demon sect. Then, sensing the murderous intent emanating from behind him, Liu Yangshuo turned to meet the gaze of the youth. Indeed, I am Chao Yuanliang, vice master of the blood demon sect. May I inquire if you're a rising star from a prominent family here for training? Chao Yuanliang offered a slight bow, feigning politeness. However, it was evident that he was exceedingly cautious, akin to a lion hunting a rabbit, despite his overwhelming strength. He sought to ascertain whether Liu Yangshuo possessed any significant backing. Your courtesy is unwarranted, for I am but a simple mountain dweller, invited to attend the spirit beast sect's grand ceremony for the evolution of their sacred beast. Liu Yangshuo waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to linger in this exchange. Yet, Chao Yuanliang had no intention of letting him go so easily. With numerous sects observing, this presented an ideal opportunity to establish his dominance over the youth. With a flourish of his robe, a plume of black smoke erupted from beneath Chao Yuanliang's garment, surging towards Liu Yangshuo's back. Liu Yangshuo snorted derisively and turned, delivering a punch. Having cultivated the physical techniques of the spirit beast sect and possessing a perfected mastery of the spirit transformation realm, his punch was accompanied by a thunderous crack. Boom! Two fists collided with tremendous force, the powerful recoil scattering the black mist enveloping the assailant, revealing a pallid, bald man. Young Master Chao, your actions are utterly unreasonable. We harbor no grievances against one another. Why then do you suddenly choose to strike at me? Are you taking advantage of my solitude? Liu Yangshuo's anger surged from within, his spiritual energy pulsating around him. Such words from this young master are unwarranted. I merely noticed your exceptional prowess and could not resist the urge to engage in a brief sparring match. Chao Yuanliang replied with a sinister smile. With a mere command, the bald man turned and unleashed another devastating punch. Liu Yangshuo deftly sidestepped this blow and countered with a knife-hand strike to the man's nape. As a physician, Liu Yangshuo was acutely aware that the nape is a vital weak point. A well-placed strike could easily render someone unconscious. Given that he was on the territory of the spirit beast sect and had been advised by the medicine emperor to maintain a low profile. He intended to avoid spilling blood. However, Liu Yangshuo's confident strike proved futile as the bald man's right arm contorted in a bizarre manner, crashing into Liu Yangshuo's ribs. Before Liu Yangshuo could react, he was violently propelled backward, embedding himself into a rock by the roadside. Chao Yuanliang did not pursue him. Instead, he beckoned the bald man back to his side. It appears you're not as formidable as I had presumed. With that, Chao Yuanliang resumed his seat in the carriage. Wait, since the young master is so inclined to entertain, why depart so soon? Liu Yangshuo emerged from the rocky crevice, brushing off the dust from his attire. With the protection of his dragon scale armor, he was certain that the blow would not injure him, and he had now discerned the true identity of the bald man. Moving forward, he would not hold back. How amusing. Let us continue this game, Chao Yuanliang remarked, intrigued by Liu Yangshuo's apparent resilience. And with a flick of his finger, the bald man charged at Liu Yangshuo once more. Liu Yangshuo sneered, tearing off his soiled robe and casting it towards the bald man. The latter, seemingly oblivious to the need to evade, was momentarily blinded by the garment. However, as he pulled it away, he was met with the full force of Liu Yangshuo's kick, with the full power of the 10,000 beasts technique coursing through him. Liu Yangshuo's physical strength far surpassed that of a typical cultivator. Even though the bald man attempted to defend himself in time, he was still sent sprawling. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Indeed, the bald man was lifeless, or rather, he had been transformed into an invulnerable puppet through a secret method by Chao Yuanliang. Thus, to defeat the bald man, one must first overcome Chao Yuanliang himself. Understanding this, Liu Yangshuo swiftly propelled himself toward Chao Yuanliang after repelling the bald man. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Chao Yuanliang's eyes. He had not anticipated that Liu Yangshuo would uncover the identity of the puppet so swiftly. The black smoke emanated once more from the robes behind him. I see you all have begun to grow familiar with one another. However, on the grounds of my spirit beast sect, it would be prudent to avoid any bloodshed, lest it incite a frenzy among the spirit beasts, he remarked. Suddenly, a man appeared above at the grand entrance, sporting a smile as he observed the skirmish between Liu Yangshuo and Chao Yuanliang below. This man was none other than Xiao Hongbo, the leader of the spirit beast sect. Naturally, the minor altercation between Liu Yangshuo and Chao Yuanliang did not escape his notice. Upon hearing Xiao Hongbo's words, both individuals withdrew their spiritual energy, while the bald man rose from the ground, adjusted his head, and stood behind Chao Yuanliang. Indeed, it seems that the blood demon sect has promising successors, and you must be the renowned Liu Shini that Tonger spoke of, Xiao Hongbo acknowledged, nodding at the two, recognizing their formidable prowess at such a young age. Indeed, that would be I. You must be the esteemed leader of the spirit beast sect. Liu Yangshuo replied humbly with a respectful gesture. Yes, I am Xiao Hongbo, the leader of the spirit beast sect. I invite the representatives of each sect to join me in the designated resting area. There are still 2 days until the azure water Qilin beast emerges, and I shall announce another significant matter at that time, he concluded, stepping into the air and departing, leaving the others standing in place. There will come a day when we shall determine our standings, Chao Yuanliang declared, casting a glance at Liu Yangshuo before leading the disciples of the blood demon sect into the spirit beast sect. Younger brother, while your strength is commendable, you have entangled yourself with the blood demon sect, which is no trifling matter, warned another. Indeed, those from the blood demon sect are quite deranged. I suggest you make a hasty retreat, the farther, the better. Whispers circulated among the other sects, with some even urging Liu Yangshuo to leave swiftly. Yet, Liu Yangshuo paid them no heed. If a mere blood demon sect could intimidate him, what hope would there be of defeating the demon lord? He straightened his attire and followed Chao Yuanliang into the spirit beast sect. By a twist of fate, Liu Yangshuo's room was conveniently located adjacent to the blood demon sect's courtyard. The two entered the premises nearly simultaneously, exchanging a brief glance. However, unlike Chao Yuanliang, Liu Yangshuo was soon visited by Xiao Hongbo, accompanied by Xiao Xintong and the previous white-haired elder, who knocked on his door shortly after he entered. This scene did not escape Chao Yuanliang's notice, igniting a flicker of fury within him. "Father, why did they not come to our blood demon sect first, but instead seek out that impoverished youth? Do they look down upon our sect?" Chao Yuanliang vented his frustrations to a middle-aged man seated beside him. "Be quiet. This impoverished young man is not so simple. According to intelligence from the Dark Division, he possesses a remarkable background." The middle-aged man speaking was Chao Ruifeng, the current leader of the Blood Demon sect. He was acutely aware of Xiao Hongbo and his companions' movements, yet he exhibited no sign of emotional disturbance. "I have crossed blades with him. While his physical prowess is formidable, he does not appear to possess any extraordinary qualities." Chao Yuanliang snorted softly. Unlike Liu Yangshuo, he had numerous trump cards yet to be revealed. "If you believe he is merely of this caliber, you are gravely mistaken. Have you ever seen a young man of his age engaging in battles against savage beasts?" Chao Ruifeng opened one eye and spoke with a detached demeanor. Upon hearing this, "Gao Zuan Ling Yinan Sapi," the battles between savage beasts could indeed move mountains and fill seas. If he could face even the residual power of those beasts, he would likely be obliterated. "Liang, you must learn to remain calm. Only then can you inherit the Blood Demon sect in the future. I hope that young man recognizes the gravity of this opportunity. We, the Blood Demon sect, have prepared for this moment for a long time. Should he fail to understand, we shall have no choice but to deal with him as well." Chao Ruifeng let out a cold laugh and closed his eyes once more. In the adjacent room, Liu Yangshuo found himself encircled by 3 individuals. "Dr. Liu, I am Huanyin, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Beast sect. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," he stated respectfully, bowing towards Liu Yangshuo. "The Grand Elder is too kind. I am fortunate not to have arrived late," Liu Yangshuo replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture. Su Qingxiu had already reported everything regarding Hargan Bay. "Dr. Liu, to be honest, you have exceeded my expectations," Xiao Hongbo remarked, hands clasped behind his back. "Master Xiao, you flatter me. I have merely done what is within my capacity." As for Xiao Lan, it was simply the instinct of a healer. Liu Yangshuo responded modestly. "Ah, Dr. Liu, you truly exemplify the new generation of prodigies. I wonder which sect or noble family you hail from?" Xiao Hongbo inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Liu Yangshuo. A young man capable of battling savage beasts surely had a powerful family backing him, making it implausible that he was merely the veterinarian of a small town. As Xiao Xintong had claimed, "There is no sect. I am merely a veterinarian from a small town, fortunate enough to be referred to as a divine doctor by my neighbors, but I possess no exceptional abilities," Liu Yangshuo continued to jest. Yet, Xiao Hongbo could see through his facade, recognizing that he simply wished to conceal his true strength. "Since Dr. Liu prefers not to divulge his background, I shall not press you further. Please rest well over the next 2 days. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct the servants. I kindly ask you to attend the gathering in 2 days," Xiao Hongbo said amiably, understanding Liu Yangshuo's reluctance to share. As he departed with Xiao Xintong and Huanyin, Huanyin quietly inquired, "Master, do you perceive any danger from this individual?" Xiao Hongbo shook his head, unable to extract any information from Liu Yangshuo. It appeared that he would have to seek alternative means to understand this young man. Xiao Hongbo was shrewd. One must tread carefully around him. The ancient thunder dragon emerged slowly from Liu Yangshuo's sleeve only after Xiao Hongbo and the others had departed. Since entering the Spirit Beast sect, she had suppressed her presence entirely. Otherwise, the entire assembly of demonic beasts would have gone into a frenzy. "Indeed, I can sense it. And what about that Blood Demon sect? Have you heard of it?" Liu Yangshuo inquired, nodding. "I seem to have heard some rumors, but it is merely a mid-sized sect. Seemingly smaller than our Spirit Beast sect," the ancient Thunder Dragon replied thoughtfully. "This morning, the young master of the Blood Demon sect gave me a very dangerous impression. Locking eyes with him felt akin to staring into the gaze of a venomous snake." Liu Yangshuo recalled his encounter with Chao Yuanliang, realizing that the man's abilities had only hinted at his true prowess. This sect indeed has a rather unsavory reputation. In any case, we should avoid provoking them. The Thunder Dragon nodded in agreement. "I'm afraid that even if I do not seek trouble, trouble will seek me out," Liu Yangshuo sighed, gazing towards the Blood Demon sect's courtyard, recalling Chao Yuanliang's ominous words. clearly indicating that the visitors bore ill intentions. Chapter 45. A Mishap with Shaolon. That evening, after devouring the dinner provided by the Spirit Beast sect, Liu Yangshuo found himself with some free time and decided to explore the sect. One cannot deny that the Spirit Beast sect was indeed situated in a land of fortune, adorned with melodious birdsong and fragrant blooms, with clear mountains and flowing waters, abundant in spiritual energy. It was no wonder the demonic beasts favored this locale. Ding! System notification. A new main quest has emerged. Protect the Azure Water-Cheelan Beast. Quest reward, 50,000 royal blood points. Upon hearing this, Liu Yangshuo's immediate reaction was not to ponder the significance of the royal blood points, but to worry that something had befallen the Azure Water-Cheelan Beast. Without delay, he hurriedly followed the resonance of Shaolan's aura. Shaolan was the first divine beast he had encountered, and her essence was unforgettable. Moreover, the entire Spirit Beast sect was currently suffused with a faint, searing heat, marking Shaolan's imminent evolution into the Inferno-Cheelan Beast, making her relatively easy to locate. Before long, Liu Yangshuo arrived at the entrance of a hidden chamber. Who goes there? This is a forbidden area. Depart once. A group of Spirit Beast sect disciples rushed forward, their expressions tense as they regarded Liu Yangshuo. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to see the Azure Water-Cheelan Beast. Liu Yangshuo reassured them, gesturing dismissively while stating his purpose. As the disciples exchanged puzzled glances, the Grand Elder, Huanyin, arrived. Step aside. This is Liu the Divine Doctor, a distinguished guest of our Spirit Beast sect, and must not be treated disrespectfully. Huanyin admonished the disciples as he approached from behind. Yes, the disciples, upon seeing Huanyin, were eager to avoid trouble and hastily retreated. Liu the Divine Doctor, why are you here so late and not resting? Huanyin inquired. Oh, it is nothing much. I just finished my meal and found myself unable to sleep. So I was idly wandering around when I happened to sense the presence of Shaolan and decided to come and take a look. Liu Yangshuo must not allow anyone to discover the existence of the system. He could only feign a yawn and adopt the demeanor of someone taking a leisurely stroll after dining. It is quite considerate of Dr. Liu to still be concerned about Shaolan. The sect leader has already checked on him, and everything seems perfectly normal. It is anticipated that he will break through in 2 days' time, and Dr. Liu must be present to witness this grand event. Huanyin smiled, but a tinge of doubt crept into his heart. When he first encountered Liu Yangshuo, he sensed no cultivation at all. Yet now, he suddenly possessed the pinnacle of the transformation realm. What could have caused such a change? Elder Huanyin, might I be allowed to enter and check on Shaolan? I have an uneasy feeling about his condition and wish to confirm it. After some contemplation, Liu Yangshuo turned to Huanyin with utmost seriousness. Huanyin intended to refuse outright, but found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Liu Yangshuo's earnest demeanor. Very well, since it is Dr. Liu, I shall consult the sect leader. Please wait here for a moment and do not enter without permission, for I cannot bear the responsibility should anything go awry. Of course, I understand such protocols. With that, Liu Yangshuo seated himself on a nearby large stone. Noting Liu Yangshuo's silence, Huanyin nodded and hurried toward Xiao Hongbao's chamber. Nevertheless, Liu Yangshuo did not truly sense any anomaly in Shaolan. His desire to enter was merely for the sake of the task. Do you detect anything unusual about this little fellow? The ancient thunder dragon inquired telepathically. No, perhaps it is just intuition. The Azure Water-Cheelan Beast is on the verge of transforming into the blazing Fire-Cheelan Beast, which would significantly enhance the strength of the Spirit Beast sect. With so many individuals from other sects present, there are bound to be some with ill intentions who cannot stand to see others prosper. The figure of Chao Yuanliang resurfaced in Liu Yangshuo's mind. This individual was certainly not to be underestimated. After a brief wait, Xiao Hongbao arrived alongside Huanyin, landing steadily before Liu Yangshuo. Dr. Liu, Elder Huanyin just informed me that you sensed an issue with the Azure Water-Cheelan Beast's aura. Is that correct? Xiao Hongbao's expression turned serious, as this was indeed their guardian spirit beast, and any mishap in this situation was unacceptable. Indeed, that is correct. Thus, I would like to request permission from the sect leader to enter and inspect. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can take timely measures to prevent them. Liu Yangshuo and Xiao Hongba exchanged earnest glances, their expressions grave. Very well, I shall make an exception this once. However, as the azure water-chilling beast is about to break through, we must not use spiritual power to disturb its transformation once we enter, as this could potentially lead to its failure. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hongba nodded and led Liu Yangshuo and Huanyin to the entrance of the secret chamber. He produced his sect leader's token and placed it into a recess on the doorframe. After a muffled sound, the heavy door slowly creaked open, unleashing a wave of heat that washed over them. However, Liu Yangshuo appeared unfazed, having endured far greater temperatures during his time at the Sacred Domain volcano. As the sect leader, Xiao Hongba naturally took the lead. Unable to use spiritual power, he produced a piece of azure stone that emanated chilling air, enveloping the trio in an icy shield. As they delved deeper into the underground chamber, Xiao Hongba guided the two companions for about 15 minutes until they arrived at the metamorphic site of the little blue creature. It was a world ablaze, with a massive egg quietly floating amidst the flames. Divine Dr. Liu, this is the current state of the azure water-chilling beast. Is there anything amiss? Xiao Hongba inquired, scanning the surroundings for any irregularities, but seeing none, he turned to Liu Yangshuo for insight. Liu Yangshuo, too, could not discern any anomalies. The fluctuating heat waves emanating from the colossal egg indicated its impending rupture. Could it be that the system had indeed malfunctioned? This thought flickered in Liu Yangshuo's mind. Be cautious. There is someone behind that egg. The ancient thunder dragon suddenly transmitted a warning. Being the most powerful among them, she sensed an expert in concealment that even Xiao Hongba had overlooked, yet fate had led to their encounter. Who goes there? Reveal yourself, or I shall be compelled to act. Liu Yangshuo's brow furrowed as he sternly addressed the giant egg, unaware of the unfolding situation. Xiao Hongba and Huanyin instinctively prepared for combat. Clever little brat, you've noticed me. A sinister voice emerged from behind the egg, followed by a cloaked figure stepping forth with a malevolent grin. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into the forbidden grounds of my spirit beast sect? Xiao Hongba demanded, his anger flaring, muscles taut and ready for action. No need for alarm, sect leader. I merely came to observe the fabled azure water-chilling beast. The cloaked man said, leaning against the egg and caressing its ornate patterns. Upon hearing this, Liu Yangshuo and his companions were incredulous. It was inconceivable that someone would sneak into this sacred domain under the cover of night merely for a glimpse. As the grand elder of the spirit beast sect, I hereby officially apprehend you, Huanyin declared, charging at the cloaked figure. The man was no pushover, and a fierce battle ensued between the two, each trading blows with such intensity that they reached a stalemate. Seeing the conflict dragging on, Xiao Hongba joined the fray. This was no time to uphold the dignity of a sect leader. They needed to capture this cloaked intruder swiftly to uncover his intentions regarding the azure water-chilling beast. With the arrival of Xiao Hongba, the tide of battle was swiftly altered. The black-clad adversaries found themselves utterly powerless against both Xiao Hongba and Huanyin, forced into a state of continuous passive defense, occasionally suffering blows. In no time, Xiao Hongba's fist sent one of them hurtling against the nearby rock wall, where he spat blood profusely. Although the use of spiritual power was prohibited in this place, both Xiao Hongba and Huanyin practiced the 10,000 beast technique, which rendered their physical prowess no less formidable than that of dedicated body cultivators. Indeed, Sect Master Xiao is remarkably strong, with mere martial skills. He has subdued me to such an extent. The black-clad man chuckled lightly, struggling to rise. That last punch has shattered your liver and spleen. Surrender now, and if you reveal your mastermind, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Xiao Hongba looked down upon him with disdain. Is Sect Master Xiao jesting? Do you truly believe capturing me would be so effortless? With that, the black-clad man suddenly extended his right hand from behind, gripping a fist-sized orb of spiritual energy. What do you intend to do? Despite its modest size, the orb took Xiao Hongba by surprise. What do you think I intend, Sect Master Xiao? If I cannot return, then the azure water-chilling beast shall accompany me to the grave. With a divine beast as a companion in death, it would not be in vain, ha ha ha. The black-clad man burst into wild laughter, followed by a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs. Xiao Hongbao's fury reached its zenith, his fists cracking ominously. Secmaster, we cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, we will never trace the perpetrator. Hu Yangshuo whispered urgently from behind Xiao Hongbao. In the midst of their exchange, the black-clad man seized his opportunity, tossing a smoke bomb to the ground and dashing through the entrance behind Xiao Hongbao. As the thick smoke dissipated, he had vanished without a trace. Xiao Hongbao's fist struck the rock wall, causing the chamber to tremble. Secmaster Xiao, at this juncture, our priority is to ascertain whether Xiaolan is unharmed. Liu Yangshuo's voice cut through Xiao Hongbao's overwhelming anger, forcing him to regain his composure. Indeed, your assistance is invaluable. Divine Dr. Liu, should Xiaolan emerge unscathed, you will be a great benefactor to our spirit beast sect, and we shall reward you handsomely. Once calmed, Xiao Hongbao inclined his body in respect towards Liu Yangshuo, acknowledging that without Liu's insistence to investigate, they would have never discovered the black-clad man. Waving his hand dismissively, Liu Yangshuo approached the colossal egg, examining it closely. Moments later, he detected a peculiar sign. Here. Xiao Hongbao and Hu Yangshuo hurried over, gazing beneath the massive egg. A blood-red rune was affixed to its underside, with wisps of sanguine energy seeping through the cracks of the eggshell into the egg itself. Liu Yangshuo felt a sudden shock. The runes bore an uncanny resemblance to the patterns on a spear. Could it be that this cloaked figure was affiliated with those who attacked the ancient Thunder Dragon and the Radiant Sun Vermilion Bird? What could this object be? Xiao Hongbao couldn't help but feel a wave of suspicion. Was it possible that the cloaked figure merely placed this object here without any further actions? This appeared to be a rune capable of controlling spirit beasts, and once it integrated with Xiaolan, the transformed Inferno Kirin beast would no longer be Xiaolan. Liu Yangshuo furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the rune, realizing that the most challenging aspect was to avoid using spiritual power. How could he detach this rune from the enormous egg? Master, please advise on how to resolve this situation. In his desperation, Liu Yangshuo sought the counsel of the Medicine Emperor within the Rage Flame Clear Origin Cauldron, for he had encountered the Demon Lord and should be well acquainted with such runes. Let me take a look. This is indeed the Demon Lord's demonic rune. To extract it without disturbing the spiritual power is exceedingly difficult. The Medicine Emperor lamented upon seeing the demonic rune through Liu Yangshuo's eyes. Is there truly no solution? Liu Yangshuo inquired, noticing the Medicine Emperor's frustration. Not entirely. Fortunately, we arrived in time, and the rune has not yet deeply penetrated his heart. There is still hope. Your Rage Flame Clear Origin Cauldron is the only vessel capable of resolving this demonic rune. We must place this egg within the cauldron and burn it with the 10,000 clear sky flames I forged within to successfully eliminate the demonic rune. The Medicine Emperor replied, his voice tinged with pride. Zhongzhu Xiao, I now possess a method to remove the demonic rune without utilizing spiritual power. Are you willing to try it? Liu Yangshuo, resolute in saving a life, immediately conveyed his decision to Xiao Hongbao. Dr. Liu, please proceed without hesitation. Eager to ensure the safety of the Azure Water Kirin beast, Xiao Hongbao readily agreed to the proposition. I have a medicinal cauldron containing 10,000 clear sky flames. We simply need to place Xiaolan inside to incinerate the rune. With that, Liu Yangshuo flipped his hand, and the Rage Flame Clear Origin cauldron materialized in his palm, its azure red flames still flickering. Zhongzhu, could there be any unforeseen consequences? Hu Yangshuo stepped forward, regarding Liu Yangshuo's cauldron with concern. Do you possess any alternative methods? Dr. Liu, let us proceed as you suggest, and I hope you can ensure the safety of the Azure Water Kirin beast, Xiao Hongbao responded, bowing respectfully. Liu Yangshuo nodded in acknowledgement, focusing his thoughts as the Rage Flame Clear Origin Cauldron expanded rapidly, accommodating the enormous egg within its confines. Having recognized its master, the cauldron responded effortlessly to Liu Yangshuo's intentions, allowing him to execute simple tasks with ease. Chapter 47, A Contest for Marriage. As they gazed upon the azure water-chilling beast entering the fiery clear origin cauldron, both Xiao Hongba and Hu Yanxiu felt their hearts leap to their throats. Their eyes remained fixated, scarcely daring to blink, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. However, to everyone's astonishment, the colossal egg exhibited no signs of discomfort within the cauldron. Rather, the demonic patterns adorning it swiftly melted away, akin to ice meeting fierce flames. The clear sky fire, a manifestation of the most potent and radiant fire born from a thunderous day, possessed a natural restraint over such demonic markings. The Medicine Emperor conveyed this insight to Liu Yangshuo through a telepathic message. Before long, all of the demonic patterns have been thoroughly refined, with wisps of black smoke being expelled from the crevices of the eggshell, remnants of the absorbed demonic essence, now expelled by the fiery, clear origin cauldron. Gather, Liu Yangshuo willed, and the cauldron returned to his grasp, while the colossal egg resumed its original position, now adorned with vibrant crimson and azure flames, evidently having absorbed a considerable amount of clear sky fire. Thank you, Divine Physician Liu. Should our spirit beast sect ever be of service to you, do not hesitate to request our assistance. We shall undoubtedly repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty. Xiao Hongba and Hu Yanxiu clasped their hands in gratitude. Such courtesy is unnecessary. Sect leader Xiao, exercise caution. Even though Xiao Lan has successfully undergone her transformation, she will need time to assimilate her newfound strength and cannot return to her peak immediately. Beware of opportunistic rodents. Liu Yangshuo cautioned as he stowed away the cauldron. Indeed, Elder Huanyin, tonight, conduct a thorough investigation of all sects with your disciples. Any suspicious individuals are to be apprehended, Xiao Hongba commanded, turning to Hu Yanxiu. Understood. Hu Yanxiu nodded and swiftly departed towards the secret chamber. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, having fled, returned to a certain courtyard within the spirit beast sect. He crashed into a room with a thud, his injuries grievous. Xiao Hongba's formidable punch had nearly shattered his corporeal form. Why such disarray? What has transpired? Inquired a voice from a main seat, indifferent yet commanding. Master, I was in the midst of applying the demonic markings to the azure water-chilling beast as planned, and just as I was on the verge of success, Xiao Hongba, along with Hu Yanxiu and a young man, suddenly appeared. I nearly fell victim to Xiao Hongba's lethal strike. The cloaked figure stammered as he struggled to rise, kneeling before the master. You imbecile! Do you not realize that the demonic markings have already been eradicated? The master thundered, slamming his hand on the table in fury. Impossible. I distinctly observed the markings beginning to corrupt the azure water-chilling beast. Failure should not have been an option, the cloaked figure exclaimed, bewildered. He had returned from a secret chamber in less than a quarter of an hour. How could the eradication have occurred so swiftly? What use do I have for a useless pawn like you? Yet, considering your years of loyalty, I shall allow you to retain your life. With that, a tremendous force surged forth, targeting the kneeling figure before the master. The unfortunate figure clad in black had yet to utter his final words when his vitality was relentlessly drained away, transforming him into a lifeless corpse that collapsed to the ground in an instant. Take him away and refine him with silver, commanded the individual in the main seat with a wave of his hand, prompting two servants to step forward and carry the black-clad corpse away. This fellow possesses remarkable skills. He managed to unravel the magical runes so swiftly. No wonder the spirit beast sect places such importance on him. This trip has certainly proven worthwhile. My desire for your flesh grows ever stronger, the person in the main seat remarked with a light chuckle. That very night, as per Xiao Hongba's arrangements, Hu Yanxiu led all the disciples of the spirit beast sect in a thorough search of the sect's premises, leaving no stone unturned, almost lifting the floorboards in their quest. The entire spirit beast sect was illuminated as if it were daylight, yet despite a night of searching, no gains were made. The following morning, Liu Yangshuo arrived at Xiao Hongba's chamber, only to discover an unwelcome guest already present upon entering. Good morning, my friend. Did you rest well last night? Chao Yuanliang inquired, seated opposite Xiao Hongba, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo was momentarily taken aback. clearly not expecting Chao Yuanliang's presence. Ahem. How did you fare last night, divine physician Liu? Were it not for your astute calculations, our spirit bee sect would have faced dire calamity. Xiao Hongba welcomed Liu Yangshuo, though the encounter between the two was somewhat awkward. Quite well. But what brings you here, young Master Chao? Liu Yangshuo responded cheerfully to Xiao Hongba, though his demeanor shifted to indifference as he turned his gaze towards Chao Yuanliang. Is it that you may come here, yet I cannot? Chao Yuanliang, unfazed, maintained his smile. Yuanliang merely came to greet me. Tong'er and Yuanliang were betrothed in childhood. Yuanliang, unless there is something pressing, I must ask you to take your leave. I have some confidential matters to discuss with divine physician Liu. Xiao Hongba deftly issued a subtle dismissal to Chao Yuanliang. This caused Chao Yuanliang's facade to falter, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure in front of Xiao Hongba. Very well, then Yuanliang shall not intrude any longer. As he stood to depart, he deliberately brushed against Liu Yangshuo's shoulder with his own as he passed. Unexpectedly, it was Chao Yuanliang who stumbled and fell to the ground, having miscalculated Liu Yangshuo's formidable physical strength. Liu Yangshuo, fully aware of his intentions, silently praised the defensive prowess of the dragon scale armor, extending his hand towards Chao Yuanliang. How careless, young Master Chao. Did you not rest well last night? You should return and recuperate. Oomph. Chao Yuanliang's face turned ashen as he swatted Liu Yangshuo's hand away and exited Xiao Hongba's chamber without a backward glance. Dr. Liu, please do not take offense. This is simply how the blood demon sect operates, Xiao Hongba remarked as he graciously invited Liu Yangshuo to take a seat. It's of little consequence, but I find this man's demeanor exceedingly dark. If you intend to marry your daughter to him, Xiao sect leader, you ought to deliberate with utmost caution. Liu Yangshuo lifted the warm tea that Chao Yuanliang had not yet had the chance to sip and took a delicate sip. Indeed. In fact, the second announcement I shall make tomorrow is that I will host a martial arts competition for the purpose of courtship for Tong'er among the younger generation of all sections. I see that Dr. Liu is quite youthful as well. Would you be interested in participating? Chapter 48. Xiao Hongba schemes. Xiao Hongba observed Liu Yangshuo with keen interest, eager to cultivate a rapport with this young man, whom he regarded as possessing a stature surpassing that of the entire blood demon sect. However, as Liu Yangshuo reflected upon the impression left by Xiao Xintong, he acknowledged her beauty, but sensed an air of pride about the young lady. Perhaps not. I have grown accustomed to my solitary existence. Once little Lan's metamorphosis concludes, I shall depart. Moreover, even if I were to participate, victory is hardly assured. Such a splendid opportunity should be reserved for those truly gifted youths. Liu Yangshuo declined Xiao Hongba's invitation with a series of polite gestures. Very well. It seems my daughter is not destined for such fortune. Xiao Hongba responded with a hint of regret. By the way, how is little Lan faring at present? Noticing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Liu Yangshuo swiftly redirected the conversation to his inquiries. At present, there are no unusual developments. Last night, that individual likely took advantage of the lax vigilance during the disciples' patrol. I have tripled the manpower assigned to guard the water-Kirin beast. Not even a mosquito shall pass through. That is reassuring. Has Elder Huanyin apprehended the assailant? Liu Yangshuo pressed further. Not yet. Logically, given that I severely injured him, he should be easy to locate. However, Elder Huanyin conducted a thorough search of all the external sects last night and found no one with injuries, Xiao Hongba replied, furrowing his brow, pondering how the man seemed to have vanished without a trace. Only one day remains. This morning, I sensed little Lan's aura has grown even stronger. Perhaps the absorption of the clear sky fire has accelerated her transformation, Liu Yangshuo remarked, gazing towards the direction of the secret chamber. Dr. Liu, I have an ungracious request, and I am uncertain whether I should voice it, Xiao Hongba suddenly said. Please, Xiao sect leader, feel free to express any need for assistance within my capabilities. I am duty-bound to oblige, Liu Yangshuo replied, somewhat taken aback but mindful of the courtesy owed to his benefactor. All the spirit beasts of our spirit beast sect have exhibited varying degrees of anomalies over the past few days, possibly influenced by the water-Kirin beast. Yet, We cannot ascertain the cause. Thus, I wish to request your help in investigating this matter, Xiao Hongbo said, somewhat awkwardly. That is no trouble at all. I shall attend to it immediately. After speaking, Liu Yangshuo rose to leave. Wait a moment, you can only enter the back mountain with someone from the sect. Xiao Hongbo interjected. Tonger, please take Liu Shini for a stroll in the back mountain. Xiao Xintong reluctantly stepped in. Come on, what are you dawdling for? Do you expect me to carry you? She tugged at the dazed Liu Yangshuo, leading him outside. Liu Yangshuo glanced back at Xiao Hongbo, catching an encouraging look in his eyes. This was not merely a request for assistance. It was evidently an opportunity crafted for him and Xiao Xintong. Once they departed from Xiao Hongbo's room, Liu Yangshuo followed closely behind Xiao Xintong until they reached the entrance of the back mountain. The two exchanged no words. Yet many disciples greeted Xiao Xintong with respect, casting curious glances at Liu Yangshuo. What are you trailing behind me for? Afraid I'll eat you? Xiao Xintong exclaimed as they approached the back mountain. Oh, I'm merely worried that someone might misinterpret our association, given that you are a young lady, Liu Yangshuo replied, closing the distance to her side. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Let me clarify. Just because my father holds you in high regard does not mean I share the same sentiment. I do not believe your stories, so do not harbor any illusions. Xiao Xintong suddenly halted, fixing Liu Yangshuo with a serious gaze. Rest assured, young lady, I lack the fortune to entertain such thoughts. You are overthinking it. Now, let us proceed to the back mountain. Liu Yangshuo thought to himself, feeling a flicker of dissatisfaction. This girl remained as haughty as ever, but it mattered little. He had come to the Spirit Beast sect primarily to resolve past grievances and swiftly depart from this tumultuous place. Xiao Xintong scoffed, flicking her hair as she strode ahead. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the back mountain. The guarding disciples, upon seeing Xiao Xintong, did not dare to impede their passage and allow them entry. Liu Yangshuo was quietly astonished. This little enchantress possessed considerable influence. Upon entering the back mountain, Liu Yangshuo inhaled deeply, a refreshing sensation enveloping him. The environment was so enchanting that even he felt inclined to reside there. Stop dawdling, hurry up, Xiao Xintong called. Having already advanced ahead, sighing internally, he quickened his pace to catch up. A few steps later, Xiao Xintong suddenly darted like a nimble cat into the nearby thicket. Liu Yangshuo followed suit, and they stealthily advanced further. When Xiao Xintong parted the final layer of foliage, their first target emerged, a sleek, black lightning leopard, dozing with a lightning-shaped mark on its brow. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xintong lunged forward, embracing the leopard's large head. Liu Yangshuo was taken aback, fearing that this little sorceress might encounter some unforeseen mishap for which he would have no explanation to offer Xiao Hongbo. He hastily emerged from his hiding place. However, the lightning leopard seemed to harbor no intentions of harming Xiao Xintong. Instead, it extended its large tongue and gently licked her small face. Xiao He, why do you still seem so listless? Xiao Xintong inquired with concern. After a low growl, the lightning leopard once again lay down. Observing this behavior, Liu Yangshuo deemed it rather unusual. He approached the leopard and crouched down, gently stroking its large head. This is Xiao He, a lightning leopard. Please see what might be the matter. It has been unusually lethargic since 2 days ago and has been sleeping here ever since, Xiao Xintong explained. Liu Yangshuo nodded, activating the Beast King system, which instantly connected him to the leopard's mind. The lightning leopard appeared to sense something and raised its head, letting out a low growl directed at Liu Yangshuo. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you among the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Of course, you haven't seen me. I am a veterinarian. You may share any discomfort you feel, and I am here to assist you, Liu Yangshuo replied with a gentle smile. Xiao Xintong, witnessing Liu Yangshuo conversing with the lightning leopard, felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Chapter 49. Only magic can defeat magic. I am uncertain of my condition. I merely feel as though my spiritual energy has been leaking away involuntarily since 2 days ago, rendering me exceedingly weak. The lightning leopard lamented, lowering its head, as if lifting it required immense effort. Spiritual energy depletion? Allow me to investigate, Liu Yangshuo said, activating his celestial vision. A brilliant light enveloped his view, transforming his eyes into something akin to a CT scanner, allowing him to peer into the leopard's interior. After a thorough examination, he confirmed the leopard's claims. A faint mist enveloped its spiritual pearl, forcibly extracting the spiritual energy contained within. What on earth is this? It is the first time I have encountered something capable of directly siphoning spiritual energy, and judging by its nature, it appears intent on completely draining it, Liu Yangshuo inquired. His brow furrowed. Although I am unaware of the nature of this entity, I sense that my own spiritual energy is also beginning to wane. The ancient thunder dragon communicated telepathically to Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo was alarmed. This mysterious mist could even affect the ancient thunder dragon, indicating it was far from ordinary. What could be the cause of Xiao Hei's condition? As Liu Yangshuo's expression grew increasingly grave, Xiao Xintong asked with concern. The current situation remains unclear. However, we can certainly assist in alleviating its distress for the time being, Liu Yangshuo contemplated briefly. If the lightning leopard continued to lose its spiritual energy unchecked, it might not survive the night. He concluded that he must find a way to replenish the depleted spiritual pearl as much as possible. With a swift motion of his right hand, Liu Yangshuo extracted several hundred bottles of rejuvenation pills from his storage ring and tossed them to Xiao Xintong. Distribute these elixirs among all the ailing spirit beasts. I shall explore elsewhere, he instructed. After issuing his command, Liu Yangshuo darted away, leaving no opportunity for Xiao Xintong to respond. Although she was quite displeased with being ordered around by Liu Yangshuo, she reluctantly pried open the jaws of the lightning leopard and administered a bottle of the rejuvenation potion before hastily stowing all the remaining elixirs into her storage ring. Meanwhile, Liu Yangshuo was sprinting through the forest, where numerous spirit beasts, relying on their dwindling strength, attempted to intimidate the unfamiliar figure. Reluctantly, Liu Yangshuo resorted to using his mimicry pressure to frighten them off. Can you sense the flow of spiritual energy? He inquired while racing forward. Indeed, it appears that all the spiritual energy converges towards the center of this mountain, came the response. The ancient thunder dragon's sensitivity to spiritual energy far surpassed that of these ordinary spirit beasts. Upon feeling its energy being siphoned away, it had immediately pinpointed the source of this strange occurrence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Yangshuo continued his fervent pace until they reached a spring at the mountain summit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he finally beheld the source floating atop the spring, a dark purple crystal. Surrounding the crystal, a gray mist ebbed and flowed, depositing a considerable amount of spiritual energy within. This is the object that has absorbed all our energy. It seems specifically designed to target beast kind. Humans are not only unaffected, but also oblivious to its presence, the ancient thunder dragon stated, slowly emerging. Liu Yangshuo nodded and approached the dark purple crystal. Just as his right hand was about to make contact, a black tendril shot up from the water's surface, aiming directly for his face. With a flash of silver light, a spear appeared in Liu Yangshuo's hand. He thrust it downward, striking the tendril, but immediately sensed that his full force was rendered utterly ineffective. Vile creature, reveal yourself, Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, using the momentum to retreat swiftly, increasing the distance between them. The tendril withdrew into the pond, replaced by a massive black octopus. Strangely, this octopus seemed unaffected by the dark purple crystal. What is this creature? The ancient thunder dragon mused, quickly realizing that there was something amiss. The black octopus exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, but instead radiated a sense of chaos. It was not a spirit beast at all. I too wish to know. We shall uncover the truth once we defeat it. The imposing black octopus showed no intention of yielding, and Liu Yangshuo was unable to establish any connection with it through the Beast King system, a first for him. The ancient thunder dragon nodded before transforming into human form. Mindful of the fact that they were still on the territory of the spirit beast sect, being spotted would not bode well. Meanwhile, the black octopus gradually emerged from the water, revealing most of its colossal body, its 8 tentacles, each measuring at least several dozen meters. Relentlessly thrashing against the surface of the water, It seemed that physical attacks were ineffective against it. Its flesh could effortlessly dissipate my strength, Liu Yangshuo quietly warned. There's no need for your reminder. I could easily handle this little octopus on my own, scoffed the ancient thunder dragon, conjuring a slender sword in her grasp. In the next instant, she had already darted to the top of the black octopus, bringing her sword down in a decisive strike. However, the outcome mirrored Liu Yangshuo's earlier experience. The sword struck the creature's flesh, which yielded like jelly, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, caught off guard by her own astonishment, the ancient thunder dragon relaxed her vigilance and found herself ensnared by a slimy tentacle. "Release her," Liu Yangshuo bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he leapt into action, transforming his gun into a whip, striking the tentacle that had ensnared the ancient thunder dragon. The force of the backlash sent Liu Yangshuo reeling, yet moments later, there were 3 resounding explosions as the tentacle burst apart, allowing the ancient thunder dragon to escape. Quick-witted, Liu Yangshuo caught her before she could touch the ground. Indeed, with Liu Yangshuo's strength having reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, he was now able to wield the triple hidden power of the wave, each level possessing greater force than the last. "Put me down." The ancient thunder dragon, feeling the warmth of Liu Yangshuo's embrace in an exceedingly intimate manner, blushed fiercely and pushed him away. "Ahem, I already mentioned that physical attacks are futile. We need to strike from within. Let us join forces," Liu Yangshuo coughed lightly, secretly pleased while analyzing the current battle situation. "How shall we combine our efforts?" Though somewhat reluctant, the ancient thunder dragon realized that she had no better options under the circumstances. Only magic could defeat magic. Chapter 50. First encounter with the void demon beast. Liu Yangshuo leaned in and whispered a few words into the ancient thunder dragon's ear, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Is it truly that simple? Indeed it is. A black cat or a white cat. As long as it catches the mouse, it's a good cat. Liu Yangshuo chuckled softly, twirling his spear into a flurry of blossoms, clearly preparing for an assault. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." With that, the ancient thunder dragon positioned herself behind Liu Yangshuo. "Charge!" Liu Yangshuo commanded, his body darting forth like a sharpened blade, instantly closing in on the black octopus and unleashing a flurry of attacks around it. Although the black octopus possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, its speed was decidedly lacking. It could not keep pace with Liu Yangshuo, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. The assault by Liu Yangshuo, while ineffective in inflicting tangible damage upon the obsidian octopus, served merely as a feint, intended to afford the ancient thunder dragon ample time to cast its spell. At that moment, the ancient thunder dragon stood by the spring, its eyes aglow with crackling lightning, its delicate hands transformed into formidable dragon claws, imbued with boundless thunderous energy, which it plunged into the waters of the spring. Instantly, the spring morphed into a tempestuous lightning pool, while the black octopus boasted immunity to physical attacks. It could not evade the onslaught of electricity, particularly that of the ancient thunder dragon. In the dazzling flashes of lightning, the octopus's 8 tentacles began to convulse, clearly having been struck. "Now," commanded the ancient thunder dragon, prompting Liu Yangshuo, who had been poised for action, to leap into the air, landing squarely atop the black octopus. His spear aimed directly at its head. With a resounding crash, Liu Yangshuo shattered the octopus's cranium in one decisive thrust. Who would have thought this tactic would prove effective? Mused the ancient thunder dragon, raising its hands as the dragon scales seamlessly vanished beneath its fair skin. It sought to neutralize my strength through gentleness, but I would not allow it. The electric shock tightened its muscles, perfectly creating an opening for me. Gasping for breath, Liu Yangshuo felt the toll of his earlier feint weigh heavily upon him. "Don't presume that this will absolve you of what you did to me earlier. This matter is far from resolved," the ancient thunder dragon growled, fixing a fierce gaze upon Liu Yangshuo. "But that was to save you. In such dire circumstances, what else could I do?" Liu Yangshuo said, scratching his head awkwardly. He sensed a subtle shift in their relationship. The ancient thunder dragon's reference to him had softened from this sovereign to I. "Wait, why is there a little dragon here?" The ancient thunder dragon's words faltered as it caught sight of a small silver dragon floating amidst the chunks of the black octopus in the spring. Liu Yangshuo, equally intrigued, approached and retrieved the tiny dragon from the water, noting its unconscious state, perhaps a result of being stunned alongside the ancient thunder dragon. This child appears to be in its juvenile stage. Hand it over to me. It will awaken swiftly in my care, the ancient thunder dragon said gently, cradling the silver dragon in its palm. With the black octopus vanquished, the dark violet crystal was easily crushed into a fine gray powder by the ancient thunder dragon, dissipating the mist that had enveloped the area. After completing these tasks, Liu Yangshuo opened his storage ring and retrieved a collection of vials, pouring their contents into the spring. The waters flowed to every river in the back mountain, and the medicinal herbs would simultaneously aid the spirit beasts in replenishing their energy. Master, are you there? Liu Yangshuo inquired of the furious flame, clear Yuan cauldron. I am aware of the query you wish to pose. Indeed, this entity is known as the Void Demon Beast. It was these very creatures that the Demon Emperor once confronted alongside the 81 wilderness beast generals. Moreover, it ranks as a relatively feeble existence amongst the Void Demon Beasts. Before Liu Yangshuo could articulate his question, the Medicine Emperor had already divulged the identity of this being. It appears that time is truly of the essence. The resurgence of the Void Demon Beasts indicates that the seal of the Demon Lord has begun to weaken. The Medicine Emperor sighed deeply. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure the complete extermination of the Demon Lord and will not allow your and the Demon Emperor's sacrifices to be in vain. Liu Yangshuo clenched his fist, feeling the weight of responsibility grow significantly. Your intent brings me great solace, particularly considering all you have accomplished recently. I see the hope of you becoming the next Medicine Emperor within you, the Medicine Emperor remarked with satisfaction. I sensed the presence of the living. Someone is hastening toward us. The ancient thunder dragon suddenly turned its gaze backward, promptly reverting to the size of a small serpent, coiling around Liu Yangshuo's wrist. Sure enough, moments later, Xiao Xintong arrived, accompanied by a group of disciples. Fortunately, before their arrival, Liu Yangshuo had disposed of all the remnants of flesh at the scene. What has transpired here? Why was there such a commotion? Xiao Xintong inquired as she approached. Nothing much. I merely employed a secret technique to resolve the task entrusted to me by Sect Master Xiao. Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle, gesturing toward the shimmering spring water behind him. Xiao Xintong initially expressed disbelief, but soon the distant jungle echoed with the roars of demon beasts, seemingly rejuvenated. Before Xiao Xintong could utter another word, Liu Yangshuo had already commenced his descent down the mountain. With the shadowy figure from yesterday, coupled with the void demon beast today, it seemed that the spirit beast sect was in for turbulent times. The following morning, Liu Yangshuo was awakened by the clamor outside. Upon opening the window, he observed the streets bustling with people, and at that moment, a knock resonated at his door. Dr. Liu, the azure water Qilin beast, is about to undergo its metamorphosis. The sect master invites you to the plaza at your earliest convenience. A disciple from the spirit beast sect called softly from outside. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Liu Yangshuo replied, rising to don the pristine white attire that Xiao Hongbao had prepared for him the previous day, a pure hue that complemented his identity as a healer. Upon arriving at the plaza, he found it already occupied by various sections. Upon seeing Liu Yangshuo, Xiao Hongbao warmly welcomed him to the vacant seat beside him. Look at that young man. He is seated next to the sect master of the Spirit Beast sect, a position of equal status to that of the Grand Elder. He looks somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him somewhere before. Is he not the beggar who was just outside the mountain gate with the young master of the Blood Demon sect? The remarks of onlookers, one after another, reached the ears of Chao Yuanliang nearby. Chapter 51. The Infernal Fire Qilin Beasthumph. What is there to be proud of just because he is sitting next to Xiao Hongbao? Chao Yuanliang's countenance was exceptionally grim, particularly upon witnessing Liu Yangshuo and Xiao Hongbao engaging in light-hearted conversation from their elevated position, which incited an anger that seemed to boil over, causing the wooden chair's armrest to crack under his grip. Lianger, have you forgotten what I previously told you? Today is your momentous day. That impoverished lad will not hinder your future in any way. Chao Ruifeng remarked, his eyes closed. Upon hearing Chao Ruifeng's words, Chao Yuanliang felt a measure of comfort wash over him, loosening his grip on the nearly splintered armrest and leaning back against the chair. After a brief interlude, Xiao Hongbo rose from the high platform, prompting a hush to fall over the crowd in the square. Esteemed guests, it is a privilege to have you witness the auspicious occasion that is the transformation of the azure water Qilin beast, a harbinger of good fortune as recorded in ancient texts. Though the process has faced some setbacks, we are on the cusp of its conclusion. I kindly ask that you observe this grand spectacle in silence. Xiao Hongbo amplified his voice with spiritual energy, ensuring it resonated throughout the entire square. Dr. Liu, the hatching of the azure water Qilin beast requires a spark of spiritual fire. For this pivotal moment, I invite you to step forth. Xiao Hongbo yielded the most prominent position, gesturing for Liu Yangshuo to take his place. Initially inclined to refuse, Liu Yangshuo soon recognized the eager gazes of the high-ranking elders of the spirit beast sect upon him, leading him to realize he had little choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he stood and made his way to the spot recently vacated by Xiao Hongbo. Gome, with a flick of his right hand, the angry flame, clear origin cauldron appeared in his palm. Liu Yangshuo gently beckoned with his left finger, drawing forth a wisp of clear sky fire from the cauldron. We are fated to meet. Today, I shall assist in your transformation. I hope that in the future, you may extend your aid to me as well. Liu Yangshuo murmured softly, his heart aching as he cast the wisp of clear sky fire onto the colossal egg. The once quiet egg began to tremble violently upon absorbing the flame, sending tremors through the earth. In the rear mountains, the demonic beast stirred uneasily, sensing an overwhelming aura of dread that was steadily intensifying. Crack! A faint sound of cracking eggshell reverberated through the square, sharp and jarring. Immediately following, a wave of heat surged forth from the fissures of the eggshell, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat in alarm. A roar that echoed through the heavens erupted from within the colossal egg, shattering it completely. The azure water Qilin beast, now aptly named the infernal fire Qilin beast, had successfully undergone its transformation. Its once droplet-shaped scales had morphed into flames, and its crimson mane exuded an imposing presence. Xiaolan, come here quickly. Xiao Xintong called out joyfully from the stands, her heart brimming with happiness at the sight of Xiao Lan's successful transformation. Xiaolan also heard Xiao Xintong's call. After letting out a low growl directed at Liu Yangshuo as a form of gratitude, she soared like a comet to Xiao Xintong's side, gracefully settling down to temper her restless energy. Congratulations, Master Xiao. The crowd in the square began to extend their felicitations, some genuinely heartfelt, while others were tinged with deep-seated jealousy. Thank you all. From the very beginning, I announced there would be a second piece of good news. As you all know, I, Xiao Hongbo, have a daughter who has now reached the age of blossoming youth. Thus, I seize this opportunity today to seek a husband for her. Xiao Hongbo declared with a cheerful demeanor, yet Xiao Xintong's expression soured instantly. However, before she could voice her discontent, Xiao Hongbo had already beckoned Elder Huanyin to escort her away. Upon hearing that the Spirit Beast sect was recruiting a son-in-law, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to ascend to greatness, and who wouldn't desire it? The younger generation, those with even a modicum of prowess, raised their hands high, hoping for the favor of fortune to shine upon them. Please, everyone, do not rush. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood and generally looks down upon ordinary wealthy heirs. Therefore, a son-in-law of the Spirit Beast sect must be a paragon of both literary and martial excellence. Today, let us employ a contest of martial prowess to determine who shall be my Spirit Beast sect's son-in-law, Xiao Hongbo said, calming the crowd's fervor with a composed tone. Beside him, Liu Yangshuo struggled to suppress his laughter, finding it quite amusing that this little demoness had her day of reckoning. No sooner had Xiao Hongbo finished speaking than a brawny man, his muscles rippling, leaped into the center of the square, appearing to be at least in his 40s. Who dares to contest with me? The burly man bellowed, his beard framing a fierce countenance, startling most of the onlookers into silence. Who would even dream of competing with a muscle-bound fool who lacks intellect? Does he truly believe the princess of the Spirit Beast sect would find him appealing? Before he could finish, a frail-looking young man, seemingly weak and delicate, approached the burly man with measured steps. The burly man, with a straightforward temperament, welcomed the challenge. In a flash, his massive fist was hurtling toward the young man's head. Remarkably, the young man did not flinch. Instead, he formed his fingers into a sword, creating a gaping hole in the burly man's fist before deftly sending him sprawling to the ground. This seemingly opened the floodgates. As the burly man fell, others surged forward to take their chance. Within mere minutes, dozens of challengers had taken their place in the center of the square. Ah, Liang. It appears Master Xiao looks down upon our blood zone, resorting to a contest for a son-in-law. Why not show Master Xiao your skills? Chao Ruifeng remarked with a glint in his eyes. Chao Yuanliang, unable to contain himself any longer, sprang up from his seat and leaped into the fray. At this moment, a young man wielding a broad-bladed sword stood at the center of the square. With his adept swordsmanship and cultivation at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm, he had already triumphed over 8 opponents. However, upon seeing Chao Yuanliang approach, he instinctively inhaled sharply. What? Upon encountering me, do you still wish to resist? Chao Yuanliang said with a sinister smile, licking his lips. Although the young man feared Chao Yuanliang's status, he was equally unwilling to surrender without a fight. Positioning his broad sword defensively before him. Ah, it seems that only through suffering will you worthless fools learn to fear. Chao Yuanliang chuckled lightly. From the cloak behind him, a plume of black smoke emerged once more, and the previously vanquished bald man reappeared within the mist, his eyes devoid of life as they fixated on the young man. Go ahead, but ensure you leave him breathing, Chao Yuanliang commanded with a wave of his hand, sending the bald brute hurtling towards the young man like a cannonball. The young man's pupils dilated as he twisted his broad sword into a shield, bracing for impact. Yet, the bald man showed no signs of halting, crashing directly into the young man's sword. The deafening clang of metal echoed as the sword shattered, and the bald man collided forcefully with the young man's chest. With a cough, the young man spewed forth a copious amount of blood before being flung backward, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness, leaving his fate uncertain. His family, having witnessed the might of the blood demon sect's young master, dared not intervene, swallowing their grievances and assisting him away. Is this the extent of your strength? How dare you come here to disgrace yourselves? Who else wishes to challenge me? You would do well to come forth together. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the next one will be as fortunate as him to escape with their life, Chao Yuanliang declared, hands clasped behind his back as he sauntered to the center of the square, standing before the bald man and looking disdainfully at the assembled families. With the blood demon sect present, no one dared to step forward. This was no longer merely a matter of life and death for themselves. Inciting the blood demon sect could very well invite calamity upon their own clans. Since there are no takers, I shall now select someone. Chao Yuanliang grinned wickedly, turning his gaze towards Liu Yangshuo on the elevated platform. Liu Yangshuo felt a sense of foreboding. You there, Liu the divine physician, is it? Last time, we left our duel unresolved. Now, with this splendid opportunity at hand, how about we settle it once and for all? Chao Yuanliang extended his right hand, beckoning Liu Yangshuo forward with a curl of his fingers. As Liu Yangshuo had anticipated, Chao Yuanliang would not let him off easily. Surprisingly, Chao Ruifeng remained silent, regarding the conflict between Chao Yuanliang and Liu Yangshuo as mere youthful skirmishes. Yuanliang, Liu the divine physician, is a distinguished guest to my spirit beast sect. Are you implying some grievance against my sect with your actions? Beside him, Xiao Hongwei couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he too wished for Liu Yangshuo to take the stage, he preferred that it be of Liu's own volition rather than through such coercion. Master Xiao, Dr. Liu is one of our own. Would you not wish for him to showcase his skills as well? Surely, you desire Tonger to marry a man of formidable strength, rather than a coward? Despite his youth, Chao Yuanliang possessed a profound depth of character, evident from Xiao Hongbao's previous demeanor. He clearly admired Liu Yangshuo, and his words struck a chord with Xiao Hongbao. Liu Yangshuo, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, glanced at Liu Yangshuo, realizing that Chao Yuanliang's remarks left him with no room for rebuttal. Since young Master Chao has such enthusiasm, I shall oblige him with a spar. Liu Yangshuo rose slowly, leaping down from the high platform to stand opposite Chao Yuanliang. While they claimed it was merely a friendly exchange, any discerning observer could sense the palpable tension between them, transforming the encounter from a mere sparring match into a life-and-death struggle. You were fortunate last time. This time, I shall not grant you the chance to leave unscathed. A chilling glint flickered in Chao Yuanliang's eyes as he regarded Liu Yangshuo as his prey. Liu Yangshuo smiled faintly, his hand shimmering with silver light as a long spear materialized within his grasp. Tear him apart. Chao Yuanliang commanded a burly, bald man, directing him towards Liu Yangshuo. Facing an old rival once more, Liu Yangshuo felt a familiar itch for battle. He had previously held back, not wishing to cause bloodshed at the entrance of the spirit beast sect, but now aware that the bald man was merely a lifeless puppet. He steeled himself to unleash his full power. The bald man, upon receiving the order, vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before Liu Yangshuo, his fist raised high, crashing towards him with ferocity. Same old tactics, Liu Yangshuo scoffed, sidestepping the punch with ease. His spear danced in the air, delivering a swift counterstrike that grazed the bald man's chest, igniting a shower of sparks. The man's clothing was torn asunder, revealing his bronzed skin. Liu Yangshuo's strike left only superficial scratches. Immediately following, the bald man unleashed a kick aimed at Liu Yangshuo. With the spear held horizontally before him, Liu Yangshuo narrowly blocked the blow that nearly bent his weapon at a right angle, repelling the force. Both combatants were thrust back. Yet the moment Liu Yangshuo touched the ground, he propelled himself forward once more, his spear arcing down to strike the bald man's head. The blow drove the man into the earth, and with a surge of concealed energy, Liu Yangshuo shattered his skull, leaving him unable to rise again. Liu Yangshuo stood before the pit created by the burly man, gasping for breath. He had just forcefully altered his trajectory, and his muscles still ached faintly. However, the elimination of this puppet was indeed worth the effort. Now, only Chao Yuanliang remained. It appeared that Chao Yuanliang had adeptly wielded his puppet techniques. Typically, those proficient in such arts possessed rather ordinary abilities themselves, as they devoted the majority of their energy to crafting formidable puppets, often neglecting their own cultivation. Turning to face Chao Yuanliang, Liu Yangshuo noticed that he still wore an expression of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the death of the burly man. Young Master Chao, this puppet is rather lacking. I'd only just begun to warm up. Huh. Does divine healer Liu truly believe that such a puppet represents the entirety of my strength? You are gravely mistaken, Chao Yuanliang replied with a dismissive smile. As he spoke, dark smoke swirled around his robe, and suddenly, countless shadows surged forth from the haze. In a matter of moments, over 100 puppets amassed behind him. Liu Yangshuo swallowed hard, although he had anticipated that Chao Yuanliang might possess additional puppets. He had never envisioned such an overwhelming quantity. What do you think, divine healer Liu? Does my army of puppets meet your approval? Chao Yuanliang inquired, casually toying with his nails. As the young master of the blood demon sect, he undoubtedly had some exceptional talents. This is dire. Divine healer Liu is in peril. Not all of these puppets originated from Chao Yuanliang. Many were crafted by his father, Chao Ruifen. Xiao Hongbo frowned from the stands. He had indeed admired Liu Yangshuo's prowess earlier, but it was clear that this situation was beyond his capabilities to resolve. Since you have summoned your allies, I shall do the same. Is that unreasonable? Chapter 53, The Corpse Eater. Liu Yangshuo sighed, aware that his forthcoming actions might betray Xiao Hongbo. However, in the current predicament, failing to devise a strategy would surely lead to his demise. With that, Liu Yangshuo unexpectedly released a resounding dragon's roar, fully unleashing his imposing aura. The spectators in the square were left in utter astonishment. His presence far surpassed that of the recently transformed flame Kirin beast nearby. As Liu Yangshuo's roar echoed, a powerful tremor emanated from the distant rear mountain, distinctly felt even within the square. Moments later, thick smoke began to rapidly approach from the rear mountain. Those with even a modicum of strength could discern that within the smoke were all the spirit beasts from the rear mountain of the spirit beast sect, responding to Liu Yangshuo's call, hastening towards him. The most astonished among them was Xiao Hongbao. In his recollection, Liu Yangshuo had merely taken a brief tour of the rear mountain. How was it now that he possessed the ability to summon all the spirit beasts? However, there was no room for refusal. The spirit beasts had already arrived in droves at the square, their numbers vastly surpassing those of Chao Yuanliang's puppet army. In an instant, the entire square was divided into two formidable factions, one led by Chao Yuanliang's puppet army, and the other by Liu Yangshuo's legion of spirit beasts. The crowd around them instinctively retreated. Chao Yuanliang, upon witnessing the army of spirit beasts, finally retracted his previously contemptuous demeanor. Engaging in a brawl was one thing, but surely the sight of my formidable spirit beast army would capture your attention. Chao Xiaozong. Liu Yangshuo smiled faintly. It was his first time employing this method of simulated pressure, and the outcome appeared favorable. What a clever tactic, being able to command all the spirit beasts. No wonder Master Xiao is so proud of you. Today, one of us shall perish. Care to guess who that might be? A cruel smile crept upon Chao Yuanliang's face as he snapped his fingers, prompting the puppet army to charge at the spirit beasts. Yet, the spirit beasts were no pushovers. After a night's worth of energy replenishment from Liu Yangshuo, they were now brimming with vigor, all frenziedly charging at the puppets. The clash was chaotic, and even Xiao Hongbao found it impossible to intervene. Watch out! A glint of determination flashed in Liu Yangshuo's eyes as he transformed into a phantom, swiftly navigating through the tumultuous battlefield to close in on Chao Yuanliang. Caught off guard by Liu Yangshuo's rapid approach, Chao Yuanliang felt a surge of panic and hastily raised his right arm to block the tip of Liu Yangshuo's spear. However, he was not a puppet and lacked such formidable physicality. With all his strength, Liu Yangshuo thrust his spear, severing Chao Yuanliang's right arm at the elbow. Damn you! I'll make you pay. In excruciating pain, Chao Yuanliang's hatred for Liu Yangshuo reached its zenith. Grasping his severed arm, he hurled it directly at Liu Yangshuo's face. With a fierce squeeze, the arm exploded. To everyone's shock, Chao Yuanliang had resorted to using the blood explosion technique with his own flesh. Huanyin, witnessing this scene, was taken aback by Chao Yuanliang's ruthlessness. It was evident that he was prepared to gamble his life. Chao Ruifeng, observing the unfolding chaos, furrowed his brow. Just as he contemplated intervening, he noticed Xiao Hongbao stationed on the high platform, fixating on him. The two were evenly matched, but Xiao Hongbao held a slight edge. Should a confrontation arise, Chao Ruifeng feared he would not fare well. Chao Yuanliang's blood explosion technique was formidable. The residual force of the explosion sent nearby puppets and spirit beasts flying. At such close range, Chao Yuanliang was convinced that Liu Yangshuo was doomed. Suddenly, a gleaming spear tip emerged from the blood mist. Instinctively, Chao Yuanliang turned his head, narrowly avoiding the spear as it grazed his face, leaving a long gash. Liu Yangshuo followed swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Chao Yuanliang's chest, sending him sprawling across the ground. He rolled multiple times before finally coming to a halt. Had it not been for the ancient dragon scales gifted by the Thunder Dragon, Liu Yangshuo might have suffered a grave injury. You wretch, do you realize this was supposed to be my domain? Yet now, it has descended into chaos. All because of you. It's all your fault. Chao Yuanliang relentlessly struck the ground, his face smeared with blood, creating a rather gruesome sight. As he continued, a crimson mist began to envelop him from within his long robe. Liang, no, you must not use that technique. Chao Ruifeng exclaimed in alarm, rising swiftly to shout at Chao Yuanliang. However, at this moment, Chao Yuanliang could not heed his words. His sole focus was to eliminate Liu Yangshuo. Upon witnessing the crimson mist, Liu Yangshuo became considerably more cautious, sensing an ominous threat emanating from it. Indeed, a massive claw emerged from the blood-red fog, and soon after, its owner fully materialized from the haze. It was the corpse devourer, a forbidden technique from the blood demon sect, and Chao Yuanliang had actually mastered it. Xiao Hongbao, recognizing the origin of this towering monstrosity, was instantly taken aback. The corpse devourer was no longer a beast of the beast clan. It was a creature of pure slaughter, conjured by Chao Yuanliang himself. If it remained unfed, even Chao Yuanliang could become its prey, which explained why Chao Ruifeng had forbidden him from employing this technique. Liu Yangshuo took a couple of cautious steps back, feeling no fluctuations of spiritual energy from the corpse devourer, only an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. If only Bai Ling were here, Liu the healer is in peril, he lamented. Xiao Hongbao had already cast aside thoughts of Chao Ruifeng. Rescuing Liu Yangshuo was now paramount. With that, he prepared to leap off the platform. Suddenly, a stunning beauty clad in a silver-white robe appeared beside Liu Yangshuo. Allow me to handle this. It is beyond your capabilities. The ancient thunder dragon had transformed into human form, and upon her shoulder, a small silver dragon affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Then I leave it to you. Be cautious. Liu Yangshuo sighed in relief. The ancient thunder dragon had arrived just in time. Only she could contend with the corpse devourer. Who is she? Why is Bai Ling with her? Xiao Hongbao was astounded. Bai Ling had been raised by him since childhood. Apart from him, she had never willingly approached anyone, not even Xiao Xintong. Yet now, she perched upon this woman's shoulder. Come forth, let me witness what abilities you possess, creature. The ancient thunder dragon scoffed, gazing disdainfully at the drooling corpse devourer as she beckoned with her fingers. The corpse devourer, already ravenous, lunged at the ancient thunder dragon, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. With a disdainful snort, the ancient thunder dragon raised her hand, fingers forming a blade, effortlessly severing the corpse devourer's right arm. However, to her astonishment, the corpse devourer merely staggered back a step, letting out an enraged roar as a new arm swiftly sprouted from the severed stump. And the red light in its eyes intensified, as if the ancient thunder dragon had thoroughly provoked it. The ancient thunder dragon furrowed her brow. This creature's regenerative abilities were too rapid. It seemed that conventional physical methods would not suffice to vanquish it. At this moment, the ancient thunder dragon suddenly recalled a phrase spoken by Liu Yangshuo: "Only magic can defeat magic." By the name of the ancient thunder dragon, I summon the celestial thunder of the 5 elements to vanquish evil and purify the tainted. As I invoked the incantation, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and flashes of lightning danced about. Several bolts of thunder, as thick as tree trunks, descended from the heavens and struck the crown of the devourer. The unfortunate devourer had yet to unleash its true power before being reduced to a charred pile by the thunder summoned by the ancient thunder dragon. With the devourer's demise, Chao Yuanliang spat forth another mouthful of vital blood. He and the devourer were intrinsically linked, and with the latter's death, he was left in a state of utter torment. Even his puppet army was affected, as the spirit beasts began to wreak havoc upon them. You have lost. Liu Yangshuo spoke softly as he approached Chao Yuanliang. I refuse to accept this. Chao Yuanliang struggled to rise, yet his body was devoid of strength, and he soon collapsed once more. The puppet army, upon Chao Yuanliang's defeat, did not endure long before being completely annihilated by the spirit beasts. However, the spirit beasts did not depart. Instead, they prostrated themselves, paying homage to the ancient thunder dragon as if a monarch had descended. May I inquire who this esteemed being is? Xiao Hongbao, not daring to be remiss, leapt from the platform and approached the ancient thunder dragon. She is my friend. There is no need for concern, Master Xiao. Liu Yangshuo replied with a gentle smile. Ah, I see. This friend possesses remarkable strength. May I request the return of Bai Ling? Xiao Hongbao nodded, directing his gaze toward the small white dragon perched upon the ancient thunder dragon's shoulder. The ancient thunder dragon gently lifted Bai Ling from her perch. Go now. Yet, Bai Ling appeared reluctant to part from the ancient thunder dragon until Xiao Hongbao reached out to take her. Indeed, it seems, Master Xiao, that you are reluctant to fulfill the agreements of your, thus seeking a powerful ally to disrupt the engagement. Chao Ruifeng slowly rose, clapping his hands as he approached, his expression as frosty as winter itself. What does this mean, Master Chao? Do you expect me to provide you with an explanation? Lu Shani had no desire for conflict. It was Yuan Liang who insisted on challenging him, and thus, the blame lay solely on Yuan Liang's lack of skill. Xiao Hongbao huffed coldly, positioning himself protectively in front of Liu Yangshuo. Ha! Master Xiao, we both understand the implications of the alliance between Blood Demon Sect and Spirit Beast Sect. Even now, can you not discern the reality of the situation? Chao Ruifeng laughed heartily, casting a greedy gaze upon the spirit beasts kneeling in the plaza. Gao Zufeng, do not presume to manipulate the hearts of my spirit beasts. If you seek a fight, I shall oblige. Xiao Hongba's spiritual energy surged around him as he eyed Chao Ruifeng warily. This is no longer open for your consideration. To dominate this continent, the two sects must unite, whether you agree or not. This is a settled fact. Chao Ruifeng's expression suddenly darkened as he raised his hand, unleashing a sphere of light into the sky. As Xiao Hongba and the others were still processing the unfolding situation, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble. All the spirit beasts were forcefully pinned to the ground. Even the ancient thunder dragon was unable to rise. What on earth is this? Xiao Hongba inquired of the spirit beasts around him. Our blood demon sect has been preparing for this day for far too long. This 10,000 spirits soul sealing array is specifically designed for your spirit beasts. Originally, we intended to strike from the back mountain, but unexpectedly, this fool disrupted our plans. Fortunately, he was foolish enough to gather them all together again. After lifting Chao Yuanliang, Chao Ruifeng turned to Liu Yangshuo. So it was you who orchestrated this. That void demon beast was summoned by you as well. Liu Yangshuo suddenly realized that all of this was the work of the blood demon sect. Both the peculiar crystal absorbing the spirit beast powers and the void demon beast were creations of Chao Ruifeng. No. I do not possess the strength to summon a void demon beast. This is all a gift from that esteemed figure. Today, I will claim your spirit beast sect. And soon after, I shall command a formidable army of puppet demon beasts, Chao Ruifeng said, a glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes. This man has been manipulated by the will of the demon lord. The 10,000 spirits soul-sealing array is a convergence of the souls of tens of thousands of beings, specifically targeting the soul powers of the beast clans. Suddenly, the voice of the medicine emperor resonated from the angry flame, clear origin cauldron. Master, you have finally emerged. How do we break this array? Hearing the medicine emperor's voice, Liu Yangshuo felt a surge of reassurance. To my knowledge, every array must have a focal point. As long as we destroy this focal point, the array can be shattered. I am currently just a soul entity, thus unable to sense it. It relies on you now. With that, the medicine emperor fell silent once more. Liu Yangshuo supported the ancient thunder dragon and swiftly activated his heavenly spirit eye. After scanning the area repeatedly, he finally detected some clues on Chao Ruifeng. On his chest, a grayish mass obscured his vision, which seemed to be the location of the focal point. Xiao Zongzhu, I believe I have found the focal point. But I will require some assistance, Liu Yangshuo whispered behind Xiao Hongba. What assistance do you need? Xiao Hongba's gaze was fixed intently on Chao Ruifeng. Aside from handing Chao Yuanliang to the blood demon sect's people, did not make any unnecessary moves. I need him to remain still. How long will you need? A few breaths will suffice. Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment before responding with determination. Very well, I will do my utmost to assist you. With that, Xiao Hongba's spiritual power surged to its peak, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot, appearing before Chao Ruifeng. Chao Ruifeng had evidently anticipated Xiao Hongba's attack. His figure flickered, and two nearly identical puppets emerged from behind him, all three launching an assault on Xiao Hongba. You actually succeeded in refining these twin puppets. Xiao Hongba exclaimed in shock while engaged in battle with the trio. Thanks to that esteemed individual for lending me a hand. Master Xiao, I advise you to submit willingly. The power of that individual is far beyond our level of resistance. Only he is the true master of this continent. Chao Ruifeng let out a cold laugh and spoke nonchalantly. You are dreaming. Our spirit beast sect will never yield to any force. Chapter 55. The Crusade Plan. Although Xiao Hongba faced 3 opponents alone, he did not show any signs of weakness. After all, the initial phase of the 10,000 beast technique primarily hones the physical strength of the practitioner, a fact Liu Yangshuo was all too aware of. However, after a while of battling against Xiao Hongba, Chao Ruifeng began to feel fatigued, as the dual puppets were depleting his energy significantly. At this rate, Xiao Hongbo would inevitably emerge victorious in this war of attrition. Master Xiao, I hope you won't jump to conclusions too soon. You have a daughter to think about. Xiao Ruifeng said softly. Xiao Hongbo paused, momentarily caught off guard, which granted Xiao Ruifeng an opportunity. The dual puppets struck simultaneously, landing a blow squarely on Xiao Hongbo's chest. Xiao Hongbo was sent flying, but his physical strength, honed to near that of a spirit beast in the perfected state of the 10,000 beast technique, was not to be underestimated. Even while being propelled away, he unleashed his final move. A surge of formidable mental energy erupted forth, temporarily severing the connection between Xiao Ruifeng and the dual puppets, leaving Xiao Ruifeng momentarily dazed and standing still. Now's the time. Go! Xiao Hongbo shouted at Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo glanced at the ancient thunder dragon in his arms, receiving an affirmative look, then propelled himself into the air, his spear gliding across Xiao Ruifeng's neck before returning to the ground. Xiao Ruifeng, regaining his senses, watched Liu Yangshuo's retreating figure and instinctively reached for his chest, his expression changing drastically. At that moment, Liu Yangshuo stood beside the ancient thunder dragon, grinning as he produced a dark purple crystal necklace. Give it back. Return the necklace to me. Xiao Ruifeng screamed, frantically charging at Liu Yangshuo. It was already too late. With that, Liu Yangshuo handed the connected necklace to the ancient thunder dragon. The ancient thunder dragon's gaze became fierce. After receiving the necklace, its right hand transformed into a dragon claw, and with a flash of lightning, the necklace disintegrated into dust. The instant the necklace vanished, all spirit beasts within the spirit beast sect stood up, glaring angrily at Xiao Ruifeng and his accomplices. Xiao Ruifeng halted mid-air, astonished that Liu Yangshuo had managed to locate the focal point of the formation. To conceal that focal point, he had specifically carried the crystal on him. Xiao Ruifeng, your time of reckoning has arrived. Surrender now, and I may yet spare your life. Xiao Hongbo had returned, leading a host of disciples from the Spirit Beast sect to encircle the Blood Fiend sect. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hongbo, do you truly believe that your Spirit Beast sect has triumphed so easily? If it were not for that young man, Xiao Hongbo would hardly be my rival. One day, all the Spirit Beasts of your Spirit Beast sect shall belong to me. Xiao Ruifeng, fully aware that his plan had faltered, cast a deep glance at Liu Yangshuo, the young man who had left a profound impression on him. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared behind him, engulfing all members of the Blood Demon sect. Xiao Hongbo attempted to pursue, but it was too late. By the time he rushed forward, the rift had already sealed. He had actually prepared a teleportation scroll in advance. Indeed, Xiao Ruifeng is a man of meticulous design. Sectmaster Xiao, I believe he speaks the truth. Sooner or later, he will return, and when that time comes, the Spirit Beast sect may find itself in peril. Liu Yangshuo stepped forward, noting that Xiao Ruifeng's previous tone was not mere bravado. And with the Demon Lord orchestrating events from behind, this matter warrants caution. Indeed, I shall bolster the defensive strength of our sect. Dr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. Xiao Hongbo bowed to Liu Yangshuo. Sectmaster Xiao, you overstate the matter. I believe that if given the opportunity, everyone would rise to oppose him. However, mere defense may prove futile. As you have observed, the power Xiao Ruifeng now wields is no longer solely his own. We must eradicate him before he fully masters this strength. Liu Yangshuo gestured towards the surrounding smaller sections. Xiao Hongbo immediately grasped the implication and lightly leaped onto the high platform. Esteemed colleagues, the Blood Demon sect has fallen into the path of darkness. Now, in the name of the Spirit Beast sect, I call upon you all to join forces with us to eradicate the Blood Demon sect. What say you? His proclamation echoed powerfully, yielding results as many leaders of smaller sects appeared somewhat stirred. Yet concerns arose, but the Blood Demon sect is vast. Should they retaliate, we smaller sects would undoubtedly bear the brunt of their wrath. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend the Spirit Beast sect. They could easily wipe us out. We smaller sects would merely serve as fodder. I believe it is better to refrain. With the presence of brave souls, there are also those who were timid. Witnessing the recent battle, many had come to realize the stark disparity between themselves and the larger sects, fostering a sense of trepidation. Once such voices emerged, those who had previously been eager began to retreat, their resolve waning. A pack of cowards. Do you intend to wait for the blood demon sect to slaughter you one by one? Xiao Hongbo furrowed his brow, glaring at the crowd below. Sectmaster, it is futile. We should let it go. These individuals lack the incentive to act, Liu Yangshuo quietly advised by Xiao Hongbo's side. Indeed, they are but a bunch of self-preserving souls. If the time came to divide the spoils of the blood demon sect, they would flee faster than anyone else. Xiao Hongbo remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the crowd below. At this juncture, we can only rely on ourselves, Master Xiao. We must amass strength in the shortest possible time. This task should not pose too great a challenge for you. Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment, recognizing that such a large sect as the Spirit Beast sect would undoubtedly have its diplomatic channels. This endeavor may require some time, for it is no trivial matter. Xiao Hongbo paused, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, please act swiftly. Physician Liu, are you planning to leave? Liu Yangshuo's words clearly indicated an intention to part ways, yet departing from the Spirit Beast sect at this moment was fraught with peril. Indeed, I cannot remain here for long. Here is the plan. I shall return in a year and join the expeditionary force. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hongbo, Liu Yangshuo was still a target of pursuit by the Dragon Clan. Remaining here could potentially bring new troubles to the Spirit Beast sect. Very well. Since Physician Liu is determined to leave, I shall not impede you. Seeing Liu Yangshuo's resolute decision, Xiao Hongbo acquiesced. Thus, this martial arts contest concluded with such an absurd outcome, and various smaller sects began to depart from the Spirit Beast sect. Chapter 56. You were called Dream Moon early the next morning. Liu Yangshuo prepared his belongings with haste. Ding! A new main quest has emerged. Travel to the Dark Valley and establish a veterinary clinic. The reward is 100,000 royal blood points. Just as Liu Yangshuo was about to step out, the system finally presented him with a new task, granting him a fresh objective. Physician Liu, are you departing so early? Xiao Hongbo, accompanied by Huanyin and Xiao Xintong, caught up with him just as he was about to leave the mountain gate. Yes, Master Xiao. Do you know where the Dark Valley is? You intend to go to the Dark Valley? That place is far from pleasant. It is teeming with ferocious beasts known for their brutal and bloodthirsty natures. Xiao Hongbo was taken aback. He had considered numerous destinations for Liu Yangshuo, but had not anticipated the Dark Valley. Indeed, Master Xiao need not worry. If I dare to venture there, I possess my own confidence. Liu Yangshuo spoke with an air of ease. Though inwardly he had already cursed the system hundreds of times for consistently assigning him such arduous tasks. Very well then, this young lady possesses remarkable strength and should be capable of protecting Physician Liu. Here is the map to the Dark Valley. Please keep it safe. Xiao Hongbo glanced at the ancient thunder dragon beside Liu Yangshuo, whose extraordinary beauty and inscrutable power exceeded his expectations. Liu Yangshuo accepted the map, carefully placing it in his bosom, and after bidding farewell to Xiao Hongbo and the others with a respectful gesture, he departed the Spirit Beast sect with the ancient thunder dragon. Xiao Xintong watched Liu Yangshuo's retreating figure, feeling as though something was amiss within her heart. Yesterday's battle had truly revealed Liu Yangshuo's capabilities. This impoverished youth, whom she had once disdainfully looked down upon, possessed such formidable strength. Tanjir, what are you thinking? Xiao Hongbo asked, bemused by the rapt attention Xiao Xintong was giving. It's nothing, father. Will he truly return? Xiao Xintong hastily averted her gaze, a blush unconsciously illuminating her youthful face. He promised to come back, and he certainly will. This young man is destined for greatness, a true gem among men. I regret not recognizing his potential sooner. We must seize the moment to gather our forces. In a year's time, I only hope we do not hinder his progress. Xiao Hongbo gently embraced Xiao Xintong, deeply impressed by Liu Yangshuo's recent conduct. Initially, he had wished for Liu Yangshuo to join the Spirit Beast sect, but it now seemed he had overestimated their capacity. Such a formidable figure could never be contained within the confines of the sect. Very well. Xiao Xintong appeared somewhat disheartened as she made her way toward the sect. Xiao Hongbo, understanding his daughter's thoughts, refrained from speaking further and accompanied her back to the Spirit Beast sect. After departing from the spirit beast sect, Liu Yangshuo traversed the main road with the ancient thunder dragon, unfolding the map given to him by Xiao Hongbo. Why is this a map of the entire continent? He mused. Nonetheless, it will prove convenient for future journeys. This was Liu Yangshuo's first glimpse of the continent's map, which was divided into 5 major regions. The Spirit Beast sect lay at the southernmost tip, the most prosperous area of the continent, while the northern expanse was a vast ocean, previously known as Hagen Bay. The eastern territories were rife with complexities, hosting countless sects of varying sizes. Liu Yangshuo's destination, the Abyssal Valley, resided in the western barbaric lands. At the very center of the map, indicated by a towering structure. Why is there no dragon domain? Does it not belong to this continent? After a thorough search, Liu Yangshuo failed to locate the dragon domain described by the ancient thunder dragon. There is one, though not entirely. See that tower? It serves as the gateway to the dragon domain. When your strength is sufficient one day, you will ascend it. The ancient thunder dragon leaned closer, delicately pointing at the tower in the center of the map. Perhaps it's best to forget it. I cannot even begin to imagine my situation, being a fugitive sought by the dragon clan. Liu Yangshuo chuckled wryly as he folded the map, only then realizing how close he and the ancient thunder dragon had become. Feeling her gentle breaths resonate between them. What are you staring at? The ancient thunder dragon, suddenly aware of their proximity, flushed crimson and hurriedly stepped aside. Ahem. By the way, I still do not know your name. Surely, I cannot call you Thunder Dragon. Liu Yangshuo wiped his nose, forcibly shifting the topic. I have no name. Such things are of little significance. The ancient thunder dragon turned her head away, yet Liu Yangshuo detected a hint of melancholy in her tone. A name signifies one's existence in the world, but she bore none, her purpose solely to inherit her father's position. Thus, she was known only as the Dragon Empress. How about I give you a name? Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment before addressing the ancient thunder dragon. I absolutely refuse. A name is of no use. It cannot be consumed, nor does it grant me strength. Besides, I am the illustrious ancient thunder dragon. What right do you, a mere human, have to bestow a name upon me? The ancient thunder dragon stifled the elation bubbling within, for indeed, such pride is inherent to dragonkind. Since you lack a surname, how about Liu Mengyue? The moon of dreams, vast and pure. Liu Yangshuo paid no heed to the words of the ancient thunder dragon, continuing to speak to himself. Unpleasant. I refuse. With a flick of her long hair, the ancient thunder dragon strode forward. Liu Yangshuo shook his head and hurried after her. As they walked, the sky gradually darkened, and the two sought refuge in a cave to rest momentarily. Liu Yangshuo even ventured into the forest to catch a wild boar. With the presence of the ancient thunder dragon, the task of kindling a fire posed no challenge. Soon, the wild boar was roasting, sizzling with oil. I must inform you, a mere wild boar cannot compensate for the offenses you have inflicted upon me these past days, the ancient thunder dragon remarked, her eyes wide with anticipation as she wiped away drool. Fear not, I have no expectations. Is this not what I promised? To share something different with you? It has been quite some time since we enjoyed a proper meal. Liu Yangshuo smiled gently, retrieving several small vials from his storage ring and evenly sprinkling the contents over the meat, instantly enhancing its aroma. Humans are truly fascinating, though inherently frail. You manage to invent such peculiarities to enrich your lives. That is because our lives are fleeting if we do not savor them. What a waste it would be to have traversed this world. After tearing off a leg of the boar and offering it to the ancient thunder dragon, Liu Yangshuo spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 57. The Spirit Auction. The ancient thunder dragon accepted the leg, entirely unconcerned with her ladylike image, and took a hearty bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. So how does it taste? Liu Yangshuo also sliced off a small piece of meat to savor. The ancient thunder dragon was too engrossed in her meal to respond, only nodding repeatedly in affirmation of Liu Yangshuo's culinary skills. Before long, the ground before her was strewn with bones, while Liu Yangshuo was left with merely a couple. The entire roasted pig had been devoured with great enthusiasm. In light of this pig's sacrifice, I forgive you for that previous incident. Let us continue this camaraderie, the ancient thunder dragon proclaimed, belching contentedly. Ha ha! If this pig knew how honored it would surely die with its eyes closed, Liu Yangshuo chuckled. Following this, a comfortable silence enveloped them as they gazed into the flickering flames of the bonfire. Ever since encountering the human form of the ancient thunder dragon, the nature of their relationship had taken on a subtle shift, perhaps orchestrated by fate itself. The ancient thunder dragon broke the awkwardness first. I truly appreciate the name. Thank you. Upon finishing her words, Taigo Leilong turned her face away. As long as you are content, it's getting late, you should rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture forth to see if there's a town nearby where we can procure 2 horses. After Liu Yangshuo spoke, he found a relatively smooth stone and laid down to sleep. Taigo Leilong, no, she should now be called Mengyue, observed Liu Yangshuo's sleeping form, her heart a tumult of emotions. Although she had lived for so long, it was her first encounter with such feelings. Liu Yangshuo's rapid growth could only be described as remarkable, yet she bore part of the responsibility for drawing him into this realm of cultivation. With a soft sigh, Mengyue gently lay down as well. At dawn, when Mengyue opened her eyes, she found Liu Yangshuo already seated at the cave entrance, deep in meditation. The morning was the time when spiritual energy was most abundant, and Liu Yangshuo was not one to miss such an opportunity. You're awake? He paused his practice upon hearing the subtle sound behind him. Yes. Let us continue our journey. After a brief tidying up, the two set off toward the nearest city marked on the map, Yiling City. Around noon, they arrived at Yiling City. After paying 600 blue spirit stones at the city gate, they successfully entered. How outrageous! We have to pay just to enter a city, Liu Yangshuo lamented, clutching his heart in pain. It's merely 600 blue spirit stones. Look at your stingy demeanor. Mengyue shot him a glance. It's easy for you to say, considering it's not your money. 600 blue spirit stones could buy a significant amount of medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Side quest available. Utilize the Yiling auction to earn 100 million gold spirit stones. Quest reward, 50,000 royal blood points. The abrupt message nearly sent Liu Yangshuo into a frenzy. The exchange rate between gold spirit stones and blue spirit stones was 10-1. 100 million gold spirit stones equated to a staggering 1 billion blue spirit stones, far beyond Liu Yangshuo's worth even if he were sold by the pound. Look over there, it seems quite lively. Let's go take a look, Mengyue exclaimed, grabbing Liu Yangshuo and pulling him into the crowd, leaving no room for his objections. Upon reaching the gathering, Liu Yangshuo used his heavenly eyes to see a notice posted at the center, which read, "The Yiling auction will commence in 3 days. If you have items for auction, please submit them for appraisal at the Yiling auction venue." This is it. Your opportunity to earn money has arrived, Mengyue pointed out enthusiastically. But I currently have nothing of value to present, Liu Yangshuo replied with a wry smile, as his pockets were emptier than his expression. Are you foolish? You took so many items from the deep-sea serpent dragon when you defeated the ghost-faced serpent whale. Since you have no use for them, why not auction them off? Mengyue gently tapped Liu Yangshuo on the head. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Liu Yangshuo experienced an epiphany, yet a cunning calculation began to brew within him. Although the half-step wild beast possessed numerous treasures, the most valuable spirit pearls were not among them. The remaining items might fetch a couple of billion blue crystal stones at most. What remained was only, Master, can you hear me? Do not forget, within the Fury Flame Clear Origin Cauldron resides one of the ancient 5 emperors, the Medicine Emperor. Surely, he must possess invaluable treasures. He knew that you, my dear disciple, sought me with ulterior motives. Regardless, all that I have prepared is for you. As long as you do not squander it, it will undoubtedly suffice for your lifetime. The Medicine Emperor sighed softly and conveyed this through thought. Wonderful. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Worry not, Master. Your disciple is not foolish and will surely exchange it for something of great worth. With the Medicine Emperor's words, Liu Yangshuo felt a wave of reassurance. The auction hall of Yiling was situated in the very heart of Yiling City, serving as the economic cornerstone of the entire region. The scale of the auction hall occupied a quarter of the city itself. Liu Yangshuo had heard these details from passers-by along the way, but upon arriving, he found no exaggeration in their claims. The grand entrance alone could easily accommodate the true form of Mengyue, and it was constructed entirely from assembled blue crystal stones, showcasing its opulence. Poor souls, stay away. What are you doing here? A jarring voice cut through the air from behind Liu Yangshuo. Both Mengyue and Liu Yangshuo turned to see the source of this unwelcome distraction. Wow, this girl is quite the catch. Why are you with this penniless wretch? Stick with me, and I guarantee you a life of luxury. A lecherous man with a sharp, angular face and a prominent dark mole on his nose drooled at the sight of Mengyue, instantly disregarding the two scantily clad women by his side. You? With that gaunt appearance, you do not appeal to me. I prefer the robust. A glimmer of cunning danced in Mengyue's eyes as she feigned a languid demeanor, leaning softly into Liu Yangshuo's embrace. At that moment, not only was the lecherous man taken aback, but Liu Yangshuo was equally bewildered. What was she up to? Beggar, I give you a chance. Leave this beautiful lady immediately, or else you shall regret it. The lecherous man, seeing Mengyue's disinterest, pointed a knife at Liu Yangshuo, while two towering brutes, each standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, advanced menacingly from behind him. I can tolerate being called a beggar, but I will not allow you to take my woman. Let us settle this. No need for further words. Amid Mengyue's startled cry, Liu Yangshuo firmly embraced her, exuding an air of dominance. Charge! Take him down. Chapter 58. Black Gold Membership. The lecherous man was infuriated, his little mustache standing on end as he signaled his two hulking companions to approach Liu Yangshuo. Clearly, he had underestimated Liu Yangshuo's strength, despite his ragged appearance. He was far from a mere beggar. With a disdainful huff, Liu Yangshuo resolved to impart a lesson to those who looked down on others. He positioned Mengyue protectively behind him and seized the imposing man's outstretched hand. The brute attempted to clench his fist, only to discover that Liu Yangshuo had rendered his right index finger utterly immobile. With a slight exertion, Liu effortlessly snapped the man's finger, followed by a swift kick that sent both burly figures flying like discarded sacks. Who are you? The lewd man stammered, seeing his bodyguard falter without even a chance to retaliate. In a panic, he scrambled behind the maid, using her as a shield. How dare you? I want to dirty my hand with you. Casting a disdainful glance at the lewd man, Liu Yangshuo took Mengyue's hand and strode into the auction hall. After a considerable wait, the lewd man, realizing Liu Yangshuo had been inside for quite some time, cautiously emerged from behind the maid and followed him in, his furtive demeanor betraying his intentions. Upon entering the grand hall, Liu was immediately approached by a well-dressed gentleman whose immaculate attire and pristine white gloves reflected the elegance of the auction venue. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The gentleman inquired. I wish to participate in the auction. Are there any prerequisites? Liu Yangshuo asked while surveying the surroundings. To attend our auction, one must possess a net worth of no less than 50 million blue crystals to qualify as a VIP client, the gentleman replied, his expression suggesting he doubted Liu could muster even 100 blue crystals. I see. While I do not possess 100 million blue crystals, I intend to auction some rare items, which I believe are worth at least that amount. Liu Yangshuo responded thoughtfully. Would you be so kind as to present them for my inspection? If your claims are indeed accurate, I can assist you in obtaining our membership, the gentleman suggested. Do you truly believe I would reveal items of such value here? Liu Yangshuo replied with a subtle smile, glancing at the bustling crowd around him. My apologies, sir. I misspoke. Please, follow me, the gentleman said, realizing his words had been disrespectful. He bowed deeply and led Liu Yangshuo to the second floor, entering a small room. Sir, please wait here for a moment while I summon our manager, he said before slowly exiting. After a brief interlude, a knock sounded at the door, and a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting qipao entered. Good day, sir. I am Fu Yu, the manager of the Yiling auction house. I apologize for the earlier rudeness of our staff. May I now see the items you wish to auction? As she bowed slightly, revealing a glimpse of her long, fair leg, Liu Yangshuo found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her. Mengyu undoubtedly noticed. Her delicate hand stealthily reached under the table and traversed over Liu Yangshuo's thigh, causing him to draw a sharp breath in surprise and hastily avert his gaze. Ahem. Well, could you please assess the worth of this item? Liu Yangshuo continuously massaged the painful spot on his thigh with his left hand while beckoning with his right, summoning a sizable piece of flesh that appeared on the table before them, filling the room with a faint scent of blood. This is the liver of a savage beast. Fu Yu exclaimed upon recognizing the item at once, her astonishment palpable. Strictly speaking, it is classified as a half-step savage beast. So, does this mean it is worth 100 million blue crystals? Liu Yangshuo had no intention of exploiting them and candidly stated that it was a half-step savage beast. The price difference between a savage beast and a half-step savage beast is astronomical. Of course, the liver of a half-step savage beast still bore a strong briny aroma, suggesting it might be an even rarer sea spirit beast, capable of dispelling toxins. Its value transcends mere currency. I believe it could fetch at least 500 million blue crystals. Fu Yu nodded, her perception of Liu Yangshuo elevated significantly. 500 million, very well. You may handle the arrangements. We can now participate in the auction, correct? Liu Yangshuo contemplated for a moment. The price aligned closely with his expectations. All right, please wait here for a moment. Fu Yu gently gestured, and 4 attendants entered from behind, meticulously wrapping the liver of the ghost-faced whale and taking it away. After a while, Fu Yu personally brought forth a tray, lifting the crimson cloth to reveal a black gold card alongside a plaque made of golden crystal inscribed with Tianbing. Sir, this card is our top-tier black gold membership for the Yuling Auction House, and this token will serve as your room's key. Fu Yu respectfully presented the tray to Liu Yangshuo. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Yangshuo stored the items into his storage ring and departed the room with Meng Yu. Investigate this individual's background, but remember, do not let him notice. Fu Yu, observing Liu Yangshuo's departure, refrained from seeing him off and instead whispered to the shadows behind her. As Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yu descended to the second floor, they unexpectedly encountered the earlier lecherous man, who was flaunting a golden card while engaging in conversation with the young lady at the front desk. What gives him the right to come down from the second floor? The lecherous man's shock was evident as he witnessed Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yu emerging from the VIP area on the second floor. That gentleman is our new black gold member. Thus he is naturally permitted to descend from the second floor, the front desk girl replied, casting a glance filled with envy, not towards the man, but towards Meng Yu by his side. Damn it, he has stolen all the thunder. Let us go. The lecherous man slammed his fist on the stone countertop of the front desk, leading his subordinates, and made away from the scene. That evening, Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yu found a modest inn. Although they were on the brink of sudden wealth, he remained a pauper. Thus they opted for a single room. Earlier that day, his gaze had nearly lingered on another's form. So you fancy that physique? Meng Yu reclined on her chair, twirling her long hair. Surely not. Are you feeling envious? Liu Yangshuo remarked with a light chuckle. You overthink it. That woman is no innocent flower. She possesses a cunning more intricate than Su Chengqiu's at her peak. I advise you to steer clear of her. Chapter 59. The beauty that brings disaster. I am aware of this. After the auction, we shall procure 2 horses and depart post-haste. Liu Yangshuo nodded, fully grasping the implication. Women like Fu Yu, accustomed to the company of powerful figures, approached with ulterior motives. Upon finishing their conversation, both Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yu turned their gazes toward the window. Oof. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a formidable aura, instantly shattering the window and dispersing the foreign presence outside. See? I told you, this woman is anything but ordinary. And now that you've presented the liver of the ghost-faced dragon whale, she has undoubtedly set her sights on you, Meng Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance out the window. If I were in your shoes, I would investigate as well. One simply needs to swat away such flies, Liu Yangshuo said, nonchalantly closing the window. While Liu Yangshuo remained unfazed, unease began to brew on Fu Yu's side at the auction venue. Report to the master. That individual is simply terrifying. The pressure he exudes is beyond what any mere mortal could achieve. A scout returned, shaken. I was careless. How could a person with such treasures be an ordinary being? Since you have returned alive, it signifies he harbors no intent to kill. Moving forward, let us refrain from provoking him. Fu Yu gently closed the ledger in her hands. 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which Fu Yu refrained from sending scouts to pursue Liu Yangshuo. On the day of the auction, The entrance was thronged with people. To one side, a row of barriers had been designated for a passageway marked with a large sign reading VIP entrance. Indeed, this exemplifies the power of wealth. Liu Yangshuo took Mingyue's hand and, under the gaze of the crowd, entered through the VIP passage, guided by a maid. They ascended to the 4th level of the auction hall. As the maid explained, the auction venue was categorized from top to bottom as heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, with ascending ranks signifying greater prestige. Liu Yangshuo's ticket to the heaven level indicated room 3 on the 4th floor. Upon entering the heaven room, Liu Yangshuo couldn't help but marvel at the opulence. The entire chamber rivaled that of a small palace, offering every imaginable service one could desire. Before him stood a grand floor-to-ceiling window, offering an expansive view, enhanced by a unique array that allowed those inside to gaze outward while concealing the interior from external sight, thus ensuring utmost privacy. Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue settled onto the sofa before the window, their feet resting upon a pristine white fur rug, the origin of which from an unknown mystical beast. To his right lay a button designated for raising bids during the forthcoming auction. After ushering Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue into the room, the maid began to cast subtle glances at Liu Yangshuo, an esteemed guest of the highest caliber. Who wouldn't wish to seize such an opportunity? After all, associating with him could ensure a life of comfort and ease. However, Mingyue's fierce gaze was enough to send her retreating from the room. As they awaited the commencement of the auction, Liu Yangshuo inadvertently caught sight of the lecherous man from earlier, now situated directly across from him in room number 15. 2 maids were ensconced in his embrace, seemingly indifferent to his advances, perhaps accustomed to such behavior. What a foolish man, indulging in his desires. Who would have thought they would encounter him here? Mingyue also noticed the man, letting out a cold snort. Surely, he must be a minor heir of wealth. Such individuals are ubiquitous. Liu Yangshuo paid little heed to the lecher, his curiosity piqued instead by the occupants of the neighboring rooms. The top tier, designated Tian, comprised only 5 rooms, labeled A, B, C, D, and E, with Liu Yangshuo situated in room C. He pondered the identities of those in rooms A and B, but the tier's privacy rendered them invisible to him. Before long, every room below was filled with guests, and Fu Yu, donned in a sky-blue robe, gracefully ascended the central platform, her face adorned with her signature smile. Thank you to all esteemed guests for gracing us with your presence. It brings great honor to our Yuling auction house. In her hand, she held a spirit stone, likely amplifying her voice. As Fu Yu spoke, the raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated upon her, many imbued with lecherous intent. Fu Yu, darling, I've missed you dearly. Indeed, you've grown even more beautiful in these past months. When will you auction yourself? A chorus of nauseating comments echoed from all directions, yet Fu Yu appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such remarks. To win me over, one must be prepared to invest significantly. The highest bidder today might just find themselves dining with me. She quipped nonchalantly, neither appearing frivolous nor overly serious, which incited a frenzy among the ravenous men below, eager to shower her with spirit stones. The atmosphere surged to a fervent peak. This woman is no ordinary individual, Liu Yangshuo mused inwardly. Today's highlight is not about me. Observing the eagerness of everyone around, let us unveil the first item of today's auction. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Fu Yu clapped her hands, and 2 maids wheeled a cart onto the stage. Upon the cart rested a stand, and with a gentle smile, Fu Yu stepped forward to unveil the crimson cloth. On the stand lay a resplendent crystal necklace, its brilliance indicating a quality of the highest caliber. Many of the ladies accompanying the gentlemen present gazed at the necklace with sparkling eyes. To commence our auction, let us feature this exquisite sky crystal necklace. Our experts have certified its purity to be unparalleled. I must admit, I am quite fond of it myself. Gentlemen, do seize the opportunity to acquire this for your beloved. The starting bid is set at 500,000 blue spirit stones. With that, Fu Yu cast a flirtatious glance around the room. 1 million. Fu Yu, this necklace is yours. Get lost. Is Fu Yu really only worth 1 million? I bid 2 million. I offer 2,800,000. The crowd erupted in fervor, with many voices eager to purchase it for Fuyu. Chapter 60. The contest of A and B soon. The initial bid of 500,000 for the sky crystal necklace surged to a staggering 5 million. It is undeniable that the most fitting term to describe Fuyu at this moment is a beauty who brings disaster. Liu Yangshuo had initially come merely to observe, until he noticed Meng Yue, who seemed entranced by the necklace. After all, as a woman, she too held little resistance to such dazzling jewels. Do you desire it? Liu Yangshuo inquired. There's no need. Let it go, Meng Yue replied, snapping back to reality and averting her gaze. Liu Yangshuo smiled slightly and pressed a button nearby. After the lecherous man bid 5 million and saw no further offers for a while, he finally relaxed, wiping the sweat from his brow. If he could present this necklace to Fuyu, perhaps he might have the chance for an intimate encounter with her tonight. Just as he reveled in this thought, Fuyu announced a new bid. Oh, the esteemed guest from room Tianbing bids 6 million blue spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than the esteemed guest from room Tianbing? With that, Fuyu flashed a smile towards Liu Yangshuo's room. With individuals from room Tian bidding, the lecherous man dared not raise his offer further. For him, 5 million was an astronomical sum, while for those in room Tian, it might merely be a trivial expenditure. He understood this reality. After Liu Yangshuo placed his bid, no one else dared to compete. Contending with the individuals from room Tian was merely courting discomfort. Congratulations to the esteemed guests of the Tianbing room for acquiring the ethereal sky crystal necklace at the price of 6 million blue crystals. Now, let's welcome the next item up for auction. Fuyu gracefully lifted the stand holding the sky crystal necklace, slightly bowing as she relinquished the podium to the next host. Why would you spend such a fortune on something so seemingly useless? This isn't like you, Meng Yue remarked, surprised by Liu Yangshuo's extravagant bid. There are some treasures that transcend monetary value, are there not? Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. As his words faded, a knock echoed at the door, and Fuyu entered, delicately carrying the stand. Good day, sir. Here is the necklace you just acquired. It was unexpected for Fuyu to personally deliver the necklace. Thank you. I must say, this necklace is quite exquisite, Liu Yangshuo said, stepping forward with a glass of fine wine, examining the necklace closely. Indeed, I believe no woman could refuse such a piece. Fuyu leaned closer to Liu Yangshuo, commenting, You are correct, yet there are few women worthy of adorning it, he replied, handing his wine glass to Fuyu before turning to place the necklace around Meng Yue's long, fair neck. Meng Yue gazed at the translucent necklace adorning her neck, a shy smile gracing her lips, a smile so enchanting that even Fuyu, who prided herself as the most beautiful woman in the spirit city, felt overshadowed. As for the 6 million blue crystals, please deduct it from the funds later, Liu Yangshuo instructed, reclaiming his wine glass. Certainly, Fuyu acknowledged, realizing her own lapse in composure. With a soft laugh, she hurriedly exited with the stand. The auction continued, showcasing various techniques and weapons, none of which held any value for Liu Yangshuo at the moment, so he merely observed. Meng Yue, however, was captivated, playing with the necklace, her eyes brimming with joy. The other 4 distinguished guests from the Tian category also remained silent, seemingly unimpressed by the offerings. As time slipped by, the prices of the items soared, with the latest auction piece fetching a staggering 80 million blue crystals. Liu Yangshuo nearly dozed off, but finally, Fuyu ascended the stage once more, signaling that the next item would be the grand finale of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, you have truly come for a splendid occasion. In our previous auctions, we featured only one grand finale item, but today we have 3 magnificent pieces. Let us now present the first of these treasures. Fuyu gestured, and 4 maidens together wheeled in a large cart covered with red cloth. As it approached, a strong scent of the sea filled the air. Liu Yangshuo recognized it as his auction item and instantly sat up straight, only to be taken aback that the liver of the ghost-faced Jiao whale ranked only 3rd to last. What, he wondered, could the final 2 items possibly be? I shall refrain from prolonging my discourse. This auction item is a precious offering from a distinguished guest of the Tianbing chamber, specifically the liver of a half-steppe wild beast. The most remarkable aspect is that this half-steppe wild beast is a marine creature, and its value is beyond my need to elaborate. The starting bid is set at 200 million blue crystals. Upon the announcement of this price, the participants on the lower tiers essentially relinquished their right to speak, as 200 million far exceeded their financial capacity. However, for those on the upper tiers, this treasure was an object of fierce contention. 250 million. The first bid was made by a participant from Room 5 of the Earth category. Typically, the initial bidder of such treasures faces the greatest loss. Yet not bidding results in an even greater loss. 300 million. Indeed, before Fu Yu could utter a word, a second bidder had already declared their price. 350 million. 380 million. 400 million. The bids continued to soar, and soon, the price of the liver of the ghost-faced whale escalated to an astonishing 450 million. This bid came from none other than the Tianyi chamber, adjacent to Liu Yangshuo. 500 million. After a brief pause following the bid from the Tianyi chamber, a participant from the Tianjia chamber finally entered the fray, marking their first bid. At this juncture, bidders were notably cautious, with increments of merely 10 to 20 million. However, upon their bid, they instantly raised the amount by 50 million. The esteemed guest from the Tianjia chamber had offered 500 million, a lofty sum indeed. Would any other guest dare to bid? Fu Yu surveyed the 5 rooms on the 4th level. At this point, only they possessed the qualification to contend for this treasure. 520 million. The individuals from the Tianyi chamber, seemingly unwilling to concede, raised their bid by another 20 million. 550 million. The Tianjia chamber followed suit. Now was their moment to exert their influence. 560 million. 600 million. A decisive bid of 600 million from the Tianjia chamber effectively extinguished any desire from the Tianyi chamber to continue bidding, suggesting that the liver of the ghost-faced whale was now firmly within their grasp. Chapter 61. The Demon Emperor's Divine Armament. Liu Yangshuo had not anticipated that the liver of the ghost-faced whale he was auctioning would command such an exorbitant price, causing a wave of clandestine delight within him. At this moment, he hoped fervently that the Tianyi chamber would continue to raise their bid, thereby elevating the price further. Regrettably, the individuals from the Tianyi chamber seemed to concur that 600 million was the pinnacle for this item and chose not to increase their bid any further. Thus, this auction item was secured by the esteemed guest of the Tianjia chamber. Now, let us proceed to the penultimate item for auction, which bears significant provenance, having been presented by a guest who wishes to remain anonymous. Upon our appraisal, we have determined it to be a nascent form of a celestial tear elixir. Fu Yue retrieved a small box from her bosom and, upon opening it, revealed an ancient elixir that lay quietly within. As Fu Yue had indicated, this elixir exhibited no trace of spiritual energy leakage. It was merely a nascent form. Should a sufficiently powerful individual emerge to complete the final steps, the celestial-grade elixir could truly come into existence. However, this auction item was akin to gambling. Celestial-grade elixirs varied in quality, and should the final concoction prove ineffective, one would incur a significant loss. Liu Yangshuo, as a disciple of the Medicine Emperor, was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, though he felt a strong allure upon hearing of the elixir's embryonic state, he hesitated internally. The starting bid for this item, shrouded in uncertainty regarding its efficacy, was set at 100 million blue crystal stones. Esteemed guests, if you find this worthy, please place your bids. 100 million blue crystal stones. The individual from the Tianwu room was the first to declare his price. 150 million. The representative from Tianyi, seemingly incensed by having recently been outbid by Tianjia, raised the stakes by 50 million. This item is remarkable. We must secure it. Just as Liu Yangshuo contemplated increasing his bid, the Medicine Emperor's voice resonated in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yangshuo pressed the button at his side. 200 million blue crystal stones, declared the distinguished guest from the Tianbing room. Soon after, the Tianyi room increased their bid once more, matching Liu Yangshuo's previous offer. Yet, Liu Yangshuo was not one to yield easily. The two continued to outbid one another, and before long, the price had multiplied several times over. Liu Yangshuo's recently acquired 600 million blue crystal stones had been entirely exhausted. and should the Tianyi representative persist in raising their bid, he might find himself without the capacity to continue. 260 million blue crystal stones from the Tianbing room. Will the Tianyi room raise their bid further? Fu Yue's gaze was fixed on the two rooms marked with the Tian character, knowing that one of these individuals would likely emerge victorious. Liu Yangshuo felt his heart race, but ultimately, circumstances did not favor him. The representative from Tianyi, having hesitated for only a brief moment, escalated the bid to 650 million. What to do? I run out of funds? Dream Yu inquired. As a disciple of the Medicine Emperor, how could he fret over a trivial sum? With that thought, Liu Yangshuo pressed the service button, and a maid entered. Sir, how may I assist you? The maid inquired respectfully. Deliver this item to Director Fu and inform them that this elixir has been sold to your auction house for 500 million blue crystal stones, Liu Yangshuo stated, holding the spirit-infused elixir delicately between two fingers without looking back. The maid approached slowly, accepting the elixir from Liu Yangshuo, and briskly made her way downstairs. On the elevated platform below, Fu Yue was preparing to announce that the elixir's embryonic form had been acquired by the Tianyi room when the maid hastily approached her, whispering a few words in her ear before placing the elixir into her hands. Fu Yu cast a glance at the elixir, her eyes widening in astonishment. After waving her hand to signal the maid to withdraw, she smiled and nodded toward Liu Yangshuo's room. Liu Yangshuo understood that Fu Yu had consented to the transaction, and he now possessed a formidable bargaining chip of 500 million. 700 million. The bid from the Tianbing room had surged to 700 million blue crystals. A thunderous sound erupted from the Tianyi room, unmistakably the result of its occupants' frustration at being outbid, leading them to shatter something in anger. Moments later, there was a knock at Liu Yangshuo's door, and the maid entered, presenting the box to him. Placing the elixir into the Fury Flame clear origin cauldron, he acknowledged that he was not yet capable of refining it. Liu Yangshuo nodded, opened the box, and placed the elixir's prototype into the cauldron, indicating that the Medicine Emperor was preparing to take action personally. After sealing the lid, he let out a long sigh and reclined on the sofa. Now only the final auction item remained. This item was said to be one of the treasures belonging to the Demon Emperor among the ancient 5 emperors. It was well known that the Demon Emperor, possessing formidable physical strength, rarely resorted to weapons, and this divine artifact was his most frequently used. Upon hearing Fu Yu's words, Meng Yue's attention shifted from the necklace around her neck, fixating intently on the platform above. Rest assured, if this truly is the Demon Emperor's treasure, I will assist you in acquiring it. Liu Yangshuo gently took Meng Yue's hand and assured her. Meng Yue nodded. In the worst-case scenario, she could simply seize the item herself. For burly men approached, laboriously carrying a burden, their expressions fierce, suggesting the weight of the load was considerable. Thud! The men placed the burden on the ground, causing the entire platform to tremble violently. As the red cloth was lifted, a pair of rusted dual halberds came into view. Had Fu Yu not previously mentioned that these were once the weapons of the Demon Emperor, the crowd might have dismissed them as mere scrap metal. An aura of dread emanated from the halberds, suggesting they were authentic. The moment they appeared, Meng Yue became visibly excited. Liu Yangshuo, noticing her reaction, also regained his focus, eager to see Fu Yu's opening bid. Due to the unique nature of this item, the distinguished guest from the Tianjia room stipulated that the individual who wished to claim this treasure must possess the ability to reveal its true form. The starting bid was set at 1 blue crystal. With a smile, Fu Yu extended a finger. How intriguing. The Tianjia room's representatives are not to be underestimated. Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly. The Demon Emperor's divine artifact starting at a mere blue crystal was clearly a test of how much the attendees were willing to invest in such a legendary weapon. 500 million blue crystals. The bid from the Tianyi room immediately escalated to 500 million blue crystals, quelling any thoughts from the third-tier audience who might have wished to take a chance. Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment, then penned a note and instructed the maid to deliver it to the individual in the Tianjia room, subsequently announcing his offer. 2 blue crystals. Chapter 62. 2 blue crystals what? I must be mistaken, exclaimed Fu Yu. as she registered that the esteemed guest in the Tianyi room had bid 500 million blue crystals. Guest from the Tianbing room, did you perhaps miscalculate? However, a maid approached the stage and nodded to Fu Yu, who instantly grasped the implication. My sincerest apologies, she stated. The esteemed guest from the Tianjia room has declared that this divine weapon of the demon emperor shall be sold for the bid of 2 blue crystals, as proposed by the guest from the Tianbing room. At these words, the assembly erupted in astonishment. The divine weapon of the demon emperor was valued at a mere 2 blue crystals, and with the seller's agreement no less. The auction concludes here for today. Should anyone wish to auction items in the future, I shall be here awaiting your presence, Fu Yu declared, before gracefully descending from the platform. The dual halberds being lifted away once more. What did your note contain? Why did they voluntarily agree to sell it to us for 2 blue crystals? Meng Yue inquired with excitement. The Buddhist said, "It cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken." Liu Yangshuo smiled as he drained his cup, awaiting Fu Yu's return. Before long, Fu Yu arrived with 4 robust men who lifted the dual halberds. "Greetings, sir. Here is the item you just purchased, along with the remainder of your funds. Since you auctioned an item for 600 million blue crystals, we are obliged to deduct a commission of 1%, leaving you with a total of 333,999,998 blue crystals. Additionally, the esteemed guest from the Tianjia room asked me to present this to you." Fu Yu handed Liu Yangshuo 2 cards. One was golden, and Liu Yangshuo swiped his black gold membership card, instantly transferring the funds to his account. The other card bore the name of a restaurant. "Thank you very much," Liu Yangshuo said, stowing the cards in his storage ring. "We should be thanking you. You must be a physician, correct? If you possess any heavenly grade elixirs, our auction house is willing to accept more," Fu Yu remarked with a playful smile. Recalling that Liu Yangshuo had previously exchanged a heavenly grade elixir for 500 million blue crystals, hence her readiness to acquiesce to his request. "Huh, I have no other elixirs of such modest value. Perhaps another time," Liu Yangshuo replied. "Modest? It appears Liu Yangshuo possesses even more precious elixirs." Coupled with Meng Yue, who effortlessly hoisted the dual halberds, it is evident that this young man is backed by formidable influence. "Very well, I look forward to our future collaboration," Fu Yu said, inclining her body slightly to grant Liu Yangshuo passage. He nodded appreciatively and led the exhilarated Meng Yue away from the auction hall. Upon returning to their quarters, Meng Yue continuously caressed the dual halberds as if they were an intrinsic part of her being. Liu Yangshuo gazed at her with a blend of amusement and exasperation, as it seemed that Dream Yue emerged as the true victor of today's auction, having not only acquired the necklace, but also the divine weapon of the demon emperor, all without spending a single coin. At that moment, the system notified him of the completion of a side quest and the arrival of the corresponding reward. Just as Liu Yangshuo prepared to exhale in relief, a new side quest materialized before him. The new task was to detoxify the Yaoguang silkworm, with a reward of 50,000 royal blood points. Upon receiving the mission, Liu Yangshuo was not taken aback this time. Instead, he wore an expression that mirrored his expectations. "Let us put it away for now. Accompany me to a certain place tonight." "All right," Dreamware replied, albeit reluctantly, as she reached out to open a spatial rift and cast the twin sabers within. That evening, as the night descended, Liu Yangshuo and Dream Yue strolled leisurely along the grand streets of Yiling City. "Didn't you say we were going somewhere? Why are we just meandering?" Dream Yue inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Haven't you heard the saying? The protagonist always makes the final entrance. We must arrive fashionably late to assert our presence." Liu Yangshuo clasped his hands behind his back, resembling an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely post-dinner stroll. What kind of protagonist are you? You barely qualify as a nouveau riche," Dream Yue scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Liu Yangshuo. "You're right. Even a nouveau riche must carry themselves as such. Gulme, let us indulge in a new wardrobe." Liu Yangshuo seized Dream Yue's hand and led her into a lavish clothing store that adorned the roadside. Approximately 15 minutes later, Liu Yangshuo emerged clad in a resplendent sapphire blue outfit, speckled with stars that symbolized its extravagant price. coupled with Liu Yangshuo's naturally handsome features. He exuded the aura of a wealthy scion. "I must admit, you look quite dashing," Dreamwear remarked as she appraised him from head to toe. "Indeed, one is judged by their attire. Now, let us proceed. We have arrived." Liu Yangshuo chuckled softly and strode directly toward an opulent restaurant across the street. Although Dreamwear was somewhat bewildered, the enticing aromas wafting from within compelled her to follow suit. "Good evening. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" A maid approached politely, halting Liu Yangshuo and Dreamwear in their tracks. "A reservation is necessary?" Liu Yangshuo furrowed his brow. "Indeed, all guests at Yuning Hotel are required to reserve in advance." The maid replied, showing no intention of granting Liu Yangshuo leniency. "Hold on, this esteemed guest has been invited by my master. You may step aside." Just as Liu Yangshuo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, a tall, middle-aged man approached and interjected. The maid promptly retreated, allowing Liu Yangshuo and Dreamwear to enter. "Do you know me?" Liu Yangshuo asked. "I do not know you, but my master has invited you here today." The middle-aged man replied with a smile as he turned to Liu Yangshuo. "Very well, lead the way." Liu Yangshuo understood that he could not extract any valuable information from the middle-aged man, so he chose to follow him upstairs. The trio ascended to the 5th floor of the Yuning Hotel, where there was only one room. The middle-aged man stepped forward and opened the grand door for Liu Yangshuo. "Please come in. My master has been waiting for you both for quite some time." Liu Yangshuo nodded and entered with Mengyue, while the middle-aged man subsequently closed the door behind them, standing outside as a sentinel. Upon entering, Mengyue was immediately captivated by a lavish feast before her, far exceeding the extravagance of a full banquet. Liu Yangshuo, however, directed his attention to the elderly man across from him, whose sharp brows belied his age. Despite his hair and beard being entirely white, his breathing was steady and powerful. "A master," Liu Yangshuo thought to himself. "I have been anticipating your arrival for quite a while. You must be the young brother from the Tianbing room today. Am I correct?" The old man slowly rose, and as their gazes met, Liu Yangshuo felt a formidable pressure enveloping him. Chapter 63. The Celestial Dual Halberds, Xian Spirit Realm. Liu Yangshuo was startled. The aura emanating from the old man was even more potent than that of Xiao Hongbo, indicating he had achieved the pinnacle of the Xian Spirit Realm and was on the verge of crossing into the transformative realm of the mortal world. The elder's sudden display of power was a test of Liu Yangshuo's true capabilities, and Liu Yangshuo knew he could not afford to lose face. Though his body was momentarily restrained, his spiritual energy remained in circulation. With a surge of intent, a pressure even greater than that of the elder erupted from Liu Yangshuo, catching the old man off guard and forcing him back into his seat. "Well, I was indeed correct. You are exceptional, young brother. Please take a seat." The elder did not display anger, but rather laughed heartily, applauding Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo nodded and, alongside Mengyue, took a seat opposite the elder. Once seated, Mengyue began to ravenously devour the dishes on the table. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Yuanwu, the head of the Wang family in this Yiling city. May I ask your esteemed surname, young brother?" The elder's demeanor shifted as he retracted his smile. "My surname is Liu, head Wang. Let us get straight to the point. Please outline your 2 conditions," Liu Yangshuo said, resting his chin on his hands. Only Liu Yangshuo discerned Wang Yuanwu's intention behind offering the 2 blue crystals for the Demon Emperor's divine weapon. The underlying implication was a request for assistance in a particular task, and the note Liu Yangshuo had received stated, "I can assist you with 2 matters, including the antidote." This was why Wang Yuanwu was willing to sell the divine weapon to Liu Yangshuo for the price of 2 blue crystals. "Ha ha, Liu brother, you are indeed astute. I greatly admire that quality in you. However, let us not rush. Do you recall my other request at the time?" Wang Yuanwu laughed heartily. Liu Yangshuo nodded, glancing at Mengyue, who was now devouring food like a little hamster. "Wait a moment before you eat. Can you restore that pair of dual halberds to their original state? Leave it in my hands." Mengyue confidently patted her pert bosom with her greasy little hands, then forcefully swallowed the food in her mouth. From the rift in space, she drew forth the Demon Emperor's twin halberds. Under the watchful gaze of Wang Yuanwu and Liu Yangshuo, Mengyue took a deep breath, transforming her hands into dragon claws. Instantly, the halberds were engulfed in crackling lightning, and her pupils narrowed into two vertical slits. The full force of the thunder surged forth, relentlessly eradicating the dark green rust on the halberds. "Break!" Meng Yu shouted, and the remaining rust was shattered by the thunder, revealing the gleaming golden body beneath. A powerful spiritual energy radiated from the halberds, and the three of them then noticed that the handle of the halberds bore the flamboyant inscription of Fallen Immortal. Before Meng Yu could take further action, the twin halberds absorbed 2 drops of her blood, completing the bond of ownership on their own. Excellent. Truly a divine weapon of the Demon Emperor. Indeed extraordinary. This valiant lady must be of the Dragon Clan, Wang Yuanwu praised. Meng Yu nodded and returned the fallen immortal halberds to the rift in space. Are our abilities sufficient to meet the requirements of the Wang family head? Liu Yangshuo inquired. Haha, they have already surpassed my expectations. With your assistance, that old fellow will finally be saved, Wang Yuanwu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. The Wang family head must be seeking to detoxify a Yaoguang silkworm. I wonder where it is now, Liu Yangshuo remarked, taking a sip of the tea before him. How do you know this, young brother? I have revealed nothing, Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. To be candid, I am a veterinarian. The Wang family head bears a silkworm thread on his shoulder, glimmering with a precious light, which is characteristic of Yaoguang silkworm silk. Moreover, given that he spent a substantial sum to acquire my ghost-faced Jiao whale liver today, he must be eager to detoxify, Liu Yangshuo explained, sharing his deductions. Indeed, you are entirely correct, young brother. I was blind to this. If you can save that old fellow, my Wang family will reward you generously, Wang Yuanwu said, rising to clasp his hands in gratitude towards Liu Yangshuo. Please, Wang family head, you are too kind. Since I have chosen to exchange this halberd with you, I shall certainly exert my utmost effort. I am fortunate to have guessed correctly, otherwise. If the Wang family head had returned and allowed the Yaoguang silkworm to consume the ghost-faced Jiao whale liver, it would have likely perished from the accumulated toxins within. Liu Yangshuo waved his hand dismissively. Ah, I see. Then I must thank you once more. After we finish our meal, I would like to invite you to my Wang family, as the old fellow is at home, Wang Yuanwu expressed, his eyes filled with gratitude towards Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo nodded, preparing to begin his meal, only to discover that a substantial portion of the feast had already vanished into Meng Yu's belly, and she was still shoveling food into her mouth, showing no semblance of modesty befitting a lady. Wang Yuanwu discerned Liu Yangshuo's discomfort and promptly summoned the previous steward, instructing the kitchen to continue serving dishes while engaging in casual conversation with Liu Yangshuo. Through their dialogue, Liu Yangshuo realized that Wang Yuanwu was indeed a man of strong character. The Yaoguang silkworm had accompanied him since his youth, serving as a steadfast companion and one of the founding figures of the Wang family. However, just a few days prior, the Yaoguang silkworm had inexplicably entered a deep slumber, its once translucent body now marred by dark spots, clearly indicating a severe poisoning. Although he lacked concrete evidence, Wang Yuanwu was acutely aware that the primary suspect was none other than the Shui family, the fiercest rival of the Wang family in Yuling City. When Meng Yu finally declared herself satisfied, the adjacent empty plates had already accumulated into a towering stack of 7 or 8. Meanwhile, Liu Yangshuo and Wang Yuanwu had taken a sipping tea. The trio, subsequently, under Wang Yuanwu's guidance, made their way to the Wang residence. Upon entering, they were met with an unexpected individual. What are you doing here? The lecherous man, who had narrowly escaped a beating from Liu Yangshuo earlier, was just exiting the grand door of the Wang family, and was taken aback upon seeing Liu Yangshuo and Wang Yuanwu. Impudent! These esteemed guests were invited by me. How dare you display such rudeness? Wang Yuanwu's eyebrows shot up in anger as he forcefully struck the lecherous man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Before the man could comprehend the situation, he found himself on the floor, continuously spewing blood and shattered teeth. Grandfather, that are silence. I commenced my cultivation at the tender age of 15, reached the transformation realm by 20, and attained the profound spirit realm by 45. How could I have such a feeble grandson? Wang Yuanwu disdainfully glared at the lecherous man, who, thoroughly intimidated by Wang Yuanwu's fury, dared not utter another word and scurried out of the house in shame. Chapter 64. Shui Manqing, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Please forgive my grandson, Wang Yongfu. Regrettably, he is a hopeless case, Wang Yunwu said, somewhat embarrassed, as he ushered Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yue through the entrance of the Wang residence. There is no need for such humility, esteemed patriarch. Every family has its own challenges. I have had some dealings with the young master. Liu Yangshuo replied with a slight smile as he stepped inside. Wang Yuanwu quickly followed, shutting the door securely behind them. Patriarch Wang, we must not delay. Please take me to see the Yao Guang silkworm. Certainly, this way please, Wang Yuanwu nodded, leading Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yue to a side chamber. Upon opening the door, a damp, musty odor assailed their senses. Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yue exchanged glances of distaste, yet proceeded inside, where they beheld a large silkworm, nearly the size of a calf, lying serenely upon a grand bed, occasionally wriggling. Young brother, take a look at this old fellow. The dark spots on its body are increasing. I have consulted numerous renowned physicians, yet alas. Observing Wang Yuanwu's expression, it was evident that no physician could possibly treat this ailment. Allow me to take a look first. With that, Liu Yangshuo's eyes glimmered with determination as he activated his celestial vision once more, scanning the Yao Guang silkworm. Moments later, he closed his eyes, taking a few breaths before gradually reopening them. The toxin within the Yao Guang silkworm was indeed no ordinary poison. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, or else there would have been no hope of salvation. Does this mean that the old fellow can still be saved? Wang Yuanwu exclaimed with excitement. Leave it to me. I will draft a list. I kindly asked the head of the Wang family to retrieve the necessary herbs, Liu Yangshuo said, taking out paper and pen to jot down various items, while addressing Wang Yuanwu. Wang Yuanwu nodded eagerly, accepting the list of herbs Liu Yangshuo had compiled before hastily exiting. To his astonishment, encountering such a rare species in such a small locale, the Yao Guang silkworm, especially one of this size, was remarkable. If it could survive this ordeal and evolve into a Yao Guang moth, it would be an entirely different matter. Meng Yue stepped forward, gently caressing the silkworm's smooth exterior, remarking, Indeed, such a rare, spiritual beast, if it were to perish in my hands, it would tarnish my reputation. Liu Yangshuo let out a wry smile, beginning to select precious herbs from the apothecary stock. Many of the ingredients listed in Wang Yuanwu's prescription were unavailable for purchase. Thus, he had to rely on the apothecary's resources. Why are you selecting such highly toxic substances again? Are you really going to use that method? Meng Yue asked, her brows furrowing as she observed the various herbs appearing in Liu Yangshuo's hands. Having served as Liu Yangshuo's test subject for several months, she had become familiar with numerous herbs. Of course, to combat a fierce poison, one must employ an even fiercer antidote. However, if we have the liver of the ghost-faced Jiao whale, my chances of success would be at least 50%. Liu Yangshuo replied confidently. 50%? You dare to use such potent toxins with only that level of certainty? Meng Yue remarked, astonished. If we don't use such a strong poison, it won't survive the night, Liu Yangshuo stated calmly while grinding various herbs into powder. After months of guidance from the apothecary, he had developed a new understanding of the principle of using poisons to cure ailments. At this point, there was little choice but to trust Liu Yangshuo, as the apothecary had not transmitted any further messages since acquiring that celestial-grade elixir prototype. Throughout the entire night, Liu Yangshuo diligently prepared the various herbs, while Wang Yuanwu was equally relentless in his efforts outside. Wang Yuanwu's grandson, Wang Yongfu, after being expelled from the Wang family estate by his grandfather, seethed with anger and made a beeline for the Huan Tower. Oh, isn't this young Master Wang? A rare visitor indeed. Which young lady do you wish to see today? The plump matron of the establishment greeted Wang Yongfu with exaggerated enthusiasm upon his arrival. Spare me the pleasantries. I intend to unwind properly today, Wang Yongfu declared, shoving the matron aside and striding confidently into the establishment. The brothel keeper immediately understood, shouting as she chased after the fleeing figures, Young Master Wang has arrived. Ladies, attend to him well. Wang Yongfu, emboldened by being the sole grandson of the Wang family. Acted with reckless abandon in Yuling City, where nearly everyone indulged him out of respect for Wang Yuanwu. Late at night, Wang Yongfu lay in a deep slumber alongside 3 young women. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a dozen figures clad in black surged in. Before Wang Yongfu could react, one of the black-clad men seized him from a bed. The 3 young women shrieked in unison, hastily clutching their garments as they fled in panic. "Who are you?" Wang Yongfu stammered, curling up in fear. One of the black-clad men leisurely took a seat at the table, igniting the oil lamp, and then removed the cloth obscuring his face. "Long time no see. Young Master Wang. Shui Manqing, what are you doing here?" Wang Yongfu finally recognized the man, though he clearly hadn't anticipated that the head of the Shui family would be before him. "Did young Master Wang forget that this brothel is the property of my Shui family? Or do you think you can simply abscond after taking my money?" Shui Manqing leaned against the table, his sinister smile illuminated by the dim light, casting an eerie aura. "I haven't tea. I've been everything you asked of me," Wang Yongfu exclaimed, suddenly agitated, attempting to approach Shui Manqing. A nearby black-clad man delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing the unfortunate Wang Yongfu to collapse onto the floor once more. "I ask you, did you poison the silkworms for Yao Guang as I instructed?" Shui Manqing approached, gripping Wang Yongfu's hair. "Yes, I did. I checked this morning. They are nearly finished," Wang Yongfu hastily replied. "Good. But what about that young man who appeared at your residence today? What is his background?" Shui Manqing inquired, nodding slightly. "I don't know. I was expelled by my grandfather as soon as he arrived," Wang Yongfu pleaded desperately. "I swear, I am telling the truth. If I utter a single lie, may I suffer a wretched fate." His voice trembled with desperation, tears welling in his eyes, and a puddle began to form beneath him. "I have another task for you. Return and investigate that man's origins, reporting to me at all times. Otherwise, I assure you, I can make your life a living hell," Shui Manqing warned, furrowing his brow as he cast Wang Yongfu aside before departing with his entourage of black-clad men. Once the sound of their footsteps faded, Wang Yongfu disregarded his damp trousers, hastily dressing before fleeing the brothel. Chapter 65. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits the following morning. Liu Yangshuo had prepared all the medicinal herbs, just as Wang Yuanwu returned, carrying a large bundle of items. "Everything listed in the formula is here," he stated, placing the package on the ground. "Indeed, there remains but one final element." Liu Yangshuo nodded and turned his gaze towards Wang Yuanwu. Wang Yuanwu, fully aware of Liu Yangshuo's intentions, waved his hand, and the liver of the ghost-faced serpent whale appeared before Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo then took out the rage-flame celestial cauldron, beckoning with his finger, causing a cluster of azure flames to leap forth, enveloping all the medicinal herbs along with the liver, commencing the process of calcination. Suddenly, Mengyue turned, her hand swiftly producing the exiled immortal spear, piercing through the thick wall as though it were mere paper, creating a substantial hole. "Who goes there? Step forward." Wang Yuanwu furrowed his brow, swiftly exiting the room and firmly shutting the door behind him. "What are you doing here? What is your purpose?" Just as Wang Yuanwu was about to take action, he discovered that the person outside was none other than his grandson, Wang Yongfu. "I merely wish to see how the Yao Guang silkworm was faring, and my grandson also desires to learn some medical skills, for his cultivation foundation is rather lacking. He wishes to bring glory to the Wang family," Wang Yongfu stammered, his face pale with fear as he waved his hands in protest. "Oh, you, young lad, are finally beginning to exhibit some of the qualities of a Wang family member. However, remember that these are private matters. Should you wish to learn in the future, ensure you seek permission first, understood?" Observing Wang Yongfu's earnestness, Wang Yuanwu's expression softened, and he patted his grandson's shoulder. "Understood, grandfather. I shall wait until the Yao Guang silkworm is well before I return to see it," Wang Yongfu said, sighing in relief. "Very well. If you truly wish to acquire some medical knowledge, I shall set aside my pride and implore Lu Xiaosheng to offer you some guidance. For now, return and rest." Wang Yuanwu nodded before diving back into the room. At this moment, Wang Yongfu realized that his shirt was completely drenched with cold sweat. Patriarch Wang, who was that outside? Liu Yangshuo inquired, momentarily distracted. Alas, it was my unambitious grandson, who has suddenly found inspiration and wishes to learn some medical skills. If possible, could you, young brother, provide him with a bit of guidance? Though his talent may be modest, he possesses a clever mind, Wang Yuanwu replied, his face reddening with embarrassment. Oh, did he truly express such a desire? Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly, refocusing on the materials undergoing calcination before him. If you prefer not to assist, it is no great matter. However, should he genuinely wish to learn, I would be willing to teach him some basics. That would be splendid. With this, my Wang family now owes you 2 favors, young brother, Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, astonished by Liu Yangshuo's willingness to oblige. There is no need for formality, Patriarch Wang. I must concentrate on my work, so I kindly ask that you keep unrelated individuals from disturbing us for the next few days. Understood. Should you require anything, simply call upon me. Having spoken, Wang Yuanwu discreetly exited the room, closing the door behind him. I found his words hard to believe. You surely know whom I refer to. Meng Yue retracted the immortal staff, enveloping the entire chamber in her spiritual energy. I too remained skeptical. You should follow him and ascertain his true intentions, Liu Yangshuo urged, intensifying his control over the azure fire. Meng Yue nodded and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the room. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Yongfu, having eavesdropped, hurriedly left the Wang residence after Wang Yuanwu's departure. He arrived at a grand estate on the opposite side of Yiling City, glancing around to ensure he was not being followed before stealthily slipping inside. The entrance bore the imposing characters of the Shui residence. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Yue observed his every move from a stall across the street. Upon entering the Shui residence, Wang Yongfu was forcibly led into the main hall by 2 servants. Shui Manxing was savoring a cup of tea with great deliberation. You've arrived quite promptly. Surely, young Master Wang brings good tidings. Quickly, let him take a seat, he exclaimed. The servant promptly seated Wang Yongfu in a lower position. I did not hear everything clearly. I only know that the individual was invited by my grandfather specifically to detoxify Yaoguang silkworms. Wang Yongfu replied in a hushed tone. Is that all you have to offer? Young master, do you think our Shui family's wealth is easily acquired? Have you forgotten who rescued you from the gambling den when you accrued debts amounting to tens of millions? Shui Manxing's gaze turned frosty, reminiscent of a sharp blade, sending chills down Wang Yongfu's spine. I remember now. I encountered that person just yesterday. He attended the auction as well, and he is a black gold member. Wang Yongfu's mind raced, articulating everything he knew. Could it be him? Shui Manxing murmured, momentarily taken aback, as he set his teacup down. I have divulged all that I know. May I now take my leave? Wang Yongfu tentatively asked, noticing Shui Manxing's prolonged silence. Begone, return, and continue your investigation. Bring me any valuable information you uncover. Shui Manxing waved his hand dismissively. The servants seized Wang Yongfu once more, unceremoniously casting him out onto the street. Passers-by turned their gazes toward him, prompting Wang Yongfu to hastily cover his face and dart into an alley. To avoid drawing attention, he took a convoluted route home. And by the time he returned to the Wang residence, night had fallen. Stealthily entering his room, he lit the lamp on his desk, collapsing heavily into the chair, exhaling deeply in relief. Young master, how late you return. Where have you been? A gentle voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Wang Yongfu's heart to race. He tumbled from his chair and scrambled to the corner of the room. Meng Yue slowly rose from the bed, still clutching the resplendent immortal staff. How did you get in? Wang Yongfu trembled as he clutched the broom he had grabbed from the corner, defensively shielding his chest. Young Master Wang has yet to answer my question. Where have you just been? Meng Yu inquired with a smile. Any other man would have succumbed to the allure of that smile, but to Wang Yongfu, it felt akin to the summons of death itself. I went nowhere in particular, merely strolled about the city. It's getting late. If the young lady has no other matters, I shall take my leave, he replied, forcing himself to remain calm as he cautiously edged towards the bed behind Meng Yu. Chapter 66. Cast out from home since young Master Wang is unwilling to speak, I shall refrain from pressing further. However, allow me to kindly remind you that one's actions are observed by the heavens. Some deeds can lead to dire consequences, including the loss of one's life. Meng Yu thrust the celestial exile spear into the ground with a slight exertion, leaving a large gash in the solid marble floor. I am unaware of what you imply. I, Wang Yongfu, am upright in my conduct. It would be unfortunate if others misconstrue your presence in my room at such a late hour, he retorted, inhaling sharply before hastily sitting down at the bedside. Meng Yu said nothing more and, after casting one last glance at Wang Yongfu, exited his chamber. At that moment, regret gnawed at Wang Yongfu, lamenting his acceptance of the Shui family's money, his gambling, and his disregard for Wang Yuanwu's counsel. Yet it was too late. He had become but a puppet at the mercy of others. After Meng Yu left Wang Yongfu's room, she returned to Liu Yangshuo. How'd it go? Liu Yangshuo inquired softly. This fellow is indeed suspicious. Earlier today, I saw him enter the Shui family estate and divulge our purpose for being here to them. Meng Yu replied, taking a seat. It seems this poison must also be the work of the Shui family. For a mere provincial clan, to acquire such potent toxins is no small feat, Liu Yangshuo remarked with a smile. What shall we do about him? Should we eliminate him directly or inform the head of the Wang family? No need to concern ourselves with him. Retribution will soon find him. We need not intervene. As for the Shui family, it would be prudent to alert the head of the Wang family, Liu Yangshuo decided. The preparations were nearing completion, and it would be wise to wait until the Yao Guang silkworm's poison was resolved before proceeding. Meng Yu nodded and closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. The following morning, Liu Yangshuo had transformed all the medicinal materials into a fine powder, and the massive liver of the ghost-faced Jiao whale had been reduced to a mere handful. It's done. Now it is up to fate, he declared, withdrawing the azure flame and wiping the sweat from his brow. Sensing the dissipating surge of spiritual energy from Liu Yangshuo's location, Wang Yuanwu arrived promptly. You come at the perfect time. I have prepared the medicine. I shall commence the application now. After speaking, Liu Yangshuo deftly flipped his right hand, revealing 7 silver needles that he placed among a pile of medicinal powder. Wang Yuanwu nodded and stepped forward to gently rest his hand on the head of the Yaoguang silkworm. Old friend, you must hold on. The silkworm seemed to hear Wang Yuanwu's call, slowly wriggling as if in response to his words. Subsequently, Wang Yuanwu turned to Liu Yangshuo, offering an affirming glance. Liu Yangshuo summoned his spiritual power, and under his precise control, the 7 silver needles were expertly inserted into the body of the Yaoguang silkworm, while the medicinal powder was evenly distributed over its surface. As the powder settled on the silkworm, a plume of white smoke erupted, causing the creature to convulse violently in apparent agony. Just as Wang Yuanwu was about to step forward, he was abruptly halted by Meng Yu. Trust him. If you go over now, it will only endanger the Yaoguang silkworm. Heeding Meng Yu's words, Wang Yuanwu remained rooted in place, his heart heavy as he watched the silkworm. Placing all his hopes on Liu Yangshuo, Liu Yangshuo continued to manipulate his spiritual energy, the silver needles trembling upon the silkworm's back, while his ethereal eyes remained vigilant, monitoring the toxins within the creature. After a brief moment, Liu Yangshuo's serious demeanor finally softened, for he observed the toxins beginning to flow out of the Yaoguang silkworm's body like melting snow, following the silver needles. Outside, Wang Yongfu witnessed this scene and hurried towards the door. Just as he was about to exit, a delicate hand effortlessly lifted him from the ground. Turning around, he found it was Meng Yu, who had just been inside. If you have something to say, go explain it to your grandfather yourself. Ignoring Wang Yongfu's impending protests, Meng Yu dragged him towards the room of the Yaoguang silkworm. Meanwhile, Liu Yangshuo's progress accelerated, with large amounts of black blood flowing out through the silver needles. Yet, the body of the Yaoguang silkworm began to appear increasingly translucent, gradually returning to its original form. Once the last drop of black blood was expelled, Liu Yangshuo took a deep breath. Withdraw. The 7 silver needles promptly detached from the Yaoguang silkworm's body and returned to Liu Yangshuo's hand, where he stored them in his spatial ring. Wang Yinwu eagerly approached to examine the silkworm, when suddenly its soft exterior began to harden gradually. What is happening? Wang Yuanwu inquired hastily. It seems to be a case of misfortune turning into fortune. Once it awakens from this crystallized state, it will evolve into the Yaoguang moth, at which point its power will increase significantly. Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle after inspecting it. Hearing this, Wang Yuanwu finally felt at ease. At that moment, Mengwei returned with Wang Yongfu, who was eager to report. Upon entering, she unceremoniously dropped Wang Yongfu to the ground. Will you say it yourself, or should I help you? Mengwei asked, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Wang Yongfu. Miss, may I inquire about what Yongfu has done? Wang Yuanwu asked, his expression reflecting confusion as he surveyed the scene before him. It seems you're unwilling to speak, so allow me to articulate it for you. With that, Mengwei recounted all of Wang Yongfu's actions from yesterday until now. Wang Yuanwu's countenance gradually grew colder, his gaze sharpening as it fixed upon Wang Yongfu. You ungrateful wretch! Your father entrusted you to my care on his deathbed. Have I not treated you well? From this day forth, in the name of the head of the Wang family, I hereby expel you from the Wang clan, never to cross my path in Yiling City again. With that, Wang Yuanwu delivered a stinging slap to Wang Yongfu's face. Wang Yongfu, clutching his swollen cheek, nodded hurriedly and fled the gates of the Wang estate like a startled hare. Forgive my young brother for witnessing such disgrace. Wang Yuanwu lamented. Having such a grandson is indeed a misfortune for the Wang family. It seemed as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Having just expelled his only grandson, his heart was heavy with unspoken sorrow. Head of the Wang family, dealing with the Shui family is now of utmost importance. I suspect that the poison afflicting the Yaoguang silkworm is highly likely to be from the Shui family, Liu Yangshuo remarked gravely. The Shui family seems to think that since we, the Wang family, have not acted against them, we are afraid of them. Wang Yuanwu's spiritual energy surged dramatically, the fabric of his garments billowing in the wind. Chapter 67. The Secrets of the Shui Family. Why does the Shui family harbor such animosity towards the Wang family, even resorting to attacking the Yaoguang silkworm? Although Wang Yuanwu had previously provided a brief overview of the prominent families in Yiling City, including the Shui family, he had not divulged their secrets. The Shui family and we, the Wang family, have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. We conduct our legitimate business while they indulge in their illicit enterprises, such as gambling and brothels. Recently, their patriarch, Shui Manqing, approached me with a proposal for an alliance. Wang Yuanwu scoffed dismissively. En alliance, Liu Yangshuo probed. Indeed, a partnership aimed at monopolizing all industries in Yiling City. I disdain associating with such individuals, and thus I promptly rejected their overture. To my astonishment, upon my refusal, they resorted to these nefarious tactics. It appears I have been too lenient with them. Wang Yuanwu's fingers cracked ominously, his formidable cultivation at the peak of the Xianling realm radiating an aura of terror. Had he not deliberately restrained his power, the very roof might have been lifted. Head of the Wang family, to recklessly confront them without solid evidence may leave us vulnerable, Liu Yangshuo cautioned calmly. Oh, then, what insight do you possess, young brother? Wang Yuanwu inquired with curiosity, retracting his unleashed energy. Do you recall the second request I promised you? Head of the Wang family? If so, I shall assist you in completely eradicating the Shui family from Yiling City, Liu Yangshuo replied with a sinister smile, as a myriad of devious ideas seemed to emerge in his mind. Since my young brother has expressed his opinion, I shall heed your words. Should there be anything you require from the Wang family, do not hesitate to command. Wang Yuanwu, witnessing Liu Yangshuo's unwavering confidence, chose to remain silent. Now harboring utmost trust in him, I require the complete details of the Shui family, encompassing every aspect of their enterprises within Yiling City. This is easily arranged. I shall have someone deliver it shortly. With that, Wang Yuanwu exited the room, and indeed, before long, the previous steward arrived with several attendants, bringing over 100 volumes detailing the Shui family secrets. Liu Yangshuo was momentarily taken aback. Although he felt a slight headache, he understood the necessity of perusing the contents. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary leads to invincibility in battle. Once he comprehended the Shui family's intricacies, victory would be within reach. Meanwhile, Wang Yongfu, expelled from the Wang family, stumbled his way towards the Huanyin Tower. "Oh, young Master Wang, you've been quite diligent these past few days. What has transpired? Were you assaulted?" The matron, spotting Wang Yongfu from a distance, hurried to greet him. However, upon seeing his face, swollen and disfigured like a pig's head, she gasped in shock. "Enough with the pleasantries. Bring me the finest wine." Wang Yongfu was consumed by rage, seeking to numb himself with alcohol. Recognizing the gravity in his tone, the matron refrained from jesting, hastily leading him to a private room and instructing her servants to keep the wine flowing, while also sending in a dozen young ladies. Wang Yongfu disregarded everything else, seizing a jar of wine and pouring it into his mouth. As the saying goes, while wine may not intoxicate, it can lead one to inebriation. In no time, he collapsed onto the table, fast asleep. The young ladies, unable to rouse him, exited the room, only to find Shui Manqing standing at the door with a stern expression, prompting them to scatter in haste. Shui Manqing stepped into the room, the pungent odor causing him to furrow his brow, and he approached, delivering a kick that sent Wang Yongfu sprawling to the ground. It was only then that Wang Yongfu stirred, rubbing his eyes and straining to identify the intruder. "By what right do you kick me? I have completed the tasks you set. I am now cast out by that old scoundrel Wang Yuanwu. What more do you want from me?" Under the influence of alcohol, he lunged at Shui Manqing, seizing his collar and shouting, "Look at your pathetic state. It is no wonder Wang Yuanwu cast you aside. I offer you a chance now. Join the Shui family, and I shall grant you wealth, power, women, and even the means to cultivate your abilities. Then, you may seek your revenge on that old man, Wang Yuanwu." Shui Manqing spoke in a low tone as he restrained Wang Yongfu in a chair. The effects of the alcohol began to dissipate, and Wang Yongfu's desires were stirred. Wealth, power, women, but most importantly, the ability to cultivate. He had been ridiculed by his family for his poor aptitude since childhood. If he could cultivate, perhaps Wang Yuanwu would no longer favor an outsider. "Very well. I shall join the Shui family. I want Wang Yuanwu to see me in a new light. That is the spirit. In due time, I will have Wang Yuanwu kneeling before you, weeping and lamenting his blindness." Shui Manqing's voice seemed to possess an irresistible charm for Wang Yongfu. Meanwhile, Liu Yangshuo, aided by the mystical Tongtian Lingyan, effortlessly absorbed the contents of several hundred tomes in just a few hours. "Have you made any discoveries?" Mingyue inquired, stepping forward to place a cup of steaming tea on Liu Yangshuo's table. "Indeed, and quite a few. Although the Shui family appears to engage solely in gambling and entertainment, they are, in fact, providing cover for a vast enterprise behind the scenes." Liu Yangshuo took a delicate sip of tea, feeling invigorated as if infused with some stimulating herb. "What kind of enterprise?" Mingyue asked inquisitively. "Something called the Huanyin. According to the records, it has been observed in both the Shui family's casinos and brothels. Clearly, the Shui family is peddling it. Consuming this substance allows one to temporarily forget all troubles, achieving a state of bliss. That sounds rather intriguing. Let us go and discover what this Huanyin truly is." With a faint smile, Liu Yangshuo led Mingyue away from the Wang residence. However, before stepping outside, they took care to disguise themselves, as their appearances had been revealed to the Shui family by Wang Yongfu, and Mingyue's beauty would undoubtedly attract attention on the streets. "Why must I masquerade as a servant?" Mingyue frowned, displeased as she regarded the servant's attire Liu Yangshuo had lent her. "Who told you to be so beautiful? If you were to adorn yourself further, every man on the street would be staring at you." Liu Yangshuo chuckled, gently touching the false mustache affixed beneath his nose. "I refuse to comply. I won't proceed without my roasted pig." Mingyue huffed, especially vexed, as Liu Yangshuo had smeared a bit of soot on her face to enhance her disguise. As they continued their journey, they arrived at their destination, the grandest casino in Yuling City and one of the Shui family's largest enterprises. "Good sir, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here to indulge?" A portly manager approached, greeting Liu Yangshuo with a broad smile. "Yes, I heard there was a casino here and wish to partake. What amusements do you offer? Please enlighten me." With that, Liu Yangshuo produced his black gold card, waving it before the manager. The casino manager's demeanor immediately brightened. He recognized that the individual before him was a substantial patron. Ah, esteemed guest, you have indeed come to the right place. For someone of your considerable wealth and status, I recommend our private rooms on the second floor. They are more suited to your tastes. The manager gestured towards the quieter second floor, which housed only a few exclusive chambers. What are we waiting for? Exchange 50 million in chips for me. Let us enjoy ourselves. Liu Yangshuo tossed the black gold card into the arms of the casino supervisor and ascended the stairs with Mengwei. He casually selected a room and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found only a sparse gathering of individuals. Even the dealer at the card table was not the scantily clad woman typical of the downstairs, but rather a man dressed in formal attire. Are you going to play or not? If you are, take a seat quickly. If not, kindly close the door on your way out, remarked one of the patrons, noticing Liu Yangshuo's hesitation as he lingered at the entrance. With a faint smile, Liu Yangshuo sauntered over to an empty seat beside this individual. Shortly thereafter, the manager approached, bearing a large platter of chips, which he respectfully placed before Liu Yangshuo. The man seated next to Liu Yangshuo observed the mountain of chips before him, a flicker of intrigue sparking in his eyes. What are we waiting for? Let us begin. Liu Yangshuo rubbed his hands together eagerly, addressing the dealer. The dealer nodded in acknowledgement and began to shake the dice cup. Moments latte. He set the cup down and gestured for the players to place their bets. Liu Yangshuo activated his clairvoyant abilities, effortlessly discerning the contents of the cup, and casually placed a stack of chips on the small bet. The person beside him, after a moment's contemplation, wagered on the large. Upon seeing the bets placed, the dealer unveiled the cup, 2 twos and a 1, a total of 5, a fortunate outcome. The individual next to Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly and applauded. How splendid it would be if this luck could persist. Liu Yangshuo gathered all the chips the dealer had brought him, and, subsequently, he utilized his clairvoyant vision to secure victory for 10 consecutive rounds, his pile of chips growing ever larger while the expressions of those around him grew increasingly grim. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Liu Yangshuo recognized the opportune moment. For the 11th round, knowing the cup contained a large, he deliberately pushed half of his chips onto the small bet. What a bold move. Aren't you afraid of losing? Murmured a nearby player. It's rare to have such luck. Let us win 2 more rounds, Liu Yangshuo replied, though he feigned a look of intoxicated exuberance. The dealer revealed the cup. 4, 5, 6, a total of 15, a large win. What bad luck. How could this happen? Liu Yangshuo furrowed his brow and slammed his fist on the table. In gambling, one must accept both wins and losses. Remain composed, remarked the individual beside him, taking a sip from his glass and reclaiming his winnings. Liu Yangshuo subsequently lost a significant amount, his pile dwindling while beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ultimately, in the final round, he lost once more, leaving him with an empty stack of chips. Bring me another 50 million in chips, Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, his right hand trembling slightly as he raised his glass to drink. Observing this detail, the man beside Liu Yangshuo retrieved a small white bottle from his pocket. Do not rush. Everyone is here to seek joy. Here, give us a try. With that, the small white bottle was placed beside Liu Yangshuo. He picked up the bottle, opened it, and was immediately met with a peculiar aroma. Strangely enough, upon inhaling this scent, Liu Yangshuo felt a wave of delight wash over him. What is this? He inquired, lifting his gaze. It is something that can bring you happiness. The person replied with an enigmatic smile, leaving a business card beside Liu Yangshuo before departing with their drink. Liu Yangshuo understood that his objective had been achieved, and after indulging in a few more games, he left the casino with the card in hand. You spent 50 million blue crystals for this? Mengwei, following closely behind, asked with curiosity. This is worth far more than 50 million. With that sum, the lifeblood of the Shui family is effectively in my grasp. Liu Yangshuo replied with a faint smile, placing the small white bottle close to his heart. Upon entering a narrow alley, they changed back into their previous attire and returned to the Wang family with ease. Meanwhile, within the Shui family, Shui Manqing was seated at home, listening to reports from those below. Master, the family's business has been quite satisfactory lately, especially regarding the ascension pills. Recent sales have nearly doubled compared to before. The person reporting was the same individual who had sat beside Liu Yangshuo at the casino. Indeed, that is commendable, but the populace of Yiling City is rather sparse. Even if everyone in the city were to purchase our ascension pills, the profit would be minimal. Huanyin nodded, sipping his tea. Rest assured, my lord. I took advantage of the auction to establish contacts with many new faces in the city. Particularly tonight, I managed to reel in a significant catch at the casino. I believe it won't be long before our ascension pills reach other cities, the man continued. Excellent. You have rendered a great service to the Shui family this time. Go to the treasury and collect your reward. Shui Manqing waved his hand, and the man exited with a beaming smile. Upon returning to the Wang family, Liu Yangshuo wasted no time and pulled Meng Yue into a room, beginning to examine the pills within the small white bottle. Inside were merely 3 pills. After pouring them out and inhaling their aroma for a while, he discerned some hallucinogenic substances among various other scents that eluded his identification. After contemplating for a moment, before Meng Yue could react, Liu Yangshuo tossed one of the ascension pills into his mouth. You've lost your mind. How can you eat that recklessly? Meng Yue exclaimed in alarm. However, Liu Yangshuo had already slipped into a dreamlike state, unable to hear her voice. As the ascension pill dissolved on his tongue, a bitter and unpleasant taste overwhelmed his palate. Chapter 69. The Yao Guang Silkworm Evolves. Yet, after this unpleasant flavor, Liu Yangshuo's senses began to blur, and the objects before him twisted and turned. The once unadorned room suddenly transformed into a space filled with jubilance. Dragon and phoenix candles graced the table, while above, vibrant red bed curtains hung. And beside him sat a woman veiled in a bridal headpiece. As he reached out to lift the veil, he was astonished to find that the woman beneath, it was none other than Meng Yue. Her flawless makeup accentuated her already stunning features, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss her delicate lips. However, Liu Yangshuo retained a glimmer of rationality, doubting the authenticity of the scene before him. He rose and stepped outside. Upon his emergence, the onlookers immediately approached him. Our great hero, why are you out so soon? To the conqueror of the demon lord, we raise a toast. Is the bride not beautiful? The crowd's excited chatter left Liu Yangshuo momentarily dazed. Wake up. This is not real. Suddenly, the voice of the medicine emperor echoed from afar, shattering the illusion behind Liu Yangshuo. As he regained consciousness, Liu Yangshuo wasted no time in expelling the ascension pill from his mouth. This substance was terrifying, capable of conjuring such vivid illusions. He breathed heavily, casting a wary glance at the black pill on the ground. What did you just see? Meng Yue inquired, stepping forward. Nothing. Just some very realistic illusions. Liu Yangshuo dared not reveal that he had just experienced a vision where she married him. Otherwise, he feared he might endure further suffering. This little item harbors the essence of the demon lord, which is beyond your current capabilities to confront. The figure of the medicine emperor gradually materialized before Liu Yangshuo. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Liu Yangshuo exclaimed with joy, recalling that the medicine emperor had pulled him from the illusion. Indeed, fortunately, I emerged in time. Otherwise, you would have been irrevocably lost in that realm. The medicine emperor nodded in affirmation. Have you completed the refinement of that pill prototype you mentioned earlier? Liu Yangshuo asked, his excitement palpable, especially since it was something the medicine emperor had specifically requested. Of course, I have personally overseen its creation. Is there any pill I cannot refine? However, this item cannot be revealed to you just yet. It may yield extraordinary effects in the future. The medicine emperor spoke with a knowing glint in his eye. Liu Yangshuo nodded, trusting in the medicine emperor's judgment that the time was not yet ripe for revelation. Master, you just said this substance. Do you think that ordinary herbs could yield such a potent hallucinogen? Had I not awakened you, you might have developed a lifelong dependency on it. This is the power of the demon lord, who exploits it to incessantly corrode the hearts of humanity. The medicine emperor grasped an ascension pill from the table, and with a surge of azure fire erupting from his palm, the pill was instantly reduced to ashes, its dark purple aura dissipating into the air. Is there anything that can counteract this substance? I am now quite certain that the Shui family is attempting to exert control over the entire realm of Yiling City through this power. Although Liu Yangshuo is also curious about how the Shui family came to possess something related to the demon lord, The most pressing matter at hand is to resolve the issue surrounding the Ascension Pill. Indeed, you are remarkably fortunate. We, the five of us, conducted extensive research on this power of the Demon Lord in the past, yet we found ourselves utterly helpless, until I stumbled upon a spirit beast that is essentially its natural nemesis. The apothecary reminisced about the past. You cannot possibly be referring to. Liu Yangshuo seemed to have an inkling. Precisely, it is the Yaowang silk moth. The evolved form of the Yaowang silk moth, the Yaowang moth, possesses an innate ability to counteract these negative energies. By simply mixing the powder from the wings of the Yaowang moth with certain invigorating herbs, and then consuming it, one can not only dispel the ephemeral euphoria brought on by this power, but also break the dependency on it. The apothecary casually tossed Liu Yangshuo a formula, which detailed the concoction he had employed during the great battle years ago. Very well, I shall communicate this matter to the head of the Wang family. The Shui family will be dealt with next. Liu Yangshuo also took the last Ascension Pill and crushed it into powder. Upon hearing Liu Yangshuo's request to borrow the Yaowang silk moth, Wang Yuanwu initially hesitated. However, upon learning that the Yaowang silk moth would sustain no harm and that this could significantly undermine the Shui family, he readily acquiesced. Returning to the chamber where the Yaowang silk moth resided, the previous musty odor had dissipated, and even without lighting, the enormous cocoon illuminated the entire room with a bright glow. Young brother, as you can see, I truly wish for this old creature to assist you, but its evolution is not yet complete, Wang Yuanwu said, somewhat awkwardly. It was evident that the evolution process of such a rare spirit beast as the Yaowang silk moth would not be swift. This is manageable. Allow me. Mingyue stepped forward, gently placing her right hand upon the cocoon housing the Yaowang silk moth. Liu Yangshuo nodded. As a primordial thunder dragon, Mingyue exudes an aura that is a coveted tonic for all spirit beasts. With Mingyue's assistance, the evolution of the Yaowang silk moth would accelerate exponentially. Indeed, as Mingyue began to channel her dragon energy into the cocoon, the radiance within intensified, and even Liu Yangshuo and Wang Yuanwu could perceive a shadow beginning to stir inside. Moments later, a faint cracking sound emanated from the cocoon as tiny fissures radiated outward from the center of Mingyue's palm. Mingyue quickly stepped back, and, in the next instant, the massive cocoon shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a pair of wings that gradually unfurled. The three were left speechless. The Yaowang moth was nothing short of breathtaking. No, it was divine, with its wings adorned with twinkling starlight reminiscent of a galaxy. Its large eyes radiated purity. Wang Yuanwu approached, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the Yaowang moth. However, the Yaowang moth seemed to disregard his gesture, evading his hand and flying directly towards Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue, affectionately nuzzling Mingyue's hand. The time we have together stretches ahead, and you surely understand why we are so eager to assist in your evolution, Liu Yangshuo remarked with a light chuckle. Yaowang Qin nodded, her grand wings gently fluttering, scattering countless specks of starlight. Master Wang, I kindly ask you to summon someone to help me gather these luminous points. They hold great significance for me. Liu Yangshuo directed towards Wang Yuanwu, who stood in stunned silence. Wang Yuanwu, confident in his ability to communicate with the Yaowang moth due to years of mutual understanding, was nonetheless taken aback by Liu Yangshuo's genuine conversation with the creature. Despite his astonishment, he promptly called for attendance. Chapter 70. Liu Yangshuo's elixirs. A few nimble servants quickly collected all the radiant points that the Yaowang moth had shed into a small bowl. Liu Yangshuo returned to his chamber, laying out all the medicinal ingredients and formulas on the table. Given his current alchemical prowess, crafting hundreds of elixirs in one session was well within his capabilities. Once everything was prepared, he retrieved the Fury Flame Celestial Cauldron. Though it seemed somewhat excessive, it would undoubtedly maximize efficiency, pouring all the ingredients along with the contents of the bowl into the cauldron. It wasn't too long before the azure elixirs erupted forth like popcorn. Subsequently, Liu Yangshuo whispered a few words into Mingyue's ear. She nodded and exited the room as he gathered the scattered elixirs. Just as Liu Yangshuo completed this batch, Mingyue returned, dragging a man filthy and akin to mud. Behind her, just as you predicted, I found an addict in the alley beside the casino, she announced, unceremoniously dropping the man before Liu Yangshuo. Liu Yangshuo produced one of the freshly concocted elixirs, prying open the man's mouth to drop it inside. With a gentle push, the man swallowed the potion. In a short while, the vacant look in his eyes began to regain some clarity. "Where am I?" he asked, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "This is the Wang family. Should you feel the urge again, simply take this elixir," Liu Yangshuo said with a faint smile, placing a vial of elixirs into the man's hands. Though confused by the situation, the man sensed no malice from Liu Yangshuo and accepted the vial, struggling to rise and making his way towards the exit. "Wait, remember to tell them that this elixir is exclusively sold by the Wang family," Liu Yangshuo called after the retreating figure. The man nodded and departed through the Wang family's gates. "How can you be so certain he will return?" Mengyue inquired softly, stepping closer. "He will undoubtedly return to assist me in gathering more from the wings of the Yaowang moth. I have much to accomplish tonight," Liu Yangshuo replied, lifting the lid of the Fury Flame celestial cauldron, as a mountain of medicinal ingredients continued to soar from within. That night, Liu Yangshuo's chamber remained ablaze with light. Early the next morning, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside Liu Yangshuo's door. "Little brother, are you awake? We have trouble," came Wang Yuanwu's voice from beyond the threshold. Liu Yangshuo opened the door to find Wang Yuanwu's anxious expression. "Let's go, Master Wang. I'm already aware of what has transpired, but I haven't yet revealed what has happened," Wang Yuanwu called out as he followed Liu Yangshuo, who was already making his way to the front door. When the two reached the entrance of the Wang residence, a crowd had gathered outside, clamoring loudly. "Want to buy elixirs? It said that only your Wang family has them for sale. Are you deceivers? Hurry and bring out the medicine," the individuals blocking the entrance shouted. Had it not been for the presence of several guards stationed at the door, it was likely that they would have surged inside. "Who says there are no elixirs?" Liu Yangshuo pushed aside two guards and stepped forward. The guards, upon seeing Liu Yangshuo, appeared as if they had found a lifeline, quickly retreating behind him. "Little brother, we have no elixirs. The Wang family has never possessed an alchemist. How can there be any elixirs to speak of?" Wang Yuanwu approached from behind and whispered into Liu Yangshuo's ear. "I assure you, there are indeed elixirs," Liu Yangshuo replied confidently. "Mengyue, you have worked hard." He gestured toward the back courtyard, and Mengyue emerged, effortlessly carrying a wooden chest the size of 10 men, placing it beside Liu Yangshuo. Upon seeing the elixirs, the crowd surged forward, eager to seize them. Mengyue stepped forward, her formidable presence compelling the throng to halt in their tracks. "Everyone, please remain calm. As I mentioned, these elixirs are for sale, not for free." Liu Yangshuo, with his hands clasped behind his back, began to stroll forward. "Then just tell us how much they cost. We shall buy them," the impatient crowd inquired. "For these elixirs, the Wang family will only charge you 1/10 of what you previously paid, provided that each of you brings along a drug addict to enjoy this price," Liu Yangshuo announced, gently opening a vial of elixir from the chest, releasing a delightful fragrance that wafted through the air. As the scent reached the crowd, those accustomed to the elixirs felt invigorated, quickly dispersing in all directions. "Master Wang, these elixirs will only sustain us for a limited time. The demand will inevitably grow, and we must address this issue promptly," Liu Yangshuo remarked, observing the dispersing throng. "But how can we possibly find so many alchemists in such a short time?" Wang Yuanwu lamented, knowing well that nurturing an alchemist takes considerably more time than crafting a medicinal furnace. "How about this? You could inquire among the youth in your family who might be interested in learning the art of alchemy. I can teach them." Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment, relieved that the alchemy of this elixir was not exceedingly difficult. Although the success rate for novices might be low, with practice, mastery would soon follow. "This is manageable. I shall proceed at once," he declared. Wang Yuanwu nodded and made his way into the sect. Meanwhile, Liu Yangshuo, accompanied by Mengyue, set up a table at the entrance of the Wang family estate, laden with elixirs. By midday, Liu Yangshuo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the throng of individuals rushing towards him, the unfolding events entirely within his expectations. The addicts summoned by that man yesterday had returned, bringing along more of their companions. They could indulge in an even more exhilarating experience for merely a tenth of the usual price. Who could resist such temptation? Within just 2 hours, the elixirs Liu Yangshuo had concocted through a sleepless night were entirely sold out, leaving those who had not purchased any with no choice but to return the following day. That evening, over 20 young members of the Wang family gathered in the ancestral hall, where Liu Yangshuo commenced intensive training with them, filling the entire estate with the fragrant aroma of elixirs. Can someone explain why only 2 bottles of the essential elixir were sold today? Asked Shui Manqing, his expression dark as he surveyed the family's core members. It is said that the Wang family has introduced a new elixir superior to ours, priced at merely a tenth of ours, replied a trembling voice from a previous gambler at the casino. What? The Wang family has taken to alchemy? Shui Manqing furrowed his brow. Reporting to the head of the family, it seems the Wang family is not yet adept at alchemy. The one selling the elixirs is that unfamiliar young man who previously appeared at Wang's estate. Another core member of the Shui family responded. Tomorrow, procure some elixirs from the Wang family. Tonight, I shall pay that individual a visit. Shui Manqing huffed coldly, turning and vanishing, leaving the remaining Shui family members to exhale in relief. That night, Liu Yangshuo imparted the fundamental methods of alchemy to the young scions of the Wang family before retreating to his chamber. Mingwei approached him, offering a cup of tea, which Liu Yangshuo drained in a few swift gulps. Are you not concerned that by so brazenly severing the Shui family source of income, they will seek retribution? She inquired. Of course, they will come after me. That is precisely the outcome I desire. I fear their inaction more, Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. His throat parched from lecturing the eager youth. The simple tea revitalized him as if it were a spiritual tonic. Mingwei took the empty cup and refilled it with fresh tea. Suddenly, the oil lamp in the room was extinguished by a gust of wind, and a figure emerged from the shadows. Ah, young brother, you're the one from the Tianbing room, are you not? Shui Manqing, having employed some unknown method, infiltrated the Wang family without detection by Wang Yuanwu. The head of the Shui family has keen insight. What led you to conclude that I am indeed the one from the Tianbing room? Liu Yangshuo inquired. Liu Yangshuo did not rekindle the oil lamp, but instead engaged in conversation in a manner reminiscent of Shui Manqing. Is this difficult to decipher? First, you seized my elixir, and then you assisted the Wang family in concocting a potion to counter my Shui clan. I must admit, you are the most remarkable young individual I have encountered. Shui Manqing scoffed lightly and took 2 steps forward. Did the head of the Shui family stealthily infiltrate the Wang family merely to exchange such trivialities with me? Liu Yangshuo toyed with the teacup in his hand, expressing disdain. 200 million gold crystal stones. How about you join my Shui family from this point onward? 200 million gold crystal stones equate to a staggering 2 billion blue crystal stones, and Shui Manqing explicitly offered an exorbitant price to win over Liu Yangshuo. To be honest, that price is hard to refuse. Liu Yangshuo, evidently taken aback, had not anticipated being valued at such a rate in Shui Manqing's eyes. Our Shui family requires talents like you. If you join us, we could soon dominate the entire Yuling city, and even the whole continent would be within our grasp. It indeed sounded alluring, and I genuinely wish to acquiesce. However, regrettably, you have positioned yourself against me. Thus, I must conclude that we are fated to part ways. Liu Yangshuo rose and gently opened his room door. Since you cannot be of service to me, I am afraid I must ensure your disappearance from this place. Upon saying this, Shui Manqing's spiritual energy surged around him, appearing ready to strike at any moment. Shui family head, if I were you, I would refrain from taking action against me, Liu Yangshuo remarked with a smile. Why not? I could easily claim your head before Wang Yuanwu arrives and then depart. You may have misunderstood. I am not referring to the head of the Wang family, but rather to her. Liu Yangshuo stepped aside, revealing the figure of Mingwei behind him. Her? Ha ha. I would have never imagined that such a prodigy requires a woman for protection. Shui Manqing halted momentarily before bursting into laughter. A mere mortal dares to comment on my prowess? When I ascended to divinity, you were still in your mother's womb. Mingwei, clearly incensed by the disparagement, stepped forward, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth. her gaze seemingly capable of shredding Shui Manqing to pieces. Having never encountered such a formidable presence, Shui Manqing spat out blood and retreated several steps until he was backed against the wall. "Who on earth are you two?" he gasped, regarding Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yue as though they were monsters. "As you can see, I am merely a physician, while she is my personal bodyguard. Shui family head. I shall grant you one final opportunity to leave this room safely." Liu Yangshuo smiled, though the expression bore an unsettling quality. "This matter is not concluded. My Shui family will undoubtedly seek retribution through alternate means." Shui Manqing swallowed hard and vanished from Liu Yangshuo's room in a flash. After Liu Yangshuo exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Yue, she followed him outside. At that moment, Wang Yuanwu sensed the presence of Shui Manqing and hurried over. "Little brother, are you all right?" Wang Yuanwu inquired as he entered. "It's nothing. He will certainly come. It is merely a matter of time," Liu Yangshuo replied, rekindling the oil lamp with a faint voice. "That wretched fellow. I shall take my men to raid the Shui family," Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, his spiritual energy surging as he turned to leave. "There is no need for such haste, head of the Wang family. Trust me, within 7 days, the Shui family will inevitably collapse without a fight." In contrast, Liu Yangshuo exuded unwavering confidence. He indeed possessed the means to manipulate the lifeblood of the Shui family, and whenever he wished, he could uproot it entirely. 7 days was merely a modest estimation. "Since you are so confident, I shall fully cooperate with you. However, starting tomorrow, I must increase the number of personnel here to prevent those shameless Shui scoundrels from taking advantage of any openings," Wang Yuanwu asserted resolutely, with no way to refuse. Liu Yangshuo nodded in agreement. In the dead of night, Meng Yue returned and whispered a few words into Liu Yangshuo's ear before transforming back into a small dragon and curling up nearby. The following morning, the Wang family occupied an entire street at their entrance, with tables laden with the elixirs produced the previous day. Over the next few days, the Wang family's production of elixirs accelerated, with quantities increasing significantly, becoming a staple consumed by nearly every resident of Yiling City. After taking these elixirs, people not only felt invigorated, but also found themselves more energized for work. In stark contrast, the Shui family's business suffered immensely. Not only were their Shengxian pills struggling, but even their gambling houses and brothels were affected. This decline was due to the evident side effects of the Shengxian pills previously sold by the Shui family, leading to a loss of goodwill among the populace. What a bunch of useless fools. The Wang family recruits some barely pubescent brat and manages to suppress my Shui family to this extent. Shui Manqing bellowed, shattering a cup in his fury. "Master, we have tried the Wang family's elixirs, and their effects are indeed remarkable, without inducing dependency," a subordinate cautiously interjected. Chapter 72. Shui Manqing's desperation. "I will devise a solution regarding the potency of the elixirs. However, if you still cannot sell the new ones, then I have no use for you," Shui Manqing declared before retreating to his chamber. After rummaging through his bookshelf for a while, he opened a concealed door and slipped inside. Within the Wang family, Wang Yuanwu could not contain his joy these past few days. The family's business had surged, with earnings in just 3 to 4 days equaling that of the previous month. "Little brother, I owe you my gratitude. I have heard that many of the Shui family's enterprises have not operated for several days." Wang Yuanwu chuckled heartily, holding the account book. The esteemed head of the Wang family graciously acknowledged the inevitable downfall of the Shui family, a fate hastened by his own hand. Liu Yangshuo took a sip of tea, for in recent days, he no longer needed to concoct elixirs. The new generation of alchemists from the Wang family had mastered the art of producing standard potions to support daily sales. "Very well, let us press on and utterly annihilate the Shui family," Wang Yuanwu declared, his grip tightening around the ledger as if rejuvenated by a decade. Suddenly, a hurried disciple of the Wang family burst into the room. "Master, trouble has arisen. The Shui family." "What is Shui family? Speak." Wang Yuanwu furrowed his brow. "The Shui family has just raised their banner at the entrance, proclaiming their new ascension pills, boasting potency tenfold that of ours, and offering the first 1,000 bottles for free. Many of our customers have already begun to flock to them," the disciple reported anxiously. "What? Shui Manqing dares to engage in a life-or-death struggle against me? Wang Yuanwu slammed his palm onto the table, nearly shattering the solid wood. Liu Yangshuo, equally troubled, pondered for a moment before rising to his feet. Come, lead me to the Shui family stall. The disciple nodded, rising and dashing outside, followed closely by Wang Yuanwu and Meng Wei. They soon arrived at the Shui family stall as described. Indeed, many who had not yet broken free from the allure of the ascension pills succumbed to the temptation of their enhanced potency. Upon seeing Wang Yuanwu and his companions, a disciple from the Shui family swiftly retreated inside. Moments later, the man from the gambling den emerged, his gaze landing squarely on Liu Yangshuo beside Wang Yuanwu. It is you. You are the prodigious youth from the Wang family? Indeed, that would be me. I must extend my gratitude to you. Otherwise, I would not have so easily acquired a sample of your ascension pills. Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. The man felt an overwhelming surge of rage, coupled with a deadly resolve directed at Liu Yangshuo. If Shui Manqing were to discover that he had provided Liu Yangshuo with the ascension pills, his life would be forfeit. With this thought, a razor-sharp flying dagger materialized in the man's hand, which he hurled toward Liu Yangshuo. Wang Yuanwu, possessing profound cultivation in the Xianling realm, perceived the man's intention and immediately stepped in front of Liu Yangshuo. However, Liu Yangshuo, with his keen celestial vision, detected the anomaly and pushed Wang Yuanwu aside, stepping forward to meet the dagger. Clang! A metallic collision reverberated near Liu Yangshuo's heart as the dagger fell to the ground, having corroded a substantial hole into the earth. Poisonous! Wang Yuanwu seethed with fury upon witnessing the scene. He swiftly maneuvered into the throng of Shui family members, unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual energy that scattered the onlookers. The man who had attempted to ambush Liu Yangshuo found himself caught in Wang Yuanwu's vice-like grip, his head easily within Wang Yuanwu's power to crush. Wait, this man still holds value to me. Liu Yangshuo, witnessing the imminent demise of the man at the hands of Wang Yuanwu, hastily approached and grasped Wang Yuanwu's wrist. With a nod of acknowledgement, Wang Yuanwu relinquished his hold on the man's head. The man, as if granted a second lease on life, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively recoiled, fearing they might be caught in the fray. Liu Yangshuo proceeded to the Shui family stall, seizing a bottle of ascension pills and uncorking it. Immediately, a plume of dark smoke wafted from the bottle. Behold, the ascension pills you seek, he proclaimed, raising the vial high above his head. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he pried open the man's mouth and poured the contents down his throat. The potency of the medicine, magnified tenfold, erupted within the man's mind, and in mere moments, his pupils dilated dramatically, black blood oozing from his 7 orifices. This alarming scene terrified the onlookers, who regarded the Shui family as if they were specters, hastily distancing themselves. If you wish to survive, procure medicine from the Wang family. Liu Yangshuo bellowed to the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the people fled towards the Wang family's direction. Head of the Wang family returned swiftly and urged the youth to expedite the alchemical process. Wang Yuanwu nodded in agreement and inquired, "And what of you?" "I shall resolve the final troubles posed by the Shui family," Liu Yangshuo replied, lifting the lifeless body from the ground and entering the Shui residence alongside Meng Wei. The household servants, initially intending to obstruct their passage, faltered at the sight of the gruesomely slain man in Liu Yangshuo's grasp, allowing the duo to traverse the Shui estate unimpeded. Soon, under Meng Yue's guidance, they arrived at the chamber of Shui Manqing. Meng Yue delivered a forceful kick to a frail bookshelf, which collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing a concealed passageway behind it. An odor, reminiscent of that in Yao Guang's chamber, wafted forth. They both covered their noses and ventured inside. Within the passage, Shui Manqing knelt before a grotesque, demonic idol, fervently clasping his hands in prayer, murmuring incantations. From the idol's mouth, viscous drops of dark purple liquid dripped into a bowl placed below. Shui family head, as death approaches, do you still cling to the hope that this entity can save you? Liu Yangshuo remarked coolly, tossing the man's corpse behind Shui Manqing. The Lord of Demons will surely save me. He has promised, Shui Manqing replied, slowly rising to his feet. Turn back. There is still a chance for your salvation. Consume this, and you shall be liberated from this illusion, Liu Yangshuo suggested, contemplating for a moment before tossing a vial of his personally concocted elixir to Xuan Manqing. After catching the vial, Xuan Manqing glanced back at the bowl containing the liquid and chuckled softly. The world is fraught with suffering. Is life not meant to be lived freely? What harm is there in an illusion? It is only through such experiences that we can discern our true joy. Upon finishing his words, Xuan Manqing swiftly discarded the elixir gifted to him by Liu Yangshuo, turning to consume the bowl of dark purple liquid in one swift motion. Although the Ascension elixir was crafted from this very liquid, it was laced with numerous diluted medicinal herbs, and now that Xuan Manqing had ingested an entire bowl, it was anyone's guess what transformation awaited him. Chapter 73. The Fall of the Xue Family After Downing the Black-Purple Liquid. It appeared as though something had seized Xuan Manqing's throat, causing him to kneel in agony, his anguished cries echoing like a beast's roar, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the fabric of his back erupted as protrusions from his spine surged forth. A dozen sharp bone spurs burst from his body, while his hands and feet sprouted elongated, razor-like claws. At this moment, Xuan Manqing resembled a bloodthirsty beast. After a prolonged silence, Xuan Manqing abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on Liu Yangshuo and Meng Yue, exuding a chilling intensity. He had lost his sanity. The only release was death. Just kill him, Meng Yue murmured softly. Liu Yangshuo nodded, his spear manifesting instantly, poised defensively across his chest. Observing Liu Yangshuo's readiness for combat, Xuan Manqing revealed his jagged fangs and charged at Liu Yangshuo with lightning speed. So swift, Liu Yangshuo thought, his spear clashing against Xuan Manqing's relentless assault, which came at him no less than 20 times in a mere breath. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that his spear bore several deep scratches. Clearly, Xuan Manqing was not only incredibly fast, but also possessed formidable strength. In a moment of distraction, Xuan Manqing crouched low, and the spines on his back detached, launching towards Liu Yangshuo's chest like bullets. The speed was so astounding that Liu Yangshuo could hardly react. Suddenly, a hand pushed him aside. It was Meng Yue. The bone spurs, missing their intended target, struck Meng Yue's shoulder with brutal force, causing her to crash against the wall, shattering several stones in the process. You seek death, Liu Yangshuo roared, fury igniting within him upon seeing Meng Yue injured. He conjured a pill in his right hand and swallowed it whole, knowing that he and Xuan Manqing were worlds apart in cultivation. And now that Xuan Manqing had succumbed to the dark path, his strength had magnified. However, as a disciple of the Medicine Emperor, Liu Yangshuo possessed countless ways to forcibly enhance his own power. After consuming the pill, Liu Yangshuo felt his dantian and spirit pearls surge into rapid motion, his spiritual energy flowing like an unrelenting river, granting him boundless strength. In a flash, a second spear appeared in his other hand, marking the first time he wielded dual weapons in battle. Xuan Manqing emitted a series of warning growls, sensing the impending danger from Liu Yangshuo's imposing aura. As Liu Yangshuo swept both spears, a cloud of dust erupted before him, effectively obscuring Xuan Manqing's target. As Xuan Manqing vigilantly scanned his surroundings, a long spear suddenly thrust forth from the smoke, aimed directly at his forehead. With a slight dip of his head, the spear narrowly grazed his back, embedding itself in the ground behind him. Following closely was Liu Yangshuo, who raised his spear high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Xuan Manqing. Unfazed, Xuan Manqing resolved to withstand the attack, positioning his right arm to block the spear while simultaneously launching his left hand towards Liu Yangshuo. However, unbeknownst to him, Liu Yangshuo's layered strikes were imbued with 3 levels of concealed force. As the spear struck Xuan Manqing's right arm, Liu Yangshuo instantly unleashed the hidden power. With a thunderous explosion, Xuan Manqing's arm shattered, and he toppled to the side. Liu Yangshuo's assault was far from over. After a swift somersault in the air, he landed precisely on the first spear and propelled himself off it like a released arrow, hurtling towards Xuan Manqing once again. Gather your energy, Liu Yangshuo shouted, and 2 silver dragons swiftly coiled around the tip of his spear. With tremendous force, the spear plunged into Xuanmanqing's chest. After a few futile struggles, Xuanmanqing breathed his last, his body deflating like a punctured balloon. "Are you all right?" Liu Yangshuo retrieved his spear and turned towards Mengyue. "This minor injury couldn't even breach my scales." Mengyue removed a bone spur from her shoulder, only to discover that it had merely pierced her clothing. Her delicate skin beneath remained unscathed. "As long as you are unharmed, let us return," she said. Liu Yangshuo exhaled deeply, retracting the spear into his storage ring. "Wait, there's this." Mengyue stepped forward and smashed the magical figure to pieces. Oddly enough, the inside was filled with pure stone, and the source of the previous black-purple liquid remained a mystery. Suddenly, Liu Yangshuo's legs buckled, and he began to topple forward. With quick reflexes, Mengyue stepped in to support him. "What's wrong?" she inquired anxiously. "The side effects of the elixir have kicked in. Otherwise, you think I could have slain that monster?" Liu Yangshuo replied with a wry smile. Truly a person who only brings trouble. While her words suggested annoyance, the joy on Mengyue's face betrayed her happiness. For the image of Liu Yangshuo's unwavering resolve to face Xuanmanqing in her defense was etched deeply in her mind. With Mengyue's assistance, Liu Yangshuo exited Xuanmanqing's chamber, only to find the courtyard filled with Xue family servants, who immediately stood on high alert upon their emergence. "Xuanmanqing is dead. Your family is finished. Depart from Yuling City while you still can," Liu Yangshuo proclaimed, tossing Xuanmanqing's severed head before the servants, and with Mengyue's support, he left the Xue residence. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Wang Yuanwu had long been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Liu Yangshuo return, he immediately approached him. "Are you all right, young brother? How could you sustain such grave injuries?" "It must have been that scoundrel Xuanmanqing. I shall go and deal with him at once," Wang Yuanwu declared, ready to head towards the Xue family. But Liu Yangshuo restrained him. "Rest assured, Master Wang, this is but a trivial matter. Moreover, I have already eliminated Xuanmanqing. Should you go, you would find only his corpse," Liu Yangshuo replied, his complexion somewhat pale. "What? You killed Xuanmanqing? His strength is hardly inferior to mine. You truly have a knack for surprising me," Wang Yuanwu exclaimed in astonishment. "I had previously promised the head of the Wang family that I would eradicate the Xue clan. I am merely fulfilling my vow. To completely root out the Xue family, it required the hand of an outsider such as myself," Liu Yangshuo explained. Hearing this, Wang Yuanwu nodded in agreement, realizing that Liu Yangshuo had discerned his concerns. The Xue family, being a prominent clan, would undoubtedly provide a talking point if the Wang family intervened directly, hence the necessity for Liu Yangshuo to take action. "In my capacity as the head of the Wang family, I hereby declare that you, young brother, shall henceforth be a cherished ally of the Wang family. Whenever you require assistance, the Wang family shall stand unwaveringly by your side," Wang Yuanwu proclaimed with solemnity. "Master Wang is too kind. We are merely engaged in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Now that this major issue has been resolved, we can finally indulge in some well-deserved rest." Liu Yangshuo stretched lazily, drawing Mengyue into his embrace. "Excellent. You two should return to your quarters and rest. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Tonight, we shall celebrate in style." Wang Yuanwu, ever perceptive, promptly dashed off. "Let us return and take some time to recuperate," Liu Yangshuo said, leaning against Mengyue and resting his head upon her shoulder. "You seek your demise." Mengyue's face gradually flushed as her small hand pinched the soft flesh at Liu Yangshuo's waist. This time, he refrained from protesting. How could he pass up such a rare opportunity? "I am but an injured party. You cannot treat me this way." "Bah, I cannot be bothered with you. We shall settle this once you are healed." With that, Mengyue shot Liu Yangshuo a disdainful glance and helped him back to their room. Later that evening, Liu Yangshuo and Mengyue finally arrived at the grand hall of the Wang residence, where a lavish banquet of mountain delicacies and seafood awaited them. "Ah, you two have finally arrived. How was your rest?" Wang Yuanwu greeted them with a smile. "Quite well, though I still feel a bit sore," Liu Yangshuo replied, stretching his shoulders. After returning to his room, he had not engaged in any frivolities. Rather, he had followed the methods of the medicine emperor to prepare a medicinal bath, cleansing his body of the residual toxins. If such remnants lingered within him for an extended period, They would undoubtedly affect both his health and cultivation. That is well. Please do stay a few more days at my Wang family estate, so that I may extend the hospitality of a landlord, Wang Yuanwu declared as he lifted his wine cup. Alas, that may not be feasible. We have other destinations to attend to. Our visit to Yiling City was merely to resupply, and resolving the Shui family's issue was but a fortuitous endeavor, Liu Yangshuo replied somewhat awkwardly. Very well then. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send a servant to fetch it. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Wang Yuanwu, noticing Liu Yangshuo's reluctance, chose not to press further. Liu Yangshuo nodded eagerly, already acutely aware of Mingyue's audible gulp from nearby. Once seated at the table, Mingyue shifted into a mode of voracious consumption, with no morsel remaining in her mouth for more than 3 bites. Fortunately, Wang Yuanwu had anticipated this and instructed the kitchen to keep the dishes coming without pause, allowing him to barely keep pace with Mingyue's insatiable appetite. The trio feasted and drank until the late hours of the night before parting ways, both Wang Yuanwu and Liu Yangshuo being practitioners of cultivation, their inner spiritual energy dissipating the effects of alcohol swiftly. The gathering concluded primarily because Mingyue had finally satiated her hunger. Early the next morning, Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue diligently prepared their belongings. As per their agreement, Wang Yuanwu had arranged a multitude of supplies for them, and had also procured 2 magnificent steeds. Thank you, Master Wang. We shall take our leave now, Liu Yangshuo said, accepting the horses and offering a respectful gesture to Wang Yuanwu. May our paths cross again amidst the mountains and rivers. You are always welcome to visit Yiling City, Wang Yuanwu said, accompanying Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue to the outskirts of the city before reluctantly returning to his home. Why does it feel as though I have forgotten something? Liu Yangshuo pondered aloud while mounted, his mind racing but unable to grasp what it was. You've forgotten the roasted pig you owe me, Mingyue remarked with a sidelong glance. I shall make amends at the Dark Valley. Liu Yangshuo chuckled sheepishly in response. What Liu Yangshuo had indeed forgotten was Wang Yongfu, who had been cast out from the Wang family. After being brainwashed by Shui Manqing, Wang Yongfu was forcibly submerged in a vat of dark purple liquid, his mouth sealed and feet bound. Now that Shui Manqing had met his demise, Wang Yongfu was completely forgotten by all. With the steeds at their disposal, Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue swiftly entered the western region of the continent, drawing ever closer to their final destination, the Dark Valley. The environment in the western frontier was truly splendid, teeming with lush jungles that instilled a profound sense of tranquility. Liu Yangshuo leaned upon his horse, quietly absorbing the sunlight filtering through the foliage. Do exercise caution. It is said that the tribes of both humans and beasts in the western frontier are yet uncivilized. Be wary of being captured by savages for a feast, Mingyue cautioned, surveying their surroundings. What is there to fear? You are with me, after all. Do not forget. For these 3 years, you are my bodyguard, tasked with ensuring my safety, Liu Yangshuo replied. At this point, I may not be able to protect you after all, Mingyue said with a hint of trepidation. Liu Yangshuo seemed to sense an unusual tone in Mingyue's voice and slowly sat up on the horse. What troubles you? You seem rather distracted. Do you know whose territory this western frontier is? Mingyue turned around and inquired, her expression grave. Whose is it? Is there really a master of the western frontier? Liu Yangshuo asked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, according to the elder Yao's description of that great battle from years past. Among the 81 savage beast generals, the formidable by who claimed this land as his own, he is a savage beast who shares a brotherly bond with my father. As she spoke the name, even Mingyue felt a twinge of anxiety. Could he still be alive? A chill ran down Liu Yangshuo's spine. Certainly, if the Dragon Emperor still draws breath, why should Baihu not? The figure of the elder Yao gradually materialized before them. Master, what is Baihu's temperament? Is he easy to deal with? Liu Yangshuo inquired. If he were easy to deal with, there would be no such person as difficult to engage in this world. During the great battle, he was the vanguard for the beast race, and the void beasts that fell by his hand number not less than hundreds of thousands. His methods are notoriously ruthless, and only the Dragon Emperor and the Demon Emperor among the beast race could possibly restrain him, Elder Yao replied, stroking his beard with a calm demeanor. Liu Yangshuo glanced over at Mengyue, reaffirming the truth of Elder Yao's words through her gaze. Where is he located in the western frontier? We should take care to avoid him, Liu Yangshuo said, swallowing hard. Huh. By who has always upheld the belief that strength is the ultimate truth. Thus he is one of the few savage beasts without a personal faction. If he wishes to find you, no matter where you hide, you cannot escape his senses. However, there is no need for concern. As long as you do not create too much commotion in the western frontier, Bai Hu is unlikely to take an interest in such a minor matter. Elder Yao chuckled lightly. Liu Yangshuo let out a sigh of relief, his anxiety dissipating as he recalled that this time the system's task was merely to open a clinic, rather than some absurd quest to slay divine beasts. There is a village about 20 miles ahead. Let's take a look, Elder Yao said, gesturing toward the road ahead. Chapter 75. Imperial Seal. Liu Yangshuo nodded and, along with Mengyue, urged their horses forward. Moments later, they arrived at the village Elder Yao had mentioned. Upon entering the village, Liu Yangshuo was taken aback. It was indeed as Mengyue had described. The inhabitants appeared almost primitive, with large leaves serving as rudimentary clothing. And their dwellings were exceedingly simplistic, merely a few wooden sticks and some banana leaves propped together to form a tent. As a few young men spotted Liu Yangshuo and Mengyue, they immediately brandished stone axes and knives, rushing toward them and blocking their path while chattering in an indecipherable tongue. Just as Liu Yangshuo felt a wave of despair, the system in his mind chimed, and suddenly he could comprehend the words of the wild men before him. He was astonished to discover that the Beast King system possessed such a remarkable ability. Calm down, we are not villains. Liu Yangshuo's voice resonated within the minds of the two wild men simultaneously. They exchanged glances and scratched their heads, finally realizing that the voice originated from the man clad in white before them. This is our village. Who are you? I reiterate, we are not bad people. We merely passed through here on our way to the gloomy valley. Upon hearing the ominous name, the two wild men recoiled simultaneously, shaking their heads vigorously at Liu Yangshuo. Do not go. It is perilous. There are monsters. They repeatedly cautioned him with this dire warning. What manner of monsters? Liu Yangshuo inquired. Tigers, enormous ones, and there is much blood. At this revelation, Liu Yangshuo felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be a mere coincidence? Hadn't he just remarked on the improbability of encountering the white tiger so easily? Could it truly reside in the gloomy valley? What were they saying? Mengyue leaned closer to ask. They claim that there is a gigantic tiger in the gloomy valley, and much blood accompanies it. Liu Yangshuo replied with a wry smile, conveying the wild men's words to Mengyue. Could it be him? Is he engaged in battle with someone? Mengyue furrowed her brows in concern. I believe we should first seek someone familiar with the terrain here, she suggested, to which Liu Yangshuo nodded in agreement. Dismounting from their horses, they communicated their desire to stay the night in the village. The wild men hesitated, but when Liu Yangshuo produced a pouch of provisions prepared by Wang Yuanwu, they promptly dashed back and soon returned, announcing that the chieftain had granted permission. After entrusting their horses to the wild men, Liu Yangshuo and Mengyue were led to a cave, presumably the chieftain's abode. Upon entering, they found a wild man seated regally upon a stone bed, distinguished from his kin by a crown of feathers adorning his head and intricate runes painted upon his body. Be cautious. This man is no ordinary individual. I sense an aura akin to spiritual energy emanating from him, Mengyue whispered in warning. Liu Yangshuo nodded, taking the lead into the cave. The chieftain slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to reflect an infinite cosmos. Greetings, distant guests. I am Babato, the chieftain of this village. What inquiries do you bring? Chieftain Babato, we wish to venture to the gloomy valley, but your tribesmen have warned us of monstrous tigers. Is this truth? Liu Yangshuo asked, bowing respectfully, noting the chieftain's courteous demeanor. Indeed, it is true. The valley is perilous at present. The great tiger god is engaged in a battle against his malevolent thoughts. It is best not to disturb him, Babato affirmed, nodding gravely. With a gentle gesture of his right hand, a multitude of fireflies emerged from the depths of the cave, illuminating the interior. On the cave's walls, a colossal white tiger totem was etched, depicting countless figures kneeling in reverence. Behind the head of the white tiger, a shadowy figure lurked, nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. We have pressing matters to attend to there. We must depart tomorrow. Liu Yangshuo is now nearly certain that this so-called tiger deity is indeed the white tiger. Although he is exceedingly reluctant to go, he cannot decline, as it is a task mandated by his responsibilities. If you insist on going, the white tiger hunters will return tonight, and I shall arrange for them to escort you there. Seeing Liu Yangshuo's resolute demeanor, Barbado had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, chieftain. Liu Yangshuo expressed his gratitude before taking Mengyue's hand and exiting the cave, sharing his conjectures with her. Mengyue concurred with Liu Yangshuo's hypothesis, yet she had never heard of such a thing as malevolent thoughts. Master, are you aware of this matter? Liu Yangshuo could only inquire of the Medicine Emperor. I truly do not know much about it. The Demon Emperor has never mentioned this to me. The white tiger is inherently reclusive and seldom interacts with the Demon Emperor. Were it not for the fact that the Demon Emperor attained his imperial status before him, he likely would not regard us old fellows with any esteem. The Medicine Emperor pondered before conveying through thought. There are distinctions in precedence. Is it not enough to simply have sufficient cultivation? Do you think attaining an imperial title is that simple? There is profound knowledge involved. To achieve imperial status, one must possess the imperial seal. The Medicine Emperor's tone dripped with disdain. Imperial seal. What is that? Liu Yangshuo inquired with curiosity. As the sole disciple of the Medicine Emperor, you are unaware of this? Look at your chest, the Medicine Emperor prompted. At the reminder, Liu Yangshuo tugged at his collar and discovered a fiery red tattoo resembling a cauldron emblazoned upon his chest. This cauldron signifies the inheritance of our Medicine Emperor lineage. Only with the imperial seal can you inherit the title of Medicine Emperor from me in the future. Is that so? Then Mengyue, being the daughter of the Dragon Emperor, must surely possess an imperial seal as well. Come, let me see, Liu Yangshuo said, extending his hands toward Mengyue's collar. Smack! A resounding slap drew the attention of all the wildlings, who were taken aback to witness Liu Yangshuo's back molars being dislodged. They gasped collectively. If you won't show it, then don't. Must you resort to violence? Can't we be a bit more civilized? Liu Yangshuo mumbled, nursing his rapidly swelling cheek. You lecher. Do you think all heirs have their imperial seals in the same place? Mine is here. With that, Mengyue gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing a golden dragon head tattoo on her shoulder, signifying her status as the Demon Emperor's heir. As the three conversed, they were unaware that night had fallen. Liu Yangshuo and Mengyue, at the invitation of the wildlings, gathered around a bonfire to roast some fish and rabbits. However, after becoming accustomed to Liu Yangshuo's expertly seasoned dishes, Mengyue found the unseasoned meat utterly unappetizing and, after a single bite, relinquished the rabbit to Liu Yangshuo. Chapter 76. The Fire Spirit Ant Swarm. Liu Yangshuo accepted the roasted rabbit that Mengyue had handed him, demonstrating great skill as he began to prepare it. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of the surrounding wild tribesmen. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Yangshuo generously distributed all the seasonings to them. Following his example, the tribesmen sprinkled their own meat with spices, their expressions filled with joy. They even brought forth their home-brewed fruit wine for Liu Yangshuo. And although they could not communicate verbally, their relationship began to warm. As the wine flowed, Liu Yangshuo found himself at ease among the tribesmen. Just then, a rapid series of footsteps approached from the shadowy thicket behind him. Turning around, he beheld 10 robust men, their muscular forms reminiscent of granite, with runes etched upon their limbs akin to those of Barbados. The foremost man locked eyes with Liu Yangshuo, and both sensed a mutual caution in each other's gaze. Urim, you have returned, Barbados declared, rising and slowly approaching the leading figure. Yes, Chief, but regrettably, we have not brought back much. The pressure from the tiger god has caused the beasts in this vicinity to dwindle. Urim, the muscular man, knelt on one knee before Barbados, his voice tinged with remorse. His companions set down their leather pouches, revealing only a scant few rabbits within. Rise, my child, this is not your fault. As long as we stand together, we shall surely overcome this hardship, Barbados reassured him, gently assisting Urim to his feet and patting his shoulder. Though Urim nodded, the worry in his eyes remained evident. While leaders like him and Barbados could endure long periods without sustenance, the elders and children of their tribe needed food. If it is not too much trouble, we would like to offer you these, Liu Yangshuo interjected, having overheard the conversation. He understood that food was the most pressing issue for Barbados and his people. He promptly distributed a significant portion of the provisions prepared by Wang Yuanwu, enough to sustain the small village for a month or two. How can we accept this? This is your food. If you give it to us, how will you manage? Barbados exclaimed, astonished by the mountain of supplies before him. Do not worry about us, Chief. As you can see, we are not ordinary individuals. The lack of food does not greatly affect us, Liu Yangshuo replied with a gentle smile, a sphere of spiritual energy manifesting in his palm. Chief, these two are. Urim began, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as a white tiger hunter. Despite Liu Yangshuo's evident goodwill towards the village, he still felt a tinge of apprehension. They are friends from afar, traveling to the shadowy valley. Urim, you shall guide them there tomorrow morning. Barbados finally remembered to introduce Liu Yangshuo to Urim. The shadowy valley, it is perilous there. It would be wise to avoid going, Urim cautioned. Upon hearing the name, both Urim and Barbados reacted with evident astonishment. Do not worry. We are certainly capable of protecting ourselves. All you need to do is escort us there, Liu Yangshuo remarked with a light laugh. Urim could only nod in agreement as they settled by the campfire. Before long, he was captivated by the seasonings brought by Liu Yangshuo, and they both indulged in hearty drinks. Early the next morning, Liu Yangshuo, accompanied by two others, set off towards the gloomy valley under the protection of 10 white tiger hunters. Although they walked along the main road, the atmosphere was palpably tense, revealing the anxiety of Urim and his companions. Not only them, even Mingyue furrowed her brow, as her instincts as a beast kin allowed her to sense the sorrowful emotions of all beast tribes in the area. Under such a stifling ambience, even Liu Yangshuo felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, Urim dropped to the ground, pressing his ears to the earth to listen intently. Moments later, he shot up, shouting for everyone to run. Liu Yangshuo activated his celestial vision, extending his sight infinitely, and then beheld a thick cloud of smoke rapidly approaching from approximately 2 or 3 miles away. Upon closer inspection, he realized the smoke was teeming with ants, all the size of young calves and blazing red. Run! The fire spirit ant swarm will devour us whole. Urim dashed into the nearby woods, and with his arms adorned with glowing runes, he uprooted a tree that required 2 adults to embrace. Witnessing this, Liu Yangshuo couldn't help but admire Urim. It seemed the runes augmented physical strength. Just how formidable was the rune-embellished Barbados? While Urim called for his companions to retreat, he positioned the massive tree in front of him, attempting to shield his comrades' escape. Liu Yangshuo's esteem for Urim grew even more, as the smoke loomed ever closer. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down Urim's forehead. However, when he glanced back, he found Liu Yangshuo and Mingyue remaining calm atop their steeds. Run! I cannot hold them off for long. Go back and summon the chieftain, Urim shouted desperately. Fear not. A mere ant swarm is no match for me, Liu Yangshuo replied with a gentle smile, leaping from his horse to stand before Urim. Urim intended to lead Liu Yangshuo away, yet the ant swarm was already upon them, forcing him to abandon the tree and plunge into the thicket. The rapidly advancing horde seemed oblivious to Liu Yangshuo's presence, maintaining their relentless speed. Now, less than 100 meters away, Liu Yangshuo's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his oppressive aura, surging forth like a tempestuous sea, instantly engulfing the fire spirit ant swarm. Under the sudden and overwhelming pressure, the fire spirit ant swarm was forcefully pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. As Liu Yangshuo advanced step by step, their heads gradually lowered in submission. Urim, who had been concealed behind a grand tree, waiting for the fire spirit ants to pass, grew anxious as silence enveloped the area. Curiosity compelled him to peek out from behind the tree, only to be met with a jaw-dropping spectacle. Liu Yangshuo's right foot firmly pressed upon the head of the strongest fire spirit ant at the forefront of the swarm, while thousands of others remained utterly still, seemingly paralyzed by fear of Liu Yangshuo's might. Come forth. They are merely startled, Liu Yangshuo called out to the woods behind him. Due to the fire spirit ant's exceptionally low intelligence, communication was futile. He could only sense their palpable dread. Chapter 77. The grand opening of Old Liu's clinic. Upon hearing Liu Yangshuo's summons, Urim and several other white tiger hunters emerged from the thicket, gazing at Liu Yangshuo with reverence akin to that reserved for deities. After directing the fire spirit ants to retreat in another direction, Liu Yangshuo returned to his steed. "How did you accomplish that?" Urim inquired, his tone imbued with curiosity. "It's merely a fraction of my abilities. Dealing with such lowly beasts is rather effortless." Liu Yangshuo replied with a faint smile. "Could you teach me? I wish to learn." Urim asked with unbridled enthusiasm. "This technique is exclusive to me. Others cannot replicate it." Liu Yangshuo responded, caught off guard by Urim's unexpected plea, feeling a tinge of awkwardness, as only he possessed the Beast King system. Hearing this, Urim's expression dimmed, perhaps interpreting Liu Yangshuo's refusal as a judgment of his weakness. "However, I can impart other knowledge to you." Liu Yangshuo's mind raced, realizing the system must have other techniques suitable for Urim. "Really? Can I truly learn?" Urim's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed up at Liu Yangshuo. Nodding, Liu Yangshuo gently touched Urim's forehead with his finger, transmitting a high-level yellow-grade technique into Urim's mind, enhanced by the Beast King system's translation. This Seven Fiends profound scripture is a body cultivation technique. When perfected, it can elevate the physical form through 7 transformations, unleashing tremendous power, Liu Yangshuo explained, heart aching at the cost of this scripture, which had drained him of 200,000 king blood points. Had it not been for Urim's willingness to sacrifice himself for Liu Yangshuo, he would never have exchanged it. "Thank you, master," Urim suddenly exclaimed, addressing Liu Yangshuo with unexpected fervor. "Master, I never claimed to take you as a disciple." Liu Yangshuo found himself momentarily bewildered by Urim's sudden declaration. The clan leader once said, "Whoever teaches you what you do not know becomes your master. Thus you are my master," Urim declared with unwavering determination. "Well, call it whatever you wish. The technique is bestowed upon you, yet the extent of your cultivation ultimately rests in your hands." Liu Yangshuo let out a bitter smile and replied, "Indeed, I, Urim, vow to the tiger god that I shall never betray the hopes of my master and mistress." Urim raised his right hand to his chest, speaking with utmost solemnity. This declaration not only left Liu Yangshuo feeling awkward, but it also caused Mengyue's face to flush crimson like a ripe tomato. "You may address him as master, but refrain from calling her mistress. We are yet to see the beginning of our journey." Liu Yangshuo hurriedly dismounted and covered Urim's mouth. Given that Liu Yangshuo was already somewhat shorter than Urim, the action appeared rather comical. For a moment, Mengyue seemed to forget her irritation and erupted into laughter. Seeing Mengyue so joyful, Liu Yangshuo felt a wave of relief wash over him, narrowly escaping a reprimand. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey, noticeably quickening their pace. For Urim and the others no longer harbored concerns about encountering any monstrous beasts. With Liu Yangshuo present, they felt the utmost security. As they pressed on at full speed, they finally arrived at their destination, the dim valley, by midday. Although it was the hottest time of day, the entrance to the valley was chillingly cold, with even a thin layer of frost coating the surrounding leaves. "This is far enough. You should hurry back now," Liu Yangshuo instructed Urim and the others after dismounting. "Master, how long do you intend to stay here?" Urim inquired, stepping forward, his heart still filled with unease despite Liu Yangshuo's presence. "I may be here for a while. I intend to build a house," Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. Mengyue was taken aback. Liu Yangshuo had never mentioned staying for an extended period, let alone constructing a house. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Liu Yangshuo had already rolled up his sleeves and was approaching a nearby tree. "Master, we shall assist you," Urim exclaimed, unable to remain idle, knowing that their tribe relied on hunting for sustenance. Helping Liu Yangshuo build a house was a task he could undertake. With that, 10 white tiger hunters selected their targets and began chopping down trees. It must be said that these hunters worked with remarkable diligence. Under Liu Yangshuo's guidance, a simple 2-story structure had risen from the ground before nightfall. "That will suffice for now. Return and thoroughly digest the technique I have imparted to you." Once you have mastered it, you may share it with them. And here, take this, consume it once you have entered the initial stages, Liu Yangshuo said, tossing a vial of qi-opening elixir to Urim. Urim was uncertain of its nature, but knowing it was given by Liu Yangshuo, he believed it to be of great value. The other white tiger hunters, who had previously felt envious of Urim for being able to learn such a powerful technique, now brightened at the prospect of learning it themselves. The 10 of them walked back toward the village, chatting and laughing cheerfully. "Why have you suddenly decided to build a house here?" Mengyue inquired as she approached. I'm not constructing a mere house. I'm establishing a medical clinic." Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly, picking up a wooden plank and, with fingers poised like a sword, skillfully carved the character for medicine in just a few strokes. "Aside from that village, who else is here?" "You must be intending to treat ghosts," Mengyue remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Liu Yangshuo. "It's not meant for people. My expertise lies in being a bona fide veterinarian," Liu Yangshuo replied with a hint of pride. He then inexplicably produced a hoe and began to cultivate the land in front of the clinic, reasoning that a medical establishment ought to have a medicinal herb garden at its entrance. Observing Liu Yangshuo's appearance as a barefoot doctor, Mengyue refrained from dampening his spirits and sighed softly as she stepped into the clinic. In the following days, Liu Yangshuo and Mengyue seemingly embraced a pastoral lifestyle, feeding horses, chopping wood, and tilling the soil. Yet, even as the herbs Liu Yangshuo had sown began to sprout, no patients had yet graced their doorstep. "It has been many days. Not even a trace of a spiritual beast has been seen," Mengyue lamented, reclining on the chair Liu Yangshuo had fashioned for her. "Yes, you. Where there's a will, there's a way. Just watch," Liu Yangshuo, donned in a straw hat, declared confidently while sweating profusely in the herb garden. Just as Mengyue prepared to mock him, they both suddenly lifted their gazes towards the nearby river. "Look, our first patient has arrived," Liu Yangshuo chuckled, removing his hat as he made his way toward the riverbank, with Mengyue hastily trailing behind. Chapter 78. The first patient. As they followed the scent of blood to the river's edge, they were eager to discover which spiritual beast had been injured. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them, prompting Liu Yangshuo to pull Mengyue back. Once they regained their footing, they noticed a large tear in his shirt. Before them stood a massive blue wolf, exuding an aura of chill, baring its teeth and growling menacingly. "A mere ice-fang wolf dares to snarl at me. It seems you have a death wish," Mengyue declared, feeling as though the dignity of her ancient thunder dragon lineage had been challenged. She unleashed her spiritual power and pressure, sending the ice-fang wolf crashing backward. Curiously, despite being struck, the wolf managed to regain its footing, trembling as it turned its focus toward Mengyue. "Wait, it seems to be protecting something," Liu Yangshuo discerned, quickly interposing himself before Mengyue, who was on the brink of unleashing her fury. "Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm." Activating the Beast King system, Liu Yangshuo's voice resonated within the ice-fang wolf's mind. The wolf paused, its eyes filled with confusion and wariness as it regarded Liu Yangshuo. "I suspect you are guarding something of great importance. Am I correct? The scent of blood here is quite strong. Is it one of your companions?" Liu Yangshuo observed that the ice-fang wolf before him bore no wounds, leading him to surmise that it must be its companion who had suffered. After a moment of contemplation, the ice-fang wolf, sensing no trace of hostility from Liu Yangshuo, gradually nodded in agreement. "It is my wife. She went to the river to drink and was unexpectedly attacked by a dragon-scale crocodile." As it spoke, tears welled in the ice-fang wolf's eyes, glancing toward the nearby thicket. "May I go and see her? I am a doctor. She may still be saved." Liu Yangshuo urged eagerly. "Are you truly a doctor?" The ice-fang wolf inquired, a hint of hope in its voice. "Indeed, for every false claim, I shall repay tenfold." "Quickly, lead me to her," Liu Yangshuo declared, thumping his chest. The ice-fang wolf nodded and swiftly dashed toward the grass. Upon their arrival, Liu Yangshuo discovered a slightly smaller ice-fang wolf lying feebly on the ground, its neck marred by 3 deep wounds, for which blood flowed profusely. "Is my wife beyond saving?" the ice-fang wolf asked anxiously. "The situation is dire. The wounds are too deep, and she has lost too much blood." "Is she pregnant?" Liu Yangshuo furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing the injured Ice Fong Wolf's belly twitching slightly. Yes, it is all my fault for not being by her side. The Ice Fong Wolf lamented in deep remorse. There is hope. Follow me. Liu Yangshuo wasted no time, lifting the injured Ice Fong Wolf and rushing toward the clinic. Meng Yue and the Ice Fong Wolf hurriedly followed suit. Kicking open the clinic door, Liu Yangshuo placed the injured Ice Fong Wolf gently onto the bed, while Meng Yue stood by the side. What are you doing here? Step outside and guard the door. The scent of blood is too strong, and bloodthirsty beasts may arrive soon. Liu Yangshuo said without looking up, carefully trimming the fur around the wounds with scissors. She needs assistance in giving birth. I am a woman, Meng Yue insisted stubbornly. I am the doctor. Leave. Liu Yangshuo raised his head, his expression grave and devoid of jest. With a slight bite of her lip, Meng Yue turned and exited, taking a chair to sit at the clinic's entrance, exuding an aura that deterred any nearby beasts. Time passed slowly as the Ice Fong Wolf anxiously lingered at the door, peering inside, yet seeing nothing. Finally, the clinic door creaked open, and Liu Yangshuo emerged, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his face bore a smile. Fortunately, we discovered her in time. Both mother and child are safe. Come inside and see. Liu Yangshuo gestured, stepping aside. The Ice Fong Wolf rejoiced and rushed in. There lay his wife on the bed, her wounds properly bandaged and the bleeding having ceased, while 3 small wolves quietly nursed nearby. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have lost them. The Ice Fong Wolf turned towards Liu Yangshuo, bowing its head and saying, there is no need for thanks. Saving lives is the essence of a healer. She must continue to observe here for a few more days. If you wish, you may stay or return with some nourishing provisions, for I possess ample medicine but little food. Liu Yangshuo waved his hand dismissively. The Ice Fong Wolf nodded and swiftly dashed out of the clinic. Now that you are unscathed, shall we settle the earlier accounts? Meng Yue whispered softly as she approached Liu Yangshuo from behind. A shiver ran down his spine, her voice resembling the whisper of death itself. A measure of physical discomfort was inevitable. That evening, the Ice Fong Wolf returned, carrying a wild boar in its jaws. Not only did it bring back food, but it also accompanied several injured spirit beasts, all drawn by the reputation of Liu Yangshuo's medical skills. Come inside, Liu Yangshuo said, limping towards them. What happened to your leg? It seemed fine this afternoon, the Ice Fong Wolf inquired, placing the boar down. Liu Yangshuo hesitated, casting an awkward glance at Meng Yue. Although she refrained from striking him at his insistence, he still bore several wounds. Let us not inquire into matters best left unspoken. We are all men here, and we understand one another. The Ice Fong Wolf nodded in comprehension and promptly made its way to guard its mate's side. After ensuring the spirit beasts brought by the Ice Fong Wolf were settled, Liu Yangshuo kindled a fire in the backyard, marking the beginning of his path to repayment, with 3 roasted pigs remaining. In the following days, the popularity of Liu Yangshuo's clinic soared unexpectedly, attracting spirit beasts from near and far. In the depths of the dark valley, these creatures regularly clashed over territory and treasures. Previously, they would seek secluded spots for prolonged recovery, but with Liu Yangshuo's presence, minor injuries healed the same day, and serious wounds required only a few days of care. To prevent any destruction of his clinic, Liu Yangshuo hung a sign at the entrance. Outside the clinic, life and death are at will. Within, grievances are forgotten. With the sign in place, even spirit beasts with deep-seated vendettas had no choice but to shake hands and comply with treatment. Meng Yue, please fetch me some blood Ninsao. I am quite occupied, Liu Yangshuo urged. I truly do not understand your thinking. Are you not inviting trouble upon yourself? What trouble? They are our benefactors. Where do you think your rabbits and wild boars come from? Chapter 79. The White Tiger General emerges unbeknownst to them. A month had passed, and Liu Yangshuo's clinic had become renowned throughout the Dark Valley. One day, the system announced the conclusion of the task. During this month, Liu Yangshuo's medical skills had markedly improved, guided by the Medicine Emperor and continually honing his craft with the spirit beasts seeking his expertise. It could be said that Liu Yangshuo's medical prowess now surpassed that of the majority of physicians. A month has elapsed, yet the year-long agreement with the spirit beast sect has dwindled to mere months. Do you truly intend to remain here as a doctor for the rest of your life? Dream Yue inquired languidly, reclining in her chair while savoring the fruits presented by the spirit beasts. Of course not. The time has come. We may have a distinguished guest arriving tonight, Liu Yangshuo replied nonchalantly after seeing off a healed spirit beast. What esteemed guest? You shall find out in due course. For now, assist me in tending to these patients promptly. He would undoubtedly prefer no interruptions this evening. Given Liu Yangshuo's enigmatic demeanor, Dream Yue refrained from pressing further and reluctantly rose from her seat. As dusk descended, Liu Yangshuo and Dream Yue bid farewell to the last spirit beast and secured the door. Placing a sign indicating their rest, they settled quietly in the backyard, igniting a bonfire. As night enveloped the surroundings, Dream Yue's anticipation grew irritable. Just as she was about to pose another question to Liu Yangshuo, a familiar yet daunting aura emerged. He has arrived, Liu Yangshuo remarked, sensing the overwhelming scent of blood in the air, abruptly lifting his head. The two hastened to the front of the clinic, where a figure clad in a black robe stood. Despite the robe obscuring his entire form save for his eyes, his imposing stature was unmistakable. Have you already begun your rest? A gravelly voice emanated from beneath the robe. Not at all. When is a clinic rest? Please come in. Liu Yangshuo replied with a faint smile, moving the sign aside and opening the door. The robed figure hesitated, but ultimately stepped inside, while Dream Yue felt her legs tremble slightly. However, she steeled herself and entered the clinic as well. Please take a seat. Is there anything troubling you? Liu Yangshuo inquired as he lit an oil lamp, gesturing toward a nearby chair. I feel as though I'm no longer myself, the robed man said slowly. What do you mean? Liu Yangshuo asked, his brow furrowing. My body is beyond my control, and I cannot discern the cause, the robed figure replied, seemingly in distress as he clasped his head. A formidable beastmaster, the White Tiger General, is experiencing such an issue? Before Liu Yangshuo could respond, Dream Yue stepped forward, addressing the robed figure directly. The man paused, lifting his gaze to Dream Yue, and after a prolonged moment, a flicker of clarity emerged in his eyes. Ah, you're the daughter of that fellow. I did not expect you to have grown so much. White Tiger General, please remove your robe. Your identity is already discerned, Liu Yangshuo sighed. Realizing his identity had been unveiled, the robed figure stood and peeled away his cloak. The White Tiger General stands as a robust figure, towering over 8 feet, with a faint royal character shimmering upon his brow. His upper body is marred by gruesome wounds, some of which continue to seep blood. How did you ascertain my identity? He inquires in a low voice. Quite simply, the wild men spoke of a fierce battle involving a tiger-shaped spirit beast in the Valley of Shadows, accompanied by an abundance of blood. I surmised you must have sustained grave injuries, and having spent a month here, I have treated no fewer than 80 spirit beasts, none of which bear such a heavy scent of blood as yours, Liu Yangshuo replied, pouring a cup of water for the White Tiger General. Discreetly adding some hemostatic herbs into the cup, the White Tiger General accepted the cup, took a gentle whiff, and after casting a meaningful glance at Liu Yangshuo, drank it all in one swift motion. Can you discern what afflicts my body? He asked. I cannot. Liu Yangshuo pondered for a moment. It appears I overestimated your condition. Those little fellows have elevated you to a godlike status. You should depart quickly. I have a foreboding that I may soon lose myself, and when that time comes, calamity will inevitably befall this vicinity. The White Tiger General let out a bitter laugh and rose to leave. Hold on, you are quite impatient. He has not finished speaking yet, came the sudden voice of the Medicine Emperor, who had appeared beside Liu Yangshuo. The White Tiger General recognized the voice immediately, turned, and upon confirming it was indeed the Medicine Emperor, knelt before him. White Tiger pays respects to the esteemed Medicine Emperor. Rise. I'm but a mere specter now, and this is no longer our era, so such formalities are unnecessary. The Medicine Emperor waved his hand dismissively. The White Tiger General then realized that the Medicine Emperor was merely a spirit. Esteemed Medicine Emperor, who harmed you? I shall avenge you. In an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire medical hall. Liu Yangshuo took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the instinct to kneel, while even Mingyue's face turned ashen. The White Tiger General's reputation was indeed formidable. He who could slay me, even that demon emperor, cannot guarantee such a feat. All things in the world are subject to life, aging, illness, and death. I am merely meeting my time. The medicine emperor chuckled lightly. The White Tiger General then reigned in his terrifying aura, his eyes filled with sorrow. In the days of yore, 5 emperors fell. Yet only you and the demon emperor returned. Do not mourn. The fall of withered leaves nourishes the new green ones, does it not? Allow me to introduce this young man. He is my sole disciple, the medicine emperor said with a soft smile, pushing Liu Yangshuo forward. The White Tiger looked at Liu Yangshuo in astonishment. You are the disciple of the medicine emperor? Liu Yangshuo offered an awkward smile, pulling his clothing aside to reveal the imperial seal upon his chest. As true as can be, it seems I have underestimated my own perception, failing to realize that even the imperial seal of the esteemed medicine emperor eludes me. How unfortunate, the White Tiger General sighed. Do not be so disheartened. I had yet to finish my explanation. At first glance, it appears you have merely sustained some superficial injuries. However, based on my previous observations and insights, I must delve into your spiritual sea to ascertain your current condition, Liu Yangshuo elucidated. You mean you wish to enter my spiritual sea? Inquired the White Tiger General. Indeed. On one hand, I seek to uncover the nature of your affliction. On the other, I aim to validate a hypothesis of mine. Liu Yangshuo nodded. Ha ha ha. It is not that I doubt your capabilities. Your soul is currently too feeble. Even should I allow you entry into my spiritual sea, you would likely be crushed by my subconscious pressure. The White Tiger General laughed heartily. What if I were to accompany him? The medicine emperor interjected calmly. Both Liu Yangshuo and the White Tiger General were momentarily taken aback, astonished that the medicine emperor would personally intervene. Master, you are left with but your soul form now. Should it sustain further damage, there would be no hope for recovery, the White Tiger General cautioned. Bah, you should wish for better outcomes. Given the strength of his soul, he would hardly pose a threat to me. Enough of this chatter. Lie down while we prepare, the medicine emperor commanded, delivering a playful tap to Liu Yangshuo's head before directing the White Tiger General to recline upon the adjacent icy bed. Master, what preparations are we to make? Liu Yangshuo queried, nursing his head. Naturally, we must equip you with protective measures. As he rightly stated, your current soul strength cannot withstand the pressure exerted by the savage beasts. Thus, I must devise a means to safeguard your essence, the medicine emperor replied, conjuring an array of peculiar herbs. Liu Yangshuo recognized them as substances capable of enhancing soul strength. However, due to time constraints, the medicine emperor had no opportunity to concoct pills. Instead, he ground the herbs into powder and mixed them into a cup of tea, urging Liu Yangshuo to consume it all. Instantaneously, Liu Yangshuo felt a resonating hum within his mind, and the world before him began to unravel into fine threads. I have temporarily elevated your soul strength to the mystical spirit realm through the use of these herbs. We must not delay. Let us proceed, declared the medicine emperor, as he boldly entered the body of the White Tiger General. After exchanging a reassuring glance with Mengyue, Liu Yangshuo gently closed his eyes. With his soul strength now at the mystical spirit level, he could effortlessly leave his corporeal form. A spectral version of Liu Yangshuo emerged from his body, transforming into a luminescent point of light that entered the White Tiger General's form. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mengyue swiftly closed the door, heightening her focus to its zenith, vigilantly observing every detail of the surroundings. After traversing a realm of darkness, Liu Yangshuo finally found himself within the spiritual sea of the White Tiger General, only to be immediately pulled back by a pair of large hands. Upon closer inspection, it was the apothecary emperor, though his countenance was far from serene. Before him, 3 white tiger warriors were embroiled in a fierce battle, transforming the once tranquil spirit sea into a tempest of chaos. Master, this was a scene Liu Yangshuo had never witnessed before, compelling him to gaze at the apothecary emperor. You guessed correctly. Indeed, during that previous conflict, the White Tiger was subsumed by the Demon Lord. The dark doppelganger you see is the malevolent thought lurking within the White Tiger's essence. The apothecary emperor pointed forward, and Liu Yangshuo noticed that among the three warriors, one was entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling a mere shadow. It appeared the wild men had detected the white tiger's anomaly from the outset. Regrettably, we outsiders were oblivious to it until now. Nevertheless, the white tiger is undoubtedly one of the foremost warriors under the Demon Emperor, as evidenced by the two remaining doppelgangers, one representing the white tiger's own consciousness and the other embodying his formidable murderous intent, both instinctively resisting the demon lord's encroachment. At this juncture, the apothecary emperor couldn't help but nod in admiration. What a powerful soul force! I wonder when I shall reach such heights, Liu Yangshuo remarked with envy. As my disciple, you shall undoubtedly attain such a level, perhaps even surpass it. For now, focus on your own tasks. The apothecary emperor urged as he charged into the fray, with Liu Yangshuo close behind. The ongoing battle among the three white tiger warriors had reached a stalemate, with the demon lords holding its ground against two opponents. Though vanquishing the soul entity and the embodiment of murderous intent proved exceedingly challenging. White Tiger, I have come to your aid, the apothecary emperor bellowed, launching a powerful fist towards the demon lord's will. The soul entity and the embodiment of murderous intent rejoiced at the apothecary emperor's arrival, rallying their strength to counterattack. The apothecary emperor's soul realm was of a caliber far beyond that of the white tiger. With his involvement, the demon lord's will was swiftly forced into a defensive stance, struggling to withstand the trio's assault. Although the apothecary emperor was not particularly skilled in martial techniques, his strength was undeniable. The demon lords will prefer to endure a combined strike from the soul entity and the embodiment of murderous intent rather than face the apothecary emperor's fist. Disciple, prepare to seal him, the apothecary emperor commanded as the moment of opportunity presented itself. Liu Yangshuo nodded, 7 silver needles already manifesting in his palm. Oof. A mere entity dares to be insolent before me. Feel the wrath of my soul-sealing hand. With a cold snort, the apothecary emperor's right hand crystallized in frost, transforming into an icy sculpture as he lightly pressed his palm against the chest of the demon lord's will. Instantly, the will became immobilized, a layer of thin ice spreading from the apothecary emperor's palm. Observing the demon lord's will rendered motionless, Liu Yangshuo swiftly advanced, deftly puncturing 7 vital points with his silver needles, effectively sealing the will. Thus, the demon lord's will was jointly sealed by the apothecary emperor and Liu Yangshuo. Indeed, as expected of my esteemed disciple, the medicine emperor exclaimed, gasping for breath while giving Liu Yangshuo a hearty thumbs up. Master, that soul-sealing palm of yours is truly magnificent. When will you teach me? Liu Yangshuo eagerly inquired, recalling how effortlessly the medicine emperor had subdued the will of the demon lord with a mere flick of his palm. It is still quite early. This technique demands an immense expenditure of soul power. You must first reach the Xianling realm before you can begin your studies. The medicine emperor replied, waving his sleeve to tuck the will of the demon lord into it. To obliterate this will, they would need to venture outside and utilize the anger flame clear Yuan cauldron. Liu Yangshuo nodded, following the medicine emperor back to the outside world. Dreamy Moon was anxiously observing the white tiger general when 2 luminous orbs suddenly shot forth from his chest. The white tiger general abruptly opened his eyes, flipping over and beginning to expel black blood in torrents. What has happened? Dreamy Moon asked as Liu Yangshuo regained consciousness. With my master present, success was inevitable. Liu Yangshuo replied, retrieving the anger flame clear Yuan cauldron. The medicine emperor cautiously cast the demon lord's will into the cauldron, and soon a wisp of black smoke began to billow out. Chapter 81. The White Tiger General versus. The first demon general after the will of the demon lord was destroyed. The white tiger general finished expelling the last of the black blood and lifted his head. Thank you, Lord Medicine Emperor, for saving my life. No need for thanks. In the future, my disciple will traverse the continent, and I trust you will lend him your assistance. The Medicine Emperor waved his hand dismissively. As a servant of the esteemed Medicine Emperor, I shall do everything in my power to ensure his safety, the White Tiger General replied, rising from his bed with a respectful gesture. Very well, as for your wounds, Let them heal at their own pace, the medicine emperor said, settling down. The recent use of the soul-sealing palm had drained him significantly, given that he was but a soul entity. The white tiger general nodded, and to everyone's astonishment, his grievous wounds began to close at a visibly rapid pace. Truly, as a ferocious beast, his physical prowess must be unparalleled in this world. Suddenly, a fierce wind burst through the door, and a mysterious figure enveloped in black smoke appeared as if conjured from thin air before the assembled crowd. The will of the demon lord has been obliterated. I wondered who possessed such formidable power. It turns out to be you, old fool. The figure's voice resonated like echoes from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down Liu Yangshuo's and dreamy moon spines. It's you. I thought you had perished long ago. The medicine emperor exclaimed in shock, recognizing the mysterious figure. Huh, if you are still alive, why should I be dead? However, now that you've survived, I must eliminate you today. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly become a significant obstacle to our demon lord's future domination. The figure slowly lifted its head, revealing a countenance of breathtaking beauty that could rival, if not surpass, dreamy moons. The first demon general under the demon lord, Butterfly Killer, the white tiger general declared, unveiling the terrifying identity of the woman before them. In a moment, both the medicine emperor and the white tiger general became tense. One was gravely injured, while the other existed solely as a soul, heavily depleted of energy. Together, they feared they could not withstand the might of this butterfly slayer. Ah, what a surprise to see you, little tiger. Under the will of the Dark Lord, you have managed to endure for so long. What say you? Would you care to join us? The Dark Lord has always held you in high regard. The butterfly slayer cooed, casting flirtatious glances at the white tiger general. Dream on. I would sooner devour every last one of you, if it weren't for your interference. 3 of the 5 emperors would not have fallen. The white tiger general's spiritual energy surged violently, his murderous intent reaching a fever pitch as a fearsome tiger-headed blade manifested in his grasp, glinting with a chilling light. Refusing a toast only to face a penalty drink. Today, you shall accompany this old man to the underworld. The butterfly slayer's gaze turned icy as a gleaming silver chain appeared in her hand. The god-slaying whip. Lord Medicine Emperor, be cautious. Upon sighting the chain, the white tiger general's pupils constricted sharply, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the medicine emperor. How could the medicine emperor fail to recognize this whip, which was a bane to souls, the very thing he feared most? You have discerning eyes, but it is too late. Prepare to meet your end. With that, the butterfly slayer lashed out, and the white tiger general raised his tiger-headed blade high. Clang! A deafening sound erupted as the overwhelming force leveled the entire medical facility. Dream Moon hastily pulled Liu Yangshuo back, avoiding the brunt of the impact. But the white tiger general, who took the full force of the butterfly slayer's strike, was not so fortunate. His internal organs shifted violently, and blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. You are no match for me now. Surrender, and I may grant you a complete corpse, the butterfly slayer coldly declared, her gaze fixed on the white tiger general. Not a chance. Blood filled the white tiger general's mouth, and with veins bulging on his forehead, he pushed against the butterfly slayer, momentarily driving her back. He swung his tiger-headed blade forward. Each strike unleashed a heavy wave of blade energy, devastating the surrounding forest and even slicing a considerable chunk from distant mountains. It appeared that the white tiger general had seized the initiative, but the medicine emperor understood that, in terms of both cultivation and physical prowess, the white tiger general was still no match for the butterfly slayer. Withered wood meets spring, life rekindles. A flash of green flickered in the medicine emperor's eyes, enveloping the battling white tiger general in a layer of verdant light. His injuries and spiritual energy began to recover at an astonishing rate. If, during the Great War of Yore, the demon emperor was the mightiest spear, then the medicine emperor was the strongest support. As anticipated, with the medicine emperor's assistance, the white tiger general's onslaught became even more ferocious. Initially, the butterfly slayer toyed with him effortlessly, but now the two were evenly matched. If this continued, once the white tiger general fully recovered, victory would slip from her grasp. First, I shall deal with you, old hag. Shidi let out a cold snort, flicking the divine whip in her hand to forcefully strike the white tiger general aside. Then swiftly turned to charge towards the Medicine Emperor. With my presence here, if you wish to harm Lord Medicine Emperor, you must first step over my corpse. The bloodthirsty instincts of the white tiger general were ignited, propelling him to a higher echelon of speed. His eyes glowing crimson as he positioned himself between Shidi and the Medicine Emperor, engaging her in combat. As two unparalleled masters of the beast realm clashed, the very fabric of the surrounding world began to tremble violently. Liu Yangshuo observed the Medicine Emperor continually augmenting the white tiger general's strength, gradually coming to an ephemeral realization of what true combat within the Medicine Emperor's lineage entailed. While the fierce battle between the white tiger general and Shidi raged on, a figure slowly approached the Medicine Emperor from behind. Liu Yangshuo's heavenly eyes, involuntarily activated while watching the aerial duel, were the first to discern the situation on the Medicine Emperor's side. Master, be cautious, Liu Yangshuo shouted at the Medicine Emperor. With a cold snort, the Medicine Emperor turned back and executed a sealing palm strike, only to discover that it was a void demon beast brought by Shidi. This creature emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, and all attention was focused on the battle between Shidi and the white tiger general, leaving it unnoticed. However, Liu Yangshuo's warning had been distinctly heard by Shidi. With a flick of her wrist, several smoke bombs appeared in Shidi's hand, which she hurled towards the advancing white tiger general. The bombs exploded before him, granting Shidi a precious moment. Within that fleeting instant, she reached Liu Yangshuo and Mengyue. Mengyue attempted to intervene, but the disparity in their powers rendered her futile. Shidi easily kicked her aside and seized Liu Yangshuo by the throat. Don't move, or I cannot guarantee this boy's life. I presume he is not yet at the level where his soul can leave his body, Shidi whispered, her face nearly touching Liu Yangshuo's, while her other hand slowly unbuttoned his shirt, gazing at the imperial seal on his chest with a playful smile. Chapter 82. Liu Yangshuo's desperation. What do you intend to do? This matter has nothing to do with him. Let him go. The white tiger general halted abruptly, roaring in anger. Release him? Do you take me for a fool? A disciple of the Medicine Emperor's lineage, I haven't savored such a fragrant soul in quite some time. It must be delectable. Shidi continued to explore Liu Yangshuo's face, while he struggled against an unnamed force that bound him, rendering him utterly immobile. Let him go. I will go with you. The Medicine Emperor stepped forward, asserting himself. That is insufficient. I require both of your souls. Shidi chuckled softly, pointing at the Medicine Emperor and the white tiger general. Release him. Before the Medicine Emperor could respond, Mengyue charged back from the side, her fingers clawed, crackling with electricity. With a cold sneer, Shidi waved her right sleeve, unleashing a tangible mass of black mist that enveloped Mengyue. The dark vapor seeped into Mengyue's 7 orifices, and in an instant, her eyes dulled, rendering her as lifeless as a corpse. Ah, this little girl is actually the bearer of the Demon Emperor's seal. Today's harvest is indeed substantial. Mengyue, you wretched creature, I, Liu Yangshuo, vow by my inner cultivation that I shall kill you in this lifetime. Bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on his forehead, Liu Yangshuo felt the explosive surge of his spirit pearl within, propelling his cultivation to soar rapidly, as if aboard a helicopter. In merely 2 breaths, Liu Yangshuo had ascended to the Xianling realm. In a fit of rage, Liu Yangshuo discovered that his right hand could move. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Fury Flame Qinyuan Ding, consuming various elixirs, as if they were free, causing his previously stagnant cultivation to surge once more. No, you will die. The Medicine Emperor shouted urgently from the side, but Liu Yangshuo paid no heed, continuing to devour the pills with fervor. With a spurt of blood, Liu Yangshuo's cultivation stabilized at the 5th level of the transformation realm. Get away from me. An overwhelming pressure erupted from within Liu Yangshuo, astonishing Shidi, who staggered back 3 paces. Yet, Shidi quickly regained her composure, reaching for Liu Yangshuo's throat once more. However, in those fleeting seconds, the Medicine Emperor and the White Tiger General charged forward. Demoness, receive my blade. The White Tiger General raised his great sword high above his head, cleaving down towards Shidi's crown, countless spatial fissures manifesting near the blade, revealing the tremendous might of this strike. Shidai kicked Liu Yangshuo away, preparing to meet the White Tiger General's assault with her god-slaying whip. Yet, at that moment, she realized that Liu Yangshuo, with mere transformation realm cultivation, had firmly grasped her ankle, a cold smirk upon his face. As Shidai processed this, the White Tiger General's blade was already overhead. She could only tilt her head to the right, and the great sword struck solidly against her shoulder. Instantly, a plume of black smoke erupted from her wound, sending both the White Tiger General and Liu Yangshuo crashing back to the Medicine Emperor's side. How dare you harm me? Then let us all embark on this journey together. Shidi's eyes glinted with a frigid malice. Her shoulder cleaved open, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Be cautious. She is about to reveal her true demonic form, the Medicine Emperor warned in a hushed tone. Indeed, as the Medicine Emperor had foretold, Shidi's body began to twist and contort, her phoenix-like eyes elongating, the whites turning blood red, her waist-length black hair transforming into a cascade of white, and her once smooth skin becoming adorned with scales akin to black serpents. After the transformation concluded, the aura of the butterfly slayer intensified remarkably, and in an instant, it appeared before the White Tiger General, moving with such swiftness that even the general could not react in time. With a resounding crash, the White Tiger General was propelled backward like a cannonball, only coming to a halt upon crashing into a distant mountain. Subsequently, the butterfly slayer shifted its focus to Liu Yangshuo, its razor-sharp claws lunging towards him. Liu Yangshuo raised his spear defensively across his chest, absorbing 50% of the claw's force. However, he still sustained a gash on his chest, the dragon-scale armor gifted by Mengyue sustaining its first damage, marked by 5 deep claw marks. Seeing that its initial strike had failed to eliminate Liu Yangshuo, the butterfly slayer hesitated for but a moment before attacking again. Yet this time, its lethal claws came to an abrupt halt as a fiery hand seized its wrist with unyielding strength. How dare you think you can kill my master's disciple? Liu Yangshuo exclaimed in utter shock. It was revealed that the Medicine Emperor had ignited the last remnants of his soul to save Liu Yangshuo. You old fool, are you so eager to embrace death? The butterfly slayer recoiled, realizing that even in its peak state, it had to retreat in the face of the Medicine Emperor's awakened spirit. I have long since passed, and I am merely content to linger in this world a little longer. However, should I manage to drag you down before my soul dissipates, it would be worth it. The Medicine Emperor remarked with a light chuckle, his spiritual power surging to unprecedented heights. You are indeed formidable. Today seems to be my unfortunate day. Nonetheless, you are destined to perish. Once you are completely dead, I shall return to deal with that young man. The butterfly slayer contemplated for a moment, recognizing its disadvantage against the Medicine Emperor, and swiftly retreated. Thinking of escaping? I will ensure you leave something behind, the Medicine Emperor declared with a scoff, instantaneously materializing behind the butterfly slayer. Great annihilation seal. His hand transformed into a shade of ashen gray, delivering a solid blow to the butterfly slayer's back. The butterfly slayer coughed out a cloud of black mist, and the divine whip it clutched fell to the ground. With gritted teeth, it severed its own left arm and hurled it at the Medicine Emperor. The explosion of its arm momentarily halted the Medicine Emperor, allowing the butterfly slayer to utilize the distraction to escape in a blood-soaked flash. With a cold snort, the Medicine Emperor retrieved the divine whip and returned to Liu Yangshuo, who had regained his original strength but appeared as pale as a sheet of paper. Despite the excruciating pain within, he struggled to crawl to Mengyue. Cradling her in his arms, he pressed his fingers beneath her nose, detecting a faint breath, which brought him a slight sense of relief. She was not dead yet. Her soul was merely damaged, and awakening her would likely prove challenging. The Medicine Emperor gently descended beside Liu Yangshuo, fatigue evident in his voice. Master, why did you burn your soul? Liu Yangshuo's eyes welled with tears, for the burning of the soul signified that the Medicine Emperor's time was tragically limited. Chapter 83. The Sleeping Emperor of Medicine. Why are you crying? I won't be departing just yet. The Emperor of Medicine raised his right hand, activating the soul sealing technique. Gently placing his palm upon his chest, and the ever-burning flame of his soul was extinguished. Master, if you possess this ability, you should have revealed it sooner. You nearly frightened me to death. Upon witnessing the extinguishment of the Emperor's soul fire, Liu Yangshuo let out a long sigh of relief. Would revealing it sooner have calmed her fears? Nonetheless, my soul is gravely damaged, and I shall soon succumb to slumber. The path ahead will be one you must traverse alone. When the day arrives that I acquire the celestial, divine milk capable of mending my soul, I shall awaken once more. The Emperor coughed lightly twice, his already translucent form becoming increasingly ethereal. Just as one storm subsides, another looms. I had initially believed the Emperor to be unscathed, yet this is the outcome. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive to grow at the swiftest pace possible, seeking the celestial divine milk so that I may forge a new body for you. Liu Yangshuo knelt slowly before the Emperor, bowing 3 times in deep respect. With your vow, I have not taken you on in vain as my disciple. Your young companion soul is similarly damaged, though not as severely. I shall provide you with a formula. It contains 2 rare ingredients that you must procure yourself. Consuming them will facilitate her awakening. The Emperor handed a scroll to Liu Yangshuo, continuing, you must recover quickly. Liu Yangshuo nodded. At that moment, the White Tiger General limped back into the scene. Lord Emperor, your condition is dire, the White Tiger General observed, a note of concern evident in his voice. I require a period of slumber to nurture my soul. Fear not, for I shall not perish. I have yet to witness my disciple ascend as the new Emperor of Medicine. The Emperor smiled at Liu Yangshuo, gently placing his hand upon his forehead. Then, his body transformed into sparkling starlight, all converging into the fiery, clear essence cauldron. Suppressing his tears, Liu Yangshuo unrolled the scroll bestowed upon him by the Emperor, and indeed, it contained a heavenly-grade elixir. What are your plans henceforth? The White Tiger General inquired after a moment of contemplation. I shall remain here for a few days to recuperate. Then I will seek the 2 ingredients missing from the formula. Can you enlighten me about that, Demon General? Liu Yangshuo embraced Mengyue tightly, his gaze resolute as he looked at the White Tiger General. At this stage, it is perhaps best you remain uninformed. I have promised Lord Emperor to protect you as best I can, the White Tiger General reflected, shaking his head. Very well, I shall rely on my own efforts to seek them out. As for that Demon General and Demon Lord, one day I shall crush you beneath my feet. You have inherited the medical arts of the Emperor, yet possess a fervor he never did. Perhaps you are destined to be the leader of a new generation of emperors, and it is time for us elders to yield the stage. The White Tiger warrior, observing Liu Yangshuo's unwavering confidence, could not help but let out a long sigh. He then limped towards the shadowy valley, nursing his own grievous wounds and in need of a tranquil space for recuperation. Liu Yangshuo nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly struck by inspiration, he led Mengyue into the tomb of the Medicine Emperor within the fiery, clear Yuan cauldron. Upon entering the tomb, everything appeared familiar, yet the absence of the Medicine Emperor's presence was palpable. Unexpectedly, Liu Yangshuo spotted a box and a note on a nearby table. After ensuring Mengyue was settled, he hastened forward to retrieve the note. My dear disciple, by the time you read this, I may find myself ensnared in peril. Regardless of my fate, I wish for you to know that I take immense pride in you. In you, I see the reflection of my youthful self. Do you remember the elixir prototype purchased at the auction? What lies within the box is that very creation. I hope that when we meet again, you shall have the strength to uphold the title of Medicine Emperor on your own. Tears welled in Liu Yangshuo's eyes. He was astonished that the Medicine Emperor had anticipated this day, still thinking of him even in such a moment. With trembling hands, he opened the box gently, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. At the heart of the box lay a milky white elixir, its surface adorned with the distinctive azure spark patterns of the fiery, clear Yuan cauldron. Although the elixir seemed familiar, he could not recall where he had encountered it. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the shelf containing the Medicine Emperor's compendium of various elixirs, fervently flipping through the tomes. After a considerable time of intense searching, with books piled high around him, Liu Yangshuo finally stood up, exclaiming in excitement, "Found it! His hands trembled with exhilaration. For this elixir was none other than the Tao Enlightenment Pill, one of the pinnacle elixirs of the celestial rank. Upon successfully transitioning from the Xianling realm to the transformation realm, the pursuit of mere spiritual power would no longer suffice. One must comprehend their own path. Only by grasping their unique Tao could one transcend the transformation realm, and the Tao Enlightenment Pill would grant Liu Yangshuo a direct pathway, significantly expediting his progression. He was astonished that the Medicine Emperor had already orchestrated his journey beyond the transformation realm. Liu Yangshuo resolved to honor the trust placed in him by the Medicine Emperor. Without hesitation, he began frantically gathering various medicinal herbs. Most of the Medicine Emperor's formulas were etched firmly in his memory, and his foremost priority was to restore his chaotic body. For 7 consecutive days, the shadowy valley remained eerily silent. The titanic clash between the White Tiger Warrior and the Butterfly Slayer had instilled profound fear in Barbados and his kin, who dared not send Ullum and his men to investigate until several days later. Yet, apart from the ravaged forests and mountains left in the aftermath of the battle, nothing remained. On the 8th day, atop the remnants of the medical hall, a spatial vortex silently manifested, and Liu Yangshuo's figure emerged slowly from within. After a week of treatment, he had completely digested the lingering potency of the medicine within his body, except for the spirit pearl, which had shattered beyond restoration. Everything else had returned to its original state, and even his cultivation had progressed further. "Are you ready to depart?" The White Tiger General instantly appeared before Liu Yangshuo. This was his domain, and no subtle movement could escape his keen senses. "Yes, the formula provided by my master lacks 2 medicinal ingredients. I must go find them to awaken Dream Moon," Liu Yangshuo replied with a nod. "Very well, but I cannot accompany you on your journey. That girl belongs to the Dragon Clan. If any of her kin seek to trouble you, reveal my mark. Aside from that individual, none will dare to lay a hand on you." The White Tiger General stepped forward and pressed his right hand against Liu Yangshuo's forehead. Moments later, a symbol resembling the White Tiger General's royal mark appeared at the center of Liu Yangshuo's brow. Chapter 84. Heir of the Human Emperor, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Liu Yangshuo felt the presence of the White Tiger General within him, signifying that the general would be able to sense his condition at any moment. Should anything go awry, he would appear immediately. "Without you and the Medicine Emperor, I might have perished long ago. This is my promise to the Medicine Emperor." The White Tiger General gently patted Liu Yangshuo's shoulder, a rare smile gracing his face. "Thank you, White Tiger General. I hope to see you again one day," Liu Yangshuo said with a respectful gesture. "You will, when you face the final battle against the Demon Lord. We old fellows will surely come to assist you one last time." The White Tiger General chuckled lightly and, like a cannonball, shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Liu Yangshuo clenched his fist and touched the ring on his finger, where Dream Moon lay peacefully asleep. Next, he would begin to concoct the final formula given to him by the Medicine Emperor, the Heavenly Grade Spirit Refining Pill. According to the records of the Medicine Emperor, the last 2 ingredients were the Mandragora flower, located in the Munching Desert of the northern region, and the venomous fangs of the legendary beast, the purple star python, found in the Dongzhou Mountain Lake Gorge. The nearest destination was the Munching Desert in the northern region, which would require a full month of travel at top speed. Without further ado, Liu Yangshuo returned to the village of Babado. Amid the astonished gazes of the villagers, he hurriedly bid farewell, mounting his horse and galloping northward. It must be said that the roads in the western frontier were exceptionally arduous. Even Liu Yangshuo's steed was frothing at the mouth. After 7 days, they had only advanced a little over 200 miles. On this day, Liu Yangshuo sat by the lakeside, munching on dry rations while his horse quietly drank from the water. "Sigh, when will I ever reach the northern region?" he lamented, finding the food in his mouth increasingly tasteless. "My good fellow, do you seem troubled by something?" A warm voice suddenly emerged from above Liu Yangshuo, catching him completely off guard. "Who goes there?" Liu Yangshuo cast aside his provisions and assumed a vigilant stance. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, merely passing by." A youthful figure, hair cascading loosely, lounged against the grand tree above Liu Yangshuo, exuding an aura of languor. With a cultivation level at the 7th tier of the spirit transformation realm, Liu Yangshuo discerned that the boy's prowess surpassed his own. Such remarkable skill at such a tender age indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Liu Yangshuo's own abilities were solely the result of the Drug Emperor's unwavering support. Since you are merely passing through, why not descend and share a drink and some food? Noticing the boy's clear gaze devoid of malice, Liu Yangshuo relaxed his guard. I was waiting for you to say that. Without hesitation, the boy leapt down from the tree and, without ceremony, seized the half-eaten provisions from Liu Yangshuo's hand, devouring them voraciously. How long have you been hungry? Liu Yangshuo mused, recalling a similar voracity when dining with Meng Wei. It was indeed rare for an ordinary person to eat with such abandon. Do not mind me. I simply indulge in my whims when it comes to eating. Is there more to eat? Bring it on. The boy's mouth was nearly overflowing with food, yet he continued to stuff more into it. Liu Yangshuo could only shake his head in bemusement, producing a substantial amount of provisions from his storage ring, offering one of the flatbreads to the boy. Thank you. The boy reached out eagerly. At that moment, Liu Yangshuo's pupils constricted as the provisions slipped from his grasp, his hand gripping the boy's wrist tightly, revealing a golden insignia imprinted in the palm of the boy's hand. You are an insignia bearer. What of it? You are one too. Let's not hold disdain for one another. The boy seemed unfazed, shaking off Liu Yangshuo's hold and retrieving the dusty provisions from the ground, resuming his feast. Given the insignia on your hand, could it be that you are the heir of the human emperor? Liu Yangshuo leaned back against the tree. Indeed, I am Huanyin, an heir of the human emperor, whose rarity is second only to your lineage, the drug emperor. Hence, we seldom engage in conflict, rest assured. Huanyin finally swallowed his mouthful, tilting his head back to sip the fruit wine that Barbado had brought for Liu Yangshuo. As a human emperor's heir, what brings you to this desolate place instead of diligently cultivating? Liu Yangshuo snatched the wine flask in curiosity. Alas, do you think I desired this? I came here precisely because it is desolate. Otherwise, I would be dragged back to endure ceaseless cultivation. What is the meaning of a life confined to a solitary chamber? The Yanjun sighed. By the way, it seems you have encountered other insignia bearers before? Liu Yangshuo recalled the tone in which Huanyin spoke, suggesting familiarity with more than one insignia bearer, prompting his curiosity. Certainly, I have encountered the heirs of both the Tao Emperor and the Demon Emperor. Initially, I had anticipated meeting the heir of the Symbol Emperor upon my arrival in the Western frontier, but to my surprise, I stumbled upon a descendant of the Medicine Emperor. This serendipitous encounter surely signifies a profound connection between us. Have you also met the heir of the Demon Emperor? What manner of individual is he? Liu Yangshuo immediately expressed keen interest, aware that the lineage of the Demon Emperor is extensive and that Dream Moon is not the sole representative. He is a prince from the Lion King clan of the Central Domain. That fellow is exceedingly arrogant, looking down upon everyone, yet he is indeed formidable, having already ascended to the ranks of divine beasts at such a tender age, recalled Huanyin. Liu Yangshuo felt a sense of relief. Dream Moon had long since attained the status of a divine beast, indicating that this individual likely posed no threat to her standing. Well, I have rested sufficiently. Let us part ways here. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Liu Yangshuo packed away his provisions, rising to continue his journey. Wait, it is not every day one encounters a living person. Let us converse a bit longer. If all else fails, I shall accompany you. Where are you headed? Upon hearing Liu Yangshuo's intention to depart, Huanyin hastily stood up. I am bound for the Northern Domain. You are still in search of the heir of the Symbol Emperor, are you not? You will not find him accompanying me. As Liu Yangshuo walked, he remarked, the people of the Symbol Emperor are rather peculiar, and I cannot understand their speech. It is far more enjoyable to stay with you. The Northern Domain, should be less populated. I will accompany you there. You are quite casual about this, aren't you? A little spontaneity is advantageous. By the way, I have yet to learn your name. I am Liu Yangshuo. Chapter 85. A Ghost Encounter? Thus, Liu Yangshuo inexplicably gained a small companion, notably one of the heirs of the ancient 5 emperors. With Huanyin in tow, the pair could only proceed on foot. After a few days, Liu Yangshuo's provisions from his storage ring had been entirely consumed, and gazing at the empty space within, he found himself at a loss for words. "You must devise a way to repay me for the provisions," Liu Yangshuo exclaimed, grasping Huanyin by the collar. "Very well. I shall find a way. Look, there lies a city ahead. Let's explore it. Perhaps we can procure some food." Huanyin pointed toward a faintly visible city in the distance. Reluctantly, Liu Yangshuo released his grip, and the two hastened toward the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, Liu Yangshuo realized they had arrived at the border between the western frontier and the northern domain. According to the map provided by Xiao Hongbo, this city should be called Xiangwu City. Upon entering the city, all eyes turned toward them with peculiar gazes, primarily due to their outlandish attire, and particularly Huanyin's flowing long hair, which was strikingly conspicuous. "I believe we ought to change our attire." Liu Yangshuo pulled Huanyin into a nearby clothing shop, where they donned garments identical to those of the local populace, including headscarves and long robes. After changing their attire, the two managed to evade attracting undue attention on the streets. "We should quickly procure some supplies and set off, avoiding any unnecessary trouble," Liu Yangshuo whispered to Huanyin beside him. "All right, leave the provisions to me," Huanyin replied before heading towards a nearby stall selling pancakes. Yet, before he could reach it, he turned back. "Do you have any money? I need to borrow some," he asked somewhat awkwardly. "You, as the holder of the human emperor seal, have no money?" Liu Yangshuo retorted in disbelief. "You see, I have been under confinement for so long that money is of no use to me. However, trust me, I will have money in the future, and I will certainly repay you then," Huanyin said, beckoning to Liu Yangshuo. What he said was not an exaggeration. Ever since he was recognized as the heir to the human emperor, he had never had to worry about his basic needs. His sole focus was on cultivation. "All right, take this and hurry up to buy what you need," Liu Yangshuo urged, tossing a bag of blue crystal stones to Huanyin. Nodding, Huanyin took the money and walked away. "Hey, you two, with your robust physiques, why not come and apply at our Zhuge mansion?" Suddenly, a large hand landed on Liu Yangshuo's shoulder from behind. "Sorry, not interested," Liu Yangshuo replied dismissively, shaking off the hand with a slight shrug. "Young man, do you realize what an honor it is to be noticed by our Zhuge family?" A middle-aged man dressed as a steward proclaimed with immense pride. "No matter how honored it is, we must decline," Liu Yangshuo said, seeing Huanyin return with a pile of provisions. "Wait a moment, young man. Would you consider becoming my personal bodyguard?" Before the steward could speak again, a sultry voice emerged from the palanquin behind him. "I've already stated that we are not interested. Thank you for your kind offer." Liu Yangshuo continued walking without looking back. I'm not referring to you, but to the young man beside you." A hand reached out through the small window of the palanquin, pointing at Huanyin. Huanyin, taken aback, turned around and pointed to himself. "Me? Indeed, it is you. What do you think? Are you interested?" The voice from within the palanquin chuckled lightly. "Don't tell me you actually want to go," Liu Yangshuo observed Huanyin's excited expression and the drool that was almost about to flow, finding it hard to fathom that an heir of the human emperor could lack such composure. "Liu brother, I've never been close to a woman in my life. I'm not from the Tao Emperor lineage. We are all without desires. Help me out this time, and I will be at your service in the future," Huanyin whispered, tugging at Liu Yangshuo's clothing from behind. "Sigh, very well, but we cannot linger here for too long. A few days of leisure, and then we must depart." Liu Yangshuo truly found it difficult to endure this fellow's antics, and could only nod in agreement. "Good brother, let us go together." With that, Huanyin seized Liu Yangshuo and hurried toward the palanquin. "Miss, both of us wish to serve as your personal bodyguards. We wonder if we might have the honor." "The steward, please make the arrangements." The woman inside the palanquin waved her hand dismissively before retracting it. "Since you were personally chosen by the young lady, from today onward, you shall be her personal bodyguard. As for you, there's only one position for a bodyguard. You may attend to menial tasks." The steward gestured toward the line behind the palanquin, indicating that the two should join the ranks. "Why should you be the bodyguard while I am relegated to menial labor?" As they stood in the line, Liu Yangshuo whispered his grievances to Huanyin. "What can I say? My cultivation level surpasses yours. Bear with it. Once the task is complete, you shall be my elder brother." Liu Yangshuo snorted coldly and followed the procession into a grand estate. Shortly after they were assigned their rooms, the previous steward entered. "You too. The young lady requests your presence." With that, the steward exited, and the two exchanged glances before hastening to follow. A moment later, they arrived in the grand hall, where a woman clad in a fiery red gauze dress, her face partially veiled, sat regally in the main seat, gently fanning herself. "Miss, they have been brought," the steward announced with a respectful bow. "Good. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now." The woman's voice was so enchanting it seemed capable of melting one's very bones, causing Huanyin's heart to flutter with excitement. "Miss, we are both cultivators. You can entrust this task to us without worry." Huanyin stepped forward confidently, patting his chest. "Ha ha, I have encountered many cultivators. Yet many have been so terrified in my presence that they lost their wits. Will you two be the same?" The woman's eyes sparkled with allure, as if she could ensnare Huanyin's very soul. "Absolutely not. I, Huanyin, swear by my life." "Very well, it is best to hear such assurance." The woman chuckled lightly and slowly removed her veil, revealing a visage grotesque and monstrous, her lower face resembling that of a fiend. "A ghost!" With just one glance, Huanyin gasped in horror, his legs weakening as he stumbled backward. Fortunately, Liu Yangshuo was there to support him, allowing him to regain his footing. Indeed, upon seeing my true face, none dared to approach. The woman seemed to have anticipated Huanyin's reaction, and after donning her veil once more, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. Liu Yangshuo furrowed his brow. This woman's face was not the result of injury or birth defect, but rather appeared to be the consequence of poison. "Miss, I did not mean it that way. In truth, you are not so terrifying." Huanyin wiped away a cold sweat and hastily offered an explanation, yet his words fell upon deaf ears. Liu Yangshuo swiftly grasped Huanyin's collar, pulling him behind him. "This ailment of a young lady's, has it been afflicting her for some time?" "How do you know?" The woman's eyes widened, resembling brass bells, filled with astonishment as she gazed at Liu Yangshuo. "To be candid, I am a physician, and thus I possess the ability to discern such matters." Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. "I have consulted numerous doctors, yet none have been able to comprehend the nature of my affliction." The woman sighed deeply, shaking her head. "I can attempt to help, but first, you must disclose any enmities you may have." Liu Yangshuo moved to a nearby seat and sat down. "I do not know. It began one day when my face started to transform into this horrifying visage," he confessed. The woman pondered for a considerable time, yet her thoughts yielded no clarity, and tears began to cascade from the corners of her eyes. "In that case, we shall remain here for a while. You must not reveal our identities. He remains your personal guard, and I am merely an aide. Each night, I will visit your chamber to treat you," Liu Yangshuo stated after a moment's contemplation. "To heal, one must understand the root of the ailment or the perpetrator behind it. Otherwise, even if we remedy your condition this time, the torment may resume once they depart," he added. The woman initially felt hesitant, yet if there existed a possibility of curing her affliction, she would endure any price. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, Liu Yangshuo also nodded, leading the dejected Huanyin back to their quarters. "Brother Liu, shall we not flee? This is exceedingly frightening," Huanyin whispered as he secured the door. "Huh, just moments ago, you were brimming with excitement. How is it that upon seeing her true visage, you wish to run?" Liu Yangshuo teased while perusing a tome on medicinal practices. Who would have imagined her countenance beneath the veil would be so disconcerting? "Had I known, I would have never come," Huanyin lamented, wishing fervently to escape. "A man's word, once spoken, is like water spilled. Do not disturb me now, for I must concentrate," Liu Yangshuo replied impatiently. With Liu Yangshuo's unwillingness to depart, Huanyin had no choice but to relent, collapsing onto the bed like a lifeless shell. The first night passed with one engrossed in literature while the other feigned unconsciousness. As dawn broke on the following day, the butler pushed open their door. "Rise. The young lady plans to embark on an excursion beyond the city today. You shall accompany her to ensure her safety. You, this morning, go to the woodshed and chop 500 bundles of firewood." Liu Yangshuo nodded. Without a word, he exited the room and headed straight for the woodshed. In contrast, Huanyin hesitated, as though his very life depended on it, reluctantly stepping out of the door with great reluctance. Upon arriving at the woodshed, Liu Yangshuo brandished his axe and began to chop with increasing fervor, the speed of his strikes nearly conjuring an illusion. What a fine lad, possessing considerable strength and adept at labor. Just as Liu Yangshuo immersed himself in his task, another robust man, dressed as a servant, approached to commend him. I too am merely a servant chopping wood in this shed. Seeing that I am a few years your senior, you may call me Brother Wang, he said, as he placed a log on the ground and continued to chop. Thus, Liu Yangshuo found companionship in the woodshed, although old Wang's pace paled in comparison to Liu Yangshuo's. His amiable nature allowed them to become familiar within a mere morning. On the other hand, Huanyin was far less content, trailing behind the sedan chair, her mind adrift. Were it not for her duty to protect her, she would have preferred to keep a distance of 800 meters from the chair. Hey, why are you so far away? If anything were to happen to the young lady, could you bear the responsibility? The steward remarked as he jogged over to Huanyin's side, speaking in hushed tones. What is wrong with keeping my distance? If something happens, I can rush over. Huanyin stammered in defense. Then with a sudden gust of energy, a nearby ancient tree cracked under the pressure. You truly are oblivious to your fortune. Do you know how beautiful the young lady once was? Had it not been for this incident, suitors would have lined up outside the city gates daily. Who hasn't heard of Zhu Geqing, the most beautiful woman in Xiao Wuching? The steward sighed, casting a wistful glance at the sedan chair. Who knows if what you say is true? I can only perceive her current state. Regardless of my feelings, I am sworn to protect her, Huanyin retorted, rolling her eyes and dismissing the steward as she proceeded onward. As they journeyed, the procession arrived at a waterfall, and Zhu Geqing slowly emerged from the sedan, sitting by the lake at its base, dipping her feet into the water and playing. Huanyin leaped onto a large tree behind her, contemplating the unfortunate circumstances that had befallen her. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool formed in the lake, threatening to engulf Zhu Geqing. Help! She cried out desperately as she neared the vortex. Huanyin's gaze sharpened, and she darted across the water's surface like a bolt of lightning, precisely rescuing Zhu Geqing from the watery abyss. You wretched beast! How dare you harm others in my presence? Huanyin scolded, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from her being, forcefully pressing down upon the lake's surface. With a thunderous crash, the whirlpool dissipated, and a toad the size of a small hill was expelled from the water. Sky-swallowing toad, if you were an adult, I might consider evading you. But as a mere juvenile, you dare to cause harm here. Huanyin scoffed dismissively, a formidable long sword appearing in his hand. Taste my strike. The Heavenly Gang Royal Sword. Golden sword aura surged forth from the blade, cleaving through the back of the sky-eating toad, instantly vanquishing it. Chapter 87. More beastly than beasts after slaying the sky-eating toad, Huanyin gently descended to the lakeside, cradling Zhu Geqing in his arms. Are you all right? He inquired, glancing down at her. In her moment of terror, Zhu Geqing realized that her veil had fallen significantly, leaving her no time to respond. She hastily turned away, crouching on the ground, her hands covering her face as she began to weep softly. Seeing Zhu Geqing in such a pitiable state stirred a twinge of compassion within Huanyin. He tore off a large piece of fabric from his clothing and offered it to her. Take this. Zhu Geqing glanced at it and quickly accepted. Thank you. At that moment, the steward arrived, breathless. Miss, are you unharmed? I am fine, thanks to him. Otherwise, I might have been devoured by that beast, Zhu Geqing replied, covering the lower half of her face once more as she stood. It is good that you are safe. Let us return swiftly. The steward nodded at Huanyin and moved forward to assist Zhu Geqing towards the distant palanquin. By dusk, Liu Yangshuo had effortlessly fulfilled the steward's order for 500 loads of firewood. I owe it all to you. Otherwise, I would have been chopping wood until next month. Old Wang said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the mountain of firewood before Liu Yangshuo in admiration. Just a small task, Old Wang. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Liu Yangshuo set his axe aside and turned to inquire. Goodness, you young people are brimming with energy. Is there not enough work to do? If you have no other business, let us find a place to share a drink. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly, setting down his axe as he retrieved a jar of wine from the corner of the woodshed, evidently having indulged in leisure time. Very well, I accept your invitation. Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle, thinking perhaps he could glean some truths from Old Wang's words. The two men gathered behind a rockery at the far corner of the Zhuge residence, igniting a small bonfire. Liu Yangshuo produced some dry rations, which Old Wang accepted without hesitation, taking a bite before washing it down with a hearty swig of wine, then passing the jar to Liu Yangshuo. Old Wang, what do you think of our young lady? Are you smitten? I must tell you, she currently has no thoughts of marriage whatsoever. Old Wang said with a mischievous grin as he looked at Liu Yangshuo. Who am I to have such fortune? I merely wish to know why the young lady keeps her face concealed, Liu Yangshuo asked casually. Alas, the young lady is indeed a wretched soul. Once, she was remarkably beautiful and exceedingly gentle, often bestowing rewards upon us, her humble servants, earning the adoration of all. Yet, one fateful day, her visage began to transform. Old Wang, having indulged in a few hearty swigs of liquor, appeared as though he too had undergone a disfiguring change. Indeed, when the young lady unveiled her face yesterday, we were taken aback. Even we, her devoted attendants for over a decade, were utterly startled. Some fled in fright, and the Zhuge residence no longer brimmed with its former liveliness. Old Wang lamented profoundly. Could it be that the Zhuge family has offended someone? The young lady hardly seems ill. Liu Yangshuo, sipping his drink, turned his gaze toward Old Wang, who, lacking refinement, had become quite loquacious after a few strong drinks. This has become a well-known secret among the Zhuge family. The young lady's misfortune lies in having such a father. Old Wang seized the wine jar, draining several more hearty gulps. A subtle smile crept across Liu Yangshuo's lips. His aim had been achieved. The two continued to drink until the stars adorned the night sky, at which point Liu Yangshuo escorted the inebriated Old Wang back to his chambers. Even in slumber, Old Wang mumbled his desire to continue drinking with Liu Yangshuo. However, Liu Yangshuo lacked the stamina for further indulgence. After gently closing the door behind him, he swiftly ascended to the rooftop, deftly landing outside Zhuge Qing's door. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent rapping echoed. The door swung open, revealing Emperor Huanyin. Before Liu Yangshuo could inquire, Emperor Huanyin pulled him inside. What brings you here? Liu Yangshuo whispered. Oh, isn't that the personal guard? Don't mind me. You must attend to your patient. I'll keep watch, Emperor Huanyin replied, his face flushing with embarrassment, and promptly stationed himself at the door. Zhuge Qing had donned a new veil, nervously perched on the edge of her bed. Following the events of the morning, she had evidently realized that Liu Yangshuo and Emperor Huanyin were no ordinary individuals, raising her expectations for Liu Yangshuo's medical prowess. Miss Zhuge, please remove your veil, Liu Yangshuo requested, positioning a chair beside her bed. Zhuge Qing hesitated briefly, then nodded and slowly lifted the veil. Even having seen her before, Liu Yangshuo could not suppress a gasp of shock. It's quite frightening, isn't it? Yet, I have grown accustomed to it, Zhuge Qing remarked with a light laugh. Though it was evident that her smile did not stem from genuine happiness, she was simply too kind to wish sorrow upon anyone. Rest assured, I will find a way to heal you, Liu Yangshuo replied, shaking his head firmly. Meeting Liu Yangshuo's resolute gaze, Zhuge Qing nodded in agreement, choosing to place her complete trust in him. Miss Zhuge, I beg your pardon. Liu Yangshuo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he activated his celestial vision, meticulously scanning Zhuge Qing's body. After a period roughly equivalent to a fragrant stick's burning time, he finally furrowed his brow and deactivated his celestial sight. He then retrieved a silver needle, deftly pricking several major acupoints on Zhuge Qing's body. How is it? Is there no improvement? Inquired Huanyin at the doorway. Strange. It's not poison, so what could possibly affect a person's appearance? Liu Yangshuo pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You are a doctor. Who else would you ask? If you cannot diagnose it, then perhaps we should resort to drawing a talisman to ward off evil. Dianjun replied, exasperated. Could it be that the talisman is? Liu Yangshuo seemed to connect the dots from Huanyin's words, reigniting his celestial vision to quickly identify the root cause of Zhuge Qing's current condition. Miss Zhuge, There are certain matters I hesitate to express, Liu Yangshuo admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Speak freely. I am willing to do anything as long as you can restore my face, Zhu Guqing urged. Could you kindly remove your upper garment? Completely, Liu Yangshuo said, scratching his head as if summoning every ounce of courage to voice this request. What the? Are you more beastly than I am? Di Yanjun exclaimed, nearly colliding with the doorway in shock. Do not compare me to you. I am not one to be swayed by mere appearances. My intent is solely to heal. Liu Yangshuo retorted, casting Di Yanjun a disapproving glance filled with righteous indignation. Enough of this. I will remove it, Zhu Guqing interjected, seeing the escalating argument between the two. With a firm resolve, Zhu Guqing slowly sat up from the bed. You too, turn your heads away, suddenly feeling the weight of intense gazes. Zhu Guqing looked up to find two fervent stares fixed upon her. Oh, all right, Liu Yangshuo realized his impropriety and swiftly turned his head away. Zhu Guqing gradually lowered her upper garments before requesting, You may turn back now. Her voice was barely audible, resembling a whisper. Liu Yangshuo swallowed hard, and upon turning around, was met with Zhu Guqing's graceful figure, igniting an unbidden flame within him. Have you seen enough? Hurry up. Zhu Guqing's face flushed crimson, her tone tinged with irritation. With his internal energy surging wildly, Liu Yangshuo managed to suppress his fervor. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed something peculiar on Zhu Guqing's back. At the center of her pristine back, there was a black growth with veins extending from it, appearing as if they had fused with her skin. Found it. This is the culprit. With that, Liu Yangshuo swiftly jabbed the silver needle, sealing off the thickest veins connected to the growth. It hurts. My heart. Zhu Guqing suddenly clutched her chest in agony, as if sealing this tumor had simultaneously obstructed the meridians of her heart. Liu Yangshuo, witnessing her distress, promptly withdrew the silver needles, allowing the black tumor to pulsate once more, which eased Zhu Guqing's expression somewhat. Put on your clothes. I believe I have discovered the reason for your condition, Liu Yangshuo remarked as he turned away. Zhu Guqing nodded and redressed herself. Can my face be restored? She inquired softly after donning her attire. Yes, but time is insufficient tonight. I shall return tomorrow with a definitive treatment plan, Liu Yangshuo replied as he stood up. Very well, thank you. If I am restored, I will ensure my father adequately repays you, Zhu Guqing responded, tears welling in her eyes at the prospect of recovery. Do not weep. The issue lies with your father. Tell me honestly, whom has he offended? Liu Yangshuo's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Zhu Guqing. I truly do not know. My father has always forbidden me from meddling in family affairs, so I am unaware of whom he has wronged. She shook her head in response. Hurry. The night watch has arrived. Just as Liu Yangshuo was about to press further, Di Yanjun's urgent whisper broke through from the doorway. Without time for further discourse, Liu Yangshuo and Di Yanjun swiftly leapt through the window, while Zhu Guqing hurriedly extinguished the oil lamp. Why has Zhu Guqing's face become like this? Once back in their room, Di Yanjun finally voiced the question that had been on his lips. Who else could it be? In the western frontier? The only explanation is that someone has employed sorcery, Liu Yangshuo replied as he retrieved a medical text to peruse. Strictly speaking, the apothecary and the talisman master possessed comparable abilities. The former excelled in poison, while the latter could certainly use sorcery to harm. Do you suspect it is the holder of the talisman master seal? Di Yanjun asked, somewhat astonished. It cannot be ruled out. After all, none of us have encountered him and remain unaware of his character. Liu Yangshuo continued to search through the text until he finally found some accounts pertaining to the ancestor of talismans. What have you discovered? Di Yanjun leaned closer, inquiring. Truly malicious. To cast such a cruel sorcery upon a young woman is unforgivable. To break this curse, it appears we shall be occupied for some time, Liu Yangshuo scoffed, closing a medical tome and reclining back onto the bed. Observing that Liu Yangshuo was unwilling to engage in further conversation, Di Yanjun lay back as well, soon succumbing to slumber. At dawn the following day, the steward roused them at the usual hour. Liu Yangshuo resumed chopping firewood, while Di Yanjun continued to trail Zhu Guqing, safeguarding her. Brother Wang, I've been here for several days. Why have I yet to see the head of the household? Liu Yangshuo inquired as he worked. The master of the house is not easily seen, He often returns only once every 10 days or so. However, upon reflection, it has been nearly half a month since his last departure, so he should be back in a day or two. After neatly arranging the firewood before him, Old Wang pondered aloud. Yesterday, you remarked that the young lady's misfortune stems from having such a father. Could it be that the master is? Shoo! Do you wish to incur the steward's wrath? Speak of such matters in hushed tones. Old Wang hastily advanced to firmly shut the door of the firewood room, peering cautiously from the window for some time to ensure no one was around, before finally releasing a sigh of relief. Though the master treats us, his household, with kindness, he is notoriously cold-hearted towards outsiders. In truth, the Zhuge family's economic sustenance derives from the timber harvested from the mountains of the western frontier, and some indigenous people obviously resist this. Thus, the master resorted to setting their villages ablaze, Old Wang lamented. At this juncture, Liu Yangshuo had already begun to piece together the larger narrative, and the conversation with Old Wang meandered into casual banter. In the depths of night, Liu Yangshuo once again found himself outside Zhuge Qing's door. Gently pushing it open, he stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the sight of Huanyin and Zhuge Qing engaged in lively conversation, as if they were longtime friends. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves, Liu Yangshuo remarked as he sat by the bedside. I've been waiting for you. Let us get started. Huanyin coughed lightly, returning to his designated position. Zhuge Qing also readied herself, her hand reaching for her collar. No need to undress today. Noticing Zhuge Qing's intent to remove her clothing, Liu Yangshuo quickly covered his eyes and turned away. A blush spread across Zhuge Qing's cheeks as she lowered her head. Ahem, Miss Zhuge. The cursed insect on your back requires you to consume a specific elixir for 3 consecutive days. I will then use needles to channel the medicinal properties into the insect. After 3 days, your complexion will return to its original state, Liu Yangshuo explained, retrieving various herbs from the Fury Flame Pure Origin Cauldron. Zhuge Qing nodded repeatedly, Liu Yangshuo's words resonating with her like a royal decree. Without further ado, he commenced the alchemical process. Flames danced continuously within the cauldron, and after the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, the elixir finally took shape. Come here and assist me, Liu Yangshuo whispered urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, Huanyin approached Liu Yangshuo's side, mimicking his actions to envelop the Fury Flame Pure Origin Cauldron in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, ensuring that not a trace of the potent fragrance or spiritual essence escaped, all coalescing within the cauldron. After a brief moment, they gradually dispersed their energies, and a verdant elixir tumbled forth from the cauldron. Take this and then lie down, Liu Yangshuo instructed, handing the elixir to Zhuge Qing. She accepted it and obediently swallowed it before lying down on the bed. 7 silver needles materialized instantaneously in Liu Yangshuo's palm. He was about to employ a technique of needle manipulation imparted to him by the Medicine Emperor. After several months of diligent practice, Liu Yangshuo had mastered this technique to a remarkable degree. The silver needles, under his deft control, moved with a fluidity surpassing that of his own fingers. With precision, the needles found their way into the 7 major acupoints of Zhuge Qing, channeling spiritual energy through the needles into Zhuge Qing's body. This energy first maximized the efficacy of the medicine before enveloping it entirely, delivering it into the insect residing in Zhuge Qing's back before he could absorb its effects. Zhuge Qing furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, accompanied by a viscous black substance oozing forth. After a brief interval, Liu Yangshuo finally exhaled deeply, retracting both his spiritual energy and the silver needles. That will be all for today, he remarked, fatigue evident in his voice. The technique was indeed effective, yet it exacted a significant toll on his mental faculties. Thank you. You may return now. I wish to cleanse myself, Zhuge Qing said, suppressing the discomfort of the sticky residue on his skin. Liu Yangshuo nodded and, accompanied by Huanyin, exited Zhuge Qing's chamber. Impressive. I can't believe you detected that, Huanyin praised as they re-entered their room. Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly. We'll need your assistance going forward. The Zhuge family head is returning in a couple of days, and I suspect the individual who placed the curse on Zhuge Qing will accompany him. We shall confront that person together. Rest assured, while I may lack healing skills, I am well versed in the art of combat, Huanyin assured, thumping his chest. The following day unfolded similarly. Once the treatment concluded, Zhu Guqing's visage bore little resemblance to the terrifying sight it had been previously. Only a few patches of bloom marred his complexion, and his features had returned to normalcy. Much to the delight of both Zhu Guqing and Huanyin. On the third morning, the butler surprisingly did not come to rouse them as usual. Nevertheless, Liu Yangshuo awoke early and pulled the still drowsy Huanyin out of their room, joining a throng of servants as they made their way to the entrance of the Zhuge residence. The family head is finally returning. I wonder how much timber he will bring back. Indeed, having been away for so long, he must have gathered a substantial amount of premium wood. I only hope he can procure enough funds to expedite the restoration of the young lady's visage. Listening quietly to the hushed discussions of the servants, Liu Yangshuo stood at the rear of the gathering, awaiting the arrival of the Zhuge family head. Sure enough, it was not long before a grand procession appeared at the end of the street. At the forefront of the caravan rode a composed, middle-aged man on a black horse, his expression inscrutable. Behind him, each cart was drawn by 4 robust horses, laden with thick planks of timber. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhuge Jing, the head of the Zhuge family. Welcome back, family head. Upon seeing Zhuge Jing's return, all the servants bowed in unison, uttering their respectful greetings. Where is the young lady? Zhuge Jing dismounted and inquired gently. My dear father. Zhuge Jing, masked to conceal her identity, joyfully rushed toward Zhuge Jing. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Zhuge Jin's typically icy visage as he embraced Zhuge Jing. Father, you have been away for such a long time. Did you not miss your daughter? Zhuge Jing cooed playfully. Of course I missed you, my dear. I specially gathered this 1,000-year snow Ganoderma from the mountains, reputed to possess miraculous effects for preserving one's youthful beauty, Zhuge Jing replied, producing a pristine white mushroom from his cloak. However, he quickly realized he had misspoken, for in Zhuge Jing's current state, anyone would be reluctant to preserve such a visage. Surprisingly, Zhuge Jing received it with delight. Thank you, father. You must be weary from your journey. Please return and rest, she urged, taking Zhuge Jin's hand and leading him home. Noticing her rare happiness, Zhuge Jing refrained from further comments, merely nodding in agreement as they entered. Quickly, bring the timber into the warehouse. Prepare a lavish feast in the kitchen tonight. Upon their entrance, the steward immediately instructed the servants to commence their tasks. Liu Yangshuo had been eagerly awaiting this moment. He dashed to the forefront, hoisting a log and striding toward the courtyard. Inspired by Liu Yangshuo's enthusiasm, the others hastily joined in, knowing well that tonight's banquet would be bounteous. To the other servants, Huanyin and Liu Yangshuo appeared invigorated. Though unbeknownst to them, Liu Yangshuo eagerly wished to finish moving the wood, for he was in search of something. After transporting dozens of logs, Liu Yangshuo suddenly sensed something, retrieving an object from atop the wood and concealing it within his cloak. That evening, all the household servants gathered in celebration of Zhuge Jin's triumphant return, arranging a grand feast. However, 2 individuals were conspicuously absent, Liu Yangshuo and Huanyin, who were quietly waiting atop the Zhuge residence. Why haven't they arrived yet? This is delaying my meal, Huanyin exclaimed, growing impatient. Patience, haste makes waste. Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly, tossing a piece of dry rations to Huanyin. While others indulge in sumptuous feasts below, I am left to nibble on these rations. If I catch that fellow, he shall receive a proper lesson. Huanyin bit into the dry food, venting his frustrations. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in Liu Yangshuo's hand, which he hurled forward, embedding it into the rooftop. Huanyin quickly discarded his rations, rising to alertly observe the position of Liu Yangshuo's spear. Reveal yourself. I have already seen you, Liu Yangshuo stated calmly. You're the first to see through my invisibility spell. A robust youth seemingly materialized out of thin air, adorned with even more runes than the previous Barbados, yet significantly younger in age, appearing almost on par with Liu Yangshuo. Chapter 90. The Imperial Seal of the Rune Clan. Unbeknownst to the youth, since ascending to the rooftop, Liu Yangshuo had kept his celestial eye wide open, rendering all worldly phenomena transparent to his gaze. Such trivial antics may deceive ordinary folk, but they are utterly intolerable to us. With a mere gesture, Liu Yangshuo summoned the spear from before the youth back into his grasp. I advise you to refrain from meddling further. Otherwise, we shall deal with you as well. The youth, pulsating with spiritual energy, exhibited prowess surpassing that of Liu Yangshuo, only slightly weaker than Emperor Huanyin. This fellow possesses formidable strength. If my assumptions are correct, he must be the bearer of the imperial seal. Emperor Huanyin whispered into Liu Yangshuo's ear. To discern my possession of the imperial seal, you must also be a holder of one. Your immense spiritual power suggests you are the heir of the human emperor, whilst you, he pointed at Liu Yangshuo, emanate a scent of herbs. Could you be the successor of the medicinal emperor? The youth articulated their identities with alarming precision, evidently well-versed in the lore of other imperial seal-bearers. You are correct. Having recognized our identities, cease your malevolent actions. If you withdraw now, we shall pretend none of this has occurred. Liu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. Maleficence? Ha ha ha. Do you comprehend the transgressions he has committed? Were he merely felling timber, I would not have resorted to such extremes. However, he has set his sights on our ancestral tree, and the curse placed upon his daughter was but a warning. It appears he has no intention of relenting. Tonight, I shall bring him to his end. The youth scoffed, his runes flickering incessantly, and a prominent rune emblem appeared upon his abdomen amidst the myriad of symbols. What if we refuse? Then we shall eliminate you all. One more or one less makes no difference. The youth regarded Liu Yangshuo and Emperor Huanyin with utter disdain. You exude an overwhelming aura of slaughter. How can one of the ancient 5 emperors' lineage have produced a wretch such as you? Emperor Huanyin frowned, summoning the long sword he had wielded previously. Enough of this prattle. Today, you shall surely perish, the youth proclaimed, drawing forth a long staff from behind and swinging it down towards the two. Take him outside and confront him. Liu Yangshuo met the youth's staff with his spear, and the two immediately engaged in combat. Following Liu Yangshuo's strategy, the trio found themselves amidst the mountains beyond Xiaowuqing, locked in a fierce struggle. Remarkably, the youth's runes were indeed enigmatic, bolstered by various augmentations. He managed to hold his own against both Liu Yangshuo and Emperor Huanyin. What a peculiar adversary. No wonder they are known as the most mysterious of the Rune clan. Liu Yangshuo wielded his spear vigorously, parrying the youth's relentless onslaught. Years have passed without a confrontation. It seems you have forgotten why the Rune Emperor ascended to power. The Rune clan ought to be the strongest. A flicker of crimson flashed in the boy's eyes, and the runes adorning his body shimmered, as if his spiritual energy were boundless. Are you truly so uninformed that you have forgotten the mightiest combat technique of my lineage, the Apothecary Emperor? Liu Yangshuo chuckled lightly, unexpectedly retreating and leaving Huanyin to face the boy alone. Go! Zen vital pulsation technique. In Liu Yangshuo's hands, the silver spear transformed into a silver needle, which, under his deft manipulation, precisely pierced Huanyin's body. Instantly, Huanyin's cultivation surged, and the speed and strength of his swordplay intensified. The boy felt an overwhelming pressure and gradually shifted from offense to defense. This is not over yet, not by a long shot. Seeing Huanyin gaining the upper hand, Liu Yangshuo recognized the perfect opportunity to press the attack and threw a handful of medicinal pills toward Huanyin. Now, this is exhilarating. Huanyin caught the pills and swallowed them, experiencing another surge in his cultivation. This was the terrifying essence of the Apothecary Emperor lineage. As long as they were present, any battle was inherently imbalanced, resembling an inexhaustible refueling station. Meanwhile, the boy's rune power seemed to have reached its limit, making his struggle against Huanyin increasingly arduous. He had considered eliminating Liu Yangshuo first, but every time he attempted to bypass Huanyin, the latter would swiftly block his path. It seems today is my unlucky day to encounter you. You better remain in the Zhuge family forever. Otherwise, I shall one day take vengeance upon Zhuge Jin. The boy scoffed, unleashing a swarm of venomous insects and seizing the opportunity to flee rapidly. Liu Yangshuo unleashed the Fury Flame Celestial Cauldron, and a torrent of azure fire erupted, incinerating the insects into ash, though the boy had already made his escape. As Huanyin prepared to pursue, he was abruptly restrained by Liu Yangshuo. Do not chase a cornered foe. Let us return and clarify matters with Zhuge. Moreover, Zhuge has one final treatment tonight. Fine. It seems this fellow is fortunate. I shall settle the score with him tomorrow. Huanyin gazed in the direction the boy had fled, his seething anger simmering down only after a considerable time. Upon their return to the Zhuge residence, the feast had concluded, and Zhuge had already retreated to her chamber, knowing that tonight would alter the course of her destiny. However, after a prolonged wait, Liu Yangshuo and his companion had yet to return. Finally, the door creaked open, and Zhuge hurriedly approached. You two have finally returned. A minor delay occurred. Let us continue with today's treatment. After tonight, your face will be entirely restored. With that, Liu Yangshuo resumed his alchemical work. An hour passed, and Zhuge gazed into the mirror, her fair complexion resembling that of a freshly shelled egg, her cherry lips appearing exquisitely alluring. Huanyin, beside her, was mesmerized, astonished to discover that Zhuge original beauty was indeed as the steward had described. Truly stunning. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Tomorrow morning, I shall speak with my father and ensure he thanks you both. Zhuge, filled with excitement, embraced the recently arrived Huanyin and exclaimed with fervor. Huanyin's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's posterior as he breathed heavily, his hands helplessly clutching at his garments, frozen in place. Rest assured, I shall soon seek out your father. The transformation of your visage back to its former state is, to some extent, attributed to him, Liu Yangshuo remarked with a light chuckle, dragging the motionless Huanyin out of Zhuge chamber, heading in the direction of Zhuge. Meanwhile, within a cave nestled in the mountains outside of Xiaowu City, the once youthful Fu Zhu sat cross-legged upon ground. The moment Liu Yangshuo shattered his cursed insects, he felt the disturbance. The lineage of the Medicine Emperor. Had it not been for the weakness of the Fu Emperor, allowing the Medicine Emperor to seize the limelight, how could my Fu clan have been reduced to hiding in these remote mountains? One day, I, Akier, shall restore the illustrious reputation of my clan across the continent. The youth's fist struck the rocky wall, causing the entire cave to tremble in response.